On the convergence of Game of Thrones and Attack on Titan, what is freedom? Can an individual in pursuit of freedom, transcending into the realm of Game of Thrones, attain such freedom? For him, is the other side of the sea a gateway to liberation or a hostile force? Chapter 1. Attack on Titan. In the continent of Essos, amidst the Dothraki Sea, the once vibrant grasslands lay strewn with the remnants of battle. This desolation was the aftermath of a conflict between two khalasars, wherein a formidable khalasar had obliterated a lesser one. Undoubtedly, the smaller khalasar stood no chance against the overwhelming might of its adversary. The battle culminated with the decapitation of the Khal, marking the end of the skirmish. The Dothraki, having cleared the battleground, departed, leaving the corpses exposed to the wilderness, their hoofbeats gradually fading into the stillness of the grasslands. 3 days later, a vulture circled overhead, preparing to indulge in a sumptuous feast. Suddenly, ominous clouds gathered in the sky, intermittently illuminated by flashes of yellow lightning. With a resounding crash, a bolt of lightning descended, striking the ground beneath it, where a multitude of lifeless bodies lay. The lightning struck directly into the sea of corpses. In the wake of the lightning, an arm emerged from the mass of bodies, caked in dried blood that bore a dark crimson hue. The arm belonged to a boy, appearing no older than 11 or 12. With great effort, he pushed aside the corpses that pinned him down and crawled out from beneath them, collapsing onto the ground and gasping for air. Ha! 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 The boy bore a gruesome wound that stretched from his right shoulder to his left abdomen, a sight most chilling. Yet, astonishingly, steam began to rise from the wound. As the vapor dissipated, it became apparent that the injury was healing at an astonishingly visible rate, and within mere moments, the grotesque wound had vanished entirely. Where am I? What has happened? How did I suddenly end up here? The boy's mind was a whirlpool of confusion as he pondered these questions. He instinctively placed his left hand upon the spot where the wound had manifested, clearly bewildered by his current predicament, uncertain of how he had arrived in this unfamiliar place. Once a typical young man residing in a quaint flower shop, he had spent his days indulging in anime and television series. At that moment, he had been engrossed in a second viewing of Game of Thrones on his computer while simultaneously reading the Attack on Titan manga on his phone. Impatient with the slow progression of the anime, he had sought out the manga online, only to be met with the shocking sight of Eren being beheaded by Mikasa revelation he could hardly bear. Enraged, he had hurled his phone at the computer, resulting in a simultaneous explosion of both devices. Amidst the chaos, he caught a fleeting glimpse of a yellow bolt of lightning, and upon reopening his eyes, he found himself in this strange new world. As he grappled with his bewilderment, a sudden pain shot through his head, and fragments of scattered memories began to surface within his consciousness. In his memories, he was called Eren, a mere 12 years of age, having recently ascended to the rank of a Dothraki warrior within a khalasar. While 12 may still be considered a child by modern standards, in this brutal expanse of grassland, age held little significance at 12. One was expected to wield a blade as a warrior, lest they face abandonment, death, or enslavement. His khalasar comprised only 10,000 souls, of which merely 5,000 were capable of combat, including children like himself. They soon encountered a formidable khalasar, boasting 30,000 members and 20,000 warriors. Unquestionably, this confrontation culminated with the decapitation of his khalasar's members, and amidst the fray, he himself was struck down by a blade to the right shoulder, leading to his demise. Khalasar, Dothraki Sea. Have I somehow traversed into the realm of Game of Thrones? I am uncertain of the current timeline, yet I can ascertain that later, the boy mused, utterly unprepared for the notion of transmigration. He gingerly touched the place where his wound had vanished. How is it that my injury has healed so swiftly? And this steam, could it be that due to my immersion in Attack on Titan, I have acquired the abilities of the Titans? Moreover, this body bears the name Eren. Is this fate? Then, I shall adopt this name henceforth. Although I do not yearn for freedom in the conventional sense, I refuse to allow others to usurp my liberty. Should anyone seek to take my freedom, I shall have no choice but to reclaim theirs. Thus, the boy Eren, who would henceforth be recognized as the protagonist, silently vowed that to survive in this merciless world, he must show no mercy, but rather tread resolutely, persistently forging ahead. However, the immediate priority was to locate a settlement, for alone in this vast prairie, survival would be a daunting challenge. First, I must gather some flesh and blood from these deceased horses without sustenance. I cannot even begin to seek companionship and will inevitably perish. Although I lack fire, It is not unheard of for Dothraki to consume raw meat. Though I have never partaken in such fare, I shall collect some for future consumption, as the prairie is vast and I may not catch up to the previous khalasar. Ideally, if I could pursue them, it would provide me with a sanctuary. Aaron contemplated, having lived in a modern world without ever tasting raw meat. He did not believe he could stomach it, yet he was aware that hunger could drive one to consume anything. The inability to eat now did not preclude him from doing so when faced with starvation thus. He resolved to collect provisions. If he could find others while still possessing strength, it would be preferable. If not, these would serve as his rations. Aaron scavenged through the remains of horses on the ground, selecting the least decayed portions untouched by crows or vultures, and retrieved some damaged weaponry to carve off slices of horse meat. He also stripped some pelts from the deceased Dothraki, fashioning them into a makeshift bundle. After tidying up and packing his belongings, Aaron mused, given the earlier steam emanating from my surroundings, it is undoubtedly a manifestation of the Titan's power. Perhaps I should attempt to transform into a Titan. If successful, I would possess the means to navigate this world with authority. In that moment, he bit down fiercely on his own hand, blood spurting forth, while a fervent desire to transform into a Titan surged within him. Suddenly, a flash of yellow lightning enveloped him. In a daze, Aaron perceived a vast space illuminated by a colossal beam of light. As he regained his senses, he found his body encased in emerging bones, with countless flesh and sinew intertwining to form his new physique. Before long, amidst an expansive grassland, a towering figure 50 meters tall, adorned with pointed ears, glowing green eyes, clad in armor, and emanating steam materialized from a crater formed by an explosion. The Titan stood majestically upon the earth, casting a shadow of dread over the world, which would now tremble under its dominion. Aaron, observing from the nape of the Titan's neck, beheld his immense Titan form. The Titan I have transformed into bear's armor, pointed ears, and a vast explosive range. Moreover, the exertion on my stamina seems minimal. It appears I may embody the powers of the 9 Titans, suggesting I am not bound by the 13-year lifespan limitation. Unlike Aaron, the protagonist of Attack on Titan, whose powers were derived from Ymir, mine may originate directly from the grotesque worm. Next, let me experiment with the power of the Warhammer Titan, Aaron contemplated. With a mere wave of the Titan's hand, a hammer gradually materialized, and after a brief trial swing, he felt the energy expenditure was manageable. He then commanded the land within a 400-meter radius to sprout numerous spikes. This technique consumes a bit more energy than anticipated. I could employ it about 5 times. As for the powers of the founding Titan and the Beast Titan, they do not manifest readily, Aaron concluded, acquiring a general understanding of his newfound abilities. He discerned the hoof prints of horses in the ground and set off in that direction. Chapter 2. The Power of the Titans. As the sun dipped below the horizon, wisps of smoke rose faintly in the distance. Aaron, now a Titan, had pursued the previous caravan for 2 days. The reason for the extended duration lay in his need to periodically halt and scrutinize the traces, ensuring he had not veered off course. After all, traversing the land with a 50-meter-tall figure required considerable caution to avoid losing the trail. Upon spotting the smoke in the distance, he prepared to charge forward, eager to display his might and subjugate the caravan. Meanwhile, the inhabitants of the caravan could only feel the ground tremble beneath them, mistaking it for an assault from another faction. They rushed from their tents in alarm. "When the name of the horse god is that thing," one exclaimed. "It's a Titan. Run." Another shouted. "Stay calm. Grab your bows and prepare to attack," commanded Raboka, the leader of the caravan. Yet, amidst the initial shock of encountering a Titan, only a handful dared to confront the colossal being, and arrows were scattered haphazardly towards Aaron. Unfazed by the feeble projectiles, Aaron regarded the scattered arrows with indifference. Only the sound of bang echoed as arrows struck the giant's form, causing him no discomfort whatsoever. Clad in formidable armor, he remained indifferent to the futile attacks. Alan commanded the giant body to halt, extending his right hand to conjure a stone sphere through the powers of his warhammer, which he then forcefully hurled towards the nearby khalasar encampment. With a resounding thud, the stone sphere landed squarely in the heart of the camp, obliterating those unfortunate enough to be caught in its center, while those nearby were violently thrown back, their fates uncertain. The more distant onlookers were also sent sprawling, blood spewing from their mouths in the chaos. In sheer terror, Rabakeo fell to the ground, paralyzed by fear, lacking even the courage to flee on horseback. After all, even a hasty escape would be futile with the giant's strength. A mere stone sphere could easily spell his doom. After casting the stone, Alan approached the khalasar, declaring in his giant form, "Surrender or perish." Before Rabakeo could respond, one of his subordinates knelt in haste, exclaiming, "I willingly submit." In the culture of the Dothraki, khalasar refers to a tribal-like nomadic group. The leader of a khalasar is known as Khal, while the heir to the khalasar is referred to as Khalak. Each khalasar is further divided into several factions called Khas, each commanded by a deputy of the Khal, known as Ko. Upon the death of a Khal, a new Khal assumes control over the entire khalasar, or the factions may splinter off to form their own khalasar. The small khalasar Alan belonged to was a splinter Khas. The former leader, the Ko, then became the new Khal of the newly formed khalasar. Dothraki do not follow a young Khalak, and the Kos often vie for control of the khalasar, eliminating any young Khalak to prevent future rivalry. Before Rabakeo could process the situation, all the Dothraki in his khalasar sank to their knees. "Hey, are you not the proud steeds of the steppe? Are you not warriors of honor? Draw your curved blades, do not." Before Rabakeo could finish, Alan, controlling the giant body, crouched before him and pinched Rabakaeo's form with his thumb and forefinger, lifting him off the ground. "Since you refuse to yield, your role in this matter is concluded. You have the freedom to resist, just as I possess the freedom to crush you at will." With that, Alan exerted his strength, crushing Rabakeo, whose blood splattered across those nearby, particularly dousing the very Ko who had first knelt in submission. "What is your name?" Alan inquired of the first to surrender, a Ko with long black hair and a scar across his right cheek, exuding a fierce demeanor, yet unexpectedly the first to kneel. Perhaps this is the lesson that appearances can be deceiving. "My name is Flock. The one you just crushed was Rabak. Our Ko, no, our former cow. Now you are our cow." "Flock, what an intriguing name. You shall continue to serve as a Ko henceforth." Alan was momentarily taken aback by the name, yet he allowed him to remain in the position of K, curious to see if he would exhibit any remarkable prowess in the future. After all, the last individual named Flock was reputed to have single-handedly battled the four titans, namely the female titan, the armored titan, the colossal titan, and the humanoid titan known as Ackerman, only to be struck in the neck by a gunshot from Jabi, enduring the ordeal while tethered to a ship in the sea as he valiantly made his way to Marley. He was colloquially referred to as Lord Flock among the people. With that said, Alan controlled his titan form to squat on one leg, emerging from the nape of the titan, and then descended along its colossal frame. Flock and those surrounding him were rendered speechless at this spectacle, utterly astonished that the titan had transformed from the mere boy before them, who appeared to be around 11 or 12 years of age. "As you can see, I am one of you. The reason I can transform into a titan is that the divine has bestowed upon me the power to do so. With this power, I shall lead you to dominate the entirety of the Dothraki Sea, uniting all Dothraki people, and then we shall conquer Essos, plundering everything, setting ablaze the homes of those clad in iron, violating their women, and seizing their gold." Alan proclaimed loudly to them, and Flock, alongside the surrounding Dothraki, felt a surge of excitement while simultaneously contemplating, if one possesses such power, anything is conceivable. Though Alan understood the origin of his titan strength, he still sought to deceive them with the notion of divine favor. After all, in this world of political intrigue, deities were indeed real. Yet, he deemed it unnecessary to overly concern himself with the potential obstacles posed by the divine, for few were those who could manifest divine authority outside of the resurrected Light King. The other deities seemed to be as good as dead, and the seven were purely fictitious. Thus, the paramount concern was the myriad forms of sorcery, for the enigmatic nature of magic could potentially inflict harm upon him without his knowledge. The immediate priority was to propagate this power through bloodlines. It was known that the method involved seeking out women and procreating abundantly, just as the founding king within the walls could bind his descendants through an oath, even communicating through their bodies, demonstrating that usurpation was entirely feasible. Moreover, like the progenitor Ymir, he was the genesis of strength, capable of commanding those who shared his bloodline. He was a king, not a slave like Ymir, and as the master of this power, no one could wrest the control of coordinates from him against his will. Even entry into the coordinates depended upon his consent. An uncertain alternative was to share his spinal fluid with these Dothraki, for they too hailed from a common genetic lineage. While it was uncertain whether they could transform into titans, sharing his spinal fluid might not yield immediate results for their generation, but perhaps their descendants could eventually attain that capability. In summary, the first step was to discover a method to transmit this power. If his descendants, or those who absorbed his spinal fluid, became numerous, in a certain sense, he would achieve immortality not in the physical sense, but in the essence of his spirit, which could endure eternally.
Chapter 3. The Spoils Flock. Aside from you, how many warriors are there in this khalasar? Please provide an update on the current situation, Alan inquired, addressing Flock before him. In response, Call. This khalasar comprises 35,000 souls, divided into 4 groups, each containing 5,000 warriors. A few days ago, we engaged in battle with another khalasar and suffered some losses. However, we emerged victorious and absorbed many of their fighters, leaving us with a fighting force of 21,500, Flock replied. Upon hearing this, Alan remarked, I was among those who battled you a few days ago. I have been resurrected by divine grace and now wield the power of a giant. Flock, beads of sweat forming on his brow, hastily responded, Call. Do you require me to bring forth those who harmed you previously? Alan waved his hand dismissively and replied, No need. In that encounter, we both met our end. Although I was struck down in the chest, I managed to sever his head before my demise. Please continue. This khalasar has 4 groups. Apart from myself, there are 3 others, Colin, Byron, and Link. Byron was unfortunately killed by the stone you previously cast, thus, only Colin and Link remain. Alan paused, caught off guard by the coincidence of Byron's death, yet he brushed it off. After all, in this era of cold steel, amidst the merciless tribes of the Dothraki, the loss of a few lives is commonplace. The Dothraki are a scourge upon this continent of Essos, notorious for their pillaging and brutality. Alan's existence has been marked by the absence of his father, and his mother perished when he was but a child. The Dothraki are a people who, in their fervor, can easily pair off without knowing their lineage. Many do not even recognize their own parents. Growing up in such an environment, Alan found solace only in the curve of his scimitar and the companionship of his horse. He harbored ambitions of establishing an empire. Despite the Dothraki's vicious nature, their presence was essential in the nascent stages of his vision. He did not perceive their propensity for violence as inherently negative, however, to forge a true empire. He understood that mere savagery would not suffice discipline and law must be instated. Yet, the Dothraki, perpetually wandering the plains, are not easily bound by rules. At that moment, 2 Dothraki warriors squeezed through the entrance and knelt before him, declaring, I am Colin. I am Link. Both possessed sun-kissed skin, dark hair, and amber eyes, the quintessential features of the Dothraki race. Their appearances were unremarkable, for in Dothraki culture, physical beauty pales in comparison to strength. Do either of you have any objections to my ascension as Cole? Alan inquired. None, Cole. We harbor no dissent, they responded in unison. Indeed, I feel the same. Alan replied, finding little surprise in their swift allegiance, for such is the understanding among the Dothraki. Only the mightiest warriors can be recognized as a Cole. And there is no doubt that Aaron's ability to transform into a titan marks him as the strongest. The Dothraki culture venerates strength above all else. Should a day come when someone surpasses Aaron, they would undoubtedly bow before him. The moral compass of the Dothraki is notably low. To speak of loyalty among them is akin to folly. In the series, when Daenerys was brought to the Dothraki sacred grounds and, utilizing her immunity to fire, emerged from the flames after incinerating several cows, the surrounding Dothraki immediately bowed in reverence, dismissing any thoughts of avenging their cow. Release those who were previously captured by another cow and incorporate them into my khalasar. After all, you are all my subjects. Aaron declared to the 3 Dothraki. Although he had crossed over from another world, he had grown up among the khalasar, and he wished for them all to become part of his own. Now, lead me to the tent of Khal Rhaegal. That shall be my encampment from this day forth. And do bring along Rhaegal's blood riders. Yes, Khal, follow me, replied Flock, who took the lead, while Colin and Link seized Rhaegal's blood riders. There were only 2 of them, who had remained silent and kneeling since their capture. Despite the assertion that blood riders were the Khal's blood, they were no different from ordinary men in the face of Titan strength. They had hoped that by surrendering to Aaron, they would be spared, yet they were still taken captive. Let me go, you scoundrel. Curse you, die. One of them shouted in a desperate attempt to escape, hurling his curved dagger. However, with so many around, it was impractical to reach Aaron and slay him. As soon as he threw the dagger, he was swiftly subdued and brought to his knees. Aaron was not surprised by this display. He had anticipated such futile resistance upon announcing his intent to capture the blood riders, as dying struggles were commonplace. Thus, Aaron sidestepped to the left, narrowly avoiding the blade. Flock guided Aaron to Regal's tent, where a fire blazed in the center over a pot. Above it rested a chair draped in wolf pelt, with a bed adorned in black blankets to one side and shelves lined with horse gear and weaponry to the other. In addition to the furnishings, 3 women occupied the tent. Are these the khalasi of Regal? Aaron inquired, pointing to the 3 women. No, they are merely slaves of Regal. He has no khalasi. Flock replied. Each of the 3 women possessed striking beauty, their features delicate and alluring. 2 were young yet voluptuous, while the third, a stunning brunette, stood tall and curvaceous, easily fitting the standards of modern beauty. Come here, brunette. The other 2 may dance, Aaron commanded as he settled into the chair, gesturing for the brunette to join him while the other 2 began to dance. The brunette beauty approached and, with a tug from Alan, settled onto his lap. She stood at least 170 centimeters tall and appeared to be in her 20s, while Alan, at 12 years of age, was merely 160 centimeters tall, requiring him to gaze up at her. What is your name? Alan inquired. I am called Sally, the brunette beauty stammered. From below, Flock remarked, Cow. This woman is a slave captured from a sheepman village we raided 2 months ago. Due to her beauty, Lebo decided to keep her close. She is still not quite proficient in our language. Upon hearing this, Alan was enlightened. The sheepmen referred to as Lazarin were known for their gentle nature. They resided in the southeastern region of Vistodreslak, in a place called Laza. The Dothraki referred to the Lazarin as Hashirachi, or sheepmen, due to their meek demeanor and pastoral lifestyle. However, observing the brunette beauty's height and hair color, Alan felt a moment of confusion, as the Lazarin were typically short and had dark hair akin to that of the Dothraki. He speculated that this brunette beauty might be an Andal who had somehow ended up among the Lazarin. Nonetheless, this was of little concern to him. While he had an appreciation for beauty, he held no interest in love. He was merely drawn to physical allure. Having concluded this train of thought, Alan, after indulging in some playful gestures with Sally, called out towards the entrance of the tent, "Bring those 2 blood oath guards inside." Chapter 4. The coordinate space 2 individuals, bound tightly, were thrust into the tent. Upon entry, they were kicked to their knees by the guards behind them, their mouths gagged with rags, allowing only muffled sounds to escape. The 2 blood oath guards, upon entering, beheld Alan seated in Lebo Cow's chair, cradling Lebo Cow's woman in his arms, while his hands roamed over her form. Though it appeared incongruous for a 12-year-old boy to be holding a woman older than himself to the guards, this scene felt like a dagger to the heart. Alan regarded the 2 captives, his hands continuing their movements while his mind raced with thoughts. He chose not to kill them but instead to utilize them for an experiment. He intended to inject his spinal fluid into their bodies to observe whether he could transform them into pure giants. Once he mastered the technique for creating pure giants, he would command an army that feared nothing, felt no pain, and required no sustenance. Compared to such an army, the Night King's undead horde would seem like mere trifles. No matter how indestructible they appeared, he would crush them into oblivion, rendering them motionless. All of you, exit. Stand 10 meters away from this tent and ensure it is guarded, Alan commanded, halting his actions and instructing Sally, the other 2 women, and Flock to leave. Once they had departed, Alan employed his hardening ability to form a small knife and a dish. He had previously discovered, upon reverting from his transformation, that he could utilize his hardening powers without changing form. Though not as potent as in his transformed state, he could still create hardened objects up to 2 to 3 meters in size and even craft himself a suit of armor. Chapter 4. Coordinate space 2 individuals, bound tightly, were thrust into the tent, immediately forced to kneel by a guard's kick, their mouths gagged with rags, muffling their cries to mere whimpers. Upon entering, the 2 Blood Alliance guards beheld Alan seated in their leader's chair, cradling the woman of their commander, his hands incessantly roaming over her form. Though the sight of a mere 12-year-old boy with a woman older than himself seemed incongruous, to them, it was utterly heart-wrenching. As Alan regarded the 2 captives, his hands remained in motion, yet his mind harbored a different agenda. Rather than slaying them, he intended to conduct experiments, seeking to inject his spinal fluid into their bodies in hopes of transforming them into pure titans. Mastery over the creation of these titans would grant him an army of relentless, pain-immune warriors who required no sustenance. Compared to this formidable force, the Night King's army of whites would appear as mere trifles. No matter how indestructible they seemed, he could easily crush them into oblivion. Everyone, leave this tent and remain at least 10 meters away. Guard it well, Alan commanded, pausing his actions and instructing Sally, along with the other women and flock, to exit. Once they had departed, Alan utilized his hardening ability to fashion a small knife and a bow. He had discovered earlier that he could employ this power without transforming, albeit with diminished strength, allowing him to create hardening constructs of 2 to 3 meters, even fashioning himself a suit of armor. He grasped the knife in his left hand, positioning the blade against his right wrist while placing the bow beneath it. With a swift motion, he sliced through his flesh, deliberately controlling his ability to prevent the wound from healing until the bow was filled with his blood, after which he focused to mend the injury. As he gingerly touched his newly healed wrist, he reflected, were it not for Emer's own desire for death, I doubt anyone could vanquish her. With such regenerative abilities, even decapitation might not be fatal. Of course, no one would willingly test their own regenerative limits by severing their head. Alan then retrieved a gourd-like vessel from a nearby shelf, severing 2/3 of it with the knife, leaving a funnel-shaped apparatus. With the funnel in his right hand and the bowl brimming with his blood in the left, he approached the 2 Blood Alliance guards. Upon seeing Alan advance with a bowl of blood, the guards felt no immediate alarm. After all, it was not uncommon for Dothraki to consume blood and raw flesh. Their curiosity piqued, they wondered what he intended to do with it, dismissing the notion that it could be poisonous. Reaching one of the guards, Alan removed the rat from his mouth and pressed the funnel against his lips, effectively stifling any protest. He then poured the bowl's contents into the guard's mouth. The deep insertion of the funnel left the guard with no choice but to swallow the blood involuntarily. Before long, the entire bowl of blood had been consumed. After all, it was the first experiment, and whether or not it could transform into a pure titan was secondary. The primary concern was to gather sufficient quantity. Once the blood was drained from the member of the Blood Alliance, Aaron forcefully stuffed a rag into his mouth and carried him outside. Flock, clear an area and gather everyone from the entire KOS here, Aaron instructed. Flock nodded and proceeded to clear a 50-meter space while summoning the entire KOS to witness the event. Flock perhaps believed that Aaron intended to publicly execute the member of the Blood Alliance, using the occasion as a warning to others. Aaron approached the unfortunate soul and placed him at the center of the cleared area. Standing at the edge of the space, Aaron cleared his throat. Ahem, ahem, Aaron shouted with all his might. In an instant, a bolt of lightning struck the unfortunate individual, transporting Aaron's consciousness to another realm. In this realm, a beam of green light surged skyward, and the unfortunate soul lay motionless on the sandy ground. Aaron, observing the still figure, pondered. Am I to create a titan body for him in this space? Why did I not need to do so when I transformed myself? He found it perplexing that he could transform without crafting a body, yet felt compelled to do so for another. Regardless of his confusion, he approached the unfortunate soul. Recognizing that for transformation to occur, he must indeed mold a body, he began to shape the surrounding sand into the form of the unfortunate individual, placing the head at the nape of the neck. However, as he molded, he discovered that his lack of skill resulted in a rather abstract representation of the Titan's features. Is this what they call a peculiar breed? Aaron mused, observing the artistic creation before him. With oversized eyes, thick lips, and large ears, it resembled an abstract artwork more than a titan. The figure stood only 5 meters tall. As it was merely an experiment, height was not a necessity, especially when he was alone in this endeavor. Although time was a non-concept in this realm, crafting a titan was undeniably time-consuming. If he wished to create a being of larger scale, like the Colossal Titan, he would need an extensive amount of time. It seemed that the next experiment would focus on whether he could directly manipulate the memories of individuals within this space, transforming them into emotionless machines capable of becoming titans. While it had been confirmed that he could indeed turn others into pure titans, it remained uncertain whether this ability was limited to the Dothraki or applicable to all races, particularly the descendants of Valyria, whose veins coursed with the blood of true dragons. Among them, the elite could even hatch dragons, impervious to flames, like Daenerys Targaryen. The next step requires the recruitment of more individuals from various races for experimentation. Moreover, since the act of consuming his blood can transform those who partake, the subsequent endeavor should involve having all members of Khars drink his blood. This could potentially lead to the development of a system wherein some can transform into titans while others cannot, rather than an indiscriminate metamorphosis. After all, Aaron seeks to dominate those who possess emotions and consciousness, rather than the mindless titans that exist solely to devour. Furthermore, by having the entire populace of Khars consume his blood, in the event of a life-threatening crisis, he could directly command those around him to transform indiscriminately, providing an opportunity to escape. Should any individuals within cards betray him, he could compel them to become titans, utilizing those who pledge allegiance to him as humans, while those unwilling to submit would be transformed into titans to serve his will. Additionally, among the powers of the 9 titans, several are not applicable to Aaron, such as the female titan and the jaw titan, as he harbors no appetite for cannibalism. There exists the potential to explore the possibility of creating intelligent titans through the vision. As for the beast titan, its compatibility is exceedingly rare, and he may reserve it to see if it can assume a bird-like form in the future. The founding titan's ability to access memories of the future holds no significance for Aaron, as he lacks a successor to inherit such foresight. However, splitting it could lead to complications. Regardless, the threat posed by the ability to foresee the future is too significant to allow the vision. The other titan abilities are interdependent and must not be fragmented: the armored titan's endurance, the colossal titan's explosive steam, the Warhammer titan's hardened creation, and above all, the founding titan, are essential and cannot be divided without compromising combat effectiveness. Aaron contemplated that, moving forward, only the female titan and the jaw titan would be feasible for division, while the beast titan would be considered based on specific circumstances. Having concluded his thoughts, Aaron gazed at the titan he had just molded and proceeded towards the radiant column of light at the center. Chapter 5. Establishing authority on the vast expanse of the prairie. A thunderous shout pierced the air as a streak of yellow lightning descended from the heavens, striking a man. In the ensuing explosion, a towering giant, 5 meters tall, materialized before the astonished crowd. With large, expressive eyes and thick lips, this figure, albeit somewhat abstract in appearance and not as imposing as Aaron's 50-meter titan form, still dwarfed those around him. Simultaneously, Aaron returned to reality through the luminous pillar at the center of the spatial coordinates, observing the scene with a satisfied smile. The onlookers, including Flock and his companions, were rendered speechless, witnessing a former comrade transform into a giant before their very eyes. Though this titan was comparatively shorter, there was no denying its monstrous nature. "Hey! Did you see that? That guy just turned into a giant," one exclaimed. "Yes, I saw it," another replied, as the crowd erupted in astonishment at the sudden transformation. Suddenly, Flock snapped back to reality and addressed Aaron. "Cal, what just happened? How did he become a giant?" Aaron offered no response. Instead, he strode to the center of the clearing, where the pure titan knelt before him, its hands clasped in a gesture of reverence. Aaron, unfazed by the display, stepped onto the giant's hands, commanding it to rise. He then elevated its arms above its head, crafting a makeshift podium. Standing atop this platform, Aaron declared, "Because these 2 Blood Alliance warriors attempted to assassinate me, I have punished them by bestowing upon one the power of a titan. The one transformed shall become a mindless beast, driven only by the instinct to consume. As for their dietary preferences," while Aaron spoke, he contemplated the necessity of instigating fear among them. After all, he had coerced them into their assassination attempt. It was imperative to make an example of this individual, especially given their allegiance to the Blood Alliance, which dictated their shared fate with Cal. "Bring forth the remaining Blood Alliance warrior," Aaron commanded. With that, he directed the pure titan to release the first captive and stepped aside. The other Blood Alliance warrior was brought forth by 2 Dothraki warriors, bound to prevent escape. Like a helpless caterpillar, he squirmed as the warriors restrained him. Once secured, Aaron instructed them to depart. "Let the feast commence, my dear," Aaron ordered the 5-meter giant. Upon hearing Aaron's command, the pure titan extended its hand toward the riding Blood Alliance warrior. As the giant's hand drew nearer, the captive's movements intensified in a futile struggle. Ultimately, with a resounding crunch, blood trickled from the titan's lips. The onlookers were gripped by a chilling sense of dread as they bore witness to the gruesome scene before them. Despite being seasoned warriors who had taken countless lives, the sight of a man being devoured by a giant sent shivers down their spines. Yet, for Aaron, who observed this horrifying spectacle, his heart remained undisturbed. He had harnessed the power of the giants to master his emotions. In such dire circumstances, succumbing to fear like the others would reveal his true feelings. Addressing the assembly of warriors before him, Aaron declared with resolute conviction, "Upon my ascension as Kale, I ought to select a few Blood Alliance guards. But I have chosen to forego that tradition. In my eyes, you all are the finest of warriors, and thus, each of you shall be my Blood Alliance guardians. I will consider you as my brothers, and I pledge my heart to lead you in conquering the world. Together, we shall trample upon the plains, ensuring that each of you lives a life replete with meat, wine, and the company of women. You shall adorn yourselves with gold, And I shall bestow the power of the giants upon the most valiant among you, granting you the freedom to run with the might of giants. Offer your hearts. Brave warriors. With courage in battle, a glorious future is within our grasp. In a fervor, the Dothraki warriors raised their curved blades and roared in unison. Flock. Send someone to fetch the wine stored in the camp, along with the large tubs used for bathing. Flock dispatched his men, and soon, they gathered all the wine, pouring it into the 20 large tubs, each towering at around 1.5 meters and measuring approximately 3 meters in diameter. Aaron took a small knife and made a cut on his wrist, letting his blood flow into each tub, instructing Flock to distribute the wine. Upon drinking this wine, my blood shall be with you from this day forth. You are all of my blood. A smile graced Aaron's face as he watched the Dothraki warriors consume the wine infused with his essence. His next ambition was to encourage them to procreate abundantly, to plunder the peoples of other nations, and to bear children. As long as those carrying his blood existed in this world, even in the event of his demise, he could emerge from the coordinate space to reclaim his form. Naturally, he understood the necessity of producing offspring, while these would merely be collateral branches. Direct lineage would be far more advantageous for such endeavors. Next, I must seek out some test subjects to experiment with the transformation into mindless giants. However, that can wait. I shall first investigate the light pillars within the coordinate space. Last time, I was too eager to establish my dominance and failed to observe carefully. I will return to the tent to study it at my leisure, Aaron contemplated as he made his way back to his tent. Upon his return, he discovered the 3 female slaves awaiting him by the bedside. Indifferent to the 2 who were unremarkable in figure, he found himself drawn to Sally, whose alluring form captivated his interest. After all, grandeur is justice. As he contemplated, Aaron embraced Sally, lying down upon the bed, instructing the other 2 female slaves to keep watch outside. Alan commanded the Dothraki outside the tent. When he had attacked the previous day, it was already close to sunset. Following that, they had all consumed blood wine, and he intended to convene today to gather some information. For instance, he wished to ascertain the current location of the Dothraki Sea, whether it lay to the west or the east, and to determine how much sustenance remained in the camp, the number of captured slaves, and the feasibility of reorganizing the entire Colossal. Moreover, he contemplated the possibility of unifying their beliefs. It would be advantageous to confirm the current time, though he suspected it would be improbable, as these Dothraki were a people solely devoted to slaughter, lacking knowledge of anything beyond that. As for the deity to be worshipped, he had devised a narrative, inspired by the legends of titans that existed in this world. He envisioned establishing a monotheistic faith, as he intended to rule not only the Dothraki but also other nations. He had whimsically decided on a name for this god, Jaeger. He would proclaim himself as the divine son, endowed with the power of immortality, and would be known as Alan Jaeger. Despite his aspirations for freedom, his interpretation differed somewhat from Alan's. He believed that true freedom was an illusion. When one achieves freedom, others inevitably suffer the consequences of that liberty, becoming bound once more. This is akin to modern factory owners who attain financial freedom by exploiting their workers, who, in turn, find their own freedom shackled by monetary constraints. While it may be simplistic to define freedom through wealth, it illustrates that to be free, one must exist at a height unattainable by others. Take, for example, the relationship between slaves and their masters. When a slave seeks freedom, it invariably threatens the interests of the master, who has purchased them. Slaves endure beatings and reprimands from their masters, and should they attain freedom, they would likely retaliate, thereby infringing upon the master's freedom. Thus, the world has never known genuine liberty, nor is there a method by which humanity can achieve it universally. To attain true freedom, Alan recognized that he must ascend to the pinnacle of this world, subjugating the liberties of others. This may appear ruthless, yet when all are his subordinates, he alone stands above humanity. To those beneath him, everyone else is rendered equal. If there must be oppression, why not allow it to be singular rather than collective? The tyranny of one is preferable to that of many, for a single oppressor can only wield so much power. To Alan, this was the essence of genuine freedom. To realize such freedom, he vowed to himself to advance relentlessly, to progress without pause until he reached the summit. He would not cease his endeavors. Before long, Alan saw Flock, Colin, and Link approaching, and he led them into the tent. Alan took his seat, while they stood 3 meters before him. "Do you have a map?" he inquired. Chapter 6, Understanding the situation once again. Alan found himself in the coordinate space, and this time, he distinctly noticed something different. The beam of light at the center of the coordinates had branched out into numerous offshoots. Initially, the beam resembled a solitary pillar extending upward. But now it appeared transformed into a grand tree, sprouting many branches. The reason he had not noticed the singular presence during his last visit might be that one of the branches appeared rather inconspicuous, compounded by the fact that he had to leave to ascertain the situation, thus failing to observe thoroughly. However, this time, with tens of thousands of Dothraki having consumed his blood wine, the multitude of branches was unmistakable. As Alan approached the light beam, he recognized it as the central computer of this coordinate space, from which many commands were issued, simultaneously serving as the processing hub for the Dothraki. Upon stepping into the beam, he felt an instant connection, perceiving numerous perspectives of the Dothraki and delving into their thoughts. The distinction he sought to comprehend materialized in that moment. By issuing commands through the corresponding branches linked to those he wished to transform, he could control their metamorphosis. Moreover, the beam possessed a search function, allowing for the identification and control of individuals based on their visual impressions. Should he desire to negotiate with someone, he could directly command the individual to transform into a giant and consume them, though such a method would generally be avoided. Over time, this would lead to a situation where no one would engage with him, rendering him universally reviled. While he did not fear this outcome, it would ultimately result in a desolate world, hence he preferred to exercise restraint. Through an exploration of many memories, Alan discerned that loyalty was a fleeting concept among the Dothraki. They followed whoever exhibited strength. In their eyes, his ability to transform into a giant rendered him invincible. However, should a formidable opponent like Daenerys, riding a colossal dragon, ever best him, the Dothraki would undoubtedly abandon him in an instant, for their nature was to revere the powerful. After studying the light beam further and feeling sufficiently enlightened about the coordinate space, Alan withdrew from it. The following day, Alan awoke to the attentive service of Sally. After indulging in her care for a while, he rose and, shortly thereafter, donned his attire with Sally's assistance before stepping out of the tent. Gather all the warriors. We shall convene a meeting, Alan instructed the Dothraki outside the tent. The previous day, as Alan had initiated the attack, it was already close to sunset. After having them all partake in the blood wine, he intended to hold a meeting today to ascertain several matters. For instance, he wished to know the current location of the Dothraki Sea, whether it lay to the west or east, how much sustenance remained in their camp, the number of captives among them, and whether they could undertake a reorganization of the entire Khalasar. Furthermore, if they could align their beliefs, that would be advantageous. Naturally, confirming the present time would be ideal. But he suspected that was improbable, given that these Dothraki were merely a horde of warriors, oblivious to anything beyond the art of killing. As for the deity of faith, he has meticulously crafted its essence. This world is also rich with legends of titanic giants, and he has plans to establish a monotheistic faith. For he intends to rule not only over the Dothraki, but also over other peoples. The name of this god, chosen with a hint of dark humor, is to be Jaeger, and he will proclaim himself to be the divine offspring endowed with immortal power. His full name shall be Aaron Jaeger. After all, he too is a seeker of freedom, albeit with a perspective that diverges from Aaron's understanding. His interpretation of freedom is that true liberation has never existed in this world. When a person gains freedom, inevitably, there will be others who bear the repercussions of that newfound liberty, becoming unfree in the process. This is akin to modern factory owners, who achieve financial freedom through the exploitation of their workers, while the workers themselves are shackled by their dependence on monetary means. While defining freedom through wealth may seem limited, it nonetheless illustrates that to attain true freedom, one must occupy a position unattainable by others. Consider the dynamic between slaves and their masters. When a slave yearns for freedom, it inevitably encroaches upon the interests of the master, for the slaves are possessions bought with money. Furthermore, slaves often endure punishment and scorn from their masters. When a slave achieves freedom, retribution against the master is likely, which in itself constitutes a deprivation of the master's freedom. Thus, this world has never known genuine freedom, nor is there a viable method for all of humanity to attain it. For Aaron to attain true freedom, he must rise to the pinnacle of this world, thereby stripping others of their liberty. While this may seem cruel, when all of humanity is subservient to him, he stands alone above them. To those beneath him, what difference does it make if there is one oppressor instead of many? The oppression of a single individual is preferable to the tyranny of a multitude. After all, how much can one person oppress? For Aaron, this is the essence of true freedom. To achieve such freedom, he must relentlessly advance, ever onward, until he reaches the summit. He shall not pause for a moment, resolutely forging ahead. Aaron silently vowed to himself. Shortly thereafter, he encountered Flock, Colin, and Link as they approached. Aaron ushered them into the tent. Aaron sat upon a chair while they stood 3 meters before him. Do you possess a map? And what is our current location? He inquired of the trio. We have no map, KO. We have wandered wherever fate led us, taking by force what we encountered, Colin replied. Noticing Aaron's lack of reaction, he continued, as for our location, we currently stand north of the Skazden River. If we follow this river westward, we shall reach the Slave Bay. To the south lies Leslin, from which we recently plundered several months ago, capturing numerous slaves. We are now en route to the Slave Bay to sell those captives. Aaron pondered this information. If you possess confidence in your abilities, step onto the arena. It is designed for warriors eager to challenge 20 opponents. Should you believe in yourselves, go forth. As for other positions, they will be determined by rankings achieved through running and archery. The better your performance, the higher your standing. Upon finishing his words, Alan observed individuals eagerly ascending the platform. One of them, tall and brawny, bore numerous scars from past battles, clearly a seasoned fighter. Let us refer to him as Wei. Despite his imposing appearance, it remains uncertain whether he can truly defeat 20 adversaries. As soon as he stepped forward, another contender joined him. Although not as robust as Wei, this newcomer possessed a lean yet powerful physique, which we shall refer to as. It is not that the author is reluctant to provide names. Rather, only the ultimate victor earns the right to be acknowledged by the elite. Ordinary individuals fade into obscurity, as they exist in a realm separate from those above them, rendering any recognition meaningless. The moment the two met, they eagerly commenced their bout. Wei launched a right hook aimed at his opponent's face, who deftly bent down to evade the strike, countering with a side kick to Wei's rear. Due to the hurried nature of this maneuver, the kick lacked significant force. Yet it caused Wei to stumble precariously, nearly landing face first on the ground. This exchange illustrated the contrast between a highly agile warrior and a strength-based fighter. Chapter 8. The Path to Divinity. Alan observed the clash between the two contenders. Although one displayed immense strength, he lacked agility, while the other was nimble but lacked power. They resembled inferior versions of the formidable Mountain and the Red Viper from future martial trials. The Mountain exuded brute force, while the Red Viper was characterized by agility and finesse. Of course, the Red Viper wielded her spear with remarkable skill, while the individual in this match, limited to unarmed combat, found himself at a disadvantage in terms of strength. Nonetheless, the disparity in power was not insurmountable. For not every fighter possesses the raw might of the Mountain. After a series of exchanges, the agile contender was ultimately seized and thrown off the platform, though not without having inflicted some exhaustion upon his opponent. Alan, witnessing this spectacle, felt doubtful about anyone's ability to consecutively face 20 challengers. He then turned his attention to the competitions of archery and running. In a culture such as the Dothraki, where life is predominantly lived on horseback, archery holds paramount importance. In a previous life, the Mongolian light cavalry triumphed over Western heavy cavalry by employing strategic archery, thereby asserting global dominance. Although heavily armored cavalry boasted a high rate of protection, the weight of their armor hindered their mobility, preventing them from matching the agility of light cavalry. The archery event showcased many impressive talents. It is worth mentioning that the competition involved shooting from horseback, as Dothraki are primarily cavalrymen. There is little utility in competing off their steeds. While shooting from the ground may be more precise, it offers no advantage in this context. Many Dothraki archers demonstrate exceptional accuracy, and as the targets are adjusted further away, it becomes evident that archery, often perceived as a less physically demanding discipline, actually requires significant arm strength. Without sufficient power, one cannot draw the bow effectively, and those with greater strength will excel in this endeavor. However, a proficient bow demands greater effort to wield. Conversely, the number of participants in the running event was fewer, as the Dothraki predominantly ride horses, and running is not a common pursuit. Alan's focus in the running competition primarily assesses an individual's endurance. Chapter 7. Assembling the forces under each bandit leader. 5,000 men shall be organized into units, with every 10 forming a squad led by a squad leader. For every 50, a small team shall be established, headed by a team leader and a deputy. Each 100 shall form a company, under the command of a company leader and a deputy. 500 shall be arranged into a battalion, led by a battalion commander and a deputy. Lastly, 1,000 shall constitute a regiment, commanded by a regimental leader and a deputy. As for you, Cass and Co., in the future, you shall each command a regiment of 5,000 men, with Co. assuming the title of regimental leader. For now, a deputy regimental leader will not be appointed. That shall be determined later, based on merit. Should our numbers increase, you two regiments will amalgamate into a division, though for the time being, we shall remain separate due to our limited numbers. You all are expected to heed my leadership. Regarding the subordinate leaders, I intend to hold a competition across the entirety of KOS to select them. Furthermore, during battles, those who achieve notable feats will be rewarded with promotions. I shall announce the specifics to all of KOS this afternoon, Alan informed the three before him. Although the trio was reluctant to forsake the traditional titles of Dothraki and hesitant to disperse their power, they understood that they could not oppose Alan's orders. After all, the lessons of the past were vividly etched in their minds. The 5-meter-tall giant stood guard outside their tent, seemingly dazed by Alan's command. Yet they had all witnessed the giant's terrifying capacity for destruction. None wished to tempt fate and test their own resilience against such a formidable creature. Looking at the three, Alan instructed, "You may leave for now. Gather everyone in KOS this afternoon." After their departure, Alan spent some time playing with Sally. Following their lunch, he prepared to head towards the previous clearing. Upon exiting the tent, he spotted the 5-meter-tall creature and directed it to approach him. He commanded the giant to crouch, bow its head, and extend its arms, lifting Alan onto its head as he temporarily regarded it as his steed. Upon arriving at the clearing, Alan observed that all capable fighters from KOS had gathered. He guided the giant to the center of the open space and instructed it to run towards the crowd. Suddenly, a flash of yellow lightning struck, and as the radiant light flickered, Alan transformed into his giant form. After extensive research in the coordinate space, he concluded that although he could grow taller, a height of 50 meters was most suitable in the absence of colossal dragons or monsters, as greater size would entail greater energy consumption. The Dothraki cavalry, witnessing the emergence of a 50-meter giant, experienced an awe that surpassed their previous encounters with Alan's colossal form. From this day forth, we shall no longer be known as Colossal. We shall henceforth be referred to as the Titan Empire. I, Aaron, have been bestowed with the colossal power of the legendary deity, the Titan Giant Jaeger, and I stand as the divine emissary. I shall adopt the name Aaron Jaeger, bearing the name of the deity as my surname. I am no longer your cow, but your king, the sovereign of the Titan Empire, and also the Pope of the Church of Giants. In the future, should any among you demonstrate exceptional valor in battle and achieve remarkable feats, I shall grant them the ability to transform into a giant. The Titan Empire shall rise with immense stature, wielding absolute power to trample the world and instill fear through the might of giants. As your leader has likely informed you, I will construct several arenas from which to select powerful warriors for esteemed positions. Among these will be a role akin to that of a commander, previously held by Byron, who has perished. This position shall be bestowed upon the warrior who can consecutively defeat 20 foes in unarmed combat. Moreover, if any of you slay 5 foes in battle, you shall be elevated to the rank of squad leader. 10 will promote you to a higher command, contingent upon your ability to lead your comrades to significant victories. However, the heads claimed must be those of warriors felled in battle. The lives of slaves and civilians shall not be counted. Warriors, let us engage in battle. Roar with fervor and unleash your strength, for I wish to behold the splendor of the warriors of the Titan Empire. Upon concluding his address, Aaron utilized his hardening ability to manifest 2 grand arenas, specifically designed for those capable of vanquishing 20 adversaries. Yet, Aaron did not harbor high hopes of discovering such a warrior. If you possess confidence in your abilities, ascend to the arena, for it is designated for those aspiring to confront 20 foes. As for other ranks, they shall be determined based on achievements in running and archery. The better your performance, the higher your position. As Aaron finished speaking, he observed eager individuals hastening to the arena. One, a towering figure, wore a visage marked by scars, clearly a seasoned warrior. We shall refer to him as a yet. Despite his formidable appearance, the challenge of defeating 20 opponents may prove beyond his reach. Shortly after, another challenger approached the arena. Though not as brawny as the first, he possessed a lean and robust physique, and we shall call him B. The guards atop the walls beheld a figure transforming into a colossal giant, notably towering above the very ramparts themselves, rendering the walls beneath him akin to mere mounds of earth, easily traversable with a single stride. A thunderous roar echoed through the city, followed by the emergence of the giant outside the fortifications, leaving the entire populace in a state of stupefaction as they gazed upon this behemoth. Suddenly, a resounding crash reverberated. and those distanced from the walls witnessed a barrage of debris hurtling towards the city, while those nearer could only observe as a colossal foot obliterated the walls, a shockwave subsequently propelling them far away. Upon witnessing the destruction wrought upon the walls, Aaron harnessed his hardening ability to form a stone sphere and hurled it towards the pinnacle of the city's pyramid. A thunderous impact ensued, creating a gaping hole in the structure. Though the debris flew wildly, it remained standing. Aaron then directed the giant to crouch down, swatting away the remnants of the walls with forceful blows, leaving only crumbled ruins in their wake, before unleashing a mighty roar. The distant cavalry, upon hearing the bellow, surged forward with fervor. Upon entering the city, they indiscriminately felled any who stood in their path, disregarding those who sought refuge within their homes. Their singular focus was to rapidly penetrate the abodes of the slave masters, mercilessly cutting down anyone who dared obstruct their advance. For their king had commanded a swift and thorough plundering. Aaron, maintaining control of the giant form outside the city, occasionally launched stones at areas of fierce resistance. His thoughts were not of fear towards reinforcements, but rather a calculated intent to eliminate any soldiers from Miriam and Astapor. He understood that if the slave bay were to develop in the future, it would be hindered without the deterrent of a military presence. After all, a place constantly besieged could hardly flourish, nor could it amass wealth. The cavalry dispersed, each contingent rushing into the homes of the slave masters. At the onset of this narrative, the city boasted around 200,000 slaves, a number that likely remained unchanged, with an abundance of slave masters among them. Their capture would undoubtedly yield significant wealth. The streets were strewn with corpses, and cries of anguish filled the air. Although Aaron had decreed that civilians were not to be looted, he did not forbid the taking of lives. Those who foolishly ventured into the open would find no mercy from the Dothraki, who had little inclination to seek out those hiding within their homes. However, anyone obstructing the streets would face the swift judgment of their curved blades. As the cavalry rampaged through the abodes of the slave masters, they showed little regard for those slaves who chose to surrender without resistance. Those wielding weapons and daring to fight back were met with ruthless force. Their primary objectives were sustenance, gold, and female bed slaves, though male bed slaves were not entirely absent, given the prevalence of such arrangements in this world. Throughout their plundering, the cavalry remained attentive to Aaron's instructions. Communication was manageable, as the slave masters possessed translators. However, acquiring maps required diligent searching and protection. For paper was not easily preserved, and there was always the looming threat of the giant's wrath. Chapter 8. The Path to Divinity. Alan observed the duel between the two combatants. One possessed formidable strength yet lacked agility, while the other exhibited remarkable nimbleness but fell short in raw power. They resembled a diminished version of the future combatants in the martial trials, akin to the mighty mountain and the agile red viper. The mountain's imposing force was matched only by the red viper's swift dexterity. And although the viper wielded his spear with remarkable finesse, the other combatant, limited to unarmed combat, found himself at a disadvantage in terms of strength. However, the disparity in power was not insurmountable, as not every individual could match the overwhelming might of the mountain. After a fierce exchange, the agile fighter was ultimately outmaneuvered and thrown off the platform by his opponent. Yet, the latter also bore the toll of exertion from their entangled struggle. Witnessing this, Alan doubted the former's ability to endure against 20 adversaries consecutively. He turned his attention to the archery and running competitions. In the nomadic culture of the Dothraki, archery held paramount importance. In a past life, the Mongolian light cavalry had triumphed over the heavily armored knights of Western Europe through the art of archery, thereby asserting their dominance on the world stage. Though heavily armored knights had a higher rate of protection, their encumbrance rendered them less mobile compared to the light cavalry. The archery events were indeed impressive, and it is worth noting that the competition involved shooting from horseback, as the Dothraki were exclusively cavalry. Shooting from the ground would be futile. Many Dothraki archers demonstrated remarkable accuracy, necessitating that the targets be repositioned further away. While archery might seem to belong to a slower-paced category of warfare, it actually demanded significant arm strength. Without sufficient power, one could not draw the bow effectively. Conversely, those with greater arm strength wielded their bows with greater proficiency, though a superior bow required even more strength. The running event, however, drew fewer participants, as the Dothraki were primarily horse riders, and running was not a common pursuit. Alan's interest in the running competition was primarily to assess endurance. As time progressed, various competitions concluded, and many junior officers were appointed, yet the commander position remained unfilled. Only one individual, who had defeated 10 opponents, emerged victorious. Alan decided to appoint him as a vice commander, intending to personally lead the remaining 5,000 troops, whom he envisioned as a guard unit to secure the periphery of his encampment. This vice commander, named Morton, appeared to be in his 20s, the prime of life, yet bore numerous scars indicative of seasoned battle experience. Alan summoned all leaders above the rank of captain to his tent and declared, henceforth, my encampment will be fortified by my 5,000 men, who shall be designated as the Guard Corps. The remaining 15,000 shall be consolidated into a single battalion, under the command of your 3 captains, directly reporting to me. This battalion shall be named the Free Wings Corps. Although our numbers may be few at present, they will surely grow. I have also conceived a banner for you. With that, Alan manifested a design of the Free Wings, followed by an emblem of a unicorn, reminiscent of the Survey Corps and the Garrison Corps among the 3 major battalions. However, despite being granted the banner of the Free Wings, they could not be called the Survey Corps, as they did not reside within the walls and could not be termed as such when engaging in battle. It would be more fitting to refer to them as the Free Wings Cavalry Corps. The Gendarmerie case was indeed intended for the Royal Guard, as the Gendarmerie is also a military force subordinate to the royal family, akin to the Guard itself. Alan bestowed the emblem of the Wings of Freedom upon Flock and the others, instructing them to pass it around for inspection. Next, are we not preparing to head to Slave Bay? The destination remains unchanged, yet our purpose has shifted, Alan remarked, casting a glance at them, and continued, our next course is the depths of Slave Bay, specifically to raid, not to sell slaves. Remember, our goal is to seize, not to kill. I plan to conduct this raid now and return for another later. The items we aim to acquire include primarily food and gold, followed by women. The depths of Slave Bay are precisely where bad slaves are trained. We shall liberate all of them, whether trained or untrained. Keep your subordinates in check. I require swiftness. We will seize what we can and depart immediately. Should anyone delay the operation, I shall not wait for them, leaving them to their own devices. The women we capture will be gathered and distributed by me. If I discover anyone attempting to hoard them, the little giant outside, who is quite hungry, will receive a hearty meal. Upon hearing this, the men instantly steeled themselves, aware that this was no idle jest. The lessons of the past were fresh in their minds, and they could only ponder how best to maintain order among their ranks. Alan's strategy was to exploit this opportunity for plunder, allowing them to continue their development rather than annihilating an entire city. He envisioned unifying the Dothraki and then returning to Slave Bay to conquer and establish a city-state. At the very least, he could conduct another raid. As for those who would build the city-state, their purpose would soon become evident. Of course, once the fortress city was established, he would restore freedom to these slaves. Regarding the women captured, beyond his desire to gather some beauties to bear his children, the remainder would be allocated to the Dothraki. After all, the more they reproduced, the greater his future giant army would be. If one day, all of humanity could transform into giants, he would be akin to a deity, though he remained uncertain how divinity was achieved in this world. From his modern perspective prior to his transmigration, there seemed to be 2 paths to godhood, one through magical prowess, which he currently lacked the means to ascertain and could not predict the current state of magic in the world of Game of Thrones. He contemplated whether he might encounter sorcerers in the future and procure texts on the arcane arts. The second path was through faith. His current endeavors establishing a giant church and encouraging the proliferation of the Dothraki were all aimed at perpetuating faith and his bloodline. Should he discover a method in the future, perhaps he could achieve divinity through belief. Alan was preparing to return to the sacred land of the Dothraki, known as Vistefraki. This sacred site serves as a religious sanctuary for the Dothraki people, where each khal must visit to perform rituals when marrying a khaleesi. Similarly, upon the death of a khal, his khaleesi is returned to this holy ground to spend her remaining days in solitude. Due to its significance, many khalasars make annual pilgrimages to the sacred land, either for weddings or to return the khaleesi of a deceased khal. It is strictly forbidden for any Dothraki to engage in violence within this hallowed ground. However, for Alan, this prohibition held little weight, as his ambition was to unify the Dothraki people, encompassing not only their lives but also their beliefs. His visit to the sacred site would provide an opportunity to absorb other khalasars and fortify his own strength, as well as to instill a belief in a new deity among them. After studying the map, Alan addressed the 4 commanders regarding their casualties. Flock, my unit suffered 50 fatalities and 34 serious injuries. Link, my unit experienced 39 deaths and 28 severe injuries. Colin, my unit recorded 43 deaths and 30 serious injuries. Mordam, my unit, having been the last to charge, recorded no fatalities, but 5 were gravely injured. Upon hearing this, Alan expressed little concern for the deceased, but rather focused on the severely wounded. He contemplated that if any of them were unlikely to survive until dawn, it would be more beneficial to transform them into giants to fight on his behalf. He instructed them, take those who may not see another day to an open area and assemble all the warriors to witness. The 4 commanders acknowledged his orders and promptly departed to make the necessary arrangements. After a moment of tenderness with Lydia and Sally, Alan turned to Lydia and said, from now on, you shall be responsible for teaching me the common tongue of Westeros and Valyrian. Though puzzled by the need to learn these languages, Lydia, having been a slave for many years, refrained from questioning him and simply replied, as you wish, Call. Alan, upon hearing her words, responded, do not refer to me as Call or Lord any longer. The Khalasar elite has established itself as a nation, albeit with only a few tens of thousands at present. In time, when I unify all of the Dothraki, I shall command the armies and bring unity to the continent. Yes, your majesty, Lydia replied, fully aware of the protocols governing slaves and the necessity for caution in her speech to avoid missteps. Alan then addressed her, remember, although you and Sally are my slaves, your status is above that of Flock and the others. You are my property, and without my permission, no one shall harm you. The person before you is Sally. Engage with her often and teach her the Dothraki language, as she is not yet proficient. Lydia and Sally nodded in understanding, and Lydia took it upon herself to reiterate the instructions to Sally, who was still struggling with the language. Chapter 9. The Fall of Yunkai 10 days later. Alan arrived at the foot of Yunkai City, accompanied by his nascent empire. The walls, towers, and stacked pyramids of the city were constructed entirely from yellow bricks, creating the illusion of a golden city from afar. As Alan rode his small giant to the base of the city, the guards, witnessing his solitary approach and the sight of the 5-meter-tall giant, were momentarily taken aback. They glanced at the distant Dothraki cavalry, presuming he had come to negotiate or trade slaves, as the Dothraki were known for raiding villages and selling captives. Hey, you barbarian! What are you here for? And is that a giant? One guard bellowed at him. However, Alan could not comprehend the words spoken, and he chose to ignore the guard. Instead, he bit into his hand, and in an instant, a flash of lightning descended, conjuring a 50-meter giant before the city walls. In previous transformations, he had refrained from utilizing his colossal nuclear explosion due to the presence of allies nearby or the current emphasis on pillaging. After all, there would be little left to seize if everything was destroyed. The guards atop the walls were astounded as they witnessed a man transform into a giant, one towering even above the city walls, rendering them mere mounds of earth at his feet. With a thunderous roar, the giant appeared outside the city, captivating the entire populace in a moment of stunned silence. Suddenly, a deafening boom echoed, and those farther from the walls beheld a torrent of rubble hurtling toward the city, while those closer witnessed the walls being obliterated by a colossal foot. The shockwave surged forth, propelling individuals far from the walls. Upon witnessing the destruction of the city walls, Alan harnessed his hardened abilities to form a stone sphere, launching it toward the highest peak of the pyramid at the city's center. With a resounding crash, the pyramid was struck, creating a gaping hole, though it remained standing amidst the chaos of flying debris. Subsequently, Alan commanded the giant to crouch and swat away the remnants of the walls, leaving behind only broken ruins, before unleashing a mighty roar. The distant cavalry, hearing the call, rallied and charged into the city. Upon entering, they mercilessly dispatched anyone they encountered on the streets, disregarding those hiding within the houses. Their singular focus was to swiftly raid the homes of the slave owners, indiscriminately slaying anyone who obstructed their path. The king had commanded a rapid acquisition of goods, and they were determined to fulfill that order. Alan, now in control of the giant form outside the city, occasionally hurled stones toward areas of fierce resistance. His thoughts were not of fear regarding reinforcements but rather of ensuring that any aid from Milan and Astapor was eradicated. He contemplated the challenges of developing Slave Bay if it remained vulnerable to plunderers. After all, without the deterrence of military might, anyone could raid Slave Bay at will. He pondered the futility of future aspirations for growth if the area was perpetually pillaged, as wealth could not flourish in such conditions. The cavalry spread out, storming the homes of the slave owners. At the onset of this narrative, Yunkai housed approximately 200,000 slaves, a number that likely remained constant. The quantity of slave owners was substantial, and their capture would undoubtedly result in considerable wealth. The city was strewn with corpses, and the air was filled with anguished cries. Although Alan had instructed not to harm civilians, he made no promises against killing. After all, if one were foolish enough to charge forward, there was little that could be done. As long as they remained hidden within their homes, the Dothraki had no desire to seek them out. However, if they dared to venture onto the streets and obstruct the path, the curved blades would show no mercy. As for the slave masters, the cavalry surged into their abodes, engaging in rampant looting. Those slaves willing to surrender without resistance were disregarded, while those who dared to defy with weapons in hand met with swift retribution. Their sole objectives were sustenance and gold, along with the bad slaves predominantly females, though male bad slaves existed as well. Given the prevalence of same-sex relations in the realm of Game of Thrones, during the course of their pillaging, the cavalry remained attentive to Alan's directives. Finding a translator was manageable, as many of the slave masters possessed one, but locating maps required thorough searching and careful preservation. For paper was difficult to safeguard and could easily fall into the hands of giants. When the slave masters witnessed the Dothraki storming into their homes, they questioned them. But the Dothraki paid no heed to their protests, swiftly delivering fatal blows. As the sun descended, the city transformed like a sunset, shifting from its initial grandeur to a state of crumbled ruins. The sound of horns echoed from outside the city as the Dothraki returned, laden with their spoils. Alan relinquished his giant form and returned to the camp, embracing Sally as he began to tally the loot acquired, enough provisions to sustain the entire army for half a year, given the sweltering climate of Essos, where access would be challenging to preserve. 1 million gold dragons, 2,000 female bed slaves, and a number of the slave masters' wives and children. Why is there so little gold? Did you execute the slave masters too hastily, without extracting information about their hidden treasures? Alan inquired of his 4 commanders. My king, we seized all that we could. As for those who concealed their wealth, only a few soft-hearted individuals divulged their secrets. Others were cut down before they could speak, and some resisted to the bitter end, leaving us no choice but to slay them. However, we did uncover the maps and the translator you required. Ah! Bring the translator to me, along with the maps. By the way, did you eliminate those feeble-minded slave masters? Flock replied, No, my king. Shall we bring them in as well? Alan nodded, prompting Flock to exit and summon the translator. When the translator entered, Alan discovered she was a female slave. Appearing around 17 or 18, with flowing black hair and striking beauty, her figure full and promising. Upon seeing this young woman, Alan glanced at Flock, who had followed her in, and noticed Flock winking at him. Moreover, in times devoid of battle, these giants occasionally serve as formidable beasts of burden, far superior to horses. They harness solar energy, consuming merely a beam of sunlight for countless kilometers, making them ideally suited for laborious tasks. In the future, their luminescence will be indispensable for urban development. Of course, if Aaron claims to utilize them for 2 years, then so be it. After all, what will be most abundant in the future is humanity. After 2 years, they shall be ushered into coordinates as dream wanderers, occasionally bestowing dreams upon their relatives and friends to bolster their faith. In reality, dozens of beams of light suddenly illuminated the scene, as 52 giants stood majestically upon the earth. Observing this, Flock and his companions felt a profound sense of relief. The giants were on their side, and they could scarcely fathom anyone capable of contesting with them. Indeed, there exist entities in this world that rival giants, such as gods, dragons, and sorcerers. Yet, the gods remain unseen, and while dragons possess immense power, some stretching to several hundred meters, they are now extinct. Even if they were to resurrect, their numbers would be too scarce to pose a significant threat. Had the once mighty Valyrian freehold still existed, and hundreds of dragons soared through the skies, Aaron would undoubtedly choose to avoid their wrath. After all, the simultaneous extermination of hundreds of dragons would likely require a cataclysm akin to the volcanic eruption that marked the demise of Valyria. Aaron's current endeavors mirror those of ancient Valyria, where the Valyrians began as nomadic tribes, mysteriously acquiring the ability to control and hatch dragons, ultimately dominating the world with their might. At their zenith, they wielded hundreds of dragons, unmatched in their supremacy. Aaron aspires to emulate the ancient Valyrians, seeking to conquer the world through giants. Just as Valyria's peak boasted hundreds of dragons, he too envisions a legion of giants, including colossal giants capable of instilling dread in the world, thus achieving dominion. Gazing at these 15-meter giants, Aaron's heart brimmed with aspirations for the future. Yet, 50 giants were scarcely sufficient. Warriors, he proclaimed, these giants are transformed comrades of ours. In 2 years, they shall journey to the Hall of Heroes, bringing messages from fallen comrades and their loved ones, sharing tales of their existence in the afterlife. He added, "As for the traitor whom I turned into a giant, he shall never reach the Hall of Heroes. He will eternally bear the form of a giant as penance, and should he perish in that form, he will descend to hell to face retribution. Thus, warriors, there is no need for fear or confusion. The divine power shall ever accompany you." Aaron spoke passionately to his warriors. Then, turning his gaze to the giants, he addressed the commanders, "Gather all the seized supplies and consolidate them into carts. These giants will assist in transporting the provisions." Chapter 12, Prophecy. 2 days later, on the journey back to the sacred land, Aaron sat in a cart drawn by a 5-meter giant, accompanied by his women. Chapter 10, Casualties. "Lydia, come here," Alan beckoned, inviting her to sit upon his right leg, embracing both her and Sally in a moment of delightful companionship. At that moment, Flock entered with the slave masters, who, upon crossing the threshold, promptly knelt and uttered a series of unintelligible phrases. Alan exchanged a knowing glance with Lydia, who responded, "Master, this man says that the one named Cal begs for mercy and is willing to answer any inquiries." Alan instructed Lydia, "Tell him to explain the current situation in Westeros. If any significant events have transpired in recent years, and who currently occupies the Iron Throne, along with how many years it has been since the conquest." After hearing this, Lydia began to pose questions to the kneeling slave masters. They, eager to respond, clamored in a cacophony that buzzed in Alan's ears. He interjected, "Quiet down. Let one representative speak." Upon Lydia relaying Alan's request, the slaves exchanged glances and ultimately designated a spokesperson, who began to speak to Lydia. Once he finished, Lydia reported back to Alan, "Master, he states that the current king of the Iron Throne is Robert Baratheon, and regarding significant events, it is said that several years ago, King Balon Greyjoy of the Iron Islands instigated a rebellion, which was quelled by Robert's forces. The current year is AC 295. The AC calendar, also known as the Year of Aegon's Conquest, marks the commencement of the renowned Conquest Wars, which lasted 2 years. This was followed by the First Dornish War. During this period, the High Septon's coronation date for Aegon became a reference point for scholars tracking historical records. Upon absorbing this information, Alan contemplated that they were still 3 years prior to the main narrative, having taken a year to conquer the entirety of Dothraki and another year to establish a city-state. However, the distance from Slaver's Bay to Westeros seemed significant, suggesting that another raid might be feasible in a year or two. As for Daenerys, she was likely just a child of a little over 10 years old. At the beginning of the main narrative, she was in Pentos, and it seemed plausible that in a year, she would still be there, making it an opportune time to make her acquaintance. After all, the value of the Mother of Dragons, who could hatch dragon eggs, was immense. With her in their grasp, they could later gather more dragon eggs and assemble a legion of dragons. The giants, while formidable, were limited to ground combat and somewhat vulnerable in the skies. Moreover, once they possessed dragons, they could easily airdrop wildfire and unruly Dothraki, turning them into explosive projectiles upon command. "Let them go, Flock. Allow these slave masters to return to Yunkai. Do not harm them. We will need their assistance to restore the Yunkai we have taken. Once it has been rebuilt, we shall return for another raid." Lydia nodded in agreement, and after Flock instructed the slave masters to depart, he presented the captured maps to Alan. As Alan examined the maps, he noted their incompleteness. They only depicted the western regions of the Slaver's Bay, omitting the maps of the Bloodlands and the Shadowlands to the east of Athai. Alan prepared to return to the sacred ground of the Dothraki, known as Vistefraki, for it serves as a revered religious site for the Dothraki people. Each Khal must conduct a ceremonial rite at this holy place when he takes a new Khaleesi. And similarly, upon the Khal's demise, his Khaleesi is sent back to the sacred ground to live out her remaining days in solitude. Due to its significance, many Khals annually return to the sacred ground, either to hold weddings or to return the Khaleesi of the previous Khal. Within this sacred domain, all Dothraki are forbidden from wielding weapons. However, this prohibition holds little concern for Alan. For him, unifying the Dothraki encompasses not just the people but their beliefs as well. His visit to the sacred ground presents an opportunity to absorb some of the Khals who come there, thereby augmenting his power, and to instill in them a belief in the new deity. After studying the map, Alan addressed the 4 commanders. "What is the status of our casualties?" Flock replied, 50 of my men perished, with 34 severely wounded." Link stated, 39 of my men fell, with 28 gravely injured." Colin reported, 43 of my men lost their lives, with 30 sustaining serious injuries. Maldown added, "My unit, having been the last to charge, suffered no fatalities, but 5 were seriously hurt. Upon hearing this, Alan exhibited little concern for the fallen. Rather, his focus shifted to the severely injured. If any were not likely to see the next day, he preferred to transform them into giants for the cause. He then instructed, take those who will not survive until tomorrow to an open area, and gather all the warriors to witness. The 4 commanders, acknowledging his command, departed to make the necessary preparations. After a moment of affection towards Lisha and Sally, Alan turned to Lisha and said, from now on, you shall be responsible for teaching me the common tongue of Westeros and the Valyrian language. Though puzzled by the necessity of learning these 2 languages, Lisha, having endured years as a slave, refrained from questioning him and simply replied, as you wish, Call. Alan, hearing her response, remarked, do not refer to me as Call or my lord henceforth. My khalasar has established a nation, although we are but a few tens of thousands now. Once I unify all the Dothraki, I shall command the armies and conquer the continent. Lisha responded, yes, your majesty. Having been trained as a slave by Yonkai for many years, she understood the importance of remaining silent unless spoken to, and to tread carefully with her words to avoid missteps. Alan then addressed Lisha, remember, although you 2 are my slaves, your status is above that of Flock and the others. You are my property, and without my consent, no one shall harm you. This is Sally. I encourage you to engage with her and teach her the Dothraki language, as her grasp of it is still lacking. Both Lisha and Sally nodded in agreement. And realizing Sally's struggles with the language, Lisha repeated the instruction to her once more. To trample upon foreign tribes and reduce them to dust. Who could be more suitable than the giants? When the earth trembles, it truly crushes everything beneath its feet. Thus, in Aaron's eyes, this prophecy speaks of him. Who else could be more fitting? If anyone dares to claim otherwise, let them step forth, and Aaron shall turn them to ash. Chapter 13. The Giant Church. Upon entering the sanctuary of Targaryen, Aaron found a gathering of women, some youthful and others aged, lost in reverie. As he stepped inside, they were roused from their daydreams. An elderly woman addressed him, saying, O Call, what brings you here? Aaron replied, I have come to fulfill the prophecy. Once, it was foretold that the Dothraki people would unite in their holy realm, Boris Dothraki, beneath the mightiest Call ever known. He shall ride the world's finest steed, guiding his people to the ends of the earth, trampling all foreign tribes into dust beneath his feet. And now I have arrived. Endowed with divine power bestowed by the gods, this strength will manifest the future foretold. I urge you to send word to all existing calls beyond. Inform them that their king, the most powerful Call in history, has appeared. He shall await their arrival in the holy city. Should they fail to present themselves within 6 months, he will ride forth on the world as steed and reduce them to dust. The Targaryen women erupted in laughter, unable to fathom how this 12 or 13-year-old boy could utter such grandiose claims. Numerous calls had visited them, and while they were initially intrigued by the boy as youth, they did not doubt him, for the 4 individuals accompanying him clearly regarded him as their leader, and the servants outside had not impeded their entrance, indicating his status as a Call. As Aaron observed their laughter, he too joined in, his mirth resonating throughout the temple, even spilling into the outside world. Their laughter was born from the sight of a mere child jesting and boasting, while Aaron laughed at their ignorance, anticipating their astonishment at the unfolding events. Once his laughter subsided, he addressed his companions, Frog, Colin, Link, and Mouton, escort these Targaryen women to the open ground, so they may witness whether I jest. Aaron's voice grew stronger as he commanded them. Upon hearing his orders, the 4 seized the women, forcibly pulling them from their seats, the floor, and their beds, administering a few blows to those reluctant to rise, until they complied and were led outside. Upon reaching the open space, Aaron clapped his hands, and from afar, over 50 giants approached. The Targaryen women, upon seeing these 15-meter-tall giants, gasped in astonishment. Chapter 11. The Hall of Heroes. After a moment of tenderness with the 2 women, Alan heard the voice of the sentry outside, announcing, Your Majesty, all is prepared for your arrival. Upon hearing this, Alan released the 2 women and addressed them, You shall remain here in peace, waiting for my return this evening to indulge in delightful pleasures. Nodding in agreement, the 2 women watched as Alan stepped outside. Upon exiting, he encountered the station soldiers and the small giant. He instructed the soldier, Keep a vigilant watch over them. Until my return, no one shall enter without my permission. The soldier affirmed his command, and this time, Alan chose not to ride the giant, leaving him behind for protection, as he felt a sense of unease with merely the soldiers present. Instead, he mounted a horse and followed the guiding soldier to their destination. Upon arrival, He beheld Flock and the army assembled behind them. He addressed the warriors, "Today, we have reaped significant rewards. Each valiant warrior present shall receive 2 golden dragons. To those who have fallen, I express my deepest condolences. Their sacrifices shall not be in vain, for they have been escorted to the Hall of Heroes." Though 2 golden dragons may seem a modest sum, in modern terms, it equates to approximately 20,000 coins. Despite Robert's extravagant distribution of several thousand golden dragons to tournament champions, the true purchasing power of the golden dragons is often underestimated, primarily due to Robert's lavish spending habits. Following his demise, the Iron Throne found itself indebted to the Iron Bank for several million golden dragons. Alan continued. "The Hall of Heroes is a sanctuary erected by our Titan deity, Jaeger, in honor of the brave warriors who have perished in battle. Those who meet their end with valor in combat shall be guided by the divine to this hallowed place. Within the hall, you shall enjoy eternal life, an abundance of fine wines, delectable feasts, and the perpetual thrill of battle. However, those who forsake the divine or cling to life through cowardice in the heat of battle shall find the great deity's doors firmly shut against them. Today, the warriors who have fallen in the fray shall ascend to the hall, while those grievously wounded yet surviving will be granted a chance. I have conversed with the divine. Should they transform into giants and wage war for 2 years, spreading the might of their giant strength across the continent, the deities shall welcome them as well. Maltan, bring forth the wounded warriors." Maltan nodded, turning to his subordinates with a wave. 52 severely injured soldiers approached, each bearing the scars of battle. With limbs broken and wounds still oozing blood, Alan stepped forward, addressing them, "Fear not, brave warriors, the divine stand with you. In the Hall of Heroes, your lost arms and legs shall be restored, and your wounds healed. There, you shall revel in eternal joy, indulgent wines, sumptuous feasts, and the exhilaration of battle shall accompany you always. Go forth to the hall and embrace everlasting tranquility. Now is the time to dedicate your remaining moments to the glory of the Empire. The Empire's radiance shall be with you. Offer your hearts to the cause." With that, Alan bowed respectfully, placing his right hand firmly over his heart while his left hand rested behind him. The leaders and warriors, upon witnessing the scene, bowed in unison with Alan, proclaiming, "We offer our hearts, we offer our hearts, we offer our hearts." Naturally, the Hall of Heroes was but a figment of Alan's imagination. However, utilizing the coordinate space, he could indeed construct such a hall, capturing the souls of those who had perished or transformed into giants within this realm. In a world imbued with magic, the significance of souls is undeniable. Should the need arise for sacrificial magic or the harnessing of soul power, these captured souls could be summoned at will. After paying his respects, Alan ventured into the coordinate space, locating the gravely wounded branches within the beam of light, transforming them into giants. Furthermore, by siphoning the memories of the fallen warriors, he altered their recollections, compelling them to mold giants for him. Once their task was complete, Alan would restore their memories and induce a shared lucid dream, one that depicted the fictitious Hall of Heroes, where they would find eternal tranquility. After all, Alan was a man of his word. If he promised to guide them to the hall, he would do so. This time, Alan commanded them to shape giants of 15 meters, as the previous 5-meter giants were merely a preliminary trial. The giants were intended for combat, and during moments of respite, they could serve as beasts of burden, far superior to horses. They possessed solar energy, requiring no fuel beyond sunlight, making them ideal for laborious tasks. In the future, they would also contribute to the construction of cities. Alan assured them that they would be utilized for 2 years, as he would not lack in manpower thereafter. After that period, they would become dream wanderers within the coordinate space, occasionally sending dreams to their loved ones to strengthen their faith. In reality, dozens of beams of light suddenly illuminated the surroundings, as 52 giants stood majestically upon the earth. Observing this spectacle, Flock and the others felt a profound sense of relief. The giants were on their side, and they could scarcely conceive of a foe capable of challenging them. Yet, this world still harbored beings that could rival giants, gods, dragons, and sorcerers. However, gods remained hidden, and while dragons were formidable, some reaching hundreds of meters in length, they had become extinct, and even if they were to be resurrected, their numbers would pose little threat. Had the once mighty Valyria still existed, with hundreds of dragons soaring through the skies, Alan would undoubtedly have taken caution. After all, the simultaneous emergence of hundreds of dragons would be a calamity beyond comparison, much like the volcanic eruption that accompanied Valyria's destruction. Alan's current endeavors mirrored those of ancient Valyria. Initially, the Valyrians were nomadic, unaware of how to command and hatch dragons. Yet, once they acquired such powers, they dominated the world, with hundreds of dragons at their command. Unmatched in their peak, Alan could only separate the female titan, the armored titan, and the beast titan. He was reluctant to part with any other titan powers. These three, when detached, would not diminish his combat strength. The female titan was dispensable, the armored titan was effective solely for its biting ability, and the beast titan symbolized the animal within him. Thus, these three powers were of little consequence to him, and he felt no sorrow in their separation. Although titan powers could be relinquished, a careful selection of successors was imperative. He could not simply bestow all three powers at once, he could only grant one initially. With rarity comes value, each relinquishment would diminish his own resources. Moreover, to ensure that future possessors of titan powers remained at their peak, a lifespan limitation must be established. While Alan could reclaim the powers directly, if he were to take them back without just cause when his subordinates made no errors, it would inevitably lead to a rift in loyalty over time. Additionally, those endowed with titan powers would require Alan to fabricate a titan body for them in the coordinate space for transformation to occur. Only then could they successfully metamorphose in reality. Thus, it would be prudent to impose lifespan limits from the outset and inform them that inheritance would shorten their life. This way, they would be psychologically prepared, understanding it as their own choice. The lifespan limitation also served a practical purpose, ensuring that as bearers of titan powers aged, their stamina would not wane excessively, preventing the powers from becoming obsolete. Consequently, the titan powers must undergo iterations within a specified timeframe to ensure that their bearers maintained their vitality. Alan determined that a lifespan of 15 years would suffice, guaranteeing that even if a chosen successor were to be 30 years old, they would still possess peak stamina upon receiving the titan powers. After much contemplation, Alan decided to bestow this ability upon Marlon. Firstly, Marlon was the vice-captain of the guard regiment, a direct subordinate whom Alan had personally promoted. Secondly, Marlon had previously triumphed over 10 opponents in combat, demonstrating his martial prowess and endurance. Thirdly, being in his 20s, Marlon would still be in his prime 15 years hence, his vitality unlikely to diminish significantly. Considering all factors, Marlon was indeed the most suitable candidate. As for the other three captains, their suitability could be evaluated at a later time when conditions allowed. Addressing the soldier stationed before him, Alan commanded, "Go summon Marlon, I have matters to discuss with him." The soldier saluted Alan before departing to locate Marlon. Alan then turned and entered the tent. Shortly thereafter, Marlon arrived, entering with a military salute, placing his right hand over his heart. Since the establishment of a unified salute, Alan had adopted this gesture as the standard. After Marlon concluded his greeting, Alan rose from his chair. Chapter 12, Prophecy. 2 days hence, on the journey back to the Holy Land, Alan was seated in a cart with his women, drawn by a 5-meter giant. According to Dothraki customs, only eunuchs, the disabled, the elderly, women, and children were permitted to ride in carts. However, Alan sought to defy societal norms, to challenge the impossible, to shatter their entrenched beliefs, and to instill faith in a new deity, guiding their perspectives towards this newfound faith. As for the threats posed by the old gods, Alan regarded only the Lord of Light and the Frost God as worthy of consideration. For it was the Lord of Light who had demonstrated divine power, while the Frost God was associated with the Night King. Alan held no regard for other deities. Gods that could not manifest their powers were of no utility to him, especially during this period of magical decline, when even the Lord of Light likely struggled to exert his divine influence. The giant, though imposing at 5 meters, seemed a mere child compared to the 15-meter titans. Combat did not require his involvement, and Alan, somewhat weary of riding him, decided to have him merely pull the cart. After all, he was not a horse, requiring no fodder or even water, a natural laborer. Inside the cart, Alan was engaged in playful banter with 7 women, aside from Sally and Lydia. The other 5 were the finest tribute women selected by flock from the prisoners of Yunkai. The previous 2 rather ordinary handmaidens held little interest for Alan, who resolved to assign them as night watch and servants for his daily needs, while they presently drove the cart outside. As Alan frolicked with his companions, a soldier's voice called from outside the curtain, announcing their progress. "Your Majesty, we have now exited the influence of Slaver's Bay. The likelihood of pursuit from them is minimal." Alan responded through the curtain, "I understand. You may withdraw." The soldier acknowledged and departed. Alan harbored little concern for the pursuers from Slaver's Bay, but their absence was preferable, as it indicated the preservation of their strength. With reinforcements, Yunkai would likely soon regain its former prosperity. Initially, Alan had retained a number of slavers, believing that their presence could aid in restoring order to Yuan-Kai. Moreover, they had not pillaged everything, and deeper treasures likely remained hidden. Such wealth could expedite Yuan-Kai's recovery. For financial resources breed further wealth, and as a modern man, Alan understood the significance of sustainable development. In truth, retaining the slavers and periodically extracting from them was a more effective strategy, akin to a buffet. For Alan, these slavers served as a veritable ATM. However, Alan did not place undue emphasis on wealth. His strength derived from the power of giants, and for him, strength was the essence. Upon returning to the Holy Land, he aspired to discover whether the priests possessed any extraordinary powers or knowledge of the supernatural. If one could acquire magical power in the Holy Land, it would significantly enhance his subsequent development. The principle that mastery of one magic leads to mastery of all resonates with Alan, who perceives magical power as a form of ethereal energy, intangible and elusive. Moreover, giants can expedite their healing through the sun's rays. With a method to obtain magical power, he could commence research on the sun's influence on giants, exploring the possibility of a synergy between the two forces. This way, even if magical power were to enter another period of decline, it would not greatly affect him. Magic may wane, but the sun remains constant. As Alan contemplated his future plans, he recalled that the resurgence of magical power was imminent. Within the year, he must unify the entirety of the Dothraki, thereby amassing a cavalry force of nearly 200,000. Although these would be light cavalry rather than heavy, such a formidable number of light cavalry cannot be underestimated. While heavy cavalry is undeniably powerful, it comes at a prohibitively high cost. For Alan, who commands giants, the threat posed by heavy cavalry is minimal. The mobility of light cavalry is far more advantageous for pursuing remnants of the enemy and executing flanking maneuvers. Time flew swiftly, as the sun dipped below the horizon. Alan sat in his hastily erected tent, scrutinizing the map. With 2 days of travel and the tireless giants hauling supplies, their march has been remarkably swift, having already reached the lower reaches of the Skazden River. After 3 more days of travel, they would return to their previous position. The Dothraki Sea, depicted on the map, looms large, occupying nearly half of it, its expanse comparable to that of the 7 kingdoms of Westeros. Successfully unifying the Dothraki within the upcoming year presents a formidable challenge. Furthermore, the Dothraki are perpetually on the move. Locating and assimilating them across the vastness of the Dothraki Sea is akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Thus, Alan's journey to the Holy Land is essential. Through the Holy Land, he can send messages to the outlying Khalas and Khals, enticing them to approach, rendering any few who slip through his net inconsequential. For Alan, securing the majority of the Dothraki cavalry is sufficient. As night fell, Alan succumbed to slumber, enveloped in the soft embrace of snow. 20 days later, he finally arrived at the Dothraki's Holy Land, the womb of the world, the mother mountain, Vis Dothrak. Upon entering the city, he ensured that the captains settled the army before leading them to meet the Dashkaleen. The Dashkaleen, a council of the elder women of Vis Dothrak, are the widows of all the deceased Khals, permanent residents of Vis Dothrak. In Dothraki culture, they hold unparalleled honor and status, serving as prophets who predict the future and interpret omens, attended by eunuchs. Long ago, a prophecy was made by the Dashkaleen. One day, the Dothraki would unite in their sacred domain, Vis Dothrak, under the command of the most potent Khal in history, who would ride the world's finest steed and lead his people to the world's end, trampling all foreign races beneath his feet. This prophecy in the future would be interpreted as referring to the children of the Mother of Dragons. However, since the children of the Mother of Dragons have perished, it is evident that they are not the ones foretold in the prophecy. As Mutang awoke, he found himself lying on the ground of a tent, where Alan sat nearby, indulging in wine and meat. Upon noticing Mutang as awakening, Alan remarked, "You're awake, it's already noon, and you have slept for 3 hours. How does it feel to transform into a titan?" Mutang shook his head, still enveloped in a haze of drowsiness, and, with a hint of confusion, inquired, "Where am I? Did I truly transform into a titan? It feels as though I have dreamt a lengthy dream." Observing that Mutang had yet to fully recover from the aftereffects of his inaugural transformation, Alan replied, "This is your tent. I had someone bring you here. It is your first transformation, and you haven't quite mastered it yet. In due time, as you refine your abilities, it will improve. Over the next few days, I shall diligently train you in harnessing your titan power." After a brief pause, Alan sipped his drink and continued. "The titan you transformed into is known as the Titan of O. It possesses formidable leaping ability and speed, with a massive jaw capable of incredible force. No wall or brick can withstand you, and it is rumored that even the fabled Valyrian steel sword might fall to your bite. For the next few days, you are forbidden from transforming into a titan without my command. Only when you have gained full control over this power may you transform at will. For now, rest well." With that, Alan exited the tent. Mutang's tent was not far from Alan's, as he served as the deputy commander of Alan's guard, thereby residing in close proximity to his leader. After Alan left, Mutang, still feeling unsteady, rose to his feet with great effort. Overwhelmed by fatigue, he staggered to the bed and collapsed onto it, drifting off to sleep once more. Upon leaving the tent, Alan, accompanied by several guards, proceeded to Dashacarin. Eager to check on the progress of the women he had dispatched the previous day to complete tasks for other camps. Once at Dashacarin, Alan instructed his guards to wait outside while he entered alone. Chapter 13. The Church of Giants. Upon entering the Temple of Dashacarin, a group of women sat together, seemingly lost in a trance. Among them were both youthful maidens and those who had aged beyond their prime. As soon as they noticed Alan's entrance, they were jolted from their reverie. One elderly woman spoke, inquiring, "What brings you here, Ko?" Alan addressed them, "I have come to fulfill the prophecy. It was foretold by Dashacarin that one day, we, the Dothraki people, would unite in their sacred domain, known as Dothraki, and submit to the mightiest Ko in history. He shall ride the world as steed, leading his people to the edge of the earth, trampling all foreign tribes to dust beneath his feet. And now, I have arrived, endowed with divine power bestowed by the gods, a force that shall manifest the future foretold in the prophecy. I require you to send a message to all existing cows beyond our realm. Inform them that their king, the most powerful Ko to have ever existed, has appeared. He awaits them in the holy city. Should they fail to come to their king within 6 months, he shall ride forth on the world as steed and crush them to dust." The Dashacarin women erupted into laughter, unable to fathom how this mere boy, seemingly 12 or 13 years of age, could utter such grandiose proclamations. Many had come to meet their Ko, and while they found it curious to see such a young figure claiming the title, they held no doubt. For the 4 individuals accompanying him clearly regarded him as their leader, and the servants outside had not hindered their passage. As the laughter filled the temple, Alan joined in, his mirth reflecting their ignorance and the anticipation of their shock upon witnessing the unfolding events. Once the laughter subsided, he addressed his companions, "Flock, Colin, Link, Mutang. Escort these Dashacarin women to the open grounds, so they may witness whether my words are just." With a commanding tone, Alan's directive prompted the 4 to seize the women forcefully from their seats, floors, and beds. Those reluctant to rise were met with a few sharp blows, but compliance soon followed as they were led outside. Upon reaching the open space, Alan clapped his hands, and from the distance, over 50 giants approached. The Dashacarin women gaped in astonishment at the sight of these 15-meter-tall behemoths. In a flash of light, Alan transformed before them into a titan towering at 50 meters. The women, upon beholding this colossal figure, were rendered speechless, for his immense stature eclipsed even the giants before them, radiating an overwhelming sense of power and grandeur. At this moment, Alan spoke, "Do you still believe I jest? I am indeed the one foretold in prophecy." After a moment of astonishment, the elderly woman among the group knelt and declared, "Your Majesty, with such power, there is no doubt you are the one prophesied. We shall issue a summons to gather the cows in the holy city to pledge their allegiance to you." This astute woman referred to Alan as king, having disowned his ambition to unify the Dothraki and establish a nation. Upon hearing her words, Alan replied, having received divine strength, "I have established a church to honor the deity that granted me this power. I am the Pope, and you are summoned to serve as nuns within the giant church, offering prayers to the deity. Should any of you possess unwavering faith and be favored by the divine, you shall ascend to paradise after death, serving the deity and attaining eternal life. In that realm, anything you desire can be yours, even the chance to reunite with those you hold dear, who have departed this world." Observing the women as submission, Alan welcomed them into his newly formed giant church. The Dothraki women were adept at conducting rituals and prophecies, skilled at persuading others to embrace faith. Integrating them into the church would be beneficial in every sense. As for any latent disloyalty, he would employ the blood wine to instill morality, a power yet to be tested in altering memories, leaving uncertainty about whether any among these women might be the first to succumb. Furthermore, when Alan is able to create wise giants, he can unify their beliefs, fortifying their faith, for only those with belief can be fearless. In the future, the blood wine could be disguised as holy water and offered to the people, while the ability to modify genes could potentially yield intriguing functionalities. For instance, should someone face infertility, they could seek blessings from the church for progeny. With Alan using his blood to create blood wine infused with gene-altering capabilities. Or, in the event of injury, he could transfer the giant's rapid healing abilities through coordinates to the wounded, reclaiming it once they recover. Of course, these capabilities would not be bestowed upon just anyone. They would be granted selectively when faith begins to flourish, reinforcing their devotion, and the numbers would be limited. After all, if one is not healed by the deity, it signifies a lack of piety. Once Alan observed the women's submission, he relinquished his giant form and instructed the 15-meter giants to return outside to stand guard. Addressing the kneeling women, he declared, "For the next 6 months, I shall reside in the holy city while we await the arrival of the cows. After 6 months, I will seek retribution against those who fail to come. You are no longer the former Caliphs, but now the nuns of the giant church. Once I unify our people, I shall establish a new nation elsewhere, and this holy city will be abandoned, to be rebuilt anew, for with a changed faith, the sacred ground must also transform." Concluding his address, Alan urged them to hasten in their efforts to summon the cows. At that moment, the sound of a soldier's announcement echoed outside the tent, prompting the dancers to cease their performance. Observing their sudden halt, Alan, slightly inebriated, exclaimed, "Why do you all stop? There is no need to pause. Simply allow the herald to enter, for I can hear him. Come, come, let the music play on, let the dance continue." The dancers reluctantly resumed their movements as the herald entered, yet he refrained from approaching Alan. Instead, after saluting at the entrance, he reported, "Your Majesty, we observed a large contingent of cars approaching from a distance, roughly estimated at around 60,000. Would you prefer to intercept them outside the holy city?" Upon hearing this, Alan's inebriation dissipated instantly. He had awaited the arrival of the cars for 2 months in this holy city, and now they had finally come. He promptly rose from his chair, exclaiming, "Ha! They have finally arrived. I could scarcely endure the wait any longer. Prepare the horses, and call for Mutan. Let the guard accompany me, while Flock remains here." Upon receiving these instructions, the herald promptly exited, and Alan addressed his women, saying, "You shall remain here, do not wander. The small giant will stay to ensure your safety." After assuring the safety of his companions, Alan exited the tent, mounted a horse, and summoned 20 pristine giants using coordinates, setting out with the guard led by Mutan. As Alan rode at the forefront, Mutan followed closely behind. He turned to Mutan and said, "I shall refrain from engaging in combat shortly. It is likely that the giants will be called upon. Be prepared." Mutan, brimming with excitement, replied, "Your Majesty, rest assured. I shall wield this power judiciously and compel the cars to submit to the might of the giants." With a smile, Alan urged his horse forward, spurring it into a gallop. The sudden acceleration prompted Mutan and the soldiers behind to hasten their pace as well. The group, propelled by their swift steeds, soon arrived at the gates of the holy city, where they observed the cars nearing the city as well. Alan called to a herald, instructing, "Go and request an audience with their call. Tell him I wish to discuss the matter of the great call foretold in the prophecy. If he is willing to come, inform him that I shall await him between the 2 armies." Upon receiving the directive, the herald rode off into the distance. Alan's decision to send a herald rather than launch an immediate attack stemmed from the considerable number of cars. Each individual was a potential asset for his future conquests. Losing even one would be a significant setback, and if he could persuade their call to yield without conflict, that would be ideal. The cars, upon noticing someone approaching to seek their call, promptly sought him out to relay the message. Shortly thereafter, someone emerged to escort the herald within. The call, intrigued by the news of a king from the holy city desiring to meet him to discuss the matter of the great call in the prophecy, felt a surge of curiosity. Could this individual truly be the foretold great call, who had already proclaimed himself a king? He too wished to ascertain what merit this man possessed to claim kingship and consider himself the hero of the prophecy. Chapter 14. Bestowal of Giant's Power. On the following day, Aaron awoke from his slumber within the disarrayed confines of his surroundings. After donning his garments, he stepped out of the tent. Upon exiting, he observed the bustling activity of those around him, and he profoundly acknowledged the transformative impact that the power of the giants had bestowed upon him. This was a power he had acquired, distinct from mere rights. The nuance between power and rights is subtle yet profound. While rights are cultivated through the exchange of interests among various individuals, fostering a cooperative environment, power is derived from one's own formidable strength. Unlike rights, which are contingent upon mutual benefit, power stands alone, rooted in one's intrinsic might. Consider the Targaryen dynasty. Once seated upon the Iron Throne, the conqueror, Aegon Targaryen, wielded the might of his 3 dragons to subjugate the continent, with the Targaryens reigning supreme in Westeros through their dragons. However, the loss of these dragons marked a precipitous decline for the Targaryen lineage. Although they continued to occupy the Iron Throne through political maneuvering, without their dragons, the Targaryens were akin to a tiger stripped of its fangs. The influence of dragons upon the Targaryen dynasty was monumental. In an era devoid of aircraft or missiles, where deities remained hidden, flying dragons symbolized unparalleled power. Had the Targaryens retained their dragons, even a rebellion led by Robert Baratheon would have posed little threat. The largest dragons could reach lengths of up to 200 meters, rendering later inventions such as the scorpion crossbow ineffective against them. Such weaponry could only intimidate the younger dragons, and Daenerys, in her eagerness, would have been wiser to allow her dragons more time to mature before asserting her dominance. Aeron stood on the steps outside his tent, contemplating his findings from the previous night. Through meticulous study of the coordinates, he had successfully devised a method to enable others to transform into intelligent giants, albeit with the caveat that he must separate a portion of his own giant power to do so. He could only afford to part with the powers of the female giant, the armored giant, and the beast giant, as relinquishing any other forms of giant power would be too great a sacrifice. These 3 powers were dispensable to him. The female giant was optional. The armored giant was primarily effective in combat, and the beast giant represented the animalistic essence of his spirit. While Aeron could separate the giant powers, he had to select the recipients judiciously, and it was impractical to bestow all 3 at once. The principle of scarcity dictated that each gift diminished its value. Moreover, to ensure that the future bearers of giant power remained in peak condition, he deemed it necessary to impose a lifespan limit. Although Aeron could reclaim the powers directly, consistently withdrawing them from subordinates without just cause would ultimately erode their loyalty. Furthermore, for those granted the power of giants to undergo transformation, Aeron would need to fabricate a giant's corporeal form for them within the coordinate space, which would then be transmitted to the physical realm, allowing the individuals to successfully metamorphose. It is thus preferable to establish a lifespan limitation from the onset and inform them that inheriting this power will shorten their lives. In doing so, they would be mentally prepared, making it a choice of their own volition. The imposition of a lifespan is also intended to ensure that those endowed with the might of giants, as they age, will not suffer from diminished stamina, thereby preventing the complete obsolescence of their giant power. Consequently, this power must undergo a timely iteration, ensuring that its bearer remains physically capable throughout its duration. Alan has determined this lifespan to be 15 years, which guarantees that even if an individual is 30 years old upon receiving the giant power, they will still be at their physical peak. After much contemplation, Alan decided to bestow this ability upon Maltan. Firstly, Maltan serves as the vice captain of the guard, making him a direct subordinate whom Alan himself has promoted. Secondly, Maltan has previously triumphed over 10 opponents in combat, demonstrating his formidable strength and stamina. Thirdly, being in his 20s, Maltan will still be at the pinnacle of his physical prowess after 15 years, ensuring a minimal decline. Taking all factors into account, Maltan is the most suitable candidate. The other 3 captains may be considered at a later time when conditions permit. Addressing the soldier standing guard before him, Alan instructed, "Go summon Maltan. I have matters to discuss with him." The soldier saluted Alan before setting off to find Maltan. Alan turned and entered the tent, and shortly thereafter, Maltan arrived. Upon entering, he saluted, placing his right hand over his heart. Since the implementation of a unified salute, Alan had adopted this gesture as standard. After Maltan completed his salute, Alan rose from his chair. "Maltan, you are the only individual to have achieved 10 consecutive victories in the martial arts tournament held by the Empire. I have great admiration for your valor. And now is the time for you to offer your heart to the Empire." Although Maltan felt perplexed, he responded outwardly, "It is my duty to offer my heart for your majesty and the Empire." Pleased with Maltan's demeanor, Alan continued, "I shall now grant you the power of the giants." Maltan's expression shifted slightly. He feared he would be transformed into a mindless giant. Noticing his reaction, Alan reassured him, "Fear not. You will not become one of those thoughtless titans. Instead, you will possess the freedom to transform into a giant, much like myself, albeit in a diluted form, with a maximum height of just over 10 meters. Upon hearing this, Maltan's countenance shifted from surprise to unbridled joy. Although it may be a weakened version, and the transformation would only reach a height of just over 10 meters. For Mao Tan, this was more than sufficient. Such stature would undoubtedly allow him to command the battlefield. The fugitive, glancing at the giant's approaching fingers with mounting trepidation, sprinted away with all his might. Alas, the disparity in height proved insurmountable. He was swiftly pinned to the ground by the giant, Marden, whose fingers pressed down with increasing force. Despite his desperate struggles and anguished cries, the outcome was merely a mass of flesh left on the ground. Surveying his newfound strength, Marden let out a thunderous roar before charging towards the opposing forces. The soldiers across the way, witnessing the giant's advance, frantically loosed arrows in his direction. In response, Marden raised his hands to shield his face, propelling himself forward with renewed vigor. Relying on the regenerative capabilities bestowed by his transformation, he charged through the hail of arrows, which embedded themselves in his body, yet caused him no pain. His giant form healed rapidly, rendering the assault ineffective. As Marden reached the front lines of the enemy, he unleashed a claw upon the soldiers before him, sending dust and dismembered limbs flying through the air. Amidst the chaos, he proclaimed, "Lay down your weapons. Those who surrender shall not be harmed." Faced with a creature that could not be killed and whose wounds healed almost instantaneously, the Dothraki soldiers succumbed to despair and dropped their arms. With no recourse against such an indomitable being, they knelt in submission after witnessing the slaughter of their comrades. Upon seeing their capitulation, Marden ceased his rampage but did not revert from his giant form, instead continuing to intimidate the surrendered soldiers. By the time the Imperial forces arrived to take control, the defeated Dothraki knelt quietly, weapons raised in surrender, for they understood that strength dictated allegiance. From a distance, Aaron observed this turn of events. With matters now falling into place, he returned to his tent, knowing that he would need to elevate the ranks of several individuals after accommodating many new recruits. That evening, he summoned the 4 division leaders to his side. Addressing Marden, Aaron inquired, "You were responsible for detaining the surrendered soldiers today. How many in total do we have, and how many are capable of fighting?" Marden replied, "Your Majesty, we have a total of 70,000, but many are slaves. Among the Dothraki, there are 50,000, excluding the elderly, infirm, and children, around 40. Ling are fit for combat." He refrained from mentioning women, as Dothraki women are inherently fierce warriors, capable in battle. It could be said that only the very young and the elderly among the Dothraki refrain from combat. Aaron, considering Marden's report, responded, "Bestow the women as rewards to our soldiers. As for the men, keep them for future construction needs. For now, providing them with a daily meal will suffice." A person who is overly satiated tends to ruminate excessively. When hunger prevails, their thoughts narrow to mere sustenance without the luxury of idle concerns. As a man of modern sensibilities, Aaron understood well that a full stomach often leads to unnecessary complications. There is a saying that goes, "When one is overfed, they seek trouble." Chapter 15. The Titan of the Jaw. In the open space outside the tent, Marden stood at the center, flanked by 2 colossal titans. He glanced at the nearby pure titans, recalling Alan's prior warnings about the potential loss of consciousness during the initial transformation, which could lead to a frenzied rampage. It was crucial to allow the transformed titan to exhaust its strength before regaining control. The 2 pure titans were positioned alongside him to prevent any uncontrollable outburst. With a small knife, Marden made an incision on his palm, fervently focusing on the transformation into a titan. Suddenly, a flash of yellow lightning struck, and a luminous yellow orb flickered briefly. Meanwhile, as Marden transformed, Alan entered the coordinate space, meticulously crafting a titan's body for him and subsequently transferring it through the coordinates. As the smoke dissipated, a colossal figure crouched on all fours, revealing itself. This titan stood 12 meters tall, adorned with a mask, boasting an immense jaw with extraordinary biting force. The Titan of the Jaw possessed a bite strong enough to shatter the protective crystal of the Warhammer Titan, earning it the playful moniker of Battle Opener. According to the manga's lore, previous Jaw Titans were typically shorter, averaging 5 to 7 meters in height, making them the most agile among the 9 Titans. Marden's 12-meter stature was a special request from Alan. A height of 5 to 7 meters would offer little assistance against future threats, such as dragons or even wights, as it would be deemed too diminutive. However, a height that was excessively tall would compromise the agility of the Jaw Titan. Thus, Alan opted to double Marden's height, preserving the Titan's swiftness while slightly increasing its stature to enhance its damage potential. Observing the Jaw Titan before him, Marden raged uncontrollably, indicating that his rampage was indeed unavoidable. Alan instructed the 2 nearby Titans to approach, each wielding a large restraint, toppling the Jaw Titan to the ground. The two pure Titans then restrained the Titan, pinning it down. Alan watched the spectacle of the Jaw Titan thrashing and roaring, attempting to rise in defiance, only to be subdued again by the two Titans, evoking a sense of absurdity. As Marden's stamina waned, the Jaw Titan ceased its frenzy and reverted to human form. Alan signaled for the two pure Titans to step back. Watching as Marden emerged from the nape of the Titan, his expression one of bewilderment, before he succumbed to slumber. 6 months later, Alan had spent half a year in the Holy City, during which he awaited several batches of cards. Following Mordu's method, he successfully acquired a number of Dothraki warriors. Now, his empire boasted a military force of 150,000, with his personal guard comprising 50,000. Flock and his companions maintained their ranks, yet each division now commanded 30,000 troops, with an increase in the number of captains and regimental leaders. The remaining 10,000 were designated for logistical support, tasked with safeguarding the slaves and provisions in the rear. As 6 months had elapsed, Alan prepared to evacuate the entire populace of the Holy City. With his 150,000 soldiers, it was time to revise his previous strategies. The cards yet to arrive would be allowed to develop further in this land of the Dothraki. His intention was to journey to Pentos, aiming to seize control of several dragon eggs, while simultaneously seeking out Daenerys Targaryen to conquer cities and establish a nation. Before heading to Pentos, Alan planned to conduct a thorough cleansing of the entire Slaver's Bay, reaping a substantial fortune. This time, unlike before, his aim was complete devastation. The construction of various facilities for the future empire would necessitate wealth, which could not be acquired slowly through mere earnings. After all, his Dothraki followers possessed little skill beyond the art of war. During this raid, he hoped to uncover any dragon eggs rumored to exist on the continent, as aerial power would be invaluable for his future aspirations of wielding colossal destructive force. Gathering his troops, Alan transformed into a giant and passionately declared, "We have grown significantly over the past 6 months, and now is the time for us to march forth. A moment to fulfill my promises. I once thought that each of you would live a life filled with meat, wine, and companionship, adorned with gold. Now, the time has come to realize that promise. Our target is Slaver's Bay, let it fall beneath our hoofs. In every corner visible to your eyes, let us annihilate everything. Slaying those clad in iron, dismantling their stone houses, seizing their gold, and taking their women. Offer your hearts, soldiers, the great God Jaeger stands with you. For the Hall of Heroes. For the Hall of Heroes, offer your hearts." Alan proclaimed to his soldiers, who raised their weapons in fervent response, chanting, "Offer your hearts. Offer your hearts." Chapter 19. Mere after a month of arduous travel, Alan and his army arrived at Slaver's Bay. His first target was Myr, followed by Yunkai, and finally Astapor, after which they would sail to Pentos. Myr lay at the northernmost coast of Slaver's Bay, near the estuary of the Skahazdan River. Perched upon a sandy promontory, like its sister city-states, Yunkai and Astapor, Myr was constructed of bricks, but its bricks were multicolored rather than the simple yellow or red. With formidable defenses, the city boasted high, thick walls in excellent repair, with defensive towers at each corner and bronze harpy heads that could pour boiling oil upon intruders. The northern wall followed the river bank, with the river flowing through the city, while the western wall was built alongside the bay. The city adds sewer system LED to the Skahazdan River. It featured wide streets and a grand red amphitheater. Upon entering, the women of the Dothraki, led by an elderly matron, observed Alan's arrival. The old woman spoke, "Your Majesty, we have dispatched messengers as you instructed to inform the Colossal. However, it may take over a month for them to receive the message and arrive." She glanced at Alan, hesitating before continuing, "Your Majesty, those Colossal have yet to witness your formidable power, so the number of Colossal willing to pay their respects may be limited. I urge you to prepare accordingly." Alan, upon hearing this, waved his hand dismissively. "I am already prepared for this. I have been waiting here for half a year to see how many Colossal would come forth, either out of willingness or curiosity. After this period, I shall march to the Dothraki Sea to seek them out. Of course, the leaders among them must perish." He then inquired, "What is your name, and how long have you resided in the Holy City?" The old woman replied, "Your Majesty, I have been in this Holy City for 50 years. My husband passed away when I was very young, and since then, I have been sent here as part of the Khaleesi lineage. My name is Amber." Alan understood that these women were once Khaleesi. sent here after the death of their husbands, the khalasar. They essentially became the priestesses of this holy city, organizing activities as required. By accepting these women as sisters of the Church of Giants, he deemed it a pragmatic use of their abilities, merely requiring them to convert to a different faith. Their existing knowledge of rituals would suffice for the purpose of persuasion. Turning to Amber, Alan proclaimed, "From this day forth, you shall be nuns of the Church of Giants. As nuns, you are forbidden from marrying and must remain chaste, dedicating everything to the deity. This role is fitting for you. Amber, you shall be the head nun, leading them in their conversion to our great Titan deity, Yater." Amber, upon hearing this, could only respond, "Your Majesty, I shall faithfully execute your commands." Alan continued, "For now, maintain this status. Once I have unified Dothraki and seized a city-state to establish a kingdom, I will provide you with the scriptures of the church, and you shall develop the faith according to the tenets therein." Amber nodded in agreement, and Alan, satisfied with her response, departed. For him, the women had no choice. No one willingly embraces death, especially not for a deity that remains unresponsive. Chapter 16, Transition 3 days later, after rigorous training with Aaron, Ma'aldan had become adept at harnessing the power of the Titans. Not only had he overcome the barrier of losing rationality upon transformation, but Aaron had also guided him in mastering the abilities of the Jaw Titan through a combination of combat and training with two pure Titans. They meticulously explored ways to maximize the Titan's agility and biting force, ultimately discovering a method that suited Ma'aldan best. However, it was essential to validate his training through genuine combat experience. The commotion caused by Ma'aldan's daily transformations had not gone unnoticed. Aaron, intentionally disseminating the news of Ma'aldan being endowed with Titan powers, ensured that the entire empire was aware of Ma'aldan's newfound abilities, which were perceived as a divine blessing. Consequently, a fervent atmosphere enveloped the empire, with many yearning to fight or to gain favor with the king and be granted Titan powers. Even Flock and his companions had secretly approached Aaron, seeking the Titan strength for themselves. Aaron, however, responded with the admonition that only those under the watchful gaze of the divine could be graced with such blessings. To earn this divine attention, one must demonstrate unwavering faith, exhibit valor in battle, and maintain steadfast belief. Essentially, one must possess a conviction profound enough to impress the divine, and exhibit courage and determination in every conflict. For only then would the divine turn their gaze upon you. Through sincere prayers and reverence, one could be granted the power of the Titans. This implied that to attain such power, one must possess a genuine and devout faith in the great deities. As for those who had not been chosen to become Titans, it was simply a matter of insufficient piety to move the divine. At this moment, Aaron observed Ma'aldan skillfully controlling the Jaw Titan in combat against 3 pure Titans. Indeed, after 3 days of intensive training, Aaron had introduced an additional Titan into Ma'aldan's regimen, though Ma'aldan often endured severe beatings during these encounters. Such experiences accelerated his mastery of the abilities. Aaron was quite pleased with Ma'aldan's progress. He envisioned Ma'aldan showcasing his powers in public, sparing himself from frequent transformations that could diminish his prestige. Many of Ma'aldan's transformations had been merely for display, lacking substantial significance beyond slaying a few adversaries. Furthermore, Ma'aldan's transformations served as a beacon of inspiration to others, conveying the message that with dedication, one could earn the favor of the divine and acquire Titan powers. Among the Dothraki, nothing held greater importance than strength. Ma'aldan's ascension to Titan power could effectively ignite their ambitions. Once a person possesses desire, they unleash boundless motivation. Although Aaron had previously claimed that the divine would bestow power upon warriors who captured their attention, most remained skeptical. However, Ma'aldan's journey illuminated the possibility of transformation into a Titan, albeit a slim hope. Yet, even the slightest glimmer of hope is still hope, tangible and not mere illusion. Such hope, though diminutive, offered a sense of direction, contrasting starkly with Aaron's previous grandiose promises that lacked substance. From this moment forth, it is believed that the Dothraki warriors will fight with even greater fervor, solely to earn the favor of the divine and be bestowed with the strength of giants. For Aaron, this is a matter that bears no disadvantages, only advantages. 2 months later, Aaron sat upon a chair, listening to music while observing the dance of the women below. He held Lydia and Sally close, his hands wandering. At that moment, a soldier's announcement echoed from outside the tent, prompting the dancers to cease their movements. Upon witnessing their halt, a slightly intoxicated Aaron remarked, "Why have you all stopped? There is no need to pause. Let the messenger enter. I can hear him. Come, continue the music and the dance. Reluctantly, the dancers resumed their performance as the messenger entered, yet he did not approach Aaron. Instead, upon reaching the entrance, he saluted and declared, "Your Majesty. We have sighted a considerable force of approximately 60,000 approaching from the distance at the gates of the holy city. Shall we intercept them before they enter?" Upon hearing this, Aaron's inebriation dissipated, for he had awaited the arrival of the Carls at this holy city for 2 months. He immediately rose from his seat. "Oh, they have finally arrived." I was beginning to lose patience. "Prepare the horses and summon Marden. Let the guard accompany me, while Flock remains here." The messenger promptly exited, and Aaron addressed the women, saying, "Stay here and do not wander. Little Giant shall remain to ensure your safety." After giving his instructions, Aaron exited the tent, mounted a horse, and summoned 20 pure titans by their coordinates, leading Marden and the guard as they departed. Aaron rode at the forefront, with Marden following closely behind. He turned to Marden, stating, "I shall refrain from engaging in battle shortly. It is likely that the armored titan will make an appearance. Be prepared." Marden, filled with excitement, replied, "Your Majesty, rest assured. I will wield this power effectively, compelling the Carls to submit before the might of the giants." Aaron smiled at Marden's enthusiasm and urged his horse forward, causing it to gallop swiftly. Marden and the soldiers, witnessing their king's sudden acceleration, quickened their pace as well. In their swift advance, they soon reached the gates of the holy city, observing that the Carls were nearly upon them. Aaron instructed a messenger, "Go forth and request to meet their Carl. Inform him that I wish to discuss the prophesied great Carl with him. If he is amenable, tell him I shall await him between our 2 armies." Upon receiving this command, the messenger rode off towards the distance. Aaron chose to send the messenger rather than launching a direct assault, recognizing the considerable number of Carls. Each one was a potential asset in his future conquests. Losing even a single individual would be a significant blow. If he could subdue their Carl directly, it would be most advantageous. As the Carl spotted the messenger approaching to meet their Carl, they proceeded to inform him, and shortly thereafter, someone emerged to escort the messenger inside. Alan stood aboard the vessel, gazing down at the carnage unfolding in the harbor, his heart untouched by the tumult of emotions. The cities of Slave Bay were founded upon the blood and sweat of the enslaved. The destruction of these cities would ultimately serve the greater good of the world. In the future, it would become increasingly difficult for slaves to find places to dispose of their ill-gotten gains. Although the slaves who followed him initially bore the label of servitude, he would eventually grant them their freedom. Otherwise, having grown accustomed to their bondage, they would remain lost without a master to guide them. Under his mentorship, he would gradually steer them towards a new existence, transforming them into laborers. Alan, hailing from a modern era, did not harbor a profound aversion to slavery. The human experience is inherently rife with exploitation, even in a civilized society. The shadows of oppression linger. His aim was merely to mitigate these burdens as much as possible. When one individual holds dominion as a master, the world is rife with exploitation and oppression. However, should there be but a single master, while such injustices persist, their impact would be significantly lessened. The root cause lies in the human tendency to compare. The vanity among masters breeds competition: who dresses better, who reaps greater financial rewards from the labor of their slaves, who enjoys superior sustenance. This cycle of comparison leads to a more shameless oppression of their slaves, as they seek to satisfy their own egos with ever greater profits. In the modern factories, countless workers toil for meager wages, barely enough to subsist. A single illness renders their earnings utterly futile, no matter how hard they labor. It merely fuels the opulence of their employers. Yet, in a world governed by a solitary master, all are beneath him, devoid of comparisons to be made. For he possesses all that the world has to offer. The only downside to having a singular master is the overwhelming population that he cannot manage effectively. In the empire that Alan intends to construct, there would be no need for private factories or large enterprises. All industries would be nationalized, establishing a uniform wage standard for workers worldwide, while ensuring that no one would engage in corruption. He would centralize the allocation of all resources and order. The means to accomplish this lay firmly in his grasp: the coordinates. By controlling these coordinates, he would oversee the global populace, implementing surveillance to monitor the movements of those in power, thus preventing any abuse of authority and striving to provide freedom and convenience to all. Yet, Alan was acutely aware that absolute freedom is an illusion. From his lofty perch, he experienced liberation, yet he remained bound by the empire he would establish. Others dwelled at the base of the mountain. he endeavored to grant them freedom, even as they remained tethered to him. For him, standing atop the peak and surveying those below, all were equal. Conversely, for those at the mountain's foot, their gaze was fixed solely upon Alan. The laws of the future empire would bind everyone but him. Regardless of one's position, any transgression would render all equal before the law. In this world, all would be his dominion. Chapter 17. The might of the Colossal. Alan sat astride his horse, positioned between the two armies, awaiting the approach of Cal from the opposing side. He observed as Cal, accompanied by several guards, rode forward until he was a mere 10 meters away. Upon seeing Alan, who appeared to be merely 12 or 13 years of age, Cal chuckled and remarked, "Hey, little brat, don't he tell me you are the so-called king? How utterly ludicrous. Why don't you demonstrate the formidable power you're said to possess?" "Ha ha ha!" Following his taunt, he erupted into laughter, joined by his entourage, who shared in the mockery. Initially, Cal had approached with a desire to witness the prowess foretold in prophecies, but he was taken aback to find a mere child before him, unable to fathom that such a youth could wield any significant strength. "You lot, do you realize that you are in the presence of Maldan?" began. His voice filled with indignation at their derision towards Alan, but he was swiftly interrupted by a wave of Alan's hand. Alan regarded the laughter emanating from the opposing ranks and addressed them. "While your demeanor suggests otherwise, I must still inquire, are you willing to submit to my command? As for the nature of my power, do you see that over there?" He gestured towards the rear of his army, where the pure Titans were advancing. Cal followed Alan's, his gaze landing on the distant Titans, and felt a wave of confusion wash over him, for he had never encountered beings of such towering stature. From the sheer size of the giants, he could surmise the extent of their strength, although a flicker of anxiety surfaced within him. The confidence instilled by the tens of thousands of soldiers at his back bolstered his resolve. After all, these Titans, unlike Alan's transformation into a giant, did not possess armor or weaponry, and to Cal's mind, they appeared as mere targets. Of course, the crux of their misunderstanding lay in their ignorance of the Titans' formidable regenerative abilities. Even if struck, as long as their nape remained unscathed, they would quickly recover. In essence, they had yet to grasp the true terror of the giants. Thus, Cal, with an obstinate bravado, declared, "These giants may seem fearsome, but to us Dothraki, they are nothing more than living targets. If you believe that your giants confer you with strength, perhaps you should return home to nurse from your mother, little brat." Alan observed their underestimation of the giants, recognizing that they likely considered these towering figures as mere flesh and blood, susceptible to arrows and easily dispatched. Alas! If they were indeed facing the native giants of the Game of Thrones universe, they might have had a chance to outmaneuver them. Yet now, they were confronted with a legion of Titans devoid of thought, impervious to injury, and capable of rapid recovery, a truly formidable force. Alan was not surprised by their reaction. Initially, he had hoped to persuade them to join his cause. However, on another note, luring this carol here would allow him to execute a decisive strike, minimizing the damage to the carls, for they would be his subjects thereafter. Alan observed them, emboldened by their legion of over 10,000 Dothraki warriors, seemingly indifferent to the threat posed by the giants, and they did not believe Alan possessed the capability to annihilate them. After all, each carol was among the most formidable warriors of their carls. After a fleeting glance at them, Alan turned to Maldan and said, "I leave the next steps to you. Maldan, do not disappoint me. I shall position myself behind you." With that, Alan mounted his horse, preparing to return to his forces. The carol, mistaking his retreat for fear, taunted him, "Is the little brat going home to find his mother for milk?" "Ha ha ha!" Their laughter echoed, joined by the blood-bound warriors accompanying him. Upon hearing their derision directed at Alan, Maldan drew a small dagger, pressing it into his palm while declaring, "Rest assured, you shall soon learn the terror of the giants. Go forth into death, bearing your fear." With that, Maldan slashed his palm, and in an instant, a bolt of lightning struck, illuminating the area with a blinding yellow radiance. When the light dissipated, a giant, adorned with a mask and menacing claws, stood before them. The carol, witnessing a man transform into a giant before his very eyes, was instantly overcome with panic, for they were perilously close to this behemoth. As Maldan assumed his giant form, he regarded the humans below as a deity might observe ants. With a powerful strike of his palm, he crashed the carol and several others into the ground, blood splattering in all directions, leaving only a mire in their wake. The fortunate ones, thrown back by the force of the impact, sustained severe injuries from their fall but, disregarding their wounds, limped away, albeit slowly, towards their own carls. Mao Dan gazed at the blood staining his giant hand and, having just taken lives, he grasped the true might of the giant power. Before him, human life appeared as ephemeral as fireworks, fleeting and fragile. Never before had he felt such a profound awareness of life's vulnerability, nor the swiftness with which he could extinguish another's existence. His eyes fell upon a limping figure in the distance, who was exerting every ounce of strength to escape. Yet, Mao Dan closed the distance in mere strides. The sight of the fleeing man reminded him of his childhood, when he would delight in crushing ants beneath his fingers. In his transformed state, this man seemed no more significant than an ant. He extended his finger, yearning to relive the innocent joys of his youth. Alan summoned Muden and instructed him to gather all the women among the captives aged between 15 and 40 years this evening. He decreed that no one was to touch them without his command, allowing them only to cleanse themselves of the grime that had accumulated on their bodies. Early the next morning, he intended to select his consort. Once all his orders were conveyed, Alan reclined against the back of the bed, beckoning his women to come forth. As they responded, some began to knit his legs, while others diligently served him food. Immersed in this indescribable experience, Alan reveled in the fruits of his training over the past 6 months. With a mere gesture, these women would seamlessly assume their designated roles, which rotated daily today. It was Sally attending to meals, and tomorrow, it would be Lydia taking her place, while Sally would knit his legs. Observing the scene before him, Alan mused. In this moment, I find joy, oblivious to past lives. Chapter 22, Selection. Unbeknownst to him, time slipped away swiftly, and another night had passed. Alan awoke from his slumber, feeling as though the night had flown by in the blink of an eye. After indulging in tender moments with the women, he dressed and rose from bed, preparing for the selection of his consort and the establishment of his troop. While having breakfast, he summoned Muden to inquire about the preparations for the selection. Your Majesty, Muden reported, among the captives we captured at the slave bay, there are 60,000 women aged between 15 and 40. After excluding those with darker skin and those deemed unattractive, we are left with over 10,000. Upon hearing this, Alan instructed, bring all 10,000 to my tent, and have them don garments that accentuate their figures, for I wish to personally assess them. Once Alan had given his command, he allowed Muden to execute it while he continued his breakfast. After finishing his meal, Muden returned, having completed the necessary preparations. He entered and saluted, saying, Your Majesty, the women are assembled and ready for your selection. Nodding in acknowledgement, Alan exited the tent, with Muden promptly following. Upon emerging, he found over 10,000 eligible women gathered before his tent, all with their hands bound by ropes. This measure was taken to prevent any attempts to ambush Alan and to ensure safety. Although Alan was unafraid of injury, being immortal, any potential threat to the king must be eliminated. He was the embodiment of divinity and a son of the gods. An injury to him would be a challenge to the authority of the entire empire. Alan instructed Muden, prepare a tent for me to conduct the inspection, and have these women line up so that they may approach me one by one. Muden promptly complied, arranging for a nearby tent to be cleared and creating 2 entrances, one for entry and the other for exit. Shortly thereafter, the tent was ready, and he entered with Lydia while instructing Muden to organize the queue outside, ensuring order and preventing any untoward actions. Chapter 18. Half a year. Mao Dan charged to the front lines of the enemy army, unleashing a devastating claw strike that sent dust swirling and severed limbs scattering through the air. As he continued his onslaught, he proclaimed, Lay down your weapons. Those who surrender shall not be harmed. The Dothraki soldiers, upon hearing this, relinquished their arms, for facing a creature that could not be slain, no matter how fiercely one fought, was a source of despair for any man. Confronted by such an insurmountable behemoth, the Dothraki found themselves utterly helpless. After witnessing the death of their comrades, they could do not but kneel in submission. Observing their capitulation, Mao Dan ceased his slaughter. Yet he did not revert to his human form. Instead, he remained in his giant state, instilling fear in the surrendered soldiers. By the time the imperial forces arrived to take control, the subdued Dothraki were quietly kneeling on the ground, weapons raised in surrender. After all, being Dothraki, they would follow the strongest among them. From a distance, Alan watched this scene unfold. Once everything was back on course, he returned to his tent. With the influx of new recruits, it was only fitting to promote several individuals. Later that evening, Alan summoned the 4 major commanders. Turning to Mao Dan, he inquired, You were in charge of accommodating the surrender today. How many are there in total, and how many are capable of combat? Mao Dan replied, Your Majesty, there are a total of 70,000, though many are slaves. Among the Dothraki, there are 50,000, after excluding the elderly, infirm, and children, approximately 40. Ling are fit for battle. He did not mention the women, as Dothraki women were known for their fierce warrior spirit, capable of combat. It could be said that the only Dothraki who did not fight were the young and the aged. For all others would take up arms once they reached a certain age. Upon hearing this, Alan responded, "Reward the women to our soldiers. As for the men, let them remain for now. They can assist in construction when the time comes. For the moment, providing them with a single meal each day will suffice." People, when overly satiated, tend to overthink. When hunger gnaws at them, their focus shifts solely to survival. As a modern man, Alan understood that when one is too well fed, they often seek trouble. As the saying goes, a full stomach leads to mischief. Keeping them hungry would ensure their compliance. Of course, once the empire stabilized and infrastructure was established, he would grant these individuals their freedom. However, for now, liberation was not an option. Even if Alan released them, without food or weapons, they would soon fall prey to other khalasar while adrift in the Dothraki Sea. It was far better for them to remain under his care. Though they may not be fully fed, at least they would not perish. Upon hearing the report from Maudan, Alan addressed the 4 commanders, stating, "Now that our numbers have increased, it is no longer feasible to maintain your previous ranks. Maudan, you shall first integrate 20,000 into my guard, totaling 25,000. The remaining 30,000 will be commanded by Flock, Colin, and Link, each leading 10,000. You will henceforth serve as division commanders, each overseeing 15,000 soldiers. Once you ascend, the commanders will be appointed from your subordinate captains, and every officer below will be promoted 1 rank accordingly." The 4, upon receiving Alan's directives, were enveloped in astonishment. They understood that with Alan's Titan powers, the empire would inevitably flourish, yet their joy at this moment was palpable, filling them with anticipation for the days to come. Furthermore, after witnessing Maudan's transformation into a Titan, Flock and the others developed an even greater yearning for Titan strength, aspiring to one day be bestowed with such power. After bowing respectfully to Alan, they heard him say, "Next, the reorganization is entrusted to you. Complete the task within 2 days." Once they exited, Alan reclined on his bed, attended by the women beside him. As he lay there, he reflected on his satisfaction with Maudan's recent performance. However, he dismissed the Titan power he had given to Maudan the Titan of the Jaw as inconsequential, noting that the other Titans offered little more, with only the Beast Titan and the Female Titan remaining. Thus, aside from himself, there would only be 3 Titan powers available. And he questioned whether the limitations of the Female Titan could extend to men, otherwise, it would solely benefit women. Beyond Titan powers, he contemplated the possibility of studying the Ackerman lineage, as the origin of male Ackermans was vaguely described in the manga, merely alluding to genetic alterations, leaving the source of their strength shrouded in uncertainty. To him, the Ackerman seemed akin to unlocking the brain's protective instincts, reminiscent of genetic logs in novels he had read, albeit in a considerably weakened form. He decided that future research would focus on the brain, aiming to uncover its secrets. Though he recognized that such studies would require meticulous care, given that the brain is the most enigmatic organ of the human body. Alan's interest in the Ackerman bloodline was primarily for his own enhancement, as before his transformation into a Titan. He was merely an ordinary human and needed some degree of power to rely upon. After contemplating these matters, he engaged in physical exercise and subsequently fell asleep. Half a year later, having spent 6 months in the Holy City, Alan awaited several more batches of khalasar. After Maudan replicated the process, they successfully acquired several groups of Dothraki warriors. Now, his empire boasted a combat-ready force of 150,000, with his guard consisting of 50,000. Flock and the others maintained their positions, yet each division now commanded 30,000 troops, resulting in an increase in the number of captains and commanders. The final 10,000 were assigned to logistical duties, tasked with safeguarding the slaves and provisions in the rear. With 6 months elapsed, Alan prepared to evacuate the entirety of the Holy City. With an army of 150,000 at his disposal, it was time to revise his strategy, allowing those khalasar yet to arrive to cultivate their strength in the fertile lands of the Dothraki Sea. At the sound of a command, the cavalry launched an assault on Yuan-Tai. The guards stationed on the walls, overseeing the construction, noticed a vast number of troops approaching from the distance, including giants. They hastily sounded the horn to summon all defenders. After urging those engaged in construction to evacuate quickly, the guards organized a counterattack upon sighting the cavalry and giants, unleashing a rain of arrows upon the enemy. The unblemished giants, braving the hail of arrows, advanced toward the city walls, crashing forcefully against them. Although the impact caused the walls to tremble violently, the fortifications had been reinforced following a previous assault, allowing them to withstand the onslaught. However, the giants merely served as a diversionary shield, allowing the cavalry to reach the walls, with some riders even losing arrows from their mounts. Meanwhile, Modron approached the city gate and transformed into the Osage giant, using its sharp claws to claw at the gate. Yet, the gate's thickness proved formidable. Although he managed to dislodge some debris, the gate remained resolutely intact. Undeterred, Modron resorted to striking the gate with the mask adorning his transformed head. Ultimately, despite experiencing a dizzying recoil from the impact, he succeeded in breaking through the gate. Upon witnessing the gate splinter open, Modron attempted to slip through the opening. However, just beyond the threshold lay a battalion of 300 troops preparing for a counteroffensive. The narrow and elongated corridor of the gate proved disadvantageous. As Modron poked his head through the breach, he was unexpectedly pierced in the eye by a volley of thrown spears. Blinded and momentarily disoriented, he had not anticipated the defenders' overwhelming prowess, which swiftly compromised his vision. Instinctively, he reached out in a desperate attempt to grasp something. However, the corridor was too constricted for his giant form, leaving him barely able to enter. With no space to extend his arms, he retreated, leaning against the wall to remove the spear lodged in his eye, seeking a place to recuperate. The formidable force that had inflicted such injury upon Modron was comprised of the unblemished. Following the breach of Yunkai by Aaron, the surviving slave masters had procured a significant number of unblemished from Astapor. While they posed little threat to Aaron, in the confines of the narrow environment, they could indeed threaten the towering giants. Furthermore, having acquired this contingent of unblemished, the slave masters hoped that should another siege occur, provided they did not encounter someone as formidable as Aaron, they could potentially assist in their escape. At the very least, they could buy time for retreat. Yet, these slave masters had not anticipated that within merely 6 months, this band of ruthless marauders would return. Consequently, they could only muster a small force of unblemished from various households, forming a battalion of 300. Should the gate be breached, the discipline of these unblemished, well-versed in using shield formations and spears, could afford them a brief respite, enabling their escape. Chapter 19. Meereen. After a month of arduous travel, Alan arrived at Slaver's Bay with his formidable army. His initial objective was Meereen, followed by Yunkai, and ultimately Astapor, after which he planned to sail to Pentos. Meereen is situated on the northern shore of Slaver's Bay, near the mouth of the Strategizing River, positioned upon a sandy promontory. Like its sister city-states, Yunkai and Astapor, Meereen is constructed of bricks, though its bricks are multicolored rather than the simplistic yellow or red. The city boasts formidable defenses, with tall and thick walls that are well maintained, and defensive towers at every corner, adorned with bronze gargoyle heads capable of showering boiling oil upon adversaries. The northern walls extend along the river bank, while the western walls are built along the bay. The city's drainage system leads to the Strategizing River. It features broad streets and a red Colosseum. The wealthiest citizens of Meereen reside atop smaller pyramids, of which there are approximately 20 scattered throughout the city. However, this remarkably fortified city is destined for destruction in the forthcoming conflict, as Alan aims to seize all the gold, grain, and beautiful women from Slaver's Bay. Yet, being in proximity to the port, any disturbances would likely prompt the slave masters to flee via the waterways, presenting a significant challenge for Alan and his forces. As he lacks ships to intercept them, the only viable strategy is to swiftly breach the city, seize control of the port. For the transfer of wealth to the ships would require time. If he acts quickly, not only can he secure the port in a timely manner, but he can also commandeer the vessels within it. Upon sighting the walls of Meereen, Alan surveyed the situation and addressed Mouton. Once we breach the city, you shall let 30,000 of the guard directly to the port. Speed is of the essence. You may employ the power of the giants, but strive to preserve the ships unless they are already loaded and attempting to escape, in which case, sink them. I will ensure that those giants accompany us to the port and secure all vital routes. Alan took 30,000 of the guard with him, leaving 20,000 and 10,000 logistics personnel to safeguard supplies and the encampment. Mouton nodded and proceeded to mobilize the troops. He then instructed Flock and the others, have your subordinates, after the city falls, led by their respective commanders, proceed to the pyramids and eliminate all the slave masters. The beautiful women may be spared, but all others are to be executed. The three men returned to their forces to relay their king's commands. Once Alan confirmed that all preparations were in place, he was shielded by a giant, allowing over 50 pure giants to charge towards Meereen, with Alan following closely behind. The defenders atop the walls of Meereen, upon witnessing the giants' advance, frantically drew their bows and loosed arrows, but alas, the barrage was ineffectual against the giants, who crashed into the city walls. The base of the walls erupted in a cloud of debris, and the soldiers stationed above were jolted by the impact. As Alan approached the city gates, a brilliant flash of light erupted, and he transformed into a 50-meter giant, delivering a powerful kick that sent the gates flying. In the distance, the Dothraki cavalry, witnessing the breach, erupted into chaotic shouts as they galloped towards the scene. Some of the mindless giants, having regained their composure, began to ascend the city walls, while those closer to the breach squeezed through the opening. After kicking down the gates, Alan surged towards the harbor, moving in a straight line without veering off course. In his wake, buildings were crashed underfoot, their debris scattering in all directions. Some fortunate souls, having narrowly escaped being trampled, emerged from the rubble to find that, although not as towering as the initial giant, a multitude of other giants followed in pursuit. These giants exhibited varied running styles, yet all displayed remarkable speed. Some leaped like spiders, crushing those who had just crawled from the debris, while others bounded forward, snapping at the fleeing humans. The city was engulfed in smoke, filled with cries of despair, and the remnants of shattered homes littered the ground. Amidst the chaos, a few brave individuals dared to resist, seizing the moment to strike at the tendons of the giants' feet with their blades, causing them to topple. As the giants fell, some individuals lunged forward with knives or guns, attempting to pierce their flesh. However, unaware that the nape of the giants' necks was their true vulnerability, the attackers watched in despair as the giants, seemingly wounded and spewing blood, quickly recuperated. Those who had dared to resist felt a mix of hopelessness and anger, their fervor waning as they continued their futile assault. At that moment, the Dothraki cavalry surged in like a tide, brandishing their weapons at those who dared to defy the giants. Despite their courage, it proved futile. Not only were they threatened by the giants, but the relentless Dothraki swarmed like ants. Amidst this turmoil, Molten led his retinue along the path carved by Alan's rampage, instructing his subordinates to slow their pace. "Stay back. I shall transform into a giant," he declared, leaping from his horse and biting into his palm, transforming into a colossal being, and sprinting towards Alan while clearing the debris with his claws. Meanwhile, Flock and his group charged towards the main thoroughfare before splitting off under the guidance of their respective commanders, heading towards the pyramids. Alan, continuing his reckless advance, reached the harbor, where he noticed ships hastily setting sail, abandoning their cargo in the chaos. He conjured a massive stone sphere and hurled it towards the vessels, while nearby, some Irish soldiers, overwhelmed by the giant's menacing presence, dropped their weapons and fled in terror. Some individuals hurled spears directly at Aaron. Although these assailants possessed considerable strength, their efforts were utterly futile against him, as their weapons appeared diminutive in his towering presence. The spears, which seemed lengthy in their hands, resembled mere toothpicks to his giant form. Furthermore, clad in formidable armor, Aaron was impervious to their attacks. Their spears were akin to axe striking rock, failing to breach his defenses. After dealing with the fleeing vessels, Aaron felt no urgency, for the periphery of the port had been obstructed by the wreckage of damaged ships, trapping those vessels that had not yet escaped. Aaron then turned his gaze towards the soldiers of Meereen, and upon spotting those who dared to resist, he decisively stomped forward. The fleeing soldiers happened to encounter Mutang and the cavalry that followed closely behind him. Mutang, upon seeing the soldiers, unleashed a devastating strike, sending severed limbs and shattered bodies scattering in every direction. Meanwhile, the cavalry raised their blades, mercilessly targeting the heads of the retreating Meereen soldiers. Chapter 20. The fall of Elend. Upon witnessing the arrival of Mutang and the cavalry, Alan raised his blade towards the remaining soldiers. After confirming that the situation at the port was under control, he shifted his gaze towards the pyramids. Within these structures resided the slave masters, and upon seeing the Dothraki riders storming into the city, the slave owners would undoubtedly rush towards the port, clutching whatever possessions they could carry. After all, the port was their sole escape route, and outside the city gates, Alan had stationed 30,000 troops to guard the area. Even if they managed to flee, their speed in transporting goods across the plains would be no match for the horsemen skilled in riding like the Dothraki. Should they abandon their supplies, it would only serve Alan's purpose. Ultimately, he sought wealth. The lives of these individuals were of no consequence. Without their provisions, they would lack the means to start anew in this place, and survival would become their greatest luxury. Thus, the port was of paramount importance. As long as the ships sailed far enough and were sufficiently dispersed, it would not be easy for Alan to pursue them. After commanding Motown and the guard to clear the port, Alan found a seaworthy vessel and relinquished his transformation into a giant. With the situation stabilizing, there was no longer a need for his colossal form. His forces had already infiltrated various parts of Yilin, plundering valuables and provisions. If he were to hurl a stone, he would not strike his own men. Moreover, having returned to his human form, the absence of the colossal titan would undoubtedly draw the slave masters towards the port, making the act of waiting for them all the more enticing. As for Motown and the mindless giants, they simply lay down or crouched, ensuring they remained unseen from a distance. As time progressed, the city became engulfed in smoke and cries of anguish. Meanwhile, some slave masters had already noticed the absence of the colossal titan at the port, and they, accompanied by the mindless ones and enslaved soldiers, rushed towards the area, laden with their possessions. Upon approaching, they discovered that although the colossal titan was gone, the mindless giants still posed a significant threat, their 50-meter stature enough to instill fear. Most importantly, there were still numerous defenders present. With danger looming from both the front and the back, escape seemed impossible. They had no choice but to charge forward, hoping against hope that luck would favor them and allow them to reach a ship. Upon reaching the forefront of the port, the slave masters exchanged glances. Some commanded their slaves to charge ahead, while others knelt in supplication, praying for their lives. However, Motown and his men, lying in wait, would show no mercy. Alan had explicitly instructed that the slave masters were to be slain, while the remaining slaves and civilians were to be taken away for future use in constructing various facilities, with promises of freedom to come. From his vantage point aboard the ship, Alan observed the carnage unfolding at the port, his heart unperturbed. The cities of Slave Bay were built upon the sweat and blood of the enslaved. The destruction of these cities would ultimately benefit the world. In the future, it would be far more challenging for slaves to find places to dispose of stolen goods. Although the slaves of Slave Bay initially followed him as mere captives, he would eventually grant them their freedom. Without a master, these slaves, accustomed to servitude, would find themselves at a loss regarding their purpose. Under his guidance, he would gradually lead them toward a new existence, transforming them into workers. From the perspective of modernity, Alan viewed slavery with a certain ambivalence, recognizing that exploitation is an intrinsic aspect of human relationships. Even in our supposedly civilized society, exploitation and oppression abound. His only recourse is to mitigate these injustices as much as possible. When a mere one of the population are masters, the world is rife with exploitation and oppression. Conversely, if there exists only one master, while exploitation remains, its impact is significantly diminished. The root cause lies in the comparative vanity between individuals, particularly among masters. The relentless competition over appearances, who dresses better, who earns more from their labor, who enjoys superior sustenance, results in increasingly shameless oppression and exploitation of their slaves, driven by a desire to satisfy their own vanity. In modern factories, countless workers toil for meager wages barely sufficient for survival. A single illness renders their earnings utterly useless, and their relentless labor merely enriches their employers' opulent lifestyles. However, if there were only one master, all would exist beneath him, devoid of comparisons. For he would possess everything the world has to offer. The sole drawback of having a singular master is the overwhelming population, which he cannot manage alone. In the empire that Alan envisions, there will be no private factories or large enterprises. All such entities will be nationalized. He intends to standardize the wages of all workers globally and monitor to prevent corruption. All resources and order will be centrally coordinated by him. The power to accomplish this lies firmly in his grasp, the coordinates that enable him to oversee and regulate the entire populace, ensuring that no one exploits their authority for personal gain, while striving to afford freedom and convenience to all. Yet, Alan is acutely aware that absolute freedom is an illusion. While he stands atop the mountain, reveling in his liberty, he remains bound by the empire. Those at the mountain's base, although granted as much freedom as possible, are also constrained by his rule. From his elevated vantage point, he perceives all individuals at the base as equals. Conversely, for those below, their gaze is directed solely toward Alan, for the laws of the future empire will bind everyone but him. Regardless of their status, anyone who transgresses will be treated equally before the law. All within this world shall belong to him, while he surveys everything from his lofty perch, maintaining a distant control over the entire empire. As dusk approaches, the city of Millen is enveloped in the golden glow of the setting sun, its rays intertwining with the flickering flames of the city. Thus, Alan requires her presence daily, not merely for translation, as her administrative capabilities are commendable. Furthermore, apart from her, even Sally is no longer frequently by Alan's side. Instead, like other women, she rotates shifts. Each day, Alan finds it sufficient to have 5 women accompanying her, while the remainder congregates elsewhere. Naturally, during moments of idleness, Alan indulges in their company for singing, dancing, and music. Reminiscent of her previous life when she would often scroll through social media, admiring beauty and listening to melodies. Inviting them over is akin to the experience of those platforms, where each individual dons different attire to perform, accompanied by musicians. After a performance, with a mere wave of her hand, the next participant is summoned, mirroring the act of swiping through social media. This represents Alan's ancient version of such platforms, albeit limited to the display of graceful dancers, as scenic short videos are beyond reach in this era. While Alan relishes a massage service, she observes the dancers, occasionally growing weary and signaling for the next performer, gradually succumbing to slumber. Upon noticing Alan's sleep, Lydia gestures for the women to depart, and she, alongside the women resting upon Alan, drifts into sleep as well. The following day, a soldier's voice calls from outside, announcing that Flock has come to pay his respects. Among the Dothraki, there are several female warriors, and Alan promptly assigns a few to guard the camp. Understanding that Flock has made a decision, Alan, after careful contemplation, has also devised a notion for Flock's giant power. Alan calls out to the entrance of the tent, instructing, "Let him in." Upon hearing this, the soldiers lower their weapons and allow Flock entry. Upon entering, Flock first bows respectfully and addresses Alan, stating, "Your Majesty, I have made my decision, regardless of the cost. I shall accept the power of the giants to better serve the Empire." Alan remains silent, instead taking a dining knife to slice her wrist, allowing her blood to flow into a bowl, which she then presents before him, saying, "Remember, this is the honor bestowed upon you by the giant god. You shall become a warrior for the divine, and the gates of Valhalla shall always be open to you." The giant power Alan intends to grant Flock is that of the female giant, a concept derived from Ymir, while the male giant power would be derived from Alan herself. Upon transformation, Alan retains masculine features, concealed beneath armor. In contrast, Flock, upon his transformation, will lack armor, rendering his form visible, necessitating a more aesthetically pleasing name for this giant. Most are named after animals or armor, yet this one is simply referred to as male, which lacks elegance. After pondering, Alan decides to name him the Roaring Giant, for this giant possesses the ability to partially harden its form and summon surrounding mindless giants through its roar, albeit only summoning them without the means to control them. Chapter 21. Nuclear explosion. The moon hung in the sky as the city reverberated with cries of battle and lamentation. As time progressed, all the slave masters within the city were eradicated, their homes ransacked and families extinguished. Numerous Dothraki cavalrymen swiftly seized control of the slaves, hauling the possessions of these masters away from the city in carts. Ultimately, the remaining inhabitants were forcibly evacuated, leaving only Arryn behind in the now desolate city. The once bustling Meereen had become a ghost town, with its residents and soldiers retreating to their encampments. Arryn, seizing the opportunity presented by this vacant metropolis, prepared to test the might of the colossal nuclear explosion. After an extended period of time in this place, he finally found a suitable venue to demonstrate its power. Ascending to the pinnacle of the highest pyramid, Arryn was accompanied by a flicker of yellow lightning. Outside the city, the troops first heard the distant rumble of an explosion. The ground shook violently beneath them, followed by an intense flash of light that illuminated the night as if it were day. In the distance, a breathtaking mushroom cloud began to rise. Boom! The earth trembled violently, and seismic waves caused even the small hills beyond the city to begin collapsing. The ferocity of the nuclear explosion was terrifying. The pyramid of Meereen was among the first to succumb, and in an instant, the entire city was obliterated. Under the towering mushroom cloud, even the soldiers and captives outside felt an inexplicable sense of dread. Many horses and cattle were startled, braying and trembling in fear. Fortunately, the cavalry was there to soothe them, or else these animals would have undoubtedly run amok in panic. Those who had been captured from Meereen watched in horror as their city vanished, taking in the desolate ruins and the imposing figure of the colossal giant in the distance, akin to a scene from a hellish nightmare. In that moment, they deeply comprehended the terror wrought by the giant. The fear it instilled would haunt them throughout their lives, potentially extending to future generations. This realization would undoubtedly ease Arryn's dominion over them, No rational individual would dare provoke such a titan, thus providing a solid foundation for his future reign. Witnessing this spectacle, they might even undergo a transformation in faith, for to them, this power was nothing short of divine. At that moment, Aaron's upper body appeared at the nape of the giant, gazing at the entirety of Meereen engulfed in a sea of charred rock and lava. Murmuring to himself, Berthold, Armin, is this the spectacle you envisioned? The destructive force unleashed was truly deserving of its title as the god of destruction associated with the Colossal Titan. The exhilaration it brought was simply overwhelming. Thus, the city-states that had endured for a millennium on the continent of Essos met its end. After annihilating Meereen, Aaron seized all its gold, grain, and slaves. As for the disruptive harpy cult depicted in the films, Aaron remained unconcerned. He confiscated all weapons within Meereen and ensured that the captives were fed once a day, guaranteeing they would not starve. Even if members of the harpy cult were among them, it would be futile. They would be too famished to resist, and devoid of weapons. Any notion of rebellion was rendered impossible. As the saying goes, a full stomach breeds desire. It is only when one is well-fed and warmly clothed that one entertains such frivolous thoughts. Those who suffer from hunger and cold possess neither the energy nor the inclination for mischief. Upon capturing the prisoners from Milan, Alan shackled them in groups of 10, ensuring that if one of them attempted to flee, he would need to overcome the other 9, an approach reminiscent of the ancient Chinese practice of collective punishment from the Qin dynasty. In such a system, if one person escaped, all 10 would face execution, thus compelling them to monitor one another closely, for it is often one's own kind that proves to be the most ruthless. Upon returning to the camp, Alan instructed all units to organize and tally the spoils of their conquest. This time, the bounty was substantial, with an abundance of golden dragons and even statues crafted from gold, such as the harpy perched atop a pyramid, being uprooted and removed. Some slave owners' homes boasted golden toilets, all of which were dismantled and taken away. In Milan, anything of value was meticulously packed for transport. The provisions gathered were sufficient to sustain the army and the captives for nearly a year, and by rationing the food slightly, it could last even longer. Among the treasures unearthed were rare artifacts, including weapons forged from Valyrian steel, an exceedingly rare commodity in Westeros but relatively common in Essos, a remnant of the Valyrian dominion over the continent. Additionally, there were objects resembling dragon eggs. While they appeared to be genuine, their authenticity remained uncertain. Apart from the ancient Valyrians and the future mother of dragons, no one knew how to hatch such eggs. Given the high value of dragon eggs, counterfeit versions were often produced. Thus, these eggs were to be preserved until the day they could be presented to the mother of dragons, in hopes that she might sense their true nature. Once the inventory was completed, Alan's peculiar inclinations emerged. He selected women from among the captives who possessed appealing physiques and countenances, for his aspiration was to establish a dance troupe and a band for nightly festivities. He summoned Malden and his companions, instructing them to locate all women aged 15 to 40 among the captives. No one was to touch them without his command. They were to cleanse themselves of dirt and grime, for he intended to choose his consorts the following morning. After delegating these tasks, Alan reclined on his bed, beckoning his women to him. As they responded to his call, some began to massage his legs, while others diligently served him food. Immersed in this indescribable experience, he reveled in the fruits of his training from the past 6 months. With a mere gesture, the women would seamlessly assume their roles, which rotated daily to day. Sally would serve him food, while Lydia would tend to his legs, and tomorrow, their roles would reverse. Observing the scene before him, Alan could not help but exclaim, "In this moment, I find joy, blissfully unmindful of my past." Chapter 22, Selection. Unbeknownst to him, time had swiftly passed another night. Alan awoke from his slumber, feeling as though the hours had flown by in the blink of an eye. After indulging in a brief moment of intimacy with the women, he donned his attire and rose from his bed. For today, he intended to select his consort and establish his dance troupe. While enjoying his breakfast, he summoned Maldan to inquire about the preparations for the selection of his bride. "Your Majesty, among the captives we captured at Slave Bay, there are a total of 60,000 individuals aged between 15 and 40. After eliminating those with dark skin and unappealing appearances, we are left with over 10,000. Maldan reported. Upon hearing this, Alan instructed, "Bring those 10,000 women to my tent, and have them don garments that accentuate their figures. I wish to measure them personally." After issuing his command, he allowed Maldan to proceed with the execution of his orders, while he continued to savor his meal. Once he finished breakfast, Maldan returned, having made the necessary arrangements. After bowing respectfully, he announced, Your Majesty, the candidates are assembled and ready for your selection. With a nod of acknowledgement, Alan exited the tent, followed promptly by Mao Dan. Upon stepping outside, they beheld over 10,000 eligible women gathered before his tent, their hands bound with ropes to prevent any potential ambush against Alan. This precaution was taken to avert any unforeseen circumstances. Although Alan was not afraid of injury, possessing an immortal body, the possibility of harm befalling their king was intolerable for the Empire. As the divine emissary and son of the gods, any injury to him would be a direct affront to the Empire's authority. Alan instructed Mao Dan, "Prepare a tent for me to conduct my inspection. Have these women line up and approach me one by one." Mao Dan promptly complied, facilitating the clearing of a nearby tent and constructing 2 entrances, one for entry and one for exit. In a short while, the tent was prepared, and he entered alongside Lydia, instructing Mao Dan to organize the lineup outside, ensuring order and preventing any untoward actions. All individuals and possessions within the Empire belonged to Alan. No one was permitted to touch anything without his consent. Likewise, should anyone attempt to take the life of a slave or another, it would be viewed as a direct challenge against him, for only Alan possessed the authority to determine their fates. Those who contravened this law would be forcibly transformed into giant weapons and serve until death, continuing their labor in the coordinate space thereafter. As Alan and Lydia entered the tent, they found a table and chairs positioned at its center. Alan seated himself and invited Lydia to sit beside him, designating her to record and converse with the women he would select, as his command of other languages was still inadequate. After settling in, Alan instructed Mao Dan to begin calling the women in from outside, and Mao Dan complied, ushering the lined-up candidates into the tent one by one. The first to enter was a young girl in her teens. Although she possessed striking features, her physique was rather unremarkable. This lack of development at such a young age is understandable, as she has yet to mature. However, Alan did not have the luxury of time to wait for her to blossom. It would be more prudent to simply pass on her. He planned to revisit potential selections every couple of years, as the eldest candidates this time were already in their 40s. Even if they were exceptionally beautiful and well-proportioned, such attributes would not endure for long. Alan intended to indulge in a brief period of acquaintance, and when the time was right, he would initiate a renewal of selections. Those who were not chosen would be assigned to work in his future castle or palace. After all, aside from areas designated for meetings, there would be little need for men within the premises, and the vast spaces could easily accommodate a number of women. As for the guards of the castle or palace, Alan envisioned placing the unblemished giants within the walls to serve as sentinels. These giants required neither sustenance nor rest, patrolling day and night without interruption. He would station one every few meters. Should any man or outsider attempt to breach the walls, they would be dealt with decisively. Alan continued his assessments throughout the morning, encountering numerous candidates. Most were either lacking in figure or did not appeal to his aesthetic preferences. However, he remained unhurried, as the day had just begun, and many more women awaited his scrutiny. Another woman entered, this one with flowing golden locks and an undeniably voluptuous figure, truly a striking beauty. Appearing to be nearly 30, she was at the pinnacle of womanhood. Without hesitation, Alan made his selection, while Lydia, who stood nearby, took note of the number of individuals Alan had chosen and those who had entered. The specifics of their names and ages would only be recorded for those selected, with the final tally compiled after all evaluations had concluded. Alan had no interest in remembering their names or ages. He was solely concerned with their appearance and physique, the rest being of no consequence to him. Alan continued his evaluations at a rapid pace throughout the morning, averaging about 15 seconds per candidate. For those whose physiques were immediately apparent as inadequate, he would simply wave them away and move on, ensuring efficiency. Only those with more pronounced curves warranted further examination. However, Alan estimated that, given the current pace, he would not be able to complete the assessments in one day. Thus, he instructed Mutang to retain 2,000 individuals, dismissing the rest to a designated area, ensuring they received 2 meals a day to maintain their spirits, and decreeing that none were to be touched. While Alan continued to dine, he persisted in his selections. As the day waned and darkness began to envelop the surroundings, he decided to halt the process. The flickering light around him was insufficient for accurate assessments. In total, he had evaluated over 2,000 candidates, yet only 47 had captured his interest. It was indeed a rarity to find individuals who embodied both beauty and form. After attending to his official duties, the hour had turned to evening, and at that moment, Flock had also sufficiently rested. Alan summoned Flock and Marden, preparing to assist him in mastering the power of the Titans. Alan intended for Flock to transform this evening and regain his senses, postponing further training for later. As the army was to depart for Astapor, the following daytime was of the essence. During the battle at Astapor, Flock would gradually learn to wield the Titan's strength, skillfully employing the hardening ability and controlling the mindless Titan. Finding a vacant area, Alan led Flock and Marden there, accompanied by 3 mindless Titans. In the previous battle, Alan realized that Marden alone could not subdue Flock without endangering his life, thus, bringing 3 mindless Titans would facilitate better control over him. Upon arriving at the clearing, Alan conveyed all that he could to Flock, urging him to remain vigilant and strive not to be consumed by madness. A flash of yellow lightning surged through the air as the Titan's bones and flesh intertwined and coalesced. Moments later, a Titan roared ferociously in the clearing. Observing the Titan that Flock had transformed into, Alan noted its destructive tendencies and immediately commanded the 3 mindless Titans to restrain his arms. 2 of them held his limbs, while the third sat upon his back, forcing him to lie prone, exposing the nape of his neck to the earth. Alan instructed Marden to target the exposed nape of Flock, aiming for a non-lethal area to pierce with a blade, using the pain to aid in restoring his sanity through shouts of encouragement. Upon hearing Alan's command, Marden seized a long knife and began to climb the Titan's massive form. As the irrational Flock thrashed about, attempting to shake off the Titans, Marden struggled significantly before reaching the nape of his neck. Once in position, Marden carefully aimed and, with determination, plunged the knife into the designated area, simultaneously shouting, "Flock, awaken! Remember what we discussed about regaining your senses. You are not one to concede so easily." As he spoke, he adjusted the knife, hoping to intensify Flock's pain. However, despite some reaction from Flock, the response to Marden's words was minimal, insufficient to rouse him from his stupor. Frustrated and at a loss, Marden suddenly conceived an idea and exclaimed, "Flock, if you do not awaken, the king has declared that you will no longer receive the company of beautiful women, and your women shall be taken from you." Upon hearing the mention of beautiful women, the dormant Flock jolted awake, driven by the desire for his women. He summoned an immense willpower to break free from his slumber and, upon awakening, let out a primal roar, venting the frustration of his prolonged unconsciousness. Once fully alert, Flock realized he was pinned to the ground and struggled violently, almost toppling Marden, before he turned his gaze towards Alan. Chapter 23, The Return to Yuan-Kai. A week later, after concluding his endeavors that evening, Alan took a night to rest before ordering the army to make their way directly to Yuan-Kai the following day. This time, he resolved not to intervene himself. After all, Yuan-Kai had been thoroughly ravaged just 6 months prior and was only beginning to recuperate. He entrusted Mordu and Flock with the task of clearing Yuan-Kai. The week-long trek had taken its toll, with many of the captives suffering significant losses along the way. As numerous individuals with physical impairments succumbed to the journey, Alan held no sympathy for their plight. They were prisoners, after all, and their inability to keep pace was of no concern to him. Once their shackles were removed, he left them to fend for themselves. Upon returning to Yuan-Kai, Alan observed that the city walls, which he had previously damaged, had been significantly heightened and reinforced. Now standing nearly 30 meters tall, the walls had thickened considerably, and construction crews were actively working to elevate them further, likely in response to the terror instilled by Alan's 50-meter giant. This time, Alan retained 30,000 troops in the rear. After all, it was unbecoming for a king to engage in every skirmish. The circumstances were evidently favorable, and if these soldiers could not handle the remnants of a city already subdued, then their existence was questionable. Mordu and Flock led the remaining forces into the fray. Accompanied by the mindless giants, Alan directed the mindless giants to the forefront, allowing the cavalry to follow closely behind, minimizing casualties from arrows. With a decisive command, the cavalry charged toward Yuan-Kai. The sentinels overseeing the construction on the walls, upon spotting the approaching throng, including giants, quickly sounded the alarm, summoning all available defenders. They hastily urged the laborers to retreat, and upon witnessing the cavalry and giants, the soldiers promptly organized a counterattack, unleashing a hail of arrows upon the enemy. The mindless giants braved the storm of arrows, colliding forcefully with the city walls, though the impact sent tremors through the structure. The fortifications had been reinforced since the last assault, and, despite the cacophony, they endured. The giants served merely as a diversion, drawing fire to allow the cavalry to reach the walls, many of whom began to shoot arrows from their mounts. As Mordu approached the city gate, he transformed into the Titan of the Abyss, using its formidable claws to grasp at the gate. However, the gate's considerable thickness thwarted his efforts. While he managed to dislodge some debris, the gate remained steadfast. Undeterred, Mordu resorted to ramming his masked head against the gate with fervor. Though the recoil left him slightly dizzy, he ultimately breached the entrance. Upon witnessing the gate flung open, Mordu intended to surge through. But he found himself confronted by a contingent of 300 soldiers, poised to mount a counteroffensive just beyond the threshold. Due to the narrow and elongated corridor at the city gate, as Maldan emerged from the damaged entrance, he barely had time to assess the situation before several long spears, hurled towards him, pierced his eyes. Blinded by the sudden assault, Maldan found himself momentarily disoriented, utterly unprepared for the formidable defense that awaited him behind the gate. Instinctively, he reached out with his hands in a frantic gesture, yet the constricted passage left him little room to maneuver. His colossal form barely fit within the confines of the entrance. With no alternative, he leaned against the city wall to retreat, removing the spears embedded in his eyes. Seeking a place to recuperate, this formidable force that dealt Maldan such a grievous blow was the Unsullied. Following the last breach of the city by Aaron, the surviving slave masters had hastened to Astapor to procure numerous Unsullied. While they might not pose a significant threat to Aaron, in the claustrophobic confines of the corridor, they could indeed endanger giants towering over 10 meters. Furthermore, having acquired this batch of Unsullied, the slave masters hoped that should they face another siege, as long as they did not encounter an adversary like Aaron, they might escort their fellow masters to safety, or at the very least, buy some time for their escape. However, the slave masters had not anticipated that within mere months, these wretched brigands would return. Thus, they were compelled to gather a modest contingent of Unsullied, forming a unit of standby. Should the city gate be breached, the discipline of these Unsullied, with their adeptness in shield formations and long spears, could potentially delay the attackers long enough for their escape. Indeed, these slave masters had resolved from the outset that should the city fall, their priority was to flee. Indifferent to the fate of the commoners left behind, their own survival was paramount. Outside the city, the Dothraki cavalry observed as Maldan transformed and crashed through the city gate. Yet, before they could revel in their triumph, they witnessed Maldan retreating, his eyes pierced by the spears. Through the space he vacated, they beheld a unit of Unsullied, poised with shields and long spears, sealing off the corridor. To enter, the attackers would first need to dispatch these defenders. Consequently, some reckless individuals charged on horseback towards the city gate, but the outcome was evident. Many were swiftly taken down by a volley of thrown spears. Subsequent attempts to breach the formation proved futile. The narrow passage offered no advantage for cavalry, rendering their assaults mere offerings of their lives. Meanwhile, Maldan, initially intent on awaiting the restoration of his vision, found himself incessantly harassed by arrows from the soldiers atop the wall, forcing him to shield his neck as he retreated. This action, however, inadvertently revealed a vulnerability. By only protecting his neck, he exposed a glaring weakness. In an instant, arrows rained down upon him. Fortunately, his giant form rendered him resilient enough that the projectiles could not penetrate deeply, and any arrow that did not strike his brain could be disregarded entirely. After enduring this assault for a while, Maldan's vision gradually returned, allowing him to discern his surroundings. He observed the Dothraki cavalry engaging in skirmishes with the defending troops below the wall, while the Unsullied continued their relentless efforts to breach the fortifications, persistently battering against them. As for the Dothraki and the giants, they appeared to be devoid of fear, for any being of flesh and blood is susceptible to injury and death. Particularly, the giants, who exposed themselves by not donning clothing or armor, seemed to present a vulnerability that rendered them an easy target for the Unsullied legion, who had previously triumphed over the Dothraki. Thus, these slave masters, with stubborn resolve, dispatched the Unsullied out of the city to engage in battle. Within the city were newly trained Unsullied, alongside those still undergoing training, together forming a formidable force of 20,000 soldiers. The Unsullied only reached their full terrifying potential when organized into battle formations, which could be maximized on open plains or narrow streets. During the assault on Yunkai, for instance, 300 Unsullied had successfully blocked the city gates. Without the giants, not even cavalry charges could breach their defenses. The slave masters aimed to leverage the strength of the Unsullied by sending them into combat. Once, 3,000 Unsullied had defeated 50,000 cavalry, and now, with 20,000 Unsullied at their disposal, albeit with many in training, they were confident that the forces below were no match for them. As for the giants, were they not merely living targets? They believed that without armor, they could simply hurl spears and slay them. Many slave masters thought to themselves, 20,000 against 100,000 000. The advantage lies with us. Chapter 29. Unsolid against Unsolid outside the city of Astapor, on the continent of Essos. 10. 000. Unsolid formed a battle array, shields at the front, spears at the rear, creating a square formation. Aaron halted his forces 500 meters from the formation, observing the Unsolid with an appreciation for their skill. However, if they were to face only Dothraki cavalry, perhaps they could create another legendary tale. With the giants involved, the situation changed dramatically. With a wave of his hand, Aaron commanded the Unsolid giants to charge towards the formation of Unsolid, their thunderous strides causing the ground to tremble. This clash was Unsolid against Unsolid. Testing the metal of each side, the Unsolid braced themselves with shields, and as the giants bore down upon them, a flicker of change appeared in their gazes. Regardless of one's training, the sight of a towering monstrosity would elicit a reaction. The Unsolid, however, demonstrated remarkable composure despite this unsettling spectacle. When the giants were still 100 meters away, the Unsolid hurled their spears towards the giants, believing that any creature with a pierced heart or head would succumb to death. The spears struck true, embedding themselves in the giants' eyes, chests, and ankles, causing a spray of blood. Some giants, struck in the ankles, collapsed to the ground. And the Unsolid, witnessing this, felt a momentary surge of hope, a fleeting emotion even among the most disciplined. Yet, for those giants who were merely grazed or struck in non-vital areas, they hesitated only briefly before continuing their relentless charge towards the Unsolid. Chapter 24. The ruin of Yunkai. Upon hearing Flock's words, Maodan cast a glance at the city walls. In his transformed state, he stood merely 10 meters tall, whereas the walls loomed nearly 30 meters high. Testing the solidity of the wall with his claws, he propelled himself upward with powerful leaps, clawing at the stone for leverage. The guards stationed atop the walls initially intended to hurl stones and shoot arrows at Maodan, but his remarkable agility and speed rendered them unable to aim effectively. Before they could react, Maodan had scaled the walls, and with a swift sweep of his claws, several guards were torn asunder, limbs flying in every direction. Once atop the walls, Maodan swiftly cleared a swath of ground before launching an assault on the Paradis Legion below. He leapt directly off the wall, and although the Paradis soldiers attempted to retaliate, their efforts were in vain. A spear thrown at him merely grazed his side, inflicting little damage. For Maodan, as long as his vision and nape remained unscathed, he felt little concern. Several spears embedded in his body as he descended into the heart of the Paradis formation. Despite their initial response to his fall, the rapidity of his descent left them no time to reorganize, and he landed squarely among them. Upon impact, one soldier in the center of the formation was crushed beneath his foot, blood splattering across the ground, while those nearby were knocked off their feet. The more distant soldiers hurled spears at Maodan, but he had learned from his earlier encounters, deftly dodging or deflecting their attacks with his hands. He then charged toward the Paradis soldiers blocking the city gate, intent on clearing the path for his main forces. Outside the city, the cavalry witnessed the guards atop the gate being dispatched and saw Maodan leap down into the midst of the Paradis army, unleashing a wave of carnage. The guards at the entrance, having revealed vulnerabilities, faced immediate onslaught. Seizing the moment, the cavalry surged forward on horseback, flanking the Paradis soldiers who were overwhelmed by the dual assault from Maodan and the cavalry. Had it been only the cavalry, the Paradis soldiers might have held their ground longer, but with the presence of the giant, they were utterly powerless. With the obstacles at the city gate eliminated, the cavalry charged forth as if through an uninhabited realm, heading straight for the pyramid and the resplendent edifices. The city began to resemble the nightmare it had been 6 months prior. However, this time the devastation was far more severe. Previously, they had sought only wealth, but now they aimed to seize both lives and riches. Determined to raze the city entirely and obliterate the cultural legacy of the ancient Duxis Empire that had once thrived in the Bay of Slaves, the cavalry remained steadfast in their commitment to Alan's teachings, seizing beautiful women and capturing robust men, though they possessed no authority to dictate the fates of those they took. The commander observed the giants, each merely a dozen meters tall, while the walls of Astapor soared over 20 meters high. Although the height difference was only slight, the commander believed that defending Astapor still held promise. Furthermore, he noted that the Dothraki cavalry, despite their ferocity, had not brought siege engines. In his estimation, the advantage lay firmly with Astapor. Swiftly, the commander consolidated the remaining troops and retreated directly to the city, resigning the Unsolid at the front as expendable pawns, sacrificing their lives to delay the enemy's advance. Leading the remnants of his forces to the foot of the city, the slavers, witnessing the rampaging giants from a distance and then glancing at the ragtag remnants below, felt a mix of disdain for their ineffectiveness yet understood the necessity of opening the city gates. In the face of such dire circumstances, every soldier counted. As the gates slowly rose, the Unsullied commander felt a wave of relief. He had harbored doubts about whether the slavers would grant them entry, for in their eyes, the Unsullied were mere commodities, their lives of little consequence. However, it seemed the slavers recognized the gravity of the situation. Once inside, the Unsullied could assist in the defense of Astapor more effectively. The commander hastened his remaining forces into the city. Meanwhile, the Unsullied still outside were violently attempting to delay the giants' advance, but their efforts were akin to a gnat attempting to stop a chariot. Despite their best efforts to hinder the giants, many broke through their ranks, charging towards the distant gates. Seeing this unfold, the commander spoke urgently, "Everyone, quicken your pace. The giants are upon us." In Chapter 30, The Fall of Astapor, the Unsullied commander witnessed the relentless charge of the giants towards the gates. He immediately shouted for all to hasten their entry. The Unsullied, seeing the approaching giants, quickened their steps. In a frantic rush, all the Unsullied finally made it inside the city, collectively exhaling in relief. Yet, before they could fully relax, a giant collided with the gates, startling everyone into believing the giants had breached the defenses. Upon closer inspection, though the gates trembled violently, they remained steadfast. Aware that the giants, unyielding in their assault, would eventually breach the gates, the Unsullied commander promptly ordered a contingent to reinforce the gates against the onslaught. Responding to his command, 100-strong squad rushed to the gates, taking turns to brace the entrance with their hands. In the evening, Maldon, Flock, and Link returned, and upon noticing Colin's absence, Alan inquired, "Where is Colin?" Flock stepped forward and replied, "Your Majesty, Colin was slain by a hidden arrow during battle." Alan paused, momentarily taken aback, yet inwardly he thought, "What a useless fool." Maintaining a composed demeanor, he remarked, "It seems Colin has journeyed to the Hall of Heroes. May the Titans watch over him." However, with Colin's demise, there remained the necessity of appointing someone to assume his duties. Let one of his subordinates take over, advancing through the ranks. "Maldon, please arrange for someone to inform him to come see me." Subsequently, Alan utilized his power of coordinates to delve into the memories of the trio from that day. He first addressed Maldon, saying, "Your performance today was lacking. The mighty giant was nearly blinded and almost perished. In future battles, remember to leverage your strengths." Maldon, filled with trepidation, responded, "Your Majesty, I shall strive to master the power of the giants more proficiently henceforth." Alan nodded in acknowledgement and turned to Flock, stating, "You performed admirably today. Your guidance provided Maldon with direction during his perilous moment. I wish to bestow upon you the power of giants, though I trust Maldon has informed you of its drawbacks. Reflect on this. If you accept, your lifespan will be limited to merely 15 years. Should you decide, come see me tomorrow morning." Upon hearing of Alan's intention to grant him the power of giants, Flock felt a surge of excitement. But the subsequent reminder of the 15-year limit tempered his enthusiasm. He nodded in acquiescence and withdrew. Alan then regarded Link. "Your performance was adequate, neither remarkable nor deficient. Should you excel in the next battle, I would not hesitate to grant you the power of giants." Link, feeling a tinge of disappointment at first, quickly straightened and saluted, declaring, "Yes, Your Majesty, I shall endeavor to excel in the next battle and dedicate my heart to the Empire." Alan nodded in response, then mounted his steed, stating, "You may leave. I intend to obliterate the entirety of Yuan-Kai." With that, he rode towards Yuan-Kai, preparing to transform into a giant once more and unleash a nuclear explosion to annihilate the place. After all, the entirety of Slave Bay had been ravaged, leaving a desolate ruin. He pondered the possibility of others seizing it in the future, and he resolved not to allow that to happen. Furthermore, with its sister city, Milan, already destroyed, what purpose did Yuan-Kai serve? Thus, he rode onward. Before long, the ground trembled violently, and a mushroom cloud erupted over Yuan-Kai, as the entire region was rendered to nothingness by the force of the nuclear blast. At that moment, Alan appeared at the nape of the giant, reflecting, "Today marks yet another day of nuclear annihilation." Chapter 25, Appointment. After the obliteration of Yuan-Kai, all those who had been captured from Yuan-Kai felt a profound sense of loss, acutely aware that their homes had been irrevocably destroyed. Conversely, the inhabitants of Milan looked upon these fallen Yuan-Kai individuals with a certain schadenfreude. Witnessing the demise of Yuan-Kai brought them a sense of equilibrium, as they believed that if Milan had been annihilated, then Yuan-Kai and Astable should meet a similar fate. However, Alan paid no heed to their sentiments. His intention was to dismantle their cultural beliefs, laying waste to their cities before reconstructing their cultural identity anew. At this juncture, Alan commanded the Titan to return from Yuankai, for the horse he had ridden had been vaporized in an explosion, leaving him no alternative but to approach on foot. Upon reaching the camp, he reverted the Titan transformation. Upon his return to the tent, he was informed that a captain on the column was there to pay his respects. After granting entry, a young Dothraki man, approximately 18 or 19 years of age, entered. With dark hair and a bronze complexion. He possessed a robust physique yet bore a visage reminiscent of a horse. Upon entering, he performed a respectful salute. Your Majesty, I am John, the captain of the 1st Regiment under Commander Colin, he stated gravely. Alan, though taken aback by John's horse-like features and the commonplace name, dismissed it from his mind. In truth, many Dothraki bore similar traits, and their people were often referred to as horsemen by the other nations of Essos. The name John was quite common in the West, and his surprise stemmed merely from the coincidence of the name and appearance, which evoked memories of another individual. Looking at John, Alan said, Colin has perished, you shall assume his position as commander. As for the captaincy, let the deputy captain of the 1st Regiment take over. John, upon hearing Alan's words, was filled with excitement and saluted again, declaring, I am willing to offer my heart to your Majesty. Alan, pleased, patted his shoulder and replied, upon your return, lead the troops well. After John took his leave, Alan returned to his bed, having never truly placed much stock in the loyalty of his subordinates. Whether loyal or not, as long as they fulfilled their duties, it sufficed. However, should any dare to overstep or conspire, the power of the coordinates would always be vigilant. Reclining on his bed, surrounded by 2 beautiful women, with 3 more draped across his legs, he summoned Lydia to bring forth the women he had selected days prior. In recent days, whenever he found a moment of leisure, he would engage them in singing, dancing, and playing musical instruments. The women, now encamped beside him, along with Lydia and others, totaled 55. Alan had instituted a rotation system. Aside from Lydia, who remained by his side daily to assist with translations and various tasks, having been specially trained for such duties and distinguished by her beauty and form among the throng of translation slaves. Thus, Alan requires her presence daily, not solely for translation purposes. Her administrative skills are commendable as well. Aside from her, even Sally is no longer frequently by Alan's side. Instead, akin to other women, a rotation system is implemented, and Alan finds sufficient companionship in merely 5 women each day, while the remainder congregates together. Naturally, during moments of leisure, Alan invites them to sing, dance, and enjoy music, reminiscent of her past life where she often indulged in short videos. Admiring beauty and listening to songs. Inviting them over resembles the experience of popular social media platforms, with each individual adorned in unique attire, performing songs and dances, accompanied by musicians. After each performance, a simple gesture signals the next, much like scrolling through videos, until one grows weary of the view. This is Alan's ancient version of a social media experience, albeit limited to the allure of dance, as scenic videos are beyond reach, representing a product of this era. While indulging in a massage, Alan watches the beautiful dancers, occasionally growing bored and signaling for the next performer, gradually drifting into slumber. Upon noticing Alan's slumber, Lydia gestures for the women to depart, and she, along with the women, restfully leans against Alan, succumbing to sleep as well. The following day, a call from the female soldiers echoes outside, announcing Flock's visit. Given the presence of numerous female warriors among the Dothraki, Alan promptly assigns several of these warriors to guard the camp. Aware that Flock has made his decision, Alan, after careful contemplation, has also devised the nature of the giant's power he shall receive. Addressing the entrance of the tent, Alan declares loudly, "Let him enter." The soldiers outside, upon hearing this, lower their weapons and permit Flock to enter. Upon his arrival, Flock first bows respectfully and then addresses Alan, stating, "Your Majesty, I have made my decision. Regardless of the cost, I shall accept the giant's power to better serve the Empire." Alan, in response, remains silent, taking a dining knife to slice open his wrist, allowing his blood to flow into a bowl. He then presents the bowl before Flock, saying, "Remember, this is the honor bestowed upon you by the great God. You shall become a warrior in service to the divine, and the gates of Valhalla shall always stand open for you." The giant's power Alan intends to bestow upon Flock is that of the female giant, albeit derived from Ymir, while the male variant is separated from Alan himself. Upon transformation, Alan exhibits masculine traits, though they remain concealed beneath his armor. Conversely, Flock, upon receiving the power, will not be encased in armor, exposing his transformation. Moreover, the name of this giant must be more appealing. Most bear names like ogre or armor, while this one simply denotes male, which lacks elegance. After thoughtful consideration, Alan resolves to name him the Roaring Giant, as this giant possesses the ability to harden parts of his body and can summon nearby pure giants through his roar, albeit lacking the capacity to control them. Alan gazed at the chief instructor and inquired, "What is your name?" Lydia, standing beside him, posed the same question in Valyrian. After a brief moment of silence, the chief instructor replied, "I have long forgotten my former name. If you must call me something, refer to me as Black Rat." Each innocent is bestowed a new name after their castration. Upon hearing this, Alan remarked, "You were once an innocent." Black Rat nodded and explained, "I was indeed one of the innocents. After sustaining severe injuries in battle, I was deemed unfit for combat and assigned by the benevolent masters to the role of instructor. All current instructors hail from innocent origins. Only an innocent can truly comprehend and train another innocent." Understanding the backgrounds of these instructors, Alan then stated, "From now on, you shall train the army according to the standards of the innocents, although their castration shall be overlooked. As long as you faithfully obey the commands of the Empire and serve its interests." Even Black Rat, seasoned by the ravages of war, found it difficult to conceal his emotions upon hearing this. Alan instructed Mutong to ensure that Black Rat and the other instructors were well accommodated, for only when well-fed and rested could they serve the Empire effectively. Mutong acknowledged Alan's directive and promptly took the chief instructor back, intending to retrieve the captured instructors. Alan watched their departing figures and then rode his horse to the apex of the highest pyramid in Astapor, instructing Lydia to return to the camp on his horse. As Alan ascended towards the pinnacle of the pyramid, the interior lay shrouded in silence, stained with blood and littered with corpses. Occasionally, a Dothraki would be seen rummaging through the bodies, even sparing no attention to the jade adorning the pillars. This was all part of Alan's orders. He had always adhered to the principle of leaving no trace behind, ensuring that nothing was wasted. Ascending the staircase to the summit, he surveyed the entirety of Astapor from above. The city was enveloped in the golden hues of the setting sun. A scene that could have been breathtaking had it not been marred by the cacophony of battle, cries, and screams that resonated throughout. As night fell, the Dothraki cavalry began to toss torches throughout the city to enhance their visibility, igniting homes and seizing gold and provisions. As flames spread through Astapor, the cavalry started driving the recently captured individuals towards the outskirts. With the departure of both the cavalry and their captives, the city was consumed by an inferno. Observing the retreating horsemen from the tower, Alan transformed into a giant and obliterated the entirety of Astapor. Chapter 32. Currency and Races. Alan awoke from his slumber, feeling slightly disoriented. After detonating Astapor the previous day, he returned to the camp, hosting a grand feast to celebrate the obliteration of the entire slave bay. Indulging in revelry and drink, he now found himself with a lingering dizziness upon rising. Emerging from the embrace of the sweet aroma of milk, he turned over and donned his attire. Chapter 26. The battle among giants. In the open space outside the tent, Flock stood poised, ready to harness the power of the giants for his inaugural transformation. Not far from him stood several mindless giants, while Mutong kept a watchful eye from a distance. As per Aaron's instructions, Mutong understood that the first transformation of a titan endowed with wisdom often resulted in a loss of reason. This phenomenon stemmed from the abrupt transition from a human form, which had been used for years, to that of a colossal giant. The overwhelming sensations and strength that accompanied such a drastic change could easily ensnare one's consciousness, rendering them unable to awaken from the intoxicating experience. Thus, it was imperative for Flock's first transformation to occur in an open area, allowing him to expend his energy freely or ensuring that otherwise giants were present to restrain him and prevent wanton destruction. Flock surveyed the surrounding mindless giants, as well as Aaron and Mutong in the distance. After having consumed the blood wine provided by Aaron, he felt no discernible change in his body. Yet, he trusted Aaron's assurance that he would succeed. Although Aaron sometimes appeared harsh to his subordinates, feeding those who opposed him to the giants and transforming individuals into mindless titans, his commands were unwavering and precise. He maintained strict control over the barbaric tendencies of the Dothraki. However, he was also a man of his word, as long as his directives were executed properly. Aaron was generous with his rewards. Many were skeptical when Aaron first spoke of bestowing the power of the titans upon others. Few believed that such strength could ever be shared. Yet, following Mutong's transformation, a frenzy took hold. Everyone yearned for the titan's power. Though flawed, This gift was a testament to Aaron's uniqueness in the eyes of the Dothraki. If he had not possessed some extraordinary quality, why would the Divine have chosen him? Their own shortcomings paled in comparison to Aaron's selection, which they deemed a fulfillment of divine criteria, and they accepted the prospect of imperfection. Flock steadied his resolve, wielding a knife to make a small incision in his palm. With a thunderous roar, yellow lightning descended from the heavens, a flash of golden light illuminating the scene. Simultaneously, Aaron, within the coordinate space, began to mold the body of the giant for Flock, controlling those who had perished or transformed into mindless giants. He facilitated the transmission of this form through the coordinates. Externally, Flock's body began to manifest, flesh and blood intertwining, starting with bone, followed by muscle and veins, ultimately enveloped in skin. Aaron observed the emergence of the giant from afar, standing approximately 14 to 15 meters tall, bearing a visage reminiscent of Flock's giant form. His entire being brimming with explosive musculature, distinctly male in appearance. However, his eyes were filled with a violent fury. It was evident that Flock had lost his rationality upon transformation. Aaron exchanged a knowing glance with Mutang, who instantly grasped the implication. In a dazzling display of sparks and lightning, Mardon transformed into the colossal titan of the Oshi. Alan's decision to send Mardon to confront Flock, rather than dispatching the mindless titan, stemmed from his desire to grant Mardon an opportunity to hone his skills. After all, since acquiring the power of the titan, Mardon had rarely transformed, and his sporadic transformations had merely been occasions to bully ordinary humans. This transformation would allow him to gain experience in battling an equally matched opponent and learn to wield the capabilities of the Oshi Titan more adeptly and flexibly. The spectacle of Mardon's transformation captured the attention of the rampaging Flock. As soon as Mardon completed his metamorphosis, Flock, disregarding the principles of fair combat, delivered a brutal punch that sent Mardon flying. After rolling on the ground, Mardon regained his bearings and used his claws to anchor himself to the earth. He was taken aback by Flock's unscrupulous assault, targeting him, a 12-meter titan baby, with such ferocity. Once Flock advanced, Mardon's form had barely stabilized when Flock charged at him. In that moment, Mardon fully unleashed the prowess of the Oshi Titan. As Flock lunged to bite him, Mardon deftly leaped aside, evading the attack, and with a swift strike, severed Flock's right arm. In pain, Flock retaliated with a punch, but Mardon utilized his agile jumping ability to navigate around Flock, striking intermittently. In his frenzied state, Flock, devoid of rationality, could only flail his fists in a futile attempt to counterattack. However, such erratic swings could hardly connect with Mardon. With ruthless precision, Mardon inflicted a series of lacerations upon Flock, whose titan form healed rapidly, enveloping him in a shroud of smoke. This cloud of mist obscured Mardon's vision, rendering the situation disadvantageous for him, as the thick smoke allowed Flock to land several blows on him. For Mardon, this confrontation was somewhat constraining, as he could not inflict lethal harm upon Flock. Consequently, he relied on evasive maneuvers to inflict minor injuries and deplete Flock's stamina. Observing the struggle of the two titans from a distance, Alan felt it was nearly time to intervene. He directed a few mindless titans to assist Mardon in subduing Flock. 3 titans approached, with 2 of them each grasping one of Flock's arms and pinning him to the ground, while the remaining titan unleashed several powerful blows to Flock's transformed visage. Once Mardon witnessed Flock being restrained, he quickly scanned for other areas where he could lend assistance. His gaze fell upon the OEO, the titan form of Flock, thrashing about, and a spark of inspiration struck him. Mardon recalled Alan's earlier words, noting that newly transformed titans often lost their rationality, but if something could stimulate their awareness, it would greatly aid in mastering their titan abilities. According to the original text, Daenerys' dragons hatched during the arrival of the Red Comet, and dragons are described as magical beings that require a source of magic to thrive. Without it, they are akin to humans lacking oxygen. In this current era, characterized by a decline in magic, the birth of dragons is deemed impossible, a notion that the recent Targaryen family has substantiated. The simultaneous hatching of the dragons and the appearance of the Red Comet suggests a connection between the source of magic and the comet itself. Alan believes that this so-called source of magic may very well be the radiation emitted by the Red Comet. Each time the Red Comet appears, it radiates across the land, and such radiation inherently diminishes over time, resembling the nature of a magical source. Alan considers that further research could be conducted on this matter in the future. Chapter 33, Conspiracy. The moon hung high in the sky. After attending to state affairs, Alan found that night had fallen, with an overwhelming number of captives. The mundane necessities of eating, drinking, and sanitation had to be managed, indiscriminate defecation could lead to various epidemics. Once these trivial matters were resolved, he summoned leaders of rank above that of the captain for a meeting. Meanwhile, at the gathering site of the captives adjacent to the Dothraki camp, in order to facilitate management and ensure the safety of those overseeing the captives, they were all corralled together. The Dothraki formed an encirclement around them. This arrangement was also intended to prevent potential uprisings should the captives disperse, making control difficult. To mitigate the risk of nocturnal incidents, Alan prohibited the Dothraki from patrolling the gathering site during the night. However, this strategy had its drawbacks, although Alan had organized the captives into groups of 10. Over time, dissent was likely to arise, particularly among those from former slave-owning families. While the slave owners had been slain, some of their family members, sensing impending danger, surrendered directly. The Dothraki subsequently bound them as captives and slaves, intended for future labor in the Empire's construction efforts. Though the heads of these families had been executed, there remained some collateral relatives or illegitimate offspring. Lacking inheritance rights or distance from the political core of their families, they had grown accustomed to a life of privilege. Deprived of their opulent lifestyles, they naturally felt discontent. As the ancients said, it is easy to fall into luxury from frugality, but difficult to revert to frugality after experiencing luxury. These individuals, who had surrendered to survive, could only endure. Yet, as time passed, they would begin to reminisce about the past, fully aware that their current circumstances could never revert to what they once were. In the stillness of the night, by a bonfire within the captive gathering site, some individuals clad in coarse linen and smeared with ash revealed, beneath their garments, skin that appeared faintly delicate. Chapter 27. Mastering the power of the Titan. Frog felt as though he had been ensnared in an elongated dream, wherein he found himself submerged within a vast lake. Continually sinking deeper, his consciousness gradually submerging into oblivion. Suddenly, an unbearable anguish struck him, a profound sorrow that jolted him into a heightened awareness. Yet, even as clarity began to return, he realized he lingered in a state between slumber and wakefulness, beset by whispers in his mind, urging him to succumb once more to sleep. Ultimately, after a fleeting moment of lucidity, Frog succumbed to the embrace of slumber again. Time slipped away unmeasured until Frog was abruptly roused, discovering himself reclined within the confines of a tent. He possessed no recollection of the events preceding his slumber. As he surveyed his surroundings, he noticed Mutang seated within the tent. Upon seeing Frog awaken, Mutang inquired, "Frog, how do you feel? Do you retain any memories from before?" Frog, upon hearing the question, shook his head and replied, "What time is it now? What has transpired? How did I end up here?" Mutang elucidated his queries, explaining, "It is already afternoon. You should remember what His Majesty mentioned regarding bestowing upon you the power of the Titan." Upon hearing the mention of Titan power, Frog was suddenly reminded of Aaron's intention to endow him with such abilities, and in that moment, the circumstances of his situation crystallized in his mind. Observing the change in Frog's expression, Mutang recognized that he had grasped the reality of the events, and thus continued, "You are not mistaken. His Majesty has granted you the power of the Titan. I have been informed that the Titan you inherit is known as the Titan of Roars. This Titan possesses the ability to summon and command mindless Titans through its roar, as well as control 10 of these mindless beings. Additionally, it can harden parts of its body, creating defenses that, aside from my Jaw Titan, are virtually impenetrable. I recall mentioning to you my own transformation into a Titan." Mutang continued, "Upon inheriting Titan power, the initial transformation often results in a loss of consciousness, and some may lose memories from before their transformation as well." Mutang then recounted his own experiences following his transformation, including how he managed to quell his rampage. However, he refrained from divulging the more embarrassing moments of being restrained by several Titans. After all, the injuries sustained in Titan form would heal, rendering the details inconsequential. He preferred to maintain their camaraderie intact. In Mutang's eyes, it would be beneficial for the two of them to transform frequently and engage in friendly sparring, thus fostering their bond. As Mutang concluded his account, he urged Frog to rest well, informing him that Aaron would seek him out in the evening to train him on regaining consciousness after transforming into a Titan. With that, Mutang departed, leaving Frog alone in the tent to ponder the revelations he had received. Meanwhile, on the other side, Aaron began to tally the spoils acquired from the depths of the abyss, including resources, wealth, and prisoners, following Frog's unconsciousness. Although it had been merely 6 months since the last raid, during which the search had been rather cursory, many of the remaining slave owners had retained a substantial portion of their wealth. This time, however, Alan arrived with a sense of destruction. Anything of value, be it a pillar or a toilet, was to be packed away. Consequently, the spoils from this endeavor proved to be quite considerable. Furthermore, during the past 6 months, Yuan Kai had trained numerous bed slaves, and Alan intended to keep some of the female bed slaves for now, planning to gather all eligible women for a month-long selection event once Astapor was conquered. After managing the affairs of state with Lydia's assistance, Alan keenly realized that among the entire Descalec race, which was predominantly comprised of individuals skilled only in slaughter, there were few with the capability to handle governance. It became evident that the Empire would need to focus on nurturing talent in this area moving forward. By the time Alan concluded his administrative duties, night had fallen, and Frog had just finished his rest. Alan summoned Frog and Mutang, preparing to help him harness the power of the Titans. Alan anticipated that tonight, he would first allow Frog to transform and then work on regaining his sanity, reserving other training for future sessions. As the army was scheduled to depart for Astapor the following day, speed was of the essence. During the battle in Astapor, Frog would gradually learn how to wield the Titan's power, mastering the use of hardening abilities and controlling the mindless Titans. Alan found a vacant area and LED Frog and Mutang there, accompanied by 3 mindless Titans. In the previous encounter, Alan had observed that Mutang alone could not subdue Frog without endangering his life, and having the 3 mindless Titans would better assist in restraining him. Upon arriving at the clearing, Alan conveyed everything he could to Frog, urging him to remain vigilant and strive not to succumb to the laws of reason. A flash of lightning illuminated the scene, as the Titan's bones and flesh intertwined to form a colossal figure. Moments later, a raging Titan appeared in the clearing. Observing Frog's destructive behavior post-transformation, Alan promptly commanded the 3 mindless Titans, 2 to restrain his arms while the third sat atop his back, forcing him to lie prone and expose the nape of his neck to the earth. Alan instructed Mutang to target the exposed area on Frog's nape, aiming to inflict a non-lethal wound that would evoke pain and assist in restoring his sanity through the agony and shouts. Upon receiving Alan's directive, Mutang grasped a long knife and began to ascend the Titan's body. As Frog thrashed about, struggling against the Titans upon him, Mutang had to make multiple attempts before finally reaching the nape of his neck. Once in position, Mutang carefully assessed the spot before plunging the knife in with determination. Simultaneously, he called out to Frog, urging him to awaken and remember their previous discussions about regaining his sanity, reminding him that he was not one to surrender willingly. As he spoke, Mutang shifted the knife, hoping to intensify Frog's pain. Alan was currently in a conference with the high-ranking officials of the group and the head nun of the church, the venerable figure who was once known as Doctrine. As the leader of all nuns, she presided over the affairs of the Titan Church in Alan's absence. Given the overwhelming number of captives, Alan was discussing their management with Flock and the others. The current influx of captives from the slave bay of Dice is excessive, and I wish to facilitate intermarriage between our Dothraki people and these Dice, encouraging our citizens to procreate, thus fostering a grand amalgamation of our ethnicities and increasing our population. Flock, seated in a subordinate position, remarked, "Your Majesty, while intermarriage may be beneficial in the long run, the sheer number of captives poses a challenge for us Dothraki. Our population, including the elderly, women, and children, is only around 300,000, while those captured number nearly 700,000. Alan acknowledged the peril in Flock's words. His intent for intermarriage was centered on the Dothraki, yet he understood that unrestricted intermarriage could lead to the Dice becoming the dominant group. Nevertheless, Alan had devised a strategy. Indeed, our Dothraki are currently fewer in number, although all are warriors, the young and strong among us are limited. However, my proposition for intermarriage does not imply unrestricted access. Rather, it involves selecting suitable women from the captives and assigning them to our warriors to bear children for us." Alan paused momentarily and continued. "As for the men among the captives, they represent a valuable labor force. With their homes recently destroyed, many will likely yearn for the restoration of their homeland. I propose we have them toil for a few years, allowing them to gain clarity of thought." Upon hearing this, Flock realized that Alan had long contemplated these matters and chose to remain silent. Alan then proceeded to elaborate on the detailed regulations regarding intermarriage, which he termed the National Allocation of Spouses Act. This law stipulates that all eligible women, defined as those aged 18 to 35 and age optimal for childbirth with minimized risks, shall be carefully selected. The second regulation mandates that upon allocation, Dothraki must not inflict abuse, violence, or even take the lives of these women. Legally, these individuals are considered Alan's property, embodying a form of nationalized human rights. Thus, if anyone threatens the lives of Alan as property, he shall impose severe legal repercussions. The third stipulation clarifies that while the women allocated for intermarriage are not chosen at random, Alan will establish a grading system based on their appearance, physique, and age. For instance, those who are young and beautiful will be categorized as grade O, while those who are attractive yet slightly older will be placed in grade B subsequently. Women of average appearance and older age will fall into grade C, and those deemed unattractive will be classified as grade D. Women categorized as grade B will be integrated into Alan's entertainment troupe, with the stipulation that only those who impress Alan or contribute significantly to a pivotal battle will be allocated. Chapter 28, Astapor upon awakening the following day. Aeron commanded his vast army to embark towards Astapor. It sufficed for Flock to maintain his rationality post-transformation into a titan. As for the art of combat, he would gradually acclimatize himself upon their arrival in Astapor, where ample battles would provide him with the experience necessary to master his newly acquired titan abilities. After a fortnight, Aeron and his formidable force, comprising over 100,000 soldiers along with more than 300,000 slaves forcibly brought from Mylan and Yuan-Kai, reached Astapor. The number of slaves initially was even greater. However, the arduous journey led to the abandonment and demise of the elderly, frail, and infirm, leaving only the robust and youthful, who would be indispensable for the Empire's future constructions. Astapor is nestled at the estuary of a winding river, known to the Astapori as the Worm River, which flows from the east into the Bay of Slaves. To the south lies the Discari Mountains, shrouded in the remnants of ancient Discari ruins. To the west, Cedar Island separates the decaying cities of Diza and Varos across the sea. Astapor stands as the southernmost slave city within the Bay of Slaves and is the last remaining city in the bay. Skilled horseback travelers can traverse the ancient coastal road of Discari and reach Yuan-Kai within 6 days. However, Aeron, burdened with his army and captives, would travel at a slower pace. Astapor is renowned for producing a unique class of slaves known as the Unsullied. Aeron had previously encountered the Unsullied in Yuan-Kai, although their numbers were scant at that time. Had there been a larger contingent, they might have withstood longer, providing the slave masters an opportunity to escape. The Unsullied are most famously known for their valor in the Battle of Kor, where a mere 3,000 Unsullied successfully resisted an assault from over 50,000 elite soldiers led by a Dothraki call. Aeron harbored a desire for a rematch between the Dothraki cavalry and the Unsullied, but time was of the essence, and such endeavors would be a frivolous expenditure of resources. The Unsullied, when deployed in conjunction with shield formations, proved exceedingly difficult to breach. Furthermore, the current number of Unsullied in Astapor remained uncertain. Should there be a batch freshly trained and unsold, they could be utterly depleted. Astapor is presently governed by the benevolent masters, known as the slave owners. In contrast, the appellations for the slave owners in Yuan-Kai and Mylan are the Great Lords and Wise Lords, respectively. However, to Aeron, they are all merely slave masters, their titles bearing no significance as they are all destined for death. News of the destruction of Mylan and Yuan-Kai had reached Astapor, as considerable time had elapsed since the events transpired. Initially, news of Mylan's downfall had not reached Yuan-Kai, but with the latter's demise, Aeron's progress was significantly hampered by the multitude of captives, those who had sailed to Mylan or Yuan-Kai for trade or the acquisition of slaves, upon witnessing the devastation of the cities, had no choice but to redirect their course to Astapor, which was also informed of the obliteration of Mylan and Yuan-Kai. However, despite Astapor's awareness of the fall of Mylan and Yuan-Kai, the specifics of their destruction remained unknown. After all, these cities had been annihilated by Aeron's nuclear explosion, leaving only scorched earth for those who ventured towards Mylan and Yuan-Kai to behold. They were led to believe that these two cities had been struck by a meteor, leaving scorched earth in every direction, as if ravaged by dragons. However, they were aware that dragons had long since become extinct, and thus did not entertain such notions. Regrettably, although the world was devoid of dragons, giants had emerged, and the devastation wrought by their increasing numbers was no less than that caused by dragons. Alan set up camp near Astapor, close to the Worm River. After this battle concluded, the entire Slavers' Bay would be utterly annihilated. Any future settlers would have to start anew, as all 3 cities would be reduced to ashes. Alan left 50,000 troops to guard the encampment, as the growing number of captives necessitated an increasing number of guards. He then led 100,000 troops to assault Astapor, accompanied by approximately 200 pure titans, all of whom had been grievously wounded in the battles of Mylan and Yuan-Kai. These individuals, suffering severe injuries at the conclusion of combat, were brought back only to find that they would not survive until dawn. In such cases, Alan would transform them into pure titans. Transforming the severely wounded into titans was a result of the indoctrination they had undergone over the past 6 months through the Titan Church, which instilled in them the belief in the splendor of Valhalla. They were made to understand that only those warriors who fought valiantly and perished in battle were worthy of entering its hallowed halls. Conversely, those who did not die in combat, such as those poisoned or severely injured, were deemed unworthy of Valhalla. Alan brainwashed them into believing that after serving as titans for several years, he would honor their contributions by sending them to Valhalla. Upon arriving at Astapor, the Dothraki cavalry's approach prompted the immediate sounding of the alarm for an enemy incursion. As the slave masters pondered the calamity that had befallen Milim and Yunkai, the ominous horn echoed throughout the land, instilling a sense of dread. They rushed to the city walls, where they beheld the Dothraki army and several giants below. The slave masters, upon witnessing the Dothraki cavalry and giants, were uncertain whether they were indeed the architects of Milim and Yunkai's destruction. After all, to them, both the Dothraki and giants were mere flesh and blood, incapable of transforming 2 cities into scorched earth, let alone causing their complete disappearance. Their fear stemmed from the unknown. Reminiscent of the sudden annihilation of Valyria, they speculated that perhaps an apocalyptic disaster had returned, with slavers by now bearing the brunt. In their eyes, the Dothraki and giants were not particularly formidable. After all, as beings of flesh and blood, they could bleed and be slain, especially since the giants were unarmored and unclad, seemingly exposing their vulnerabilities. The invincible army of pure titans was sure to prevail against them, as they had faced the Dothraki before. Thus, the slave masters, with stubborn resolve, dispatched the pure titans to engage in battle outside the city, bolstered by a newly trained contingent of 20,000 soldiers. Currently, Alan is engaged in the unfinished selection process, incorporating all the beautiful and well-figured women into his harem. The remaining females will be subjected to the newly implemented allocation method, ensuring that each warrior under his command is assigned a partner. The next step involves encouraging them to procreate. The more children they have, the greater the rewards. These populations will serve as his future support. Whether they transform into titans or become lost souls, they will all belong to him, entirely his possessions. Furthermore, the more offspring he has, the more individuals will likely come to revere him, potentially paving the way for his ascension to divinity. To expedite the selection process, Alan has organized the women into groups of 10, hastening the pace, as the single men under his command await their assignments. This approach may seem rather ruthless towards the women, yet Alan has already decreed that those allocated to the warriors must not suffer harm to their lives or beauty. Of course, there may be some violent actions taken against those who resist, but the ultimate responsibility lies with the individual. Alan will be aware of any misconduct through his coordinates. After all, his intention in assigning partners is to facilitate procreation, and any hindrance to this goal is deemed a crime. However, those compliant warriors must also show mutual respect and affection, as the women assigned to them are akin to their wives. Over time, emotional bonds will form, leading their lives to settle into a routine. Should a warrior unjustly harm a woman, he too will face consequences. To Alan, he is a sovereign ruler, treating all beneath him with impartiality and without favoritism. Naturally, he cannot accept those with excessively dark features, but aside from that, he is open to individuals of all skin tones, be they yellow, white, or bronze. After a day filled with such exertions, Alan returned to his tent, seeking to quell his ardor, having gazed upon beauty all day long. He summoned Lydia, instructing her to arrange for a few individuals to help him relax. Lydia, now appointed as his chamberlain, oversees the affairs of his harem, her proficiency in multiple languages facilitating communication. While awaiting the arrival of the women, Alan delved into the coordinates. In the coordinate space, green light columns extended skyward, and he observed the diligent souls within those who had perished in battle after consuming his blood, the Dothraki. Alan transported their consciousness into a realm of heroism, where they could revel in the pleasures of combat, fine cuisine, and exquisite wine. Their remaining corporeal forms, however, were transformed into mindless slaves, laboring in this vast expanse. Each visit to this space left Alan feeling it was excessively barren, prompting him to command these bodies to construct a palace within the coordinate realm. He initiated the building around the light column, encasing it, with the column situated in the garden behind the main hall. Thus far, 3 halls have been completed, with further construction ongoing, for whenever the need arises to mold titans, the project will be prioritized. Chapter 29, The Unsolid against the Unsolid outside the city of Astapor on the continent of Essos. A battalion of 10,000 Unsolid formed a square formation. Shields positioned at the front and spears at the rear. Alan halted his army 500 meters away, observing the formation and recognizing the considerable skill of the Unsolid. However, had they been facing merely the Dothraki cavalry, they might have crafted a new legend, but with the might of giants, the situation was markedly different. With a mere wave of his hand, Alan commanded the Unsolid giants to charge towards their counterparts. The ground trembled beneath their colossal strides. This confrontation was a clash of Unsolid against Unsolid, a test of endurance and strength. As the giants bore down upon them, the Unsolid tightened their grips on their shields, their expressions shifting ever so slightly. Regardless of one's training, the sight of towering behemoths would evoke a visceral reaction. The Unsolid's subtle change in demeanor attested to their rigorous training. When the giants were still 100 meters away, the Unsolid hurled their spears towards them. In their minds, any creature struck through the head or heart would surely perish. The spears found their marks, embedding themselves in the giants' eyes, chests, and ankles, causing blood to spatter. Some giants, struck in the ankle, toppled to the ground, causing a fleeting moment of triumph among the Unsolid, despite their stoic training. However, this moment of surprise was ephemeral. Those giants who had only been hit in non-vital areas experienced a brief pause but soon resumed their relentless charge towards the Unsolid. The sight of giants advancing, despite being impaled by spears, sent shivers down the spines of the Unsolid. Even the most disciplined of soldiers would feel fear in the presence of seemingly immortal foes. With no alternative, the Unsolid continued their assault with spears. But their commander quickly discerned that while the giants were indeed unkillable, targeting specific areas proved effective. Striking the ankles could incapacitate the running giants, slowing their advance, if not killing them. Thus, the commander shouted, "Aim for the giants' ankles, delay their progress." The Unsolid aimed their spears accordingly, and many giants, moving too swiftly, stumbled and fell. Yet, such falls were not fatal, and the giants behind them surged forward, stepping over their fallen comrades. The recently toppled giants, having recovered from their injuries, rose once more and resumed their charge. Although the Unsolid persisted in their spear throws, their efforts were increasingly futile, for the giants moved with astonishing speed and great strides. In the span of just 2 rounds of attack, the giants had closed the distance, now looming ominously before them. The giants, armed with long spears, charged directly into the phalanx of the Pure Ones. Although the front line of the Pure Ones, equipped with shields, endeavored to withstand the onslaught, it was evident that the might of the giants was beyond their capacity to resist. The tremendous force of the impact sent the shield-bearing Pure Ones flying. And soon the nightmare for the Pure Ones began, as the colossal giants commenced their gluttonous feast, seizing the Pure Ones and devouring them whole. Despite the fact that there were only a little over 200 giants against a legion of 10,000 Pure Ones, the pace of slaughter executed by the giants was unrelenting. Some giants, while consuming their prey, wreaked havoc indiscriminately. Their massive forms crushed many beneath their feet with a mere step. Furthermore, among the giants were the aberrant beings, entities that exhibited peculiar traits, moving in ways that defied human norms. Some scuttled like spiders, while others leapt like frogs. The devastation caused by these aberrant beings far surpassed that of the ordinary giants. Observing the rampant destruction from the rear, the commander of the Pure Ones recognized that any form of resistance would be futile. With a heavy heart, he issued the command to retreat. "Fall back quickly to Astapor." Though he was also a Pure One, the commander understood the gravity of the situation. Further resistance would only result in unnecessary casualties. It was wiser to return with surviving forces to the safety of the city walls. Astapor still housed 10,000 Pure Ones, albeit in training. Yet they possessed a measure of combat readiness. With the fortifications of the city, there remained hope for defense. The commander noted that the giants towered at merely a dozen meters, while the walls of Astapor soared over 20 meters high. Despite the seemingly minimal height difference, he held on to the belief that the city could still be defended. Moreover, he observed that although the Dothraki cavalry approached with ferocity, they lacked siege weaponry. In every consideration, the advantage lay with Astapor. The commander swiftly consolidated the remaining forces and retreated to the city, resigning those Pure Ones in the front line to be sacrifices, buying precious time for the others to escape. Upon reaching the base of Astapor, the remnants of his forces encountered the slave masters, who, witnessing the devastation wrought by the giants from afar and then glancing at the beleaguered soldiers before them, felt a mix of contempt and urgency. Despite their disdain for the apparent weakness of these warriors, they opened the city gates, knowing that every additional soldier counted in the dire circumstances. as the gates gradually ascended. The Pure One commander felt a wave of relief wash over him. Initially, he harbored doubts about whether the slave masters would permit their entry. After all, the Pure Ones were mere slaves, commodities in the eyes of their masters, whose lives were of little consequence. However, it seemed these masters recognized the severity of the situation. Once inside the city, the Pure Ones would better assist in fortifying Astopol as defenses. All we can do now is persevere. We have yet to encounter an opportunity. And all we can do is wait. Perseverance is victory, Jas encouraged the crowd below him. Unfortunately, even if he wished to stir up a tempest, he lacked the power to do so. He contemplated bribing the Dothraki, yet found himself devoid of funds, having been robbed by these bandit-like Dothraki, with some even having the audacity to wrench his gold tooth from his mouth. The pain from the loss of his tooth tormented him for several days, rendering him unable to eat or sleep. Even now, the mere recollection of the event sends a twinge of pain through his gums. Upon hearing Jas's words, someone in the crowd voiced a concern. Can we truly hold on until an opportunity arises? I fear we might perish from hunger or exhaustion before that moment comes. Another added, indeed, the probability of our success seems dreadfully low. Jas felt compelled to soothe the crowd. He understood the gravity of their plight. Surviving on but one meal a day, sleeping in the filthiest of places, uncertain if they might simply succumb to sleep one day and never awaken. Yet, if they wished to return to their former lives, they had no choice but to press forward along this dark path. 3 days later, the entire army had completed its rest, and today marked the day of their departure. Their destination was Pentos, with the mission of capturing 2 significant Targaryens, Viserys Targaryen and Daenerys Targaryen, along with 3 dragon eggs capable of hatching dragons. For Alan, securing these siblings not only promised a formidable dragon army for the future, but also provided a legitimate pretext for seizing the Iron Throne. Although the notion of legitimacy was not of paramount importance to Alan, having a reason was certainly better than none. He could forego personal gain, but could not afford to lack the means to govern Westeros legally through a marriage alliance with Daenerys Targaryen. Alan aspired for a future Westeros that was whole and prosperous, rather than a desolate wasteland trampled by giants, necessitating time and resources for reconstruction. Seated within an ornately decorated carriage, pulled by the Unsullied giants, Alan had opted for these powerful beings to ensure the speed of the march and the safety of supplies. In times devoid of conflict, they served to guard the provisions and transport various materials. After all, why waste the opportunity to utilize 24 hours of free labor each day? This arrangement also allowed for some war horses to be reserved for breeding and training Dothraki children from a young age. Alan's planned route was to traverse the Dothraki Sea, pass through the Kalar forest, and upon reaching Kalar, navigate the Nahos mountains, continuing westward towards Pentos. He had no intention of engaging with the inhabitants of Kalar and Nahos. Any aggression towards them could disturb the 9 free cities and jeopardize Daenerys' journey to Pentos, rendering his efforts futile. Meanwhile, in the distant city of Braavos among the 9 free cities, Viserys was confronted by guards at the Sea King's palace. Begone, you beggar king. The Iron Bank shall not lend you money. Chapter 30. The fall of Astapor. The commander of the Unsullied beheld the towering figure of the colossal titan charging towards the city gates. He immediately shouted for all to hasten into the sanctuary of the city. The Unsullied, upon noticing the pursuing titan, quickened their pace as well. Amidst the urgency, at last, every Unsullied found refuge within the city walls, collectively exhaling a sigh of relief. However, before they could fully relax, the titan collided forcefully with the gates, startling everyone who feared the titan had breached their defenses. A closer inspection revealed that although the gates trembled violently, they remained steadfast. Recognizing the dire situation, the commander understood that the titans, undeterred by injury, would eventually breach the gates with their relentless assaults. He promptly issued orders to dispatch several Unsullied to fortify the gates, preventing the titans from unleashing their overwhelming force and shattering the entrance. Upon receiving the command, 100-man squad rushed to the gates, taking turns to brace against the onslaught. Those who held the gates felt the bitter weight of the impact, acutely aware of the tremendous force behind each collision. Each strike demanded every ounce of strength to withstand, and the reverberations were so intense that they felt as if their very insides might rupture. Fortunately, the rotation offered them respite, otherwise they would have surely succumbed to internal injuries. The Colossal Titan continued its relentless assault on the gates, while the commander had already counted the number of Unsullied who had made it inside over 3,000, with the remainder left outside, forsaken. After concluding his count, he ascended the city wall, where he encountered the slave masters. Upon his arrival, he witnessed the last few forsaken Unsolid outside being crushed underfoot. And a wave of anguish washed over him. It was he who had ordered the abandonment of those lives, directing the rear guard to retreat while leaving them to face the Titan's wrath. The slave masters, upon seeing the commander, unleashed a torrent of scorn. What were you thinking? I entrusted 10,000 Unsolid to you, and you abandoned them to flee back. Deep down, they understood that the commander's return with even a fraction of the surviving force was commendable, yet they chose to place the blame squarely upon his shoulders. The slave masters, gripped by fear of the Titans, lacked the courage to venture forth and engage the enemy. Nor did they dare to send out troops to confront the Titans. Thus, their frustration was unjustly directed at the commander. The crux of their distress lay in their powerlessness against the current predicament. These Titans, impervious to injury and seemingly immortal, presented an adversary they could scarcely fathom defeating. Compounding their woes, behind the Titans loomed an army of over 100,000 Dothraki cavalry. While their Unsolid struggled to form an effective defense against the cavalry due to the Titans' relentless onslaught. Should the gates fall, only death awaited them. Their only recourse was to mount an offensive against the Titans battering the gates, hoping to find a means to slay them, otherwise, the gates would inevitably succumb. As Alan observed the mindless Titan having vanquished all the pure Titans and now battering against the city gates, he sensed that the moment was ripe for action. He commanded Maldon and Flock to engage. Upon receiving the order, Maldon and Flock transformed into Titans amidst a burst of yellow light and charged towards Astapor. Maldon, upon his transformation, leaped and sprinted using all four limbs, while Flock could only run normally, yet he bellowed fiercely, exerting control over 3 nearby pure Titans as he surged towards the gates. Meanwhile, the soldiers defending Astapor incessantly hurled stones and fired arrows at the Titans assailing the gates. In an unexpected turn, one soldier inadvertently struck a pure Titan in the nape with a stone. The Titan, struck in that vulnerable spot, collapsed and swiftly vaporized, leaving the onlookers in a state of shock, as they were utterly bewildered by the incident. Even the soldier himself appeared dazed, having merely tossed the stone without understanding the outcome. Despite the Titan's demise, the vapor that ensued obscured their vision, and as the mist dissipated, Maldon and Flock approached. The defending soldiers, upon witnessing these two extraordinary Titans, promptly retaliated, focusing not on inflicting harm but merely on halting their advance. Upon nearing, Maldon and Flock encountered the remains of the slain Titan. Although they were surprised to see a Titan had fallen, they pressed onward. For they were intelligent Titans aware of the weakness residing in the nape. This incident of Titan death instilled in them a newfound caution, revealing that Titan power was not omnipotent. As Flock drew near, he crouched slightly, prompting Maldon to leverage Flock's form to leap onto the edge of the city wall. With a forceful maneuver, he vaulted onto the battlements. The soldiers, witnessing Maldon ascend the wall, were taken aback, for while the previous Titans were immortal, they lacked intellect. And this masked Titan clearly possessed it. However, as they regained their composure, they launched a counterattack against Maldon, having discerned from the fallen Titan that weaknesses existed. If they could identify these vulnerabilities, they might seize an opportunity. Meanwhile, the slave owners atop the walls, seeing Maldon scale the battlements, hastily ordered an evacuation. Aware that the defense might soon crumble, they scrambled to gather their belongings for a potential escape by boat. On the wall, Maldon wreaked havoc, while below, Flock utilized his hardening ability to form gauntlets, delivering powerful, successive blows that shattered the city gates, reducing the foes behind them to mere pulp. Flock pried the broken gates apart, crossing his arms to shield his face and chest, and charged into the gate's passage. With the force of his hardened form, Flock's onslaught was unstoppable, deflecting spears and arrows with the crystalline armor that enveloped him. Illyrio, with a facade of joviality, remarked, "I extend my gratitude to your majesty, the future king. However, it appears that your life in Braavos is less than satisfactory. Would you consider accompanying me to Pentos for a brief respite? I would be delighted to host you." After a moment of contemplation, Viserys responded, "That is acceptable, but I must bring my sister along. I cannot leave her behind as we journey to Pentos." Illyrio, having anticipated Viserys' words, was not taken aback. He had previously learned that the Targaryen lineage still persisted with 2 heirs, Viserys Targaryen and his younger sister, Daenerys Targaryen. Yet, Daenerys was still but a child, merely 11 years of age. With a smile, Illyrio assured, "Of course, your majesty. Your sister is most welcome to accompany us. You may fetch her first, and we can spend a couple of days together before setting off for Pentos." Having bid farewell to Illyrio, Viserys returned to the inn where he was residing in Braavos. His childhood home had long been claimed by servants and sold off. Upon his arrival, he sought out Daenerys, who was yet to open her door. He exuberantly called out, "Dany, Dany, I bring splendid news. Guess whom I encountered today?" Inside, Daenerys heard her brother's voice echoing from outside, yet her response was subdued. This girl, burdened by a tumultuous heritage, had only experienced carefree days during her youth alongside Sir William, but since his demise, she had wandered with Viserys through various free cities from Braavos to Myr, from Myr to Lys, and then to cart bouncing from one city to another like a ball. Forever adrift and homeless, perpetually wary of the assassins dispatched by King Robert. Moreover, Viserys had never forgiven Daenerys for the death of their mother during childbirth, and the humiliation of their nomadic existence often led him to vent his frustrations upon his unfortunate sister through verbal abuse and physical violence, instilling in her a sense of fear towards him from a tender age. From her earliest days, she had been indoctrinated by Viserys with the notion that they must reclaim the Iron Throne. Her sole solace lay in the tales spun by Sir William of Aegon I's conquest of Westeros and the legends of the Targaryen dragons. With enthusiasm, Viserys flung open the door, only to find Daenerys seated by the window, motionless, gazing out into the distance. Noticing her lack of reaction to his words, he felt a surge of anger rising within him. Chapter 31, The Instructor in the Land of Essos, within the city of Astapor. Alan rode in on horseback accompanied by Lisha. The air was thick with the acrid scent of smoke, as every surviving resident, be they slave or civilian, found themselves bound by ropes and marched towards the city's outskirts. In addition to the captives, carts laden with treasures were being transported away, destined for the outside, where they would ultimately be consolidated onto larger wagons. These tasks were entrusted to the Unsullied giants, who, aside from their prowess in battle, were relegated to laborious duties, toiling ceaselessly under the sun, consuming little more than daylight as sustenance. Meanwhile, within the city, Maltan and Flock were still engaged in quelling the last vestiges of resistance. They had previously captured a number of individuals deemed exceptionally valuable, whose potential contributions could significantly benefit the Empire's future. Among these were the instructors responsible for training the Unsullied. Their capture heralded the prospect of establishing an Unsullied legion within the Empire. Recognizing that reliance on cavalry alone would be insufficient, infantry was equally essential. The formations of Unsullied infantry ranked among the finest in the world. Naturally, the Empire would not subject the future Unsullied to mutilation, and their name would undoubtedly be altered. For Unsullied implies a lack of reproductive organs, a designation that similarly applies to the giants. However, their discipline and combat effectiveness were attributes worthy of cultivation. As a soldier who obeys commands is a soldier of merit. Upon learning of Alan's arrival in Astapor, Maltan and Flock conferred, deciding that Flock would remain to manage the aftermath while Maltan would bear the auspicious news of the captured Unsullied instructors to Alan. He also brought along the leader among the instructors for Alan to meet. Maltan seized the instructor with his powerful grasp, sprinting towards Alan with the might of his giant form. As Alan observed Maltan charging towards him, clutching a figure in his grasp, he assumed that Maltan had apprehended a person of great significance. Upon reaching Alan, Maltan knelt and released the instructor from his grip, stating, "Your Majesty, this man is the chief instructor of the Unsullied. Flock and I believe that while the Unsullied may not rival the prowess of the Dothraki cavalry, they are nonetheless a renowned military force on the continent of Essos. After deliberation, we feel retaining them to assist in training the Unsullied Legion would be a commendable decision." Alan, upon hearing Maltan's words, contemplated the implications. While he possessed the Dothraki cavalry and Unsullied giants for offensive endeavors, the Empire would require infantry to defend its fortifications in the future. Among the infantry, the military caliber of the Unsullied was commendable, rendering them an excellent choice for the Empire's needs. Upon reflecting on this, Alan spoke to Maldan. "It is commendable that you have conceived this idea. Gather all the instructors of the Unsullied and provide them with the same sustenance as our warriors. Let them nurture their bodies and spirits for now, and we shall address other matters once we have secured a city-state." After speaking, Alan scrutinized the head instructor of the Unsullied. The instructor sported a close-cropped hairstyle, his skin slightly dark, with a resolute countenance and deep-set eyes. Numerous scars adorned the exposed parts of his armor, indicative of a past filled with battles. He appeared taciturn and looked to be in his 30s. Alan regarded the head instructor and inquired, "What is your name?" "Lydia," standing beside him, asked the head instructor in Valyrian. After a brief silence, the instructor replied, "I have long forgotten my former name. If you must call me something, Refer to me as Black Rat, for every Unsullied is bestowed a new name following their castration. Upon hearing this, Alan remarked, You were once an Unsullied. Black Rat nodded and stated, I was indeed part of the Unsullied. After sustaining a grave injury in battle, I was deemed unfit for combat and assigned by the benevolent masters to serve as an instructor. All current instructors also hail from Unsullied origins. Only those who have experienced the Unsullied life can adequately train them. Understanding the background of these instructors, Alan responded, From now on, you shall assist the Empire in training the army according to Unsullied standards, but let us forego the castration. As long as you dutifully obey the Empire's commands and contribute to its endeavors. Upon hearing this, even Black Rat, a seasoned veteran of war, struggled to maintain his composure. Alan instructed Mao Dong to ensure that Black Rat and the other instructors were well accommodated, for proper nourishment was essential for their ability to serve the Empire. Mao Dong acknowledged Alan's words and hurriedly took the head instructor back, intending to retrieve the other captured instructors. Watching them depart, Alan mounted his horse and made his way to the apex of the highest pyramid in Astapor. He then instructed Lydia to ride back to the camp on his horse. As Alan ascended the path to the summit of the pyramid, the interior had fallen into silence, strewn with blood and corpses, with the occasional Dothraki scavenging through the bodies, even pilfering the jade decorations adorning the pillars within the pyramid. This was, of course, a directive from Alan, who adhered to the principle of taking advantage of every opportunity, leaving no resources wasted. Ascending the staircase to the pinnacle of the pyramid, he gazed down upon the entirety of Astapor. The city was enveloped in the golden hues of the setting sun, a scene that could have been breathtakingly beautiful, however, in stark contrast. The air was filled with sounds of slaughter, cries, and screams. As time passed and night fell, the Dothraki cavalry began to hurl torches throughout Astapor, igniting homes and seizing gold and provisions. Such outcomes reveal that many of the Pentosians possess Undoe lineage, possibly making them the closest kin of the Westlanders. This is quite understandable, as 6 millennia ago, the Undoes sailed westward to reach Westeros, landing in the vicinity of the Fingers to launch their assaults on the Vale. After enduring centuries of warfare, the Undoes ultimately triumphed over the 6 kingdoms established by the first men, usurping their dominion. Only the king in the north successfully resisted, ultimately halting the advance of the Undoe invaders at the shores of the Narrow Sea. The Undoes originated from the mountains of Andals on the continent of Essos, the legendary site where the 7 deities manifested to crown their first king. The initial Undoe invaders would adorn themselves with or engrave upon their bodies the 7-pointed star, a symbol of their faith in the 7. Although the 7 are the most widely worshipped deities in the realm of Game of Thrones, they have never displayed their divine powers, unlike the Lord of Light, the Old Gods, or the Frost God, who are associated with clear miracles. Thus, the 7 are often regarded as the most inconspicuous of gods. Nevertheless, their faith has permeated the broadest geographical expanse. Should Aegon choose to assault Westeros, the belief in the 7 would pose the greatest obstacle, as the Targaryen dynasty once converted to their faith for various reasons. A month later, Illyrio brought Viserys and Daenerys to Pentos. At the city gates, Illyrio introduced them, saying, Behold Pentos, across the sea lies King's Landing. He then escorted them to his residence in Pentos. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of Essos, Aegon's grand army had reached the central region of the Dothraki Sea. Due to an abundance of supplies and captives, coupled with the lack of urgency in their advance, their pace was merely that of a regular march. Aegon, seated in a wagon indulging in a massage, was approached by Mouton, who rode alongside and said, Your Grace, our scouts have discovered traces of a khalasar migrating southwest, approximately 50 leagues ahead. The size appears to encompass around 100,000 warriors. Upon hearing this, Aegon commanded, Have the scouts keep a close watch on them. Do not lose sight. Inform the entire army to halt and rest. Notify Frog to guard the camp with 70,000 men. The remainder shall prepare their equipment for departure. After issuing these orders, Aegon pushed aside the curtain of the wagon and emerged. Mouton then relayed the command for the army to halt and dispatched a messenger to inform Frog of Aegon's directives, while he gathered troops to ready them for battle. Before long, the 80,000-strong army was fully equipped and ready to march. Aegon instructed the scouts to lead the way as they pursued the southwestern direction. Meanwhile, on the other side, Khal Drogo was mounted, leading his entire khalasar in migration. Indeed, this was the very Khal Drogo who would one day wed Daenerys. Chapter 32. Currency and Ethnicity. Alan awoke from his slumber, feeling a lingering dizziness. After his explosive triumph over Astapor the previous day, he returned to camp and hosted a grand feast to celebrate the obliteration of the entire slave bay. Indulging in libations had left him somewhat light-headed upon rising. Emerging from the enveloping aroma of milk, he dressed himself and, having completed his breakfast, commenced attending to state affairs alongside Lydia. Listening to reports from various departments regarding their acquisitions and tallying the spoils from Astapor. This expedition to the slave base successfully achieved its intended objectives, resulting in the conquest of 3 city-states and an unquantifiable wealth of gold and silver. Most of the treasures consisted of bars of precious metals or various ornaments and decorations crafted from gold and silver. However, the currency, particularly gold dragons, was scarce. In the world of a Game of Thrones, the free trade city-states, Slave Bay, and Westeros each possessed distinct monetary systems, all of which experienced varying degrees of devaluation during the war. The gold dragon, silver stag, and copper star were minted by Aegon I after his unification of the 7 kingdoms. Before this unification, each kingdom had its own currency, leading to a more pronounced devaluation of money. Now, under unified rule, the purchasing power of the gold dragon remains relatively stable in the absence of conflict. Its influence primarily extends across Westeros and the coastal cities of the Narrow Sea. However, regions like Slave Bay are considerably distanced from the Narrow Sea, and maritime trade mirrors the challenges of overland transport. Furthermore, the treacherous Smoking Sea, formed after the fall of Valyria, conceals numerous enigmatic dangers, complicating travel across its waters. Circumventing to the Summer Sea would double the journey's duration. Consequently, within Slave Bay, the purchasing power of the gold dragon is diminished, equating its value merely to that of the gold from which it was minted. Thus, the currency acquired from the Slave Bay was not substantial, holding little value for Alan aside from the intrinsic worth of the gold, silver, and copper from which the coins were made, allowing for potential reminting. Alan held little regard for these bulk currencies. Once he established his own territory, he planned to construct a mint to standardize currency, deciding that all future trade would be settled in his issued currency or gold. Moreover, nearly 600,000 to 700,000 captives were taken, representing a future demographic for the empire. The next step involved fostering extensive intermarriage between these captives and the Dothraki, promoting a grand ethnic amalgamation, fortuitously aided by the similarity in skin tone and features among these peoples. Long ago, the Slave Bay region belonged to the Discary Empire, which once governed many significant areas of Essos. Originating from the ancient city of Gist, it evolved into a military, economic, and cultural collective known as the Discary Empire. At its zenith, Gist trained a rigorously disciplined legion, famed for their synchronized march and undefeated reputation. The architecture of Gist predominantly featured brick towers and pyramids, the latter situated against the backdrop of the slave port. Its emblematic representation is that of a harpy, a creature with the body of a woman, whose arms take on the form of bat wings, eagle legs, and a scorpion tail, clutching lightning in its talons. The chaotic offspring of the harpy, which wreaked havoc in Meereen during the later stages of the cinematic narrative, finds its origins here. The Discary Empire met its demise over 5 millennia ago. Following the discovery of dragons in Valyria and the swift rise of its power, the Discary sought to harness the strength of dragons for themselves, leading to conflict with Valyria. A total of 5 significant wars ensued, with Valyria emerging victorious each time, bolstered by the aid of dragons. In the final confrontation, Valyria decimated the Gai's army, incinerating Gai's and its pyramids to mere dust with dragonfire. After the fall of Gai's, the Valyrians sowed every inch of its land with salt, alkali, sulfur, and the bones of the dead, ensuring that no survivors could return. This act bears resemblance to Aegon's obliteration of Meereen, Yunkai, and Astapor. With the destruction of Gai's and its empire, most of the true Gai's bloodlines were extinguished. The remnants of the people eventually rebuilt the region long after, leading to the emergence of colonies in the remote Slavers Bay, Astapor, Yunkai, and Meereen. These city-states, as centers of the slave trade, accrued immense wealth, which subsequently drew Aegon's attention for plunder and massacre. The Gais who now inhabit Slavers Bay are predominantly of mixed heritage, characterized by robust physiques, amber skin, broad noses, black eyes, and upright hair of alternating red and black hues. In terms of skin tone, they are similar to the Dothraki, facilitating Aegon's desire for interbreeding among races, as the similarities in complexion and hair color would obscure the resulting features. Aegon's preferences allow for unions among those with lighter and darker skin tones, but a union that resulted in darker offspring would be unacceptable to him. The decision to annihilate Slavers Bay rather than establish a new realm there stems from its proximity to the former Valyria, which was obliterated by the simultaneous eruptions of the 14 flames. This unprecedented calamity reduced Valyria to ashes in mere hours. It is said that volcanoes within a 500-mile radius erupted concurrently, with searing flames and smoke incinerating even the dragons above, while the ground fissured, lakes evaporated in an instant. Mountains exploded, and the earth fractured, allowing the sea to surge forth. If this disaster were of natural origin, Aegon would not believe it. Dragons burst from flames. And the surviving Valyrian, Daenerys Targaryen, possessing the nature of the unburnt, suggest a deeper mystery. Given the number of former Valyrian dragonlords, Aegon would be skeptical of any who lacked the unburnt trait. The idea that beings impervious to fire, like dragons and dragonlords, could be vanquished by the flames of the 14 flames raises suspicions of foul play. The annihilation of Valyria must surely involve magic or even divine intervention. The proximity of Slaver's Bay to Valyria implies that should there exist any magical or divine oversight, the potential dangers for Aegon remain uncertain. For he cannot afford to recklessly experiment with the perils of magic upon himself. After a brief interval, the two sides engaged in close combat. Maldan, with a fierce cry, leaped from his horse, only to be met with a spear from an enemy soldier, piercing him with a chilling thrust. Maldan was impaled on the spear, his body hoisted aloft by the enemy, who believed him to be mortally wounded. As they celebrated, a surge of yellow lightning erupted from Maldan's form, followed by a thunderous blast that blinded the surrounding foes. The enemy soldier holding the spear was instantly incinerated, while those nearby were hurled away in disarray, leaving chaos in their wake. Others in close proximity witnessed a grotesque spectacle as a skeletal figure wove itself from the radiant light, and in an instant, a colossal giant adorned with a mask and fearsome claws materialized. The surprised enemies were momentarily paralyzed with fear, yet their startled horses bolted toward the giant. Chapter 41, The Battle on the Prairie, Part 2. Transformed into the Giant of E, Maldan surveyed the oncoming foes, now propelled by their own steeds toward him. With a swift swipe of his claws, he cleaved horse and rider into segments. The sight of such carnage left many enemies pale with terror. Maldan leaped into the throes of the enemy, commencing a brutal slaughter. Rhaega, observing the sudden emergence of the giant from a distance, felt a momentary dread wash over him. However, he quickly regained his composure, realizing that if left unchecked, the giant would wreak havoc, unstoppable by ordinary steeds or men. He bellowed a command, "Loose the arrows." Upon hearing their leader's order, Rhaega's soldiers swiftly drew their bows, unleashing a volley toward the giant. The arrows flew toward Maldan. Yet many of their former comrades were caught in the onslaught, falling victim to the barrage. Rhaega, faced with this grim reality, recognized the necessity of sacrificing some of his own men to buy time against the giant's rampage. Maldan, taken aback by Rhaega's decisive command to launch an assault, found himself struck by arrows. Fortunately, he shielded his eyes just in time, and his transformed state rendered him largely impervious to injury. Realizing the giant had not sustained grave wounds, Rhaega's forces prepared to continue their assault with renewed arrows. At that moment, Maldan's cavalry charged forward, closing the distance and engaging in close combat. Those who dared to shoot at the giant were swiftly dispatched by the warriors of Island. Zwatch, witnessing the enemy's advance, abandoned the idea of attacking the giant, as both cavalry forces clashed violently. Horses collided, and men fought fiercely, while Island's soldiers skillfully maintained their distance from Maldan. Wary of his savage ferocity, Island observed the battlefield from the rear, noting Maldan's relentless devastation, as no enemy seemed capable of thwarting his lethal claws. Chapter 33, Conspiracy. The moon hung high in the sky. By the time Alan had concluded his administrative duties, night had fallen. With an influx of captives, the mundane necessities of life eating, drinking, and sanitation had to be meticulously managed. Indiscriminate defecation could easily lead to the outbreak of various diseases. After addressing these trivial matters, he convened a meeting with the leaders of the regiment and above. Meanwhile, in the vicinity of the Dothraki camp, the captives were gathered for more efficient management and to ensure their safety. The Dothraki formed a perimeter around them, encircling the captives. This strategy was also intended to prevent any potential insurrection that could arise should the captives disperse. To mitigate the risks of nocturnal mischief, Alan prohibited the Dothraki from patrolling the gathering site during the night. However, this approach had its drawbacks. Although Alan had organized the captives into groups of 10, over time, resistance was bound to emerge, particularly from those hailing from families of former slave masters. While these masters had been slain, some of their relatives, sensing the precariousness of their situation, surrendered, and the Dothraki bound them as captives, intending to utilize them as laborers for future imperial construction projects. Though the heads of these slave master families had perished, remnants of their lineage, distant relatives, or illegitimate offspring still existed. lacking inheritance rights and distanced from the political core of their families. These individuals had grown accustomed to lives of luxury. Deprived of their opulent existence, they were filled with resentment. As the ancients said, it is easy to fall into luxury from frugality, but difficult to return to frugality from luxury. Though they surrendered to save their lives, over time, nostalgia for their former lives would inevitably cling to them, with the realization that their current predicament could not revert to the past. In the stillness of the night, by a campfire in the gathering site, a group of individuals clad in coarse linen garments, their faces smeared with ash, revealed skin that was still faintly delicate beneath their clothing. These individuals hailed from the families of former slave masters. Some were their illegitimate children, while others were distant relatives like the sons of uncles. Though they wielded no power, they were accustomed to sumptuous feasts and lavish attire. Now, in this captive camp, Alan provided them with a single meal of leftover dothraki fare each day. This treatment incited their grievances, as they found themselves inadequately fed, poorly clothed, and deprived of decent rest, without the company of women or servants to attend to their needs. The gathering site was left with only the elderly, weak, and infirm women, while healthy and suitable women had been segregated by the dothraki, as per Alan's orders, into a separate encampment, awaiting selection or to be awarded to valiant dothraki warriors. The individuals who were captured, although initially overshadowed by the traumatic experience of being transformed into titans by Aaron's nuclear explosion, found their hearts ignited by an insatiable greed that urged them to escape the shadows. They yearned to overthrow Aaron and reclaim the opulent lives they once led. After a period of contemplation, many among them contemplated rebellion. However, due to Aaron's implementation of a collective punishment system, numerous dissenters were reported and executed. Eventually, they grew wiser. These former nobles devised various strategies to connect and unite. For instance, they maliciously reported certain individuals to provoke a reorganization of the 10-person squads. Or they opportunistically filled vacancies in others' groups. Although not every attempt was fruitful, over time, some managed to infiltrate other squads, resulting in a considerable gathering of their ranks. At this moment, by the flickering campfire, 20 individuals convened, having finally managed to assemble despite the absence of many former nobles. This number was commendable under the current circumstances. Moreover, these individuals exhibited cunning. By day, they feigned unfamiliarity with one another, while by night, they gathered in secret to engage in clandestine discussions. Observing their surroundings, they noted that this secluded fire pit was far removed from the throngs of people, ensuring that their conspiratorial meetings remained concealed from prying eyes. Among them was a man in his 30s, the brother of the head of a slave-owning family from Myr. When Myr fell, he witnessed the unstoppable advance of the dothraki and initially contemplated fleeing by boat. However, he found himself cornered by Aaron and his pursuers. Pretending to be slain, he hoped to evade capture, only to be dealt a fatal blow by the dothraki after the battle. Thus, he feigned severe injury and captivity, enduring the harsh realities of life in the prison camp. Despite his initial shock at Aaron's nuclear devastation of Myr, his longing for the life he once knew compelled him to raise a banner of rebellion against Aaron. Through careful observation, he noted that many who sought to rise above their station met their demise, prompting him to bide his time. Subsequently, he followed Aaron's forces and witnessed the likes of Quentyn Martell and Astapor echoing the fate of Myr. Leveraging his identity as the brother of a former lord, he cultivated connections with numerous nobles from Quentyn and Astapor through trade and various social gatherings. After much effort, he managed to contact several of them upon their arrival at the prison camp, and together, they finally gathered, albeit with many still absent. Nonetheless, they could commence discussions and chart a course for their future. This marks our first assembly in such a setting, he declared, his voice low enough for only them to hear. We are all former nobles of Slaver's Bay, reduced to prisoners by the detestable dothraki who obliterated our city. Yet, I hold steadfast belief that one day we shall reclaim our freedom and restore our former glory. As Alan's army observed the colossal figure being obstructed by the enemy, they commenced their advance towards Malden for support. The surrounding adversaries, perceiving this movement, hastened to impede their progress. The two factions became embroiled in a fierce melee, with Alan's soldiers recklessly assailing the defenses of the Drogo warriors, who were equally determined to thwart their advance. Alas, the sheer number of Alan's forces proved overwhelming, and as they were compelled to divide their ranks to protect their commander Cal and fend off the giants' assault, their defenses became precarious, ultimately yielding to Alan's relentless onslaught. The sporadic resistance was swiftly engulfed beneath the iron hoofs of Alan's troops. A small squad, under the command of their leader, successfully infiltrated the vicinity of the colossal figure. They immediately launched an offensive against the surrounding enemies, who, upon realizing the threat, had no choice but to allocate a portion of their forces to intercept, thereby leaving Modern vulnerable. The sudden alleviation of pressure enabled Modern to breach the defenses, leaving a trail of severed limbs in its wake. While Kaholo met his demise within Modern's jaws, Modern pursued Drogo, and upon witnessing the tide of battle turn against them, many soldiers in the rear had no option but to flee alongside Drogo. The morale of those still resisting waned significantly, prompting Alan's soldiers to collectively shout, "Lay down your arms, those who surrender shall not be harmed. Lay down your arms, those who surrender shall not be harmed." The exhortations reverberated across the plain, and as fellow Dothraki, they faced no language barrier. Some of the resisting warriors, upon hearing the entreaties, involuntarily relinquished their weapons. For life is singular and precious. In the Dothraki culture, skirmishes between clans are frequent, and it is not uncommon for warriors from subjugated clans to seek refuge elsewhere. The surrendering soldiers swiftly raised their hands, cast aside their weapons, knelt, and bowed their heads in submission. However, there remained steadfast loyalists of Drogo. Individuals who had been nurtured in the clan since childhood, having endured the reign of both Drogo's father, Bolbar, and Drogo himself. For these die-hard resistors, Alan's soldiers showed no mercy, swiftly executing them, as each decapitated head represented a tangible achievement. After all, Alan had promised rewards for their efforts, the more they severed, the greater the quality of the rewards. Meanwhile, Modern, observing Drogo's swift retreat on horseback, realized he could not catch up due to the speed at which Drogo fled. Seizing a moment of inspiration, he grasped a few of the slower Drogo soldiers, hurling them horse and rider alike towards Drogo's direction. As Drogo, flanked by Hagel and Colossal, dashed towards the camp, he occasionally glanced back to assess the unfolding situation. In a moment of alarm, Hagel spotted the giant seizing a lagging soldier and launching them towards their position. With time of the essence, he leapt from his horse, seizing Drogo and throwing them both to the ground to evade the impending threat. Colossal, caught off guard, had yet to comprehend Hagel's sudden action to protect Drogo from the perilous projectile. Chapter 34. Distribution of targets. Do you possess any effective means of escape, Jess? Inquired one of the individuals seated by the campfire. Jess furrowed his brow and replied, "As things stand, those who attempt to flee seldom meet with favorable outcomes. However, the Dothraki, during their march, typically disregard the elderly, infirm, and those unable to keep pace, leaving them to fend for themselves. To escape, one would have to resort to drastic measures inflicting harm upon oneself to the point of incapacitation, thereby compelling the Dothraki to abandon you. Yet, such an act would lead to a solitary struggle for survival in the wilderness, bereft of food and water, ultimately resulting in death. For now, we must align ourselves with these Dothraki, biding our time until they compel us into labor, at which point tools will be provided. Though the situation is dire, possessing tools will afford us an opportunity. Our only recourse is to lie low and seek out like-minded compatriots, consolidating our strengths. Upon reaching our destination, we will assess the situation. Whether to flee or resist, opportunities will inevitably arise." The individuals gathered around the campfire, upon hearing Jess's words, resolved to remain patient, conserving their strength for a future change in circumstances. The perspective shifts back to Alan, who is currently convening a meeting with senior officials and the chief nun of the church. The chief nun, the former Dashkarim, is the leader of all nuns and has been managing the affairs of the Titan Church in Alan's absence. Given the overwhelming number of captives, Alan is discussing their disposition with Flock. "We have an excess of slaves from the Bay of Dice," Alan stated. "I propose that we facilitate intermarriage between our Dothraki people and these Dice, encouraging reproduction among our populace, fostering a grand amalgamation of our peoples, and thereby increasing our numbers." Flock, seated at the lower end of the table, responded, "Your Majesty, while intermarriage may hold long-term benefits, the sheer number of captives presents a significant challenge for our Dothraki. Currently, considering the elderly, weak, women, and children, we number merely 300,000, while the captives total approximately 700,000. Alan recognized the potential dangers in Flock's remarks. His intention for intermarriage centered on the Dothraki, yet unrestricted intermarriage could lead to a Geist-dominated populace. Nevertheless, Alan had devised a strategy. Indeed, our Dothraki population is still relatively small. Although we are all warriors, the number of able-bodied men is limited. However, my proposal for intermarriage does not entail complete openness. Rather, we shall select suitable women among the captives and allocate them to our warriors to bear our children. After a brief pause, Alan continued. As for the men among the captives, they represent a valuable labor force. Given that their homeland has been recently devastated, many will likely aspire to restore their nation. Let us employ them for a few years of hard labor to bring clarity to their minds. Upon hearing Alan's thoughts, Flock realized that Alan had already contemplated these matters and chose not to voice further objections. Alan proceeded to articulate the intricate regulations regarding intermarriage, which he aptly termed the National Allocation of Partners Act. This legislation primarily serves to meticulously screen all eligible women, specifically those aged between 18 and 35. A demographic deemed most suitable for childbirth, thereby minimizing the associated risks and uncertainties. The second stipulation asserts that once the allocation is made, the Dothraki must refrain from inflicting any form of abuse, violence, or even taking the lives of these women. These individuals are, in essence, considered Alan as property, signifying a form of nationalization of human rights, wherein the lives of all individuals are viewed as belonging to Alan. Should anyone threaten the lives of his property, Alan would impose severe legal repercussions. The third regulation clarifies that while the women are allocated, the process is not arbitrary. Alan implements a grading system based on the women's appearance, physique, and age. For instance, those who are young, beautiful, and well-formed are classified as grade A. Young yet less attractive or older women fall into grade B. Those of average appearance and older are designated as grade C, while the unattractive are relegated to grade D. Women in grade A would be integrated into his performance troupe, with allocations contingent upon their notable contributions or the impact on significant battles. Grade B women would be allocated based on their wartime achievements, specifically when an individual has slain 50 enemies, with this requirement being cumulative. For instance, if one kills 5 adversaries in one battle, they may subsequently kill 45 in another to qualify for allocation. Grade C women could be allocated after accumulating 10 enemy kills, similarly subject to cumulative counts. Lastly, Grade D women would be eligible for allocation after slaying just 3 foes. Notably, there would be limitations on the number of women available, adhering to a first-come, first-served basis. While these provisions may appear harsh towards the women, it is essential to recognize the context of the cold weapon era, where women's status was inherently low, particularly as these individuals are captives from enemy nations, warranting no compassion. A saying aptly captures the sentiment: in a world where the gentle falter, the ruthless prevail. If someone must undertake such roles, why should it not be him? The officials below, upon hearing Alan's outlined regulations, felt a sense of intrigue, believing that the implementation of such a system could indeed cause a considerable uproar. The Dothraki, by their nature, often engage in battles between clans, absorbing the defeated into their own ranks. This practice is considered entirely normal among them, as they submit to the might of their conquerors. Thus, the treatment of these Dothraki captives is markedly different from that of prisoners from the slave trade. Alan specifically instructed Marden to assemble a contingent of 1,000 men to escort the severely injured, ensuring their safe passage to the church, where they would await Alan's blessings. Meanwhile, Alan himself led his forces towards Drogo's Colossal, providing a horse to each of the 3 guides to lead the way. He followed closely behind with Link and the 30,000 troops under his command. Having inquired about Drogo's forces, he learned that there remained around 10,000 guards at the Colossal. Not wanting to face complications in the assimilation process, he decided to bring an army to facilitate the task. Upon arriving at the outskirts of Drogo's camp, Alan observed a considerable number of elderly, women, and children within. The remaining soldiers confirmed the presence of approximately 10,000 men, aligning with the guide's information. Alan promptly ordered Link to encircle the entire Colossal, permitting no one to escape, not even a dog. When the inhabitants realized that they were being surrounded by an armed force, panic ensued, as Drogo had taken most of his main forces to confront the enemy. With the Colossal besieged and Drogo absent, the situation appeared dire. Among the 10,000 remaining soldiers, a man named Ko was attempting to organize his men to deliberate on whether to surrender or resist. At this juncture, surrender seemed the most prudent course. After all, shifting allegiance is not uncommon among the Dothraki. However, some argued that it was premature to capitulate, as they might endure a little longer, with the hope that Ko could arrive with reinforcements. Yet, those who had led the way had likely already brought news of their plight, suggesting that Ko may have perished in battle. Surely we cannot die for him, one protested. Another countered, you have not seen Ko's body. How can you assert he is dead? Perhaps the guides were merely scouts captured, misleading the enemy past Ko's forces. Indeed, it is possible the enemy merely took a detour. If we hold out for a while, Ko may come to our rescue, another chimed in. Do not be foolish. A force that large cannot traverse unnoticed. How long would that take? If the enemy were truly circumventing us, Ko would surely have sensed it. Call! Seated at the head of the assembly, listened to the discord below and felt a twinge of doubt about Ko's fate, given the time that had passed. If the enemy had indeed taken a circuitous route, Drogo and Ko should have been aware. Could it be that Drogo had been defeated? Yet, if that were the case, why was there no messenger to report such a calamity? Ko found himself deeply perplexed by the current predicament. If Ko were truly dead, he would not fight to the last man, as the Dothraki only submitted to his strength. Should Ko fall, the rest of the Dothraki, aside from the Blood Riders, would not continue to serve him. Chapter 35, Evangelism. On the following day, the Mother Superior led the nuns to the assembly site of the captives to spread the teachings. Aaron specifically instructed Flock to accompany them with a contingent of warriors for their protection. Being a wise giant with a nimble mind, he was adept at managing unforeseen circumstances. Upon their arrival at the gathering site, Flock directed the surrounding warriors tasked with overseeing the captives to divide the area into several sections for the purpose of evangelism. Given the overwhelming number of captives, it was impractical to congregate everyone for a single session. Hence, they were organized into 70 distinct areas. Even with this arrangement, the pace of evangelism remained sluggish. Aaron allowed the nuns 3 days merely to familiarize themselves with their duties. He did not expect them to achieve much within such a brief time frame, but rather intended for them to gain experience for the more effective propagation of their doctrines following the establishment of the new nation. Currently, there were 10 nuns in total, including the Mother Superior. She organized them into pairs for the mission, each group being safeguarded by over 50 Dothraki warriors to ensure their safety. Meanwhile, the remnants of the noble class, including Jess, became intrigued upon learning of the arrival of the nuns, hoping to extract some advantage from the situation. Unfortunately for Jess, although he had heard of the nuns' impending visit, his designated area fell outside their reach. As the Mother Superior commenced her teachings with one of the nuns, she proclaimed that Aurent was the chosen son of the legendary Titan, the embodiment of the deity among mortals. The power he wielded was divinely bestowed, and the Dothraki would conquer the world with this giant strength, much like the Valyrians who rose to prominence 5,000 years prior. Giants would ravage the earth akin to dragons. In contrast, those who did not embrace the divine would be cast aside and loathed by the gods, ultimately regretting their choices. While the Mother Superior fervently delivered her sermon, Flock remained vigilant, observing the crowd's every move. He was acutely aware of the resentment harbored by the devastated inhabitants towards the Dothraki, necessitating constant vigilance over the captives. As the Mother Superior passionately articulated her message, many gazes in the audience reflected fear and timidity, yet there were also numerous expressions of anger and helplessness directed towards them. These individuals had witnessed their loved ones slaughtered by the Dothraki during the siege, and their own fear had rendered them powerless to act, leading to their survival in a state of shame. Much of this anger was directed at the Dothraki, but a portion also stemmed from self-directed ire for their cowardice and impotence, lamenting their lack of courage to seek vengeance. Flock, naturally, perceived these looks but remained unfazed. As a Dothraki, he had grown up on horseback, having fought alongside Colossal from a young age, and had encountered such expressions countless times throughout his life. Although many individuals in the audience were inwardly cursing the nun and Flock, they dared not act on their sentiments. After all, those who had managed to survive captivity were individuals who valued their lives. Those unafraid of death had already met their demise during the rebellion against the crumbling city. Thus, they could only cast glances at Flock, which only served to reinforce Flock's perception of their cowardice. Should anyone dare to resist, despite the certainty of death, Flock would still hold a certain admiration for such audacity. Shifting the focus back to Aaron, he did not regard the current missionary efforts with great seriousness. Missionary work is a long-term endeavor. For now, he was merely planting a seed within the hearts of the captives. Aaron was presently engaged in completing the selection process he had previously begun, incorporating all the attractive and well-figured women into his harem. The remaining women would be subjected to his newly implemented assignment method, ensuring that each of his warriors was paired with a partner. The subsequent step would involve encouraging them to procreate. The more children they bore, the greater the subsidies they would receive. Each of these offspring would serve as a future asset, whether transformed into titans or as departed souls, all of which would belong to him, his property. Moreover, the more descendants he had, the greater the number of adherents he could expect in the future, perhaps even paving the way for his own deification. In order to expedite the selection process, Aaron decided to allow groups of 10 women to enter at once, hastening the pace, as his single warriors awaited their assignments. This approach may appear harsh towards the women. However, Aaron had previously decreed that those assigned to his warriors must not face any harm or damage to their appearance. Of course, there would be instances of violence towards those who resisted, but Aaron was capable of discerning the instigators through his coordinates. After all, his intent in assigning partners was to facilitate procreation, and any interference in this process would be deemed a crime. Nonetheless, mutual respect and affection among the compliant warriors were imperative, as these assigned women would effectively become their wives. Over time, emotional bonds would form, leading to a stable domestic life. Should a warrior unjustly assault a woman, he too would face consequences. To Aaron, he was the exalted king, treating all beneath him with impartiality, showing no favoritism. Naturally, he could not condone those who were excessively cruel, but beyond that, he embraced individuals of all skin tones, whether yellow, white, or browns. After a long day of toil, Aaron returned to his tent, seeking to alleviate his pent-up desire after a day spent among beautiful women. He summoned Lydia, requesting her to arrange for a few individuals to help him unwind. Lydia had been appointed as a chamberlain, overseeing the affairs of Aaron's harem, as her proficiency in multiple languages facilitated communication. While awaiting the arrival of the women, Aaron immersed his consciousness into the coordinates. Within the coordinate space, green light pillars stretched toward the heavens, and Aaron observed the busy individuals within this realm. These were the Dothraki who had perished in battle after consuming his blood. When the guards outside the tent arrived in response to the commotion, the lifeless body lay sprawled on the ground, and the matter had already settled into silence. Upon witnessing the demise of the obstructing figure, Rollo decisively commanded, "Relay the order. Let all soldiers lay down their arms and surrender. Simultaneously, gather all the elderly, weak, women, and children to welcome our future KO." Upon hearing the command, Rollo's subordinates promptly rose and exited the tent to convey the orders. Once the situation was under control, Moro turned to Rollo and said, "Rollo, trust me, this is undoubtedly the wisest decision of your life. Since you have chosen to surrender, I shall return to report to our future KO." Observing Moro's intention to leave, Rollo promptly declared, "I shall remain here to oversee matters. I will send my trusted aide with you to meet our future KO, thereby demonstrating my commitment." After escorting Moro to the entrance, Rollo dispatched his confidant to accompany Moro in paying respects to Alan. Chapter 45. Surrender. After a brief wait outside, Alan saw Moro emerge with another individual. The two approached Alan, kneeling before him, bowing their heads, and extending their hands with weapons raised, signifying their submission, a gesture customary among the Dothraki. Witnessing this display, Alan instructed Link to step forward and accept their surrender on his behalf. Link advanced to receive their weapons, an act that symbolized the acceptance of their capitulation. Alan directed Link to take half of the troops to oversee the transition, while he remained outside to guard against unforeseen dangers. Link requested Moro and Rollo's confidant to lead the way, as he intended to meet Rollo first to ensure a proper handover before managing the troops. Upon seeing Moro and his aide escorting Link, Rollo mistakenly assumed Link was Alan and promptly addressed him, "Esteemed KO, I am Rollo." Before Rollo could finish, Link quickly gestured to clarify, "I apologize, but I am not the KO. I am the commander of the 2nd Division under His Majesty the King." This was the first time Rollo encountered the term commander, leaving him somewhat perplexed, as such a rank was a novel construct introduced by Alan, unprecedented across the Essos continent. Noticing Rollo's confusion, Link recognized his unfamiliarity with Alan's organizational structure and proceeded to elucidate, also enlightening Moro in the process. "To prevent any potential disrespect towards His Majesty upon your encounter, allow me to clarify our situation. Our KO is no longer referred to as KO. He is now titled King, as we have established a nation, the forthcoming Dothraki Empire. Therefore, when you meet His Majesty, please refrain from using KO and instead refer to him as Your Majesty." Link then elaborated on the Imperial officer system, detailing the role of a commander and the composition of the various military branches. Rollo, upon absorbing Link's exposition, gained insight into the structure and hierarchy of the Empire. After familiarizing himself with the Empire's affairs, Rollo summoned the leaders of his subordinates and peacefully completed the integration process. Chapter 36. Indulgence. Alan's consciousness was immersed in the luminous column of coordinates, a beacon connecting him to each individual who had partaken of his blood wine. Each furrow into this radiant column bestowed upon him a fleeting sense of omnipotence, yet in truth, he remained far from mastering all. His followers were but a mere handful compared to the vastness of the world, a mere drop in the ocean of existence. With each subsequent visit to the column, Alan's comprehension of the coordinates deepened, and his familiarity with their manipulation grew. Mastery, after all, is born of practice. Any new endeavor demands a process of trial and error to cultivate proficiency. Presently, Alan possessed the ability to modify both his own genes and those of his progeny through the coordinates. He could refine his genetic makeup to enhance his physical allure and muscular development, augmenting his strength, speed, and stamina. The enhancement of his might and velocity was essential not only for his transformation into a titan but also for maintaining a degree of power in his ordinary form. As for stamina, it served as the foundation for his metamorphosis. The better his endurance, the longer he could sustain his titan form. Naturally, with a multitude of companions to attend to, his stamina must be enduring and recover swiftly. Through the coordinates, Alan also stumbled upon intriguing revelations. The transformation into the pure titan resembled the process of encasing an entity in sand, sculpting it into a larger version of a human. Akin to the legends of the terracotta warriors, where individuals were said to be molded within. However, the artistry required in crafting this sandy figure was paramount. If the form was grotesque or misshapen, the resulting titan would be equally unsightly and deformed. If such grotesque titans could be fashioned, it stood to reason that their forms could be distorted into various shapes, such as dog-headed titans, pig-headed titans, or even crafting an actual dog. In truth, Alan yearned to sculpt a dragon or a bird, yet the pure titans operated with a degree of unconsciousness, limited to the actions they had performed before their transformation into giants. Their capabilities, such as running, jumping, climbing, and swimming, were innate, while actions like flying remained unattainable as they had not possessed wings in their former lives. However, the galloping of quadrupeds like dogs was within the realm of possibility for the pure titans, as humans are born with the innate ability to crawl. Having pondered the intricacies of titan creation, Alan withdrew from the coordinates, whispering to himself, each venture into this space unveils novel applications. For Alan, the power of the titans was a remarkably novel phenomenon. His initial explorations were guided by the original narrative, yet titan power exhibited considerable malleability. It need not adhere strictly to established paradigms. Occasionally, a spark of inspiration could usher forth new transformations in titan power. In a world imbued with magic, there was no necessity to confine himself to the traditional interpretations of titanic strength. He could indeed explore an array of innovative possibilities. Upon emerging from the coordinate space, Alan beheld Lydia entering with 30 individuals, who first bowed respectfully to him, addressing him as Your Majesty. Upon encountering these 30 enchanting women, each exuding an exotic allure, Alan was overwhelmed by their exquisite beauty. He waved his hand and declared, "Let us take our places." The women responded in unison, placing their right hands over their hearts and bowing gracefully to Alan before proceeding to their designated positions. Among them, 10 dancers moved to the center of the tent, while another 15 formed a musical ensemble, and the remaining 5 approached Alan to provide leg massages, attending to his needs. These instruments, salvaged from the homes of their former masters, were originally destined for destruction. However, they were discovered by Flock, who, despite his lack of knowledge regarding music, sensed that Alan might have a use for them and brought them to the camp. Since being chosen for Alan as harem, these dancers, musicians, and masseuses devoted a portion of their time each day to training, focusing on the etiquette of presenting themselves to the king, as well as mastering various instruments, dances, and massage techniques. After all, allowing these women to merely indulge without physical activity could lead to undesirable changes in their appearance over time. Alan sought their companionship for his own enjoyment, rather than theirs. Their training was limited to 4 hours each day, 2 hours in the morning and 2 in the afternoon. During the remaining hours, Alan did not assign them chores such as laundry or cooking. Their sole duty was to serve him. Prolonged training or laborious tasks could adversely affect their beauty and figure, which was not in Alan's interest, as he had meticulously selected each of them. Reclining on a majestic mountain peak, Alan rested his head upon the shoulder of one beauty while embracing another, savoring the breaks they offered. The melodies of the instruments filled his ears, and at his feet, 2 attendants were massaging his legs. Long ago, Alan had grasped a profound truth. One must fully embrace enjoyment when the occasion arises, lest they find themselves regretting missed opportunities later. He reveled in the attentive service of his beloved wives and concubines. Meanwhile, on the other side, Jess and his companions had once again gathered. As they sat by the flickering campfire, a chorus of disgruntled murmurs echoed around them. These detestable Dothraki treat us like dogs, herding us about without allowing us a proper meal. Today, yet another group of nuns arrived to indoctrinate us. How infuriating. This group, as was their custom, vented their frustrations, reminiscing about their former lives of luxury. It is only in loss that one learns to appreciate what they once had. Previously, they discarded uneaten food without a second thought. But now they found themselves longing for scraps, struggling to fill their bellies and keep warm, with no one to share their bedding. It was no wonder that they yearned for rebellion. 4 individuals arrived at the entrance of Alan's tent, and upon receiving a halt signal from the female Dothraki warriors flanking them, one of the guards announced, "Your Majesty, the commanders have arrived and request an audience." Alan's voice resonated from within the tent, prompting the guards to step aside and allow the 4 to enter. Once inside, they bowed respectfully to Alan, who nodded in acknowledgement and remarked, "The purpose of your summons today is to discuss the matter of the newly recruited soldiers. Mudan, how many of the captured soldiers did you bring back this time?" Upon hearing Alan's inquiry, Mudan replied, "Your Majesty, during this battle, we captured a total of individuals and beheaded over 10,000. Alan, reflecting on Mudan's response, continued, "Most of those who fought were members of the Guard Regiment. Shortly, I shall impart a divine decree to you and your subordinate officers. This decree will contain the tally of beheadings from the Guard Regiment during this conflict. Once the decree is issued, you may inquire among those listed if they desire any allocations. If so, follow the protocol I previously established for their distribution." This so-called divine decree essentially involved Alan utilizing the power of coordinates to extract fragments of memory from all participants in the war, thereby statistically determining the number of beheadings. Once compiled, this information would be directly implanted in Mudan's and the officers' minds, enabling them to pose inquiries regarding each soldier. Additionally, for those who perished or were gravely injured, their families would receive support from the Empire. Young children would be educated and trained by the Empire, while the elder recipients would be provided with care and comfort. The beheading counts of the deceased and severely injured could be inherited by their relatives, with parents and children being the primary heirs. It would be prudent to ascertain the wishes of their king regarding whether the beheading count should be redeemed now or retained for future accumulation. Upon receiving Alan's instructions, Mudan promptly affirmed, "I shall adhere to your wishes, Your Majesty." Alan then added, "In these recent battles, from Meereen to Astapor, and now to the Dothraki grasslands, various factions have suffered significant losses. Previously, we lacked personnel reinforcements, but with the arrival of captives, each faction may select individuals from among them for replenishment in 3 days. It is anticipated that the remaining individuals could form an additional regiment under the command of the defector Rollo. As I previously mentioned, they will initially report to Link. Link, once they are entrusted to you, I hope you will not disappoint me. You may select a deputy commander to assist you." Understanding Alan's implications, Link realized that the remaining soldiers would likely consist of those with limited combat capabilities or of advanced age. To mitigate any potential discontent from Rollo, it would be necessary to appoint a deputy commander to maintain balance, while he must also remain vigilant to prevent unrest. After contemplating this, Link confidently stated, "Your Majesty, you may rest assured that this matter will be entrusted to me." Alan regarded Link with a nod, affirming, "Indeed, do not let me down. The selection of personnel will commence with the Guard Regiment, followed by your faction, then John's, and finally Flock's." The 4 responded in unison, "As you command." Chapter 37, Viserys. 3 days hence, the entire army had completed its preparations, and today marked the day of departure. Their destination was Pentos, with the mission to apprehend 2 significant Targaryens, Viserys Targaryen and Daenerys Targaryen, along with 3 dragon eggs capable of hatching dragons. For Aegon, possessing these siblings not only meant the potential for a future army of dragons but also provided a legitimate pretext for claiming the Iron Throne. While the notion of legitimacy was not paramount for Aegon, having a claim was certainly preferable to none. He could do without it, yet it was advantageous to have, as a future union with Daenerys Targaryen could afford him a lawful rule over Westeros. Aegon aspired for a complete and prosperous Westeros rather than a desolate wasteland trampled by giants, which would require considerable time and resources to rebuild. Aegon sat in a lavishly adorned carriage, drawn by the Unsullied giants. To ensure the speed and safety of the march, all labor-intensive tasks were entrusted to the Unsullied. During peacetime, they were tasked with guarding supplies and transporting various equipment. After all, it was unwise to forego the opportunity of utilizing 24 hours of free labor each day. This arrangement also allowed for the breeding of war horses and training of young Dothraki children. Aelin's planned route traversed the Dothraki Sea, through the Cahor forest, reaching Cahor before crossing the Novos mountains. From Novos, he intended to advance westward towards Pentos. Aelin had no intention of engaging with Cahor or Novos. Any conflict could alarm the 9 free cities and thwart Daenerys' journey to Pentos, rendering his efforts futile. Meanwhile, in Braavos, one of the 9 free cities, Viserys was halted by the guards before the Sea Lord's palace. "Begone, you beggar king, the Iron Bank shall not lend you a single coin." Since the defeat and death of his elder brother, Prince Rhaegar Targaryen, at the Battle of the Trident, the Targaryen family's reign had become precarious. For their safety, Viserys and his pregnant mother, Queen Rhaella, had been escorted by Sir Willem Darry from the Red Keep to the ancestral stronghold of Dragonstone. Shortly after their escape, King A's Landing fell, and Robert Baratheon seized the Iron Throne. The remaining members of the royal family who did not flee were slaughtered by the treacherous forces of House Lannister. Queen Rhaella, her unborn child, and young Viserys became the last surviving members of House Targaryen. After 9 months in exile on Dragonstone, Daenerys was born on a night marked by one of the fiercest storms in Westerosi history, earning her the moniker Stormborn. Tragically, her mother, Queen Rhaella, perished during childbirth. And the last remnants of the Targaryen military force, the fleet of Dragonstone, were completely obliterated in the tempest that accompanied Daenerys' birth. At that time, Stannis Baratheon was assembling a naval force to launch an assault on Dragonstone. In a desperate bid for self-preservation, the garrison of Dragonstone devised a plan to surrender and hand over the siblings, Viserys and Daenerys, before the execution of the garrison's capitulation. Sir Willem Darry and several other loyalists to the Targaryens clandestinely smuggled the 2 children to the free city of Braavos under the cover of night. In Braavos, the siblings resided in a mansion adorned with a red door for several years, where Sir Willem treated Daenerys with great kindness. However, following the passing of the elderly Sir Willem due to illness, the servants plundered the estate, leaving Daenerys and Viserys destitute and cast out. The mansion with its red door and the tears shed at her expulsion became the sole remnants of Daenerys' childhood memories. In the ensuing years, Viserys took Daenerys on a journey through the 9 great free cities, seeking allies and financial support while evading assassination attempts. They endured scorn and neglect. And in a desperate plight, Viserys was forced to sell even their mother's crown, earning him the derisive title of the Beggar King. His recent visit to Braavos was intended to solicit a loan from the Iron Bank to finance a mercenary company in preparation for a future campaign to reclaim Westeros. Regrettably, he was expelled by the guards before he could meet the Sea Lord or the Lord of the Iron Bank. It is plausible that the Sea Lord deemed lending to Viserys a futile endeavor, predicting he would squander the funds without yielding any results. After all, even the wealthiest banks assess the borrower's ability to repay before extending credit. In Braavos, Viserys had gained notoriety. The name of the Beggar King was well known throughout the city. "Oh, you foolish swine! If I ascend to the Iron Throne, I shall see to it that your heads are severed," Viserys bellowed at the guards. "Ha ha, you, the Beggar King, reclaiming the Iron Throne. Perhaps you should ponder your future instead." Upon hearing this, Viserys was instantly incensed, leading to a heated argument with the guards, and he nearly drew his sword. His volatile temperament, possibly exacerbated by consanguinity, was marked by pride and a relentless ambition. Ever since the fall of House Targaryen, he had remained vigilant against assassins sent by Robert Baratheon. As he matured, his obsession with reclaiming his father's throne intensified, rendering him increasingly irascible. Frequently insulted, his haughty disposition led him to lash out at Daenerys at home, often in fits of rage, awakening the fury of the sleeping dragon within him. Amidst the tumultuous exchange with the guards, the wealthy governor from Pentos, Illyrio Mopatis, witnessed the scene unfold. The attendant from the Sea Lord's palace, observing Illyrio's curiosity, recounted the tale of Viserys. Upon realizing that the silver-haired, violet-eyed youth before him was indeed Viserys Targaryen, Illyrio sensed an opportunity for manipulation. As Alan's consciousness traversed the coordinate space, he found himself amidst a plethora of colossal titans standing at 15 meters each, sufficient for both combat and the transportation of goods. This time, he intended to sculpt a number of gargantuan titans within this space. Upon reaching Pentos, he envisioned the establishment of a nation, which necessitated the construction of his own castle and palaces. He planned to erect a formidable wall surrounding his castle, effectively segregating it from the outside world, designating the castle as the inner city and the area beyond as the outer city. This strategic design served to fortify his defenses against potential invaders. Even though his titanic power rendered an assault nearly impossible, the towering walls at the heart of the city would stand as a symbol of strength. The construction of these walls relied heavily on the creation of colossal giants. Alan aimed to replicate the walls depicted in the Attack on Titan manga, which were fundamentally based on the hardened form of the colossal titans, further enveloped with stone and brick for added protection. His ambition was to mold titans reaching 60 meters in height, allowing him to build walls that stood 50 meters tall, with a 10-meter foundation. As he exerted control over the souls within the coordinate space, the recent conflict with Zogo had resulted in numerous casualties, ushering in new souls into this realm. Alan welcomed their arrival, viewing them as a source of free labor, perfectly timed for his grand endeavor to create over 200 colossal titans. To ease their transition, he used his abilities to immerse them in the blissful dreams of the Hall of Heroes, connecting them to a local network where they could reunite with fallen comrades. The remaining bodies in the coordinate space were commanded by Alan to commence the molding of colossal giants. This time, he aspired to craft a model of Ultraman, beginning with the simplest and most iconic form, the original Ultraman. In a short span, the figure began to take shape, featuring the signature egg-shaped eyes, a prominent crest atop the head, and muscular chest adorned with a circular light. The sculpture closely resembled the Ultraman he had previously admired, albeit in stone form. However, a critical concern arose. The titans he created lacked the iconic suits, rendering their texture distinct from the Ultraman of his memories. The naked giants appeared somewhat less appealing compared to their suited counterpart. Chapter 48. The Colossal Titans. After successfully molding a colossal titan resembling the original Ultraman, Alan scrutinized his creation. Due to the absence of a suit and the inability to apply color, the aesthetic quality of his titan fell short of the prototype's grandeur. Chapter 38. Daenerys Knight Braavos. Illyrio's mansion. Viserys gazed upon the corpulent figure before him, a man adorned with golden locks and a forked beard, each finger bedecked with rings of precious stones. His beard, oily and yellow, framed a mouth with uneven, yellowed teeth. Your Highness, allow me to formally introduce myself. I am a governor from Pentos, and to speak candidly, I wish to fund your restoration to the throne, with the hope of reaping greater benefits in the future. A smile illuminated Viserys' face upon hearing Illyrio's words. He was a man of simple nature, naively believing that the people of the Seven Kingdoms were tirelessly stitching banners of the true dragon, eagerly awaiting his return. The prospect of someone willing to finance his return to the Iron Throne stirred him to exclaim, "If I am to vanquish the loathsome Robert and reclaim the Iron Throne, I shall grant you the Stormlands of House Baratheon, bestowing upon you the title of Duke and appointing you as my Chancellor of Finance." Illyrio, though internally dismissive of the grand promises Viserys painted, recognized the value of the Targaryen name, which might afford him a stake in the future affairs of Westeros. With a facade of cordiality, he replied, "I am most grateful, Your Majesty. However, it seems you are not quite comfortable in Braavos. Would you care to accompany me to Pentos for a brief stay? I would be delighted to host you." After a moment's contemplation, Viserys responded, "I would be willing. But I have a sister. I must bring her with me to Pentos." Illyrio, having already gathered intelligence on the Targaryen lineage, was not surprised by Viserys' words. He was aware that the remaining heirs of House Targaryen were Viserys himself and his younger sister, Daenerys, who was merely 11 years of age. "Of course. Your sister is more than welcome to join us. You may retrieve her and allow her to stay with us for a couple of days before we depart for Pentos," Illyrio said with a smile. After bidding farewell to Illyrio, Viserys returned to the inn where he was temporarily lodging in Braavos. His childhood home had long since been used up and sold by servants. Upon entering the inn, he sought out Daenerys, and before he could even open the door, he exclaimed with enthusiasm, Danny, I bring splendid news. Guess whom I encountered today?" Inside, Daenerys heard her brother's voice from outside but did not react with much fervor. This girl, marked by a tumultuous lineage, had only known carefree days in her early childhood while living with the old Lord Willem. Since his death, she had wandered alongside Viserys through various free cities, from Braavos to Myr, from Myr to Tyrosh, and onward to Lys, each time being tossed about like a ball. Forever adrift and without a home, constantly on guard against the assassins dispatched by King Robert. Moreover, Viserys met his demise during the harrowing birth of his sister Daenerys, and he could never forgive her for it. Coupled with a life of humiliating exile, Viserys could only vent his wrath upon his unfortunate sister, subjecting her to both verbal abuse and physical violence, instilling in her a deep-seated fear of him from a tender age. From childhood, he had indoctrinated her with the notion that they must reclaim the Iron Throne, leaving her with little joy aside from listening to Sir Willem's tales of Aegon I's conquest of Westeros and the legendary dragons of House Targaryen. One day, Viserys eagerly opened the door to find Daenerys seated by the window, motionless and gazing outside. Noticing her lack of response to his words, he initially felt a surge of anger. However, contemplating his imminent meeting with Illyrio, he hesitated. The thought of confronting Daenerys, bruised and battered by his own hand, would be a blow to his pride. Thus, he forced a smile and said, "Dear Dany, my sister, our moment has arrived. I have received an invitation from Illyrio, the governor of Pentos, who is poised to assist us in reclaiming the Iron Throne." Daenerys, timidly responding to Viserys, asked, "Brother, are you not afraid he may have ulterior motives?" Viserys, enraged by her question, retorted, "Damn it, do you think I cannot discern for myself? Or do you believe I lack intelligence? Dany, do not provoke my ire, lest you experience the wrath of a sleeping dragon." He raised his hand as if to strike her but ultimately restrained himself, for Daenerys' disheveled appearance would only bring him shame. Viserys gently placed his hands on her shoulders and said, "Dear Dany, as long as Illyrio aids me in reclaiming the Iron Throne, I would pay any price." He continued, "Once we regain the throne, I shall ensure those who betrayed House Targaryen pay dearly, particularly that traitor Robert Baratheon, the instigator of this rebellion." Having released Daenerys, he approached the wardrobe and instructed her, "You must prepare yourself. We shall first visit Illyrio's residence in Braavos for a couple of days before heading to Pentos." As Viserys envisioned their triumphant reclamation of the Iron Throne, Daenerys, recognizing his fervor, reluctantly chose a beautiful gown to meet Illyrio. Before long, Viserys and adorned Daenerys set forth to meet Illyrio. In anticipation of their arrival, Illyrio had organized a modest banquet at his residence to honor the two Targaryens. Viserys and Daenerys arrived hurriedly, and upon hearing from the guards that Viserys had come, Illyrio stepped outside to greet him. Upon seeing Viserys and the enchanting figure of Daenerys behind him, Illyrio was immediately captivated by her presence. To them, the distance of 15 meters, though seemingly insurmountable, appeared trivial in the presence of colossal giants. After a moment of astonishment, the High Nun quickly regained her composure. Realizing that this was a fortuitous opportunity to promote her faith, once her thoughts were organized, she passionately proclaimed, "Fellow compatriots, this is indeed a divine manifestation, a testament to our devout belief. In this world, only our magnificent Titan giants embody true divinity." Chapter 49. Intimidation. The surrounding warriors were equally astounded by the sight of so many colossal giants. Upon hearing the High Nun's words, even those who wished to dispute her could only remain speechless. Although they had grown accustomed to the existence of giants, the emergence of a group of 60-meter-tall titans could only be attributed to a miraculous event. Many warriors, moved by the High Nun's eloquence, spontaneously knelt in prayer, beseeching divine favor. Their act of reverence prompted others around them to follow suit, for if this were indeed a miracle, failing to kneel would be an affront to the divine, possibly incurring divine wrath. Yet, some individuals knelt while observing these colossal beings. Despite the immense awe they inspired, many understood that their king was the son of the divine, an earthly representative of the gods, thus assuring them that these giants posed no threat. Consequently, aside from their initial shock, a growing curiosity about the titans began to take root. After all, how could one not be intrigued by such massive forms, especially when they knew they were safe? Curiosity is an inherent trait of humanity. As the warriors scrutinized the titans, several noted two peculiar giants among the rest. Unlike the ordinary titans, whose exposed red musculature was minimal and whose bodies emitted steam in abundance, these two stood out as distinctly strange. One giant bore a prominent ridge extending from the center of its head towards the back, with two egg-shaped eyes adorning its face and a peculiar circular feature at its chest, from which red muscle fibers radiated. The other giant was encased in armor, its angular form exuding a metallic essence, complemented by a distinctive emblem atop its head. Though the warriors could not ascertain why these two giants appeared so unusual, they sensed that they possessed a fierceness surpassing that of their nakedly muscled counterparts. In truth, the titan designed by Aaron was indeed more formidable than the ordinary titans, as it was enveloped in hardened armor, granting it superior defense and strength compared to its colossal brethren. Chapter 39. Pentos. Illyrio led Viserys and Daenerys into his grand abode, guiding them toward the banquet hall. Once seated, Viserys began to converse with Illyrio, while Daenerys sat awkwardly on the opposite side. Noticing her discomfort, Illyrio addressed her, saying, "Princess Daenerys, there is no need for apprehension. I shall do my utmost to assist you in reclaiming the Iron Throne." Seeing Daenerys' unease, Viserys approached her and quietly urged, "My dear sister, let us display the dignity of House Targaryen before Governor Illyrio. We must not bring shame upon our lineage in the presence of outsiders." Taking a deep breath in response to their words, Daenerys steadied her emotions, striving to appear less flustered, before raising her goblet. I thank you for your gracious invitation, Governor. And for aiding my brother and me in our quest to regain the Iron Throne, she proclaimed, raising her glass toward Illyrio. Illyrio, seeing her gesture, lifted his own goblet and replied, no need for formality, Your Highness, we are, after all, in the same boat. Assisting your brother in reclaiming the Iron Throne is but my duty, especially as I aspire to the position of Master of Coin in the future. Viserys chuckled at Illyrio's words and joined in the toast, declaring, to our future success in reclaiming the Iron Throne. With that, the three of them drained their goblets. And after consuming the wine, Daenerys found her spirits considerably lifted. As the banquet progressed, Daenerys relaxed somewhat, though she still spoke little, responding only when Illyrio or Viserys engaged her in conversation. 2 days later, Governor Illyrio escorted Viserys and Daenerys to Pentos. Although they were of royal blood, they were exiles and thus traveled with minimal baggage. They followed Illyrio's carriage to Pentos, a region under his influence, where he sought to gather support from other governors to fund the Targaryens. Pentos, one of the 9 free trade cities, is located on the western coast of Essos, bordering the narrow sea and standing in distant view of the 7 kingdoms. It is the closest free trade city to King's Landing, should an invasion of Westeros be planned. Pentos would serve as a vital stronghold. Nestled along a bay of the narrow sea, the city's eastern expanse is a vast plain known as the Flatlands. Following the ancient road built by the Valyrians eastward, one would cross tributaries of the River Rhone, traverse the Velvet Hills, and enter the Andals Mountains, eventually reaching Guise. The road continues, linking Guise with the other 2 free trade cities of Norvos and Kor. Originally established as a trading outpost by the Valyrians, Pentos swiftly absorbed the surrounding hinterlands, encompassing nearly the entirety of the ancient kingdom of Andals from the Velvet Hills and the Little Rhone to the sea. The early inhabitants of Pentos were merchants, traders, sailors, and farmers, with few of noble birth. Perhaps for this reason, they are less inclined to safeguard their Valyrian lineage and are more willing to intermarry with the indigenous peoples of their dominions. Consequently, many of the people of Pentos possess Andal blood, potentially making them the closest kin of the Westlanders. This is not surprising, for 6 millennia ago, the Andals embarked on their voyage westward, landing on the Fingers Peninsula and launching assaults upon the Vale. After enduring centuries of warfare, the Andals ultimately subdued the 6 kingdoms established by the first men, displacing them in the process. Only the king in the north mounted a successful resistance, ultimately halting the Andals' invasion at the shores of the Bay of Karholt. The Andals hail from the mountain range of Andals on the continent of Essos, the fabled site where the 7 deities descended and crowned their first king, Huger of the Hill. Those initial invaders adorned themselves with or etched upon their bodies the 7-pointed star emblematic of their faith in the 7. While the 7 are the least tangible of all the deities in the world of Game of Thrones, having never demonstrated divine power as the Lord of Light, the old gods, or the White Walkers have, they are indeed the most widely worshipped. Should Aegon launch an assault on Westeros, the faith in the 7 would present the greatest obstacle, as the Targaryen dynasty had once converted to this faith for various reasons. A month later, Illyrio brought Viserys and Daenerys to Pentos. At the city gates, Illyrio proudly proclaimed, "This is Pentos. Beyond the sea lies King's Landing." He escorted them to his abode in Pentos. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of the Essos continent, Aegon's grand army had reached the central region of the Dothraki Sea. Due to the immense burden of supplies and captives, coupled with the absence of a need for a rapid march to conquer, their pace was merely that of a normal advance. Aegon reclined in his carriage, relishing a massage, when Mouton rode alongside and informed him, "Your Majesty, our scouts have detected signs of a khalasar migrating southwest approximately 50 miles ahead. The size suggests that the khalasar comprises around 100,000 souls." Upon hearing this, Aegon commanded, "Keep a close watch on them, do not lose sight. Inform the entire army to halt and rest. Direct Flock to guard the camp with 70,000 troops, while the remainder should prepare their equipment for departure." With that, Aegon pushed aside the carriage curtain and stepped out. Mouton then issued the order to halt the army and dispatched a messenger to inform Flock of Aegon's commands, while he himself set about organizing the troops for battle. In no time, 80,000 soldiers were fully equipped and ready to march. Aegon instructed the scouts to lead the way as they pursued the southwest direction. Meanwhile, within the khalasar, Khal Drogo rode at the helm, guiding his people in their migration. Indeed, this Khal Drogo is the very same who would one day wed Daenerys. As the moment to reach Pentos had not yet arrived, Aaron devised a plan to utilize these colossal titans as a formidable line of defense for the prisoner camp. Once they arrived at Pentos, he intended to arrange the towering giants in a circle, forming the foundational walls of the inner city. Meanwhile, the 15-meter crawling titans were escorted back to the camp, where Aaron liberated the humanoid titans, assigning the crawling giants the task of transporting supplies. Following several battles against the slavers, the number of humanoid titans had risen to approximately 600. Aaron transformed those gravely wounded yet still clinging to life into mindless titans. While those who, though severely injured, showed potential for recovery were spared, as they represented living individuals. Their survival would contribute to the Empire's population growth, thereby enhancing the birth rate. Aaron planned to allocate 100 mindless titans specifically to guard the vicinity of the Titan Church, ensuring its protection and serving as a facade of divine presence. The remaining mindless titans were stationed around his tent and the surrounding area, particularly near the harem he had selected. To mitigate potential suspicions, Aaron assigned a contingent of female Dothraki warriors as guards for his tent and the harem area. Even Marden, who had previously protected Aaron, was relocated to a more remote area, distanced from both Aaron's tent and the harem. After all, with such a large harem, though Aaron could not equally distribute his attention, he could not allow anyone to tarnish his reputation. 3 days later, Aaron's 4 major commanders diligently executed his orders, dispersing the warriors captured from the Zolgok Khalasar across the 4 legions. The elderly, women, and children captured later from Zolgok's Khalasar predominantly comprised the latter group. Given the Dothraki's martial culture, the elderly and women among them were primarily survivors of the battlefield. These seasoned warriors possessed invaluable combat experience, and Aaron instructed them to remain and impart their skills to the children. The children were gathered for unified training with the youth of Aaron's empire. While still in their formative years, instilling a sense of patriotism in them would ensure they viewed themselves as integral members of the empire. As they matured, they would become pillars of strength for the Dothraki Empire. The elderly women and captured females were assigned to assist within the church, where Aaron instructed the head nun to instill the faith of the Titan deities in them, frequently taking them to the prisoner camp to deepen their beliefs and subtly transform them into fervent followers of the new faith. Chapter 40, The Battle on the Prairie, Part 1, on the continent of Essos, in the Dothraki Sea. Khal Drogo gazed upon the enemy scout apprehended by his blood riders and inquired, "Whose deployment are you part of? Who is your call?" The scout merely lifted his gaze to meet Drogo's eyes, offering no response. Incensed by the scout's insolence towards their call, Drogo's blood riders advanced and unleashed a flurry of blows upon him. Observing the scout's unwavering silence amidst the onslaught, Drogo gestured for his men to take him away. Although Drogo gleaned no intelligence from the scout, he surmised that the enemy might be preparing to launch an assault. Thus, he commanded his trusted blood rider, Kaholo, "Alert all the warriors, foes are approaching. Prepare for battle." Kaholo, one of Drogo's 3 blood riders, was accompanied by Hago and Colossal. Kaholo was stout and bald, with a prominent hooked nose and a mouth filled with jagged teeth. Despite his unremarkable appearance, he had earned Drogo's deep trust. Hago was tall and often taciturn, favoring a fierce glare directed at others. Colossal, possessing a similarly cold demeanor, was remarkably agile, yet had a penchant for tormenting the weak. It was this Colossal who would later meet his end at the hands of Jorah Mormont. Upon receiving Drogo's orders, Kaholo sprang into action, seeking out the other warriors to prepare for war. The entire Khalasar began to mobilize. Drogo commanded a formidable force of over 40,000 Dothraki warriors, with the remaining members comprising the elderly, women, and children. He left 1,000 to guard the camp and protect the vulnerable within, while he led the remaining 30,000 towards the direction where the scout had been discovered, aiming to fortify their position against the impending enemy. Though Drogo had never tasted defeat in his life, a fact evidenced by the long braid adorned with tiny bells that he wore, he remained devoid of arrogance, approaching each conflict with unwavering resolve. Recently, whispers had circulated throughout the Colossal regarding the emergence of a legendary Khal, one purported to possess unimaginable power. Over 6 months prior, a proclamation had indeed been issued from the sacred city of Vizdathrak, calling upon all khalasars to gather and pay homage to this fabled Khal. While the majority dismissed the announcement with scorn, a few khalasars ventured forth, eager to discern the truth, yet no further news was forthcoming. It was presumed that they had been assimilated, although individually their numbers paled in comparison to Drogo's. When combined, they could potentially surpass his khalasar in both strength and size, posing a formidable threat that Drogo alone could not withstand. Though Drogo harbored an unwavering belief in his unparalleled martial prowess, having faced no adversary that instilled fear in him throughout his life, he could not assure victory in this impending conflict against the legendary Khal. For the enemy may number in the tens of thousands, and as a fellow Dothraki, he was acutely aware of their formidable combat skills. It is undeniable that the Dothraki are elite warriors, having survived numerous battles. Thus, Drogo remained vigilant against such a formidable foe. As time passed, the tremors of the earth began to resonate with the approach of hooves. Gradually, the sound of thundering steeds echoed from the distance, a cacophony akin to rolling thunder, signaling the overwhelming number of assailants. As figures on horseback emerged on the distant horizon, the enemy appeared as a swarm of locusts, advancing relentlessly towards Drogo's position. Meanwhile, Alan, after a lengthy journey, finally reached the site of the Khal's encampment. He observed that the enemy had already formed a battle line, poised for a decisive confrontation. Without hesitation, he commanded Mutang to lead 5,000 troops into the fray, while he retained 30,000 of Link's forces in the rear to monitor the situation. In this campaign, Alan had not brought the Unsullied Giants, opting instead for a contingent of Dothraki cavalry. After all, with 80,000 warriors at his disposal, he had yet to encounter a Khal with a greater following within the entire Dothraki Sea. If 80,000 could not secure victory, their presence would be of little consequence. Mutang, mounted and leading his troops, charged towards Drogo's forces. Unfazed, Drogo raised his blade and rallied his army to meet Mutang's advance. As the forces drew near, the first sound to pierce the air was the sharp whistling of arrows slicing through the sky, as both sides' Dothraki warriors began to unleash their volleys from horseback. For these warriors, raised in the saddle, archery while riding was as instinctive as breathing. Before the two armies could engage in close combat, numerous Dothraki fell, pierced by arrows, while the fortunate who survived were trampled into the ground by their comrades. The brutality of war was unmistakable. In previous skirmishes, Alan had relied on the Unsullied Giants to absorb a significant amount of arrows, mitigating casualties. However, as the distance between the two forces diminished, Mutang let out a peculiar cry, prompting the surrounding warriors to instinctively retreat several paces from him. The warriors of Drogo and Khal, witnessing one of their opponents being isolated, exchanged glances of astonishment, pondering the sanity of a man who would charge alone into the fray. Moments later, as the two sides clashed, Mutang, with another bizarre cry, leapt from his mount. The enemy soldiers, unyielding, thrust a spear through him, pinning him to the ground. Believing Mutang to be mortally wounded, they raised the spear triumphantly. Yet in that moment, yellow lightning erupted from his body, followed by a deafening explosion that blinded the surrounding foes with its blinding brilliance. Qohor, built along the tributary of the Lorne River known as the Qing River, is situated on the edge of the vast Qohor forest. To the east of Novos and north of Volantis, a road connects Qohor with the ancient city-state of Enori, a once great city now destroyed, located inland in Essos. Nestled by the banks of the Qohor River, Enori lies to the northeast of Qohor and southwest of Dagger Lake. This illustrious city, famed among the Lynans, met its demise during the Lynan invasion, ravaged by dragons commanded from the freehold of Valyria. The artisans of Qohor are renowned throughout the world. Their blacksmiths possess the remarkable skill to infuse color into metal, with some even claiming the ability to reforge Valyrian steel. Qohor is also known for producing exquisitely woven tapestries that are more affordable than their counterparts from Mir, making it a crucial waypoint for trade heading eastward. The city is fortified by imposing stone walls, and 4 centuries ago, after successfully repelling the invasion of the Dothraki with the help of the Unsullied, its garrison has been entirely composed of Unsullied warriors, each brandishing a spear adorned with a bundle of human hair. However, this time, Alan did not intend to seize the city by force. Rather, he sought to engage in trade here, wary of the repercussions should news of Qohor's fall reach Pentos. Such a revelation would undoubtedly provoke a reaction, potentially alarming the descendants of House Targaryen and jeopardizing Alan's meticulously laid plans. Thus, he was determined to avoid alarming the proverbial snake. In due time, he envisioned the 9 free cities would inevitably fall under his dominion. Alan planned to enter the city with a contingent of his forces to conduct transactions while arranging for the remainder to rest within the Qohor forest, instructing Flock and Link to vigilantly guard the camp and conceal its existence. If necessary, Alan wished to preserve some of his strength, lest he arouse suspicion. He intended to procure a substantial amount, as he had yet to find a use for the golden jewelry he had seized from the slave bay. Furthermore, with the abundance of captives and soldiers, the Empire's food reserves were dwindling, necessitating additional procurement. Qohor is a city that often resolves its issues through monetary means. Every 3 or 4 years, a Dothraki Khal named Zico leads his khalasar to the outskirts of Qohor, and to expedite his departure, The citizens routinely offer him tributes of gold, with Alan arriving accompanied by over 10,000 Dothraki cavalry. It was certain that Kor would also bestow some form of tribute upon him, ensuring that Alan's intentions appeared benign, thus providing reassurance to the city's noble class. Chapter 52. Kor in the heart of Kor, within a grand mansion adorned with opulence, the whole is graced with columns of gilded splendor, reflecting a distinctly Western architectural style. The space is filled with elegantly attired nobles, all members of the Kor elite, who, after the cataclysm that obliterated Valyria, seized the opportunity to liberate themselves from its control. Now, the governance of this city-state rests jointly in the hands of the local nobility and the priests of the faith. Chapter 41. The Battle on the Prairie, Part 2. After transforming into a colossal figure, Maldon gazed upon the enemies charging towards him, propelled by his own steeds. With a mere swipe of his claw, he cleaved both horse and rider into several pieces. Many nearby foes, witnessing such a gruesome spectacle, turned pale with fear. Maldon then leaped into the heart of the enemy ranks, embarking on a merciless slaughter. From a distance, Droga observed the sudden emergence of the giant. Though initially taken aback by the giant's presence, he quickly regained his composure, understanding that if left unchecked, the giant would wreak havoc. And no ordinary horse or man could impede his rampage. Thus, he bellowed an order, "Fire! Fire!" Upon hearing their commander's command, Droga's soldiers swiftly drew their bows and unleashed a volley of arrows towards the giant. As the arrows soared towards Maldon, several of their former comrades, caught in the onslaught, were tragically pierced like hedgehogs. Droga found himself with little choice but to have his men retaliate. Allowing the giant to rampage unchecked would leave them defenseless. Consequently, he sacrificed a portion of his troops to buy time against the giant's assault. Maldon, taken aback by Droga's decisive order to attack, was soon struck by arrows. Fortunately, he shielded his eyes just in time, and due to his transformation's resilience to injury, his wounds were not severe. Observing that the giant was not gravely injured, Droga's forces prepared to continue their barrage. At that moment, Maldon's cavalry had charged into close quarters, engaging in hand-to-hand combat. Those who dared to shoot arrows at the giant found themselves swiftly dispatched by the warriors on Aelin's side. Faced with the enemy's advance, Droga had no choice but to abandon his assault on the giant, as both cavalry units began to clash. Horses collided, and men fought fiercely. Aelin's soldiers exhibited remarkable discipline, keeping their distance from Maldon, wary of the giant's potential wrath. Meanwhile, Aelin observed the battlefield, noting Maldon as unrestrained rampage, with no adversary capable of countering his lethal claws. On the opposite side of the battlefield, Aelin also spotted Droga in combat. Droga's movements atop his horse were fluid and proficient, delivering lethal strikes with every blow, a testament to his battle-hardened experience and innate talent. Recognizing the valor of this formidable warrior, Aelin speculated on his identity, with such skill and the long braid cascading down his back. It was likely that he was none other than Khal of the Khals tribe. Thus, Aelin utilized his coordinates ability to relay a command to Maldon. "Maldon, take heed of the warrior to your east, distinguished by his lengthy braid. He may be Khal. Eliminate him or capture him alive." Startled by Aelin's voice echoing in his mind, Maldon momentarily hesitated, yet soon recalled that the king was the son of the divine, wielding unimaginable giant strength. The presence of other extraordinary abilities was therefore not beyond comprehension. Upon receiving Aelin's command, Maldon turned his gaze towards the east and noticed a warrior with long braids. His face was adorned with a thick beard, and his muscular upper body was exposed to the air. In battle, he displayed remarkable ferocity, having already felled numerous soldiers under Aelin's command with his curved blade, demonstrating remarkable agility as he maneuvered atop his steed. Drogo, wielding his scimitar and mounted on his horse, proved to be an unstoppable force. After all, he was a character who had never tasted defeat throughout his life. Witnessing Drogo's audacity, Maldon discarded the severed limbs of his adversaries and charged directly towards him. The soldiers loyal to Drogo, upon seeing the giant advancing towards them, instinctively sought refuge, preferring to evade the brutal giant rather than confront him. Some brave souls, however, loyal to Drogo, attempted to impede Maldon's advance, summoning the courage to swing their scimitars at the giant. Unfortunately, their efforts were futile. Maldon paid them no mind and trampled over them, leaving behind a gruesome scene stained with blood. Drogo, noticing the giant rushing towards him, was approached by 3 Blood Alliance guards. Among them, Koro quickly addressed Drogo, urging him, "Drogo, you must retreat and regroup our forces. I shall confront the giant." Drogo vehemently retorted, "I am Chao, how can I flee? Kohoro." Understanding Drogo's pride and temperament, having witnessed his growth from childhood, knew that suggesting retreat would be a blow to his dignity, as he had never known defeat. Yet, the situation was dire. The giant was an overwhelming force, and their enemies' numbers vastly outmatched theirs. The intensity of the battle was relentless, and maintaining a coherent formation was becoming increasingly difficult, with enemies constantly assaulting them. The prospect of defeating or even halting the giant seemed as unattainable as grasping the moon from the water. They had all witnessed the giant's formidable prowess. Its claws were exceedingly sharp, capable of severing their curved blades with ease. Towering at over 10 meters, the giant possessed immense strength, rendering their scimitars ineffective. Koro recognized that Drogo's pride would prevent him from fleeing, but he implored him to value his life above all. Having watched Drogo grow up, he regarded him as his own child. Koro then addressed Hago and Colossal, urging, "Quickly, take Chow away. I will hold the giant at bay for a while. As long as Chow remains, we have not lost." With that, Koro spurred his horse towards the giant, drawing his bow and aiming for its eyes. Though Koro was no longer in his youth, his age had honed his archery skills, making them more refined with each passing year. Rick furrowed his brow and addressed his companion, "Rick, if that is the case, let us proceed together to investigate. Simultaneously, we should inform the other nobles who have yet to arrive, urging them to convene with us at the city wall to deliberate on how to confront this unknown khalasar." Chapter 53. Negotiation. Everyone, please withdraw. Yuri waved his hand, signaling the dancers in the center of the ballroom to depart. The dancers bowed gracefully before exiting the floor in an orderly fashion. He then instructed the servants to tidy up the hall. "Once we leave, ensure the hall is rearranged, as we may soon welcome new guests." "Yes," the servant replied with a respectful bow. If all went smoothly, and the unknown Colossus call was willing to accept their goodwill and gold, they could extend an invitation to the call for a renewed banquet, thus solidifying their friendship. After all, matters solvable by gold, provided the price is right, are best resolved in such a manner. Otherwise, should war erupt, the losses would extend beyond mere finances. Their respective family armies would also be at stake, the very foundation upon which their families stood in core. Once conflict commenced, even a victorious outcome could result in significant casualties, potentially leading to the decline of their families, a fate they could not bear. After issuing further commands, Yuri led Rick and the other nobles towards the eastern city wall of Kor. Alan rode at the forefront with his army, poised before the gates of Kor. This time, Alan opted not to besiege the city, leaving the Unsullied behind and bringing only 10,000 troops along with Malden and John. To avoid alarming the defenders, Alan maintained a respectful distance, refraining from provoking the guards. Alan rode back and forth outside the range of the city's defenses, observing the situation atop the walls. He noted many soldiers adorned with spiked helmets, evidently the Unsullied previously purchased by Kor, although Astapor had been destroyed by Alan. Numerous buyers of Unsullied still remained on the continent, and many of them had retained a significant number of Unsullied in their service. Kohor, in particular, had a notable number of these buyers, having previously repelled the Dothraki invasions with the aid of Unsullied, earning them immense admiration from the citizens of Kor. After returning to his troops and waiting for a while outside the city, Alan spotted a group of nobles clad in opulent attire and adorned with golden jewelry. Among them a hooded priest in a white robe. Alan observed as one of the elegantly dressed nobles exchanged a few words with a brown-haired man in armor. The armored man promptly descended from the wall, and shortly thereafter, the creaking of the city gates echoed as they were slowly opened. Emerging on horseback was none other than the previously mentioned brown-haired man in armor. Chapter 42. The Battle on the Prairie, Part 2. Koro understood the terrifying nature of the giant. All his actions were aimed at ensuring that Drogo could retreat safely. Thus, although he launched a counterattack against the giant, he maneuvered on horseback, primarily focusing on harassment, and commanded the surrounding soldiers of Drogo to obstruct the giant. For Koro, it was not about slaying the giant, as long as he could restrain it and afford Drogo the time to withdraw. It would suffice even if it meant sacrificing the lives of the soldiers beneath him to delay the giant's advance. Under Kahoro's leadership, the soldiers around him began to use their flesh and blood, their very lives, to impede the giant. Meanwhile, Marden, due to the immense damage caused by the transformed giant, typically ventured forth alone, maintaining a considerable distance from his allies. Consequently, Marden found himself momentarily obstructed by Drogo's soldiers, who bravely stood their ground. Some astute soldiers devised a strategy, casting ropes and chains in an attempt to subdue the giant. Despite its agile leaps, it was soon pursued relentlessly by the surrounding soldiers on horseback. Although the ropes and chains were swiftly shredded by its lethal claws, they nonetheless slowed its progress. However, Marden remained ever mindful of the orders given by Aaron. To him, Aaron's command was paramount. Regardless of the obstacles, he was determined to fulfill the task entrusted to him by Aaron. Thus, even when hindered, he steadfastly pressed onward towards Drogo, resolute in executing the king's command. Yet, as the soldiers continued to impede his advance, Drogo grew increasingly distant, prompting him to unleash a furious roar. Upon witnessing the giant being obstructed by the enemy, Aaron's forces began their advance to support Marden, while the surrounding enemy troops hurriedly sought to impede their progress. Both sides became ensnared in a fierce melee, with Aaron's soldiers mounting frenzied assaults against Drogo's defensive lines, which were desperately trying to resist the onslaught. Unfortunately, Aaron's forces were too numerous, and as they had to split their ranks to protect Teo and fend off the giant's attacks, their defenses weakened, ultimately succumbing to Aaron's relentless army. The sporadic resistance was swiftly overwhelmed under the iron hoofs of Aaron's legions. A small squad, under the command of their leader, successfully broke through to the vicinity of the giant. They immediately launched an offensive against the enemy surrounding the giant. Faced with this new threat, the enemy was forced to divide their ranks to counter the assault, which significantly alleviated the pressure on Marden. He tore through the weakened defenses, leaving behind a scene of carnage, while Koro met his end in Marden's jaws. Marden continued his pursuit of Drogo, and as Drogo's soldiers recognized the dire situation, many from the rear ranks could only flee in the same direction as Drogo. The morale of those still resisting dwindled, and upon witnessing this, Aaron's soldiers collectively shouted, "Lay down your weapons, we shall spare those who surrender. Lay down your weapons, we shall spare those who surrender. Lay down your weapons, we shall spare those who surrender." The echoes of their pleas reverberated across the prairie, and as fellow Dothraki, the absence of a language barrier among them only heightened the urgency of the moment. Some soldiers, resisting fiercely, heard the calls for surrender and, against their will, laid down their weapons, for life is but a singular gift. In the Dothraki culture, skirmishes among the various khalasars are frequent, with annexations occurring regularly. It is not uncommon for warriors from conquered khalasars to seek refuge elsewhere. These surrendering soldiers swiftly raised their hands, relinquishing their arms, kneeling and bowing their heads in submission. However, there remained a faction of die-hard loyalists to Khal Drogo, individuals who had grown up in his khalasar, having witnessed the reign of Drogo's father, Balon, and the might of Drogo himself. For these steadfast resistors, the soldiers of the Allen army were merciless, swiftly severing their heads, as each one represented a tangible achievement to them. After all, Allen had declared that rewards would be distributed, and the more they decapitated, the greater the quality of their rewards. Meanwhile, seeing Drogo gallop away with remarkable speed, Mutang realized he could not catch up to him. Instead, he seized a few slower soldiers fleeing from Drogo's side, hurling them, horses and all, in Drogo's direction. At that moment, Drogo was being escorted towards the camp by Hargo and Colossal, occasionally glancing back to assess the situation. As Hargo turned, he witnessed a giant grasp a struggling soldier and launch him, horse and all, towards them, which startled him greatly. With time of the essence, he leaped from his mount, embracing Drogo and tumbling to the ground to evade the impending strike. Colossal, still processing Hargo's sudden action, was unprepared for the impact of the soldier and horse that crashed into him, leaving a momentary look of confusion in his eyes before he was obliterated, reduced to a gruesome mess alongside the fallen equine. Hargo felt something cling to his hair. Brushing it away, he discovered a segment of intestine in his grasp. Despite having endured countless battles as a member of the Blood Oath, the visceral remnants of a friend or perhaps a foe filled him with a chilling dread, casting doubt on whether they could escape the giant's grasp. Drogo, rising from the ground, understood that retreat was no longer an option. He could only fight to the death for a glimmer of survival. Having never tasted defeat, he now confronted its harsh reality. Yet, his pride forbade him from bowing to the enemy. Even in death, he would rather perish in combat than flee like a coward. With renewed resolve, Drogo seized his weapon and charged at the giant, roaring in defiance. Mutang, having hurled a horse, observed Drogo evade the attack and, met with the warrior's furious cry, regarded him with contempt before picking up a corpse from the ground and hurling it towards Drogo. After speaking, Yuri mounted his horse and departed, followed closely by the purists. Their steps synchronized as they exited. Upon returning to the city, Yuri made his way to the gathering of Rick and the nobles. As soon as Rick saw Yuri return, he hurried over, his face etched with urgency, and inquired, "Yuri, how are things?" Observing Rick's flustered demeanor, Yuri maintained his composure and replied with a calm smile, "Rest assured. I have come to an agreement with Cal from the opposing side. By the way, this Cal is named Alan." Rick, reassured by Yuri's tranquility, began to relax. But Yuri's next statement startled him once more. However, Alan Cal demands 400 pounds of gold, claiming that such a sum is necessary to avoid war, Yuri stated plainly. Upon hearing this, Rick erupted in anger. 400 pounds of gold? Why doesn't he just go die? The nobles nearby echoed Rick's sentiments, voicing their outrage at Alan's audacity to demand such a sum. Is he not afraid of bursting? Indeed, does he have such an insatiable appetite? We might as well go to war. Listening to the nobles' outcries, Yuri, unfazed, remarked, "While 400 pounds of gold is considerable, if each family contributes a little, along with the church as support, we would face no pressure whatsoever." Yuri's suggestion for the nobles to collectively fund the demand was laced with ulterior motives. He recognized that within the city of Kor, there were numerous nobles, varying in status, with his own family being the most prosperous. However, many smaller and medium-sized families existed, and distributing the burden would impose minimal strain on his family, yet it would be felt keenly by the smaller houses. Recently, these smaller families had been restless, seeking to gain more power within Kor. By urging them to contribute, Yuri aimed to weaken their ambitions, hoping to keep them in check. Upon hearing Yuri's proposal, several nobles immediately voiced their dissent. "Even if shared, the burden is too great for us. We do not agree. Yes, we vehemently oppose this." "Absolutely." Yuri, raising his voice in response, declared, "Since you are all unwilling, then let your own leaders take command against the opposition. I shall not accompany you." With this proclamation, those who had been so vociferous fell silent, their bravado dissipating. Although they had shouted passionately, the thought of leading troops into battle was far less appealing. They were acutely aware that Yuri's family commanded the largest force in all of Kor, controlling a third of the city's military, with another third under the priest Rick's church, and the remaining third held by various smaller families, who seldom collaborated. Thus, without Yuri's backing, they would merely be sending themselves into a futile endeavor. Consequently, they had no choice but to acquiesce to Yuri's wishes. Nonetheless, when it came to the distribution of gold, each family argued fervently, hoping to minimize their own contributions. "Our family's caravan was recently ambushed. We are in dire straits now. Is it possible for us to contribute less gold?" Chapter 43, Post-War on the Essos continent. In the Dothraki Sea, the cacophony of crows echoed across the vast Dothraki plains, returning the land to its initial silence. The soldiers of Alan's army commenced the grim task of clearing the battlefield, collecting the fallen, salvaging usable equipment, and retrieving the masterless steeds. The horses that had perished in battle were butchered for their flesh, dried into jerky to serve as provisions for future skirmishes. After all, the mouths to feed were numerous, and every morsel was to be gathered. The surrendered Dothraki were lined up in groups, awaiting Alan to assimilate the elderly, the weak, and the women and children of Khal Drogo's faction into his ranks. Mutang released his colossal grip, gazing at the mangled remains of Drogo, reduced to a grotesque paste, with only a long braid faintly visible as a testament to the man's existence in this world. Khal Drogo, a character who appeared abruptly in the original narrative, had his life snatched away by Alan on this very plane. Yet, in contrast to his constrained demise in the original tale, this death in battle might grant him a more dignified repose. After slaying Drogo, Mutang approached the surrendered soldiers and directly inquired, "Who is your call?" The captive soldiers murmured among themselves, one voice breaking the silence, "It is Khal Drogo, the man you just crushed." Upon hearing their call's name, Mutang realized that his assumptions were correct. This formidable warrior was indeed their leader. He commanded his subordinates to guard the surrendered soldiers and tally their numbers, while also instructing them to assess his own troops' casualties before returning to report to Alan. Mutang swiftly traversed the distance of approximately 10 meters to Alan, kneeling down on one knee. With a sound of release, he dispelled his giant form, revealing blood trickling down from the nape of his neck. After severing the blood strands, he descended from his colossal stature, approached Alan, and saluted respectfully, stating, "Your Majesty, the enemy's call has been slain, named Drogo. His remaining followers, save for those who fiercely resisted and were annihilated, have surrendered and are currently being secured by our forces. We have suffered 123 fatalities and 295 serious injuries." Upon learning that the call was indeed Drogo, Alan expressed genuine astonishment, for this Drogo was destined to become Daenerys' first husband in the original tale. Renowned for his undefeated combat record, He bore a long braid, inheriting the title of Call from his father, a true scion of destiny. Alas, in the original narrative, he met an untimely end, ultimately succumbing to a witch's blood magic. Rendered a mere shell of his former self before being suffocated by the mother of dragons under the covers, a tragic end for a once great hero. Alan merely reflected on the character from the original text, but now that he has passed away, it is no longer a matter of concern. He instructed Mudden to keep a vigilant watch over the surrendered soldiers and to identify those among them who were sensible enough to lead the way to the location of Drogo's Khalasar. Mudden complied, selecting suitable individuals from the captives. Before long, Mudden returned with 3 individuals before Alan, having chosen them at random from the prisoners. After all, there were indeed many who were sensible. Those who surrendered typically valued their lives and sought to assert their presence. Once Mudden delivered the 3 to Alan, he was retained for the task of escorting the captives back to their encampment. However, these captives would not be crowded together with the individuals from the Slaver's Bay. Once bestowed with holy water by Alan, these Dothraki would be integrated into his forces. It was customary among the Dothraki for khalasars to engage in conflict and absorb the defeated into their ranks. They would submit to the stronger who had vanquished them. Thus, the treatment of these Dothraki captives would naturally differ from that of those taken from Slaver's Bay. Alan particularly instructed Mudden to assemble a contingent of 1,000 men specifically to escort the severely injured, ensuring their safe passage to the church, where they would await Alan's blessing. Alan himself led the way toward Drogo's Khalasar, providing each of the 3 guides with a horse to lead them forward. He followed closely behind with Link and a contingent of 30,000 troops. He had already inquired of the guides, who confirmed that there remained 1,000 guards at Drogo's Khalasar. If he did not bring a sufficient force, the task of incorporating them would prove cumbersome, necessitating his transformation into a giant. Hence, bringing an army was intended to facilitate this process. Arriving at the outskirts of Drogo's Khalasar, Alan observed a considerable number of elderly, women, and children within. The remaining soldiers corroborated the guide's account, confirming the presence of 1,000 individuals. Alan promptly commanded Link to encircle the entire Khalasar with their forces, allowing no one to escape, not even a dog. Upon seeing the army encircle the Khalasar, panic ensued among its inhabitants, as Drogo had taken the majority of his forces to confront the enemy. Now, with the Khalasar surrounded and Drogo absent, the situation appeared dire. Among the remaining 1,000 soldiers, a leader named Ko was organizing his men, deliberating whether to surrender or resist. Yet Yuri still inquired, Alan Kao, since you have heard of our craftsmen in Kor, you must also be aware of their worth. Although there are many artisans in Kor, only 3 possess the skill to reforge Valyrian steel. And the decision regarding their departure is not ours to make. Should any of them willingly choose to accompany you, we would not object, but you may take only one. Upon hearing this, Alan understood the predicament Yuri faced. Those who mastered such crucial techniques were invaluable wherever they went. Despite being a noble of Kor, Alan recognized that the number of craftsmen capable of reworking Valyrian steel was limited, and it was prudent not to offend them. However, Alan also grasped what was paramount for a blacksmith: the desire to forge an unparalleled weapon and a profound curiosity about uncharted ores and metals. He addressed Yuri directly. I comprehend your position. I wish to be granted the opportunity to meet and persuade them for recruitment. I will personally advocate for them. Yuri, upon hearing Alan's words, promptly replied, Very well, Alan Kao, please wait here while I fetch the blacksmith. With that, Yuri hastily intended to leave, but Alan halted him, saying, Yuri, do not depart just yet. I have additional requests. Hearing Alan's words, Yuri tightened the reins and turned his horse back. What further requests do you have, Alan Kao? Speak freely, and I shall consider them. Yuri, being astute, stated he would consider Alan's requests without guaranteeing fulfillment, yet Alan remained undeterred and directly asked, to be frank, I wish to purchase 200,000 pounds of grain from you, primarily in the form of storable dry provisions, and I shall pay you in gold. Additionally, I seek some of Kor's weaving artisans. I trust acquiring them will be less challenging than the blacksmiths. Yuri, upon hearing Alan's demands, could not help but think, what audacity. I just provided him with money, and he intends to use it to buy my goods. Chapter 56. The blacksmith Yuri turned his horse and returned to the ranks, leading the group back to the city of Kor. Upon his return, the others eagerly inquired, what transpired. Yuri relayed Alan's various requests, leaving the group somewhat speechless. They found it peculiar that Alan, one of the few cows interested in items beyond gold, not only sought blacksmiths but also weaving artisans. which seemed contrary to the usual disinterest of the Dothraki in such matters. The group mused over Alinkau's surprisingly diverse interests. However, amidst their discussions, when they learned of Alin's intention to purchase grain, one individual speculated aloud, "Yuri, do you think Alinkau is running low on provisions? If we were to engage in battle, wouldn't our chances improve once he is deprived of supplies?" Yuri swiftly countered. "Do you have confidence that you can hold Kor until the Dothraki exhaust their provisions?" Upon hearing Yuri's retort, the individual fell silent, as he too lacked certainty. Although the Dothraki were primarily cavalry and appeared to lack siege equipment, the possibility remained that they possessed alternative methods. Chapter 44. Recruitment. Allen, mounted on his steed, surveyed the entirety of the besieged KLS. He instructed one of the guides, a former raider named Moro, to enter for negotiations, a choice made due to Moro's significant standing within the ranks of the Dothraki KLS. The KLS itself resembled a miniature kingdom, with raiders typically swearing fealty only to the reigning Khaleesi. Should a transition occur, there was a distinct possibility of rebellion. In the original narrative, the demise of Drogo led to the fragmentation of his KLS, with those once loyal to him splintering off with their respective bands. This underscored the notion that raiders heed only the commands of their sovereign, and if the new Khaleesi proved unsatisfactory, they would likely defect or seek to replace her. The deployment of Moro, a former raider, was strategic. His previous influence in Drogo's KLS lent weight to his words. Securing the allegiance of the 10,000 troops and the KLS intact was paramount, as they represented a vital reservoir of strength for the future. Upon the arrival of Moro, the guards immediately rode forth, only to realize that he was among their own. "Moro, what brings you here? What of the army behind you? Do you intend to betray the Khaleesi?" they inquired. Moro, fear etched on his face, responded, "You have no idea what we have endured. Drogo has fallen, and those outside are the very ones who defeated us. They come to consume our KLS. Quickly, take me to Rollo. I have urgent matters to discuss." The guard, startled by Moro's words, recognized the gravity of the situation. The Khaleesi was dead, and the KLS stood on the precipice of annihilation. Without hesitation, he rushed to inform Rollo. Upon hearing of Moro's arrival, Rollo promptly permitted him entry. Moro had departed alongside the Khaleesi, and his presence without Drogo spoke volumes. As Moro entered Rollo's tent, Rollo swiftly rose, inquiring, "Moro, what is the situation? Where is the Khaleesi?" Although Rollo had surmised Drogo's demise, he sought confirmation from Moro. Moro replied somberly, "It is all over. Our forces have suffered a catastrophic defeat. Drogo is dead, and the rest have been captured. I have been sent to negotiate. For the opposing Khaleesi wishes to wholly absorb your 10,000 soldiers." Despite his mental preparation, Rollo was taken aback, collapsing into his chair at the weight of Moro's revelation. The gravity of the news incited fervent discussions among the assembly. "With the Khaleesi gone, should we not surrender to avoid further bloodshed?" one suggested. "Indeed, with Drogo deceased, what loyalty do we owe?" another echoed. "What are you saying? The Khaleesi has just fallen, and you wish to capitulate. Do you not recall past loyalties?" A dissenting voice countered. "We must fight to the bitter end, avenge the Khaleesi," another declared. Moro listened to the clamor of those yearning to resist, acknowledging that they lacked the understanding of the Titan's terror, having never faced it themselves. Moro addressed Rollo directly and said, "Rollo, surrender. You have no comprehension of the horrors we have encountered on the battlefield. The enemy is aided by giants behemoths towering over 10 meters with immortality. No one can stand against them. If it weren't for the enemy's desire to fully integrate your 10,000 troops and the entirety of Chaos, they would have launched an assault by now." Listening to Moro's words, Rollo was skeptical upon hearing of the giants. Although he found it hard to believe in such towering figures, he recognized that Moro was not one to speak without reason. Moreover, the recent death of Vuaga weighed heavily on him. It was unreasonable to expect Rollo to pledge his loyalty to Chaos and sacrifice himself willingly. He was merely concerned about the fate that awaited him upon surrender. Would he retain his status, or would someone fabricate a reason to eliminate him and seize power? Sensing Rollo's apprehension, Moro reassured him, "Before I came here, the opposing leader informed me that as long as you surrender, you will retain your command of 10,000 troops upon your arrival there. Your status will remain unchanged." Upon hearing this, Rollo felt a sense of relief. He stood up and declared his surrender. As the announcement echoed, the crowd erupted in discussion. Vuaga's loyalists were incensed. One of them boldly exclaimed, "Rollo, how dare you? Vuaga Chaos has just died, and you choose to ally with the enemy. Do you not honor Shwaga's trust in you? Rollo retorted. I am the rightful leader of this cause. With cause gone, my word is law. Do you dare to rebel? One of Shwaga's staunch loyalists approached Rollo. Drawing his sword and challenging, let us duel. I challenge your position as leader. Rollo signaled to his subordinate, who swiftly drew his weapon and, before the loyalist could react, plunged it into his back. Simultaneously, Rollo unsheathed his own sword and severed the loyalist's head. Forgive me, Rollo murmured, but in these urgent times, I cannot gamble the lives of my 10,000 men and the entire cause on a duel. The remaining loyalists of Shwaga, witnessing this brutality, erupted in fury. Drawing their weapons and accusing, Rollo, you disregard our ancestral codes and resort to treachery. Rollo's men, alongside those who wished to surrender, no longer feigned ignorance. They declared, to hell with you. We have no desire to die. If you seek vengeance for cause, we shall send you to join him now. Chaos ensued within the tent as the two factions clashed. The multitude of those wishing to surrender overwhelmed Shwaga's loyalists, who, despite their resolve, found themselves outmatched and swiftly dispatched. By the time the guards outside heard the commotion and rushed in, the ground was strewn with lifeless bodies, and the situation had settled into a grim silence. Observing that the resistance had been quashed, Rollo decisively commanded, send word to all soldiers to lay down their arms and surrender. Gather all the elderly, women, and children to prepare for our future in chaos. Upon receiving the order, Rollo's subordinates promptly exited the tent to relay his commands. The three blacksmiths, filled with enthusiasm, eagerly touched and examined the crystal stone, with Evans even hastily borrowing a lamentation from Yuri to strike at the crystal. This enigmatic stone represented a remarkable discovery for the blacksmiths, igniting their imaginations of the extraordinary weapons they could forge from it. For blacksmiths, the pinnacle of their craft lies in creating unparalleled weaponry, and the discovery of this stone might very well enable the creation of a legendary weapon, akin to the famed Dawn of Hardening in Westeros. However, to Alan, this crystal was a manifestation of his hardening ability. To enhance its durability, he had continuously compressed it, resulting in a hardness that far surpassed that of ordinary crystallization. Observing the three master blacksmiths as they marveled at the stone much like one would admire an ethereal beauty, Alan addressed them, Masters, what are your thoughts on this stone? Upon hearing Alan's voice, the three masters awakened from their reverie. Head, the first to respond, stated, this crystalline stone indeed possesses remarkable hardness. Even Valyrian steel swords strike it without causing any damage. Should we manage to forge a weapon from this stone, it could become a legendary artifact, enduring through time. In response to Head's assertion, both Evans and Torvin nodded in agreement, acknowledging that they had never encountered a material of such quality. If they could utilize it for weapon crafting, it might even surpass Valyrian steel. Alan then revealed, to be candid, this stone originates from the Dothraki Sea. When we discovered it, there were many more surrounding it, but due to its hardness, we could only bring back one piece. He continued, if any of you wish to accompany me, I would gladly take you to the site of the discovery and assist you in understanding the properties of this stone for weapon crafting. If this endeavor succeeds, it would rival the emergence of Valyrian steel swords, and one of your names will forever be associated with this event. Is that not a splendid tale? The three men felt a surge of excitement at Alan's words. Indeed, the honor of a blacksmith lies in the weapons they forge and their innovative spirit. Alan had struck a chord with them. However, as they contemplated the proposition, their thoughts turned practical. All three had families in Kor, and particularly for Head, whose advanced age rendered him unfit for such a long journey. His body could no longer withstand the rigors of travel. After much deliberation, it was Evans who finally spoke to Master Head, saying, Master, allow me to go this time. Your age renders you unsuitable for such a journey. And should I forge an extraordinary weapon, future generations will remember that I was your apprentice. Listening to Evans, Head felt a sense of resignation. He recognized that his current condition was no longer conducive to traveling or blacksmithing. He replied to Evans, then go ahead. Once you leave, my old bones will endure for a while longer, enough time to teach another apprentice to carry on my legacy. You may depart with my blessing. Chapter 45. Surrender. After waiting outside for a while, Alan was met by Moro, who emerged with another individual. The two approached Alan and knelt before him, bowing their heads and extending their arms, presenting their weapons as a gesture of submission. This act signified the surrender of the Dothraki people. Upon witnessing this scene, Alan instructed Link to step forward and accept their capitulation on his behalf. Link advanced to receive their weapons, which symbolized the acceptance of their surrender. Alan directed Link to take half of the troops to oversee the transition, while he remained outside to guard against any unforeseen dangers. Link requested Moro and Rollo as trusted aides to lead the way, as he intended to meet Rollo first to arrange the handover before proceeding to accept the troops. Upon seeing Moro and his confidants approaching with Link, Rollo mistakenly assumed Link to be Alan and promptly addressed him, saying, "Esteemed Ko, I am Rollo, I." Before Rollo could finish his sentence, Link hastily waved his hand, stating, "I apologize, but I am not Ko, I am the commander of the 2nd Division under His Majesty." It was the first time Rollo had encountered the term commander, leaving him somewhat bewildered. After all, this rank system had been conceived by Alan and was unprecedented throughout the continent of Essos. Observing Rollo's perplexed expression, Link recognized his unfamiliarity with Alan's organizational structure and took the opportunity to explain. Ensuring that Moro also grasped the information, to prevent any disrespect towards His Majesty when you meet him, allow me to elucidate our current situation. Our Ko is no longer referred to as Ko, he is now addressed as King. Our Chaos has now established itself as a nation, heralding the future Dothraki Empire. Therefore, should you encounter His Majesty, please be mindful of your language. Refer to him as Your Majesty, not Ko. Subsequently, Link elaborated on the military officer system of the Empire, detailing the role of a commander and the composition of the various military branches. Rollo, upon absorbing Link's exposition, gained insight into the structure of the Empire and its officer hierarchy. After becoming acquainted with certain aspects of the Empire, Rollo summoned the leaders of his subordinates and peacefully completed the assimilation process. Meanwhile, the half of the troops that Link had brought effectively restrained the 10,000 surrendering individuals, who were to be brought back to their camp and subsequently reorganized. Rollo also took Link to observe the elderly, women, and children within the Chaos. Noting a scarcity of elderly men, most of whom were infirm, the Dothraki, having engaged in warfare for many years, still had numerous elders in their 50s and 60s who were capable of fighting. These elders, having lived to such an advanced age, were seasoned veterans. And although their physical strength had significantly diminished compared to their youth, their survival within the Dothraki community amid continuous conflict attested to their formidable fighting prowess. For these elders, the young warriors of the Khalasar have come to recognize their skills. As these elders become less capable of combat, arrangements are made for them to enjoy their twilight years, or to provide guidance to the young children, ensuring that the Dothraki youth undergo training from an early age. However, such elders are but a minority. The life expectancy of most Dothraki typically ranges from 35 to 40 years, an age that marks the pinnacle of one's physical prowess. Beyond this threshold, physical capabilities begin to wane significantly. For them, a decline in physical condition equates to a decrease in combat effectiveness, and should their health falter, they risk falling to younger warriors on the battlefield. Link has ordered the confiscation of all weapons, intending to redistribute them later once these individuals are dispersed for better management. At present, they have yet to consume the blood wine of Alan, and trust in them remains tenuous. Those who have partaken of Alan's blood wine undergo subtle psychological transformation through coordinates, implanting a subconscious command to remain loyal to Alan. Currently, the warriors under Alan's command have been influenced by these coordinates. However, this transformation only affects their subconscious and does not alter their cognitive abilities or judgment. If an individual possesses a steadfast will, resolutely pursuing their own goals, the impact of this ability remains minimal, for Alan does not manipulate their memories. Link instructed his subordinate commanders to ensure the captives are settled, before proceeding with Rollo to report to Alan that all arrangements have been made. After a brief wait outside the Colossal, Alan observed Link approaching on horseback, accompanied by an unfamiliar Dothraki man and a retinue of guards. As Link and Rollo dismounted 5 paces from Alan, Link performed a respectful bow, prompting Rollo to do the same. Prior to their meeting, Link had advised Rollo on the proper etiquette for greeting Alan, noting his relatively youthful age, yet emphasizing the importance of maintaining decorum. Nevertheless, upon encountering Alan, Rollo was momentarily taken aback by his youth, for at this age, a typical Dothraki would just be learning the arts of horsemanship and warfare. Having spoken, Torwin paid no heed to the reactions of the remaining 3 individuals and instructed the apprentices preparing to accompany him to pack their belongings and settle their families by nightfall, ready for departure the following day. On the morrow, after tidying up the blacksmith's workshop, Torwin set out for the city to arrange the sale of the forge. Meanwhile, outside the walls of Kor, Alan awoke from his tent, having given orders the previous day to establish a camp at a suitable location beyond the city. Once Torwin had completed his preparations and Yuri delivered the provisions, Alan led them to join the main contingent, setting off towards Pentos. By midday, the sound of sentinels rang out from outside the camp. Your Majesty, the nobles of Kor have arrived with supplies and the blacksmith. Upon hearing of Yuri and Torwin's arrival, Alan rose to adjust his attire and replied, "Bring them to my tent." Yuri and Torwin awaited at the entrance of Alan's encampment with their convoy. Shortly thereafter, Maltan emerged on horseback, looking down from his elevated position, and declared, "Follow me. Cal wishes to see you." He then turned to one of his subordinates on the right and instructed, "Mickey, take a team to inspect the provisions and report back to me." Upon receiving Maltan's command, Mickey departed with several men to assess the state of the supplies. Maltan then guided Yuri and Torwin to Alan's tent. Yuri, having previously interacted with the Dothraki, possessed some understanding of their encampment's layout and customs. For Torwin, this was his inaugural visit to a Dothraki camp, where he observed numerous Dothraki with rugged visages, many bare-chested displaying scars, and others engaged in combat practice, including youths of approximately 15 or 16 years and muscular women. Torwin was deeply struck by the fierce demeanor of the Dothraki. Having heard tales of their valor, he realized upon witnessing them that the legends were not exaggerated. Upon arriving at Alan's tent, Maltan instructed the two to wait while he reported the visitors to the guards stationed outside. The guards promptly informed Alan of the arrival. Once Maltan received permission for their entrance, he led Yuri and Torwin into the tent. Inside, they beheld Alan languidly seated in a chair. While Maltan performed an unusual gesture of respect, Alan's distinctiveness as a Khal became increasingly evident. Yuri approached, bowed slightly in a noble greeting, and stated, "Khal Alan, the provisions you requested have been assembled through extensive coordination within Kor, and I am pleased to present you with an additional 5 weavers as a token to ensure our friendship." Chapter 46. Promotion the following day. Due to the prolonged process of receiving the captives, the night had deepened by the time it was completed. Alan, intending to embark immediately, found himself compelled to rest in place for the night. This marked a rare occasion since his arrival, as he found himself alone in slumber, feeling an overwhelming sense of loneliness. At dawn, Alan gathered his troops along with the surrendered captives and returned to his encampment. Upon arrival, he discovered that the captives brought back by Mutan had already been settled in, positioned at the periphery of the main camp, adjacent to the camp designated for those from Slave Bay. Many of the older captives, or those who had been injured and were thus unable to move freely, had significantly diminished in number. These individuals had contributed a portion of their strength to the vast Dothraki plains, nourishing the earth like spring mud. It is believed that in the coming year, the grass along the paths traversed by Alan's army will flourish more abundantly. A reduced number of captives also implies a decrease in food consumption, although the provisions obtained from raiding Slave Bay were ample. With many of these individuals now unwilling to work, it was prudent to minimize consumption wherever possible. The Dothraki brought back were settled nearby, allowing for vigilant oversight by the soldiers monitoring Slave Bay. Their location at the camp's edge meant that any potential uprising could be swiftly quelled. After 3 days of confinement and partaking in Alan's blood wine, these individuals would be dispersed among the various divisions. Upon returning to his tent within the camp, Alan summoned the division commanders for an audience. Mutan, Flock, Link, and John, upon receiving the summons, promptly set aside their tasks and made their way to Alan's tent. Upon arrival, they were halted by the gestures of the female Dothraki warriors stationed at either side of the entrance. One of the female guards announced within the tent, "Your Majesty, the commanders have arrived and request an audience." "Let them enter," came Alan's voice from inside the tent. The female guard immediately stepped aside, allowing the 4 to enter. Once inside, they bowed respectfully to Alan, who nodded in acknowledgement and spoke. "The reason I have summoned you is to discuss the newly integrated soldiers. Mutan, how many captives did you bring back this time?" Upon hearing Alan's inquiry, Mutan responded, "Your Majesty, during this battle, we captured a total of individuals and executed over 10,000. Alan, upon hearing Mutan's report, remarked, "The majority of those who fought were from the Guard Regiment. Shortly, I will impart a decree to you and the officers under your command. This decree will detail the number of executions carried out by the Guard Regiment during this war. Once the decree is issued, please inquire among the soldiers listed whether they have any preferences for assignments. If they do, allocate them according to the system I previously established." This so-called decree is, in fact, Alan's method of harnessing his power of coordinates to extract fragments of memory from all participants in this conflict, statistically compiling the number of executions. Once this information was accurately gathered, it would be directly implanted into Mutam and the officers' minds, enabling them to question the respective soldiers based on the information provided. Moreover, regarding the fallen and wounded in this battle, those who have family members will be cared for by the Empire. The younger ones will receive education and training from the Empire, while the older ones will be granted pensions and comfort by the Empire. Additionally, the number of beheadings associated with the fallen and wounded can be inherited by their relatives, with children and parents designated as the primary heirs. Their wishes concerning whether this beheading count is to be redeemed now or accumulated for the future can be inquired. Upon hearing Alan's instructions, Modon promptly expressed his compliance, stating, "I shall faithfully adhere to your Majesty's will." Alan then continued, in these recent conflicts, from Milan to Astapor and now the battle on the Dothraki plains, various factions have suffered significant losses. Previously, there was no replenishment of personnel, but with the arrival of numerous captives this time, after 3 days, each faction will have the opportunity to select individuals from among the captives for reinforcements. After the selection, it is estimated that we can form an additional regiment. Let Rollo, who has defected, take command of this regiment. As I mentioned earlier, it will initially fall under Link's command. Link, once you receive them, I trust you will not let me down. You may choose a deputy commander to accompany you. Upon hearing Alan's words, Link immediately grasped the implications. The remaining warriors selected this time would likely be those of lesser combat capability or advanced age. To prevent any dissatisfaction from Rollo, it would be prudent to install a deputy commander for balance, and he must remain vigilant to avert any unrest. After coming to this realization, Link confidently stated, "Your Majesty, you can rest assured to entrust this matter to me." Alan regarded Link and nodded, affirming, "Good, do not disappoint me." 3 days hence, the selection of personnel will commence with the Royal Guard, followed by reinforcements from Link's unit, then John S., and finally Flock S. The 4 present responded affirmatively. Mudan, noting that the Royal Guard now numbers 50,000, remarked that their organizational structure has become somewhat unwieldy. Henceforth, let it be referred to as the Imperial Guard. You shall serve as the commander, with the authority to appoint 3 division leaders, each overseeing 15,000 troops. Modon quickly expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Your Majesty, for your support." Alan nodded in acknowledgement and turned to the other 3, stating, "As for the remaining 5,000 personnel, select the female warriors from your respective units to fill these positions, and incorporate the men into your forces. When selecting the female warriors, focus solely on their combat capabilities. These women will be tasked with guarding my performing arts troop." The 3 responded promptly with deep respect, assuring they would attend to this immediately upon their return. "You shall present this command to John, instructing him to prepare the requisite provisions from the gold tribute of Kor, to be delivered to our esteemed friend, Yuri." The female guard nodded in affirmation and took the paper from Alan's hand. Alan then addressed Yuri, saying, "Yuri, please accompany my guard. She will escort you to John, who shall compensate you with gold equivalent to the provisions." Upon hearing Alan's words, Yuri could hardly contain his joy. The Dothraki had finally feasted, and I can soon depart from their encampment. Upon my return, leveraging the influence of this event will undoubtedly enhance my standing in Kor. Yuri followed the female guard, preparing to meet John. Alan, wearing a faint smile, observed Yuri's retreating figure. Once Yuri vanished from sight, the smile faded from Alan's face. "Take good care of my gold. Strive to earn more in the future, so that my harvests may be plentiful." Alan mused as he watched Yuri's silhouette. The treasures of Kor had already been earmarked by Alan, awaiting his future retrieval. Upon meeting John, the female guard presented Alan's command, prompting John to summon his men to bring forth a nearby cart. In truth, John had long received Alan's directive via coordinates and had already prepared the gold for payment. The reason he requested the female guard to display the written order was that Alan, aware of Yuri's presence, wished to conceal his capabilities and had casually penned the command for the guard to display. Upon seeing the gold on the cart, Yuri lifted the canvas covering it, counted the amount, confirmed its accuracy, and instructed his subordinate to drive the cart while he rode back to the city of Kor. Chapter 60. Homecoming. The following day, Alan returned to the main camp in the forest, accompanied by the provisions he had purchased and the individuals he had brought from Kor. Those who followed Alan to the Imperial encampment were utterly astonished by its vastness. Such a large camp must house at least 200,000 souls. Indeed, and many of the Dothraki are capable warriors, this encampment could easily muster an army of 100,000. It appears we have underestimated His Majesty's might. No wonder he possesses the confidence to proclaim himself king and establish a nation. Torvin and his apprentices were left in awe by the enormity of the camp, whispering amongst themselves in astonishment. "Ha ha, Master Torvin, this encampment is merely the abode of our Dothraki brethren," Maldon exclaimed, laughing heartily at their astonishment. Upon hearing Maldon's words, Torvin seized upon the key point and inquired, "The Dothraki's abode? Surely there must be other encampments." Maldon, addressing Torvin's question, elucidated, "You must have heard of the destruction of Slaver's Bay. That was orchestrated under His Majesty's leadership. We breached their stronghold, set their homes ablaze, and captured them all as slaves." Chapter 47, Forging New Titans. The following day, sunlight began to cascade over the earth. Within the confines of the tent, Aaron awoke from a cocoon of intertwined limbs. After attending to his morning rituals, he prepared to embark on the tasks that lay ahead. Today, he intended to visit the church. The severely injured soldiers brought back a few days prior were nearing the end of their strength. He planned to transform these individuals into pure titans. The number of pure titans had already grown considerable, and this time, he aimed to experiment with the creation of some colossal titans. After finishing his breakfast, Aaron exited the tent, summoning a female guard to lead his horse. He mounted the steed, accompanied by a contingent of female escorts, and set forth towards the location of the Titan Church. The church was not far from Aaron's encampment. A 10-minute ride brought him to the grand tent designated for the church. This tent, custom-made by his subordinates, was an oversized structure capable of accommodating up to 500 individuals for prayers, supplications, and the study of doctrine. Upon arriving at the Titan Church, Aaron beheld a flag standing proudly before the tent. The flag was entirely black, adorned with an emblem representing the head of a titan, as transformed by Aaron, rendered in crimson and accented with golden threads. Dismounting, Aaron entered the church's tent. At the far end stood a modest statue, with a 1-meter pedestal supporting a 2-meter likeness, totaling 3 meters in height, the maximum height permissible within the tent's confines. This statue was sculpted in the likeness of Aaron as Titan form, capturing the moment of a titan preparing to hurl a javelin. The powerful right arm extended backward, javelin poised for a pre-throw, while the left arm reached out, pointing toward the intended target. This entire statue was crafted directly using Aaron's hardening ability. Bathed in sunlight, the crystal statue shimmered with iridescent hues, evoking the divine. Beneath the statue lay simple bedding made of grass mats, where the recently rescued injured soldiers lay. These wounded souls were kept alive temporarily through various medicines administered by the nuns, awaiting Aaron's arrival. However, despite the nuns' efforts to sustain life, some injuries were too grave, rendering them beyond salvation. As the head nun tended to the wounds of a severely injured soldier, she noticed Aaron's arrival and entrusted the task to a nearby novice nun, who was in the midst of her studies. The church had expanded significantly, welcoming numerous Dothraki women who wished to cease fighting. Aaron had encouraged them to join the church, where they began learning the ways of the nuns. Their duties encompassed not only spreading the faith and studying doctrine, but also acquiring fundamental medical knowledge, such as dressing wounds and changing bandages. The high nun approached Alan, bowing respectfully and uttering, "Your Majesty, I beg your forgiveness for failing to meet your trust. Numerous severely wounded have succumbed to their injuries, and now only 243 remain." Upon hearing this, Alan expressed his understanding. "This is not your fault. Their injuries were grave, and death is a natural consequence. However, let us first carry these wounded away. I wish to bestow upon them my blessings." Upon receiving Alan's directive, the high nun promptly instructed her fellow sisters to summon several Dothraki warriors stationed around the church. The nuns, accompanied by the summoned warriors, carefully transported the injured outside to a clearing. They then organized a team to bring flatbed carts to convey the wounded beyond the camp. After all, Alan intended to summon colossal titans, and the space within the camp was insufficient. Additionally, a considerable number of these titans was required, necessitating the relocation of the injured. Riding alongside the high nun, Alan exited the camp, observing the Dothraki warriors transporting the wounded in successive groups. Once all the injured had been moved outside the camp, Alan's consciousness entered the coordinate space. Given that there were already numerous 15-meter pure titans, this space was ample for both combat and the transfer of goods. He intended to create several colossal pure titans in the coordinate space. Upon his arrival in Pentos, he planned to establish a nation, which would entail constructing his own castle and palace. He envisioned erecting a wall around his castle, delineating it from the outside world, thereby designating the castle as the inner city and the area beyond as the outer city. This strategy was also a precautionary measure against future enemy incursions. Even with the power of Titans at his disposal, having such a towering wall at the heart of the city would serve as a formidable symbol of strength. The construction of this wall relied heavily on the Colossal Titans. Alan aimed to replicate the walls depicted in the Attack on Titan manga, which would be based on the hardened form of the Colossal Titans, further encased in stone and brick for additional fortification. He planned to create Titans measuring 60 meters tall, utilizing a 10-meter foundation and a 50-meter height to construct a wall of equivalent stature. In the coordinate space, Alan observed the influx of new souls, a consequence of recent conflicts with Zogo, which had claimed the lives of many warriors. He welcomed these arrivals, as they represented a fresh source of labor perfect for his ambitious project of creating over 200 Colossal Titans. To assist the departed souls, he employed the capabilities of the coordinate space to immerse their consciousness in the blissful dreams of the Hall of Heroes, connecting them to a local network where they could reunite with fallen comrades from the past. Flock, it is your troops who are entrusted with the oversight of the captives. The provisions provided to them need not be of high quality, merely sufficient to stave off starvation will suffice. Those rations that are on the verge of spoiling, or only slightly compromised, can be allocated to them. Upon hearing Alan's words, Flock pondered for a moment and replied, Your Majesty, such treatment may incite rebellion among the captives. I humbly request that you grant me certain authorities. Alan responded directly, Granted. Should a rebellion arise, you are permitted to transform into a Titan and impose your judgment. Upon receiving Alan's consent, Flock, filled with enthusiasm, declared, I shall not disappoint your Majesty. Madam, I entrust the oversight of Torvin to you. You may make autonomous decisions regarding all matters of forging. Remember to ensure Torvin's safety, Alan instructed Madam. Yes, your Majesty, I shall take good care of them. As for you, Link, after our departure tomorrow, your troops will march at the rear, behind the Colossal Titan, to prevent any captives from potentially escaping amidst its colossal strides. Upon hearing Alan's command, Link assured him, Rest assured, your Majesty, not even a fly shall escape from the Titan's path tomorrow. Excellent. Do you have any further matters to report? If not, you may withdraw to prepare for tomorrow's journey. The four exchanged glances, all shaking their heads in unison, responding, Your Majesty, we shall take our leave. Once the four departed, Alan reclined on his bed, feeling that everything was in place. All that remained was to reach Pentos and capture the Targaryens. Meanwhile, Yuri, who had returned to Kor, was listening to a report from his subordinates. My lord, only one of the scouts we dispatched has returned, and he was fortunate enough to evade danger as he was far from khalasar. Hearing this news, Yuri could only sigh in disappointment. I had intended to send several scouts to follow their trail and gather intelligence, but it seems that Alan Kale is exceedingly vigilant. Very well, after they depart, we shall examine the remnants they leave around Kor to ascertain the scale of khalasar. The next morning, after breakfast, Alan set forth with the Empire, commencing their journey westward toward Pentos. Subsequently, the Imperial Army would traverse a section of the Valyrian Road before crossing the Nophos Mountains, taking a narrow path toward Pentos. The Valyrian Road was a wide stone thoroughfare constructed during the rule of the Valyrian freehold over Essos. These roads are straight, designed for the swift transport of goods, typically linking economic hubs. One such road lies across the expansive lands between the free city of Nophos and Kor. However, this time, Alan did not plan to visit Nophos, thus he resolved to forego the convenience of the Valyrian Road, preparing instead to traverse the Nophos Mountains directly to Pentos without alerting Nophos. The commotion caused by the Titans is too great, and unlike the sparsely populated Slaver's Bay, where the destruction of that region might go unnoticed by nearby powers, the free cities are densely populated with frequent merchant caravans. The devastation of one city would inevitably rouse the attention of others. Chapter 48. The Colossal Titan. After molding a Colossal Titan in the likeness of the original Ultraman, Aaron observed his creation. Due to the absence of a skin suit and the inability to add color, the texture of the Titan fell short of its prototype. Nevertheless, Aaron found it acceptable, as this endeavor was merely a personal curiosity. He yearned to experience the essence of a 60-meter Ultraman firsthand. Upon completing the Ultraman, Aaron next sought to sculpt the original Gundam. He guided the unconscious individuals to form a rough shape before employing his hardening ability to craft an armor that bestowed a metallic appearance. Unlike the original Ultraman, which lacked metallic construction, Gundam was fashioned from metal, allowing Aaron's hardening ability to effectively replicate its texture. Consequently, the visual appeal of the Gundam surpassed that of Ultraman. The only distinction was that affixing armor in the coordinate space required Aaron to expend physical strength to activate his hardening ability, rendering it a passive skill. In contrast, bestowing the hardening ability upon the Titan in reality necessitated the Titan's own vitality, categorizing it as an active skill. The final form, while still devoid of color, featured angular armor and the iconic V-shaped antenna, all achievable through the hardening ability. Its sole drawback remained the lack of pigmentation. Aaron gazed at the two models before him, concluding that the Gundam, composed of hardening ability, was undeniably more aesthetically pleasing than the Ultraman. The two uncolored models resembled the unarmored Assault Gundam and the statuette version of Giga prior to its encounter with Daiku. After separately crafting these two models, Aaron decided against further sculpting this form and instead transitioned to the image of the Colossal Titan from the anime. He began to replicate the Titans in large numbers, aiming to initially produce 150 Colossal Titans to serve as the foundational walls of his fortress, which would encompass an area of approximately 150,000 square meters. Within this space, he intended to construct his castle, while the remaining Titans would be shaped into 15-meter giants for routine guarding and transport duties. Aaron guided the unconscious individuals to continue molding, while he made his way to the light pillar at the coordinate center. During his endeavor with the Gundam, he discovered that he could directly endow the Titans with a suit of armor through his hardening ability. This revelation led him to ponder, did this not render the mindless Titan akin to the armored Titan? The sole difference being that the mindless Titan lacked its own intelligence. Previously, when Aaron had separated the powers of the Jaw Titan and the male Titan, he realized that the Titan powers he had bestowed, despite appearing to be severed from him, retained a profound connection to his essence whenever he approached the light pillar at the coordinate space's center. Aaron sensed that the essence of the ability still resided within him. By distributing this power, he was essentially delegating the authority to wield his capabilities. In a chat group, Alan occupies the position of the group leader, wielding the full capabilities of the group, while those who are granted abilities assume the role of administrators. The administrators can utilize the group's functions only with the leader's authorization. Without such permission, they lack authority. Even when a leader appoints an administrator, the leader retains access to all functionalities of the group. At present, Alan has transformed into the leader of the Titan group, bestowing the power to transform into a Titan upon selected individuals, who thereby become the administrators of this group. The leader can revoke the administrator's privileges at any moment. Previously, Alan believed that by distributing his abilities, he forfeited them, as he had always analyzed the situation from the perspective of the character Alan in the manga. However, the Alan depicted in the manga is not the origin. It is Ymir who holds that distinction, since Alan is the protagonist of the manga and possesses the most extensive viewpoint. He often unconsciously emulates the methods employed by his manga counterpart when using his powers. He consumes the spinal fluid of other intelligent Titans to inherit their powers. And there are only 9 fractions of Titan power in total. This information has confined Alan's thinking. As Alan's understanding of the coordinates deepens, his thought process must shift to Ymir's perspective, whereas the founding Ymir only makes her appearance at the end of the manga. The extent of her mastery over Titan abilities remains uncertain. The creation of a Titan with hardening capabilities is a practical application of Alan's own powers. By the time Alan concludes his contemplation, 150 colossal mindless Titans have been formed, each taking a stance on all fours. This arrangement facilitates the gathering of resources by these mindless Titans. In the future, Alan intends to utilize the humanoid mindless Titans solely for combat, while the resource-gathering mindless Titans will remain in a quadrupedal form for convenience. Alan transmits these crafted Titans through the coordinates and withdraws from the coordinate space himself. Meanwhile, in reality, 243 severely injured individuals begin to emanate a yellow glow. In an instant, over 200 beams of light ascend from the ground. The thunderous sound of lightning reverberates across the land. Observing from a distance, the nuns and soldiers perceive everything before them bathed in a golden light. Even the sun in the sky momentarily loses its color amidst the brilliance of these beams. As the smoke clears, all onlookers behold the 150 colossal figures that obscure the sky. How magnificent! Is this a miracle? So immense. Upon witnessing the colossal Titans, astonishment graces the faces of all present. After all, a towering entity standing 60 meters tall appears before them, and with a mere lift of its foot, one could be crushed underfoot. And this is not one, but a multitude. In this world, where power games reign and dragons are absent, the emergence of colossal Titans signifies a dimensional onslaught. No one and nothing can impede the advance of the colossal Titans. Daenerys, upon hearing the slightly irate voice of Viserys. Slowly turned to face him. Observing her brother's outstretched arms, she mirrored his gesture, embracing him in a warm hug. Viserys pressed a gentle kiss to Daenerys' forehead, cradling her face in his hands as he remarked, "My dear sister, have you perhaps forgotten what the wrath of the dragon feels like? Having enjoyed such a comfortable existence of late?" At his words, a flicker of fear crossed Daenerys' eyes, and she could only shake her head in silence. Noticing her apprehension, Viserys continued with a smile, "Today, Illyrio and I discussed a matter regarding how we might seize the Iron Throne." Intrigued by her brother's statement, Daenerys felt a surge of curiosity. Although the Targaryen dynasty had fallen by the time of her birth, and she had been cast adrift on the continent of Essos, the ideals of the Iron Throne's supremacy and the legendary tales of her ancestor Aegon the Conqueror, often instilled in her by Viserys and Sir Willem during her childhood, ignited a desire within her that rivaled his own. Yet, with her brother still alive and ahead in the line of succession, her yearning remained but a nascent seed in her heart. According to the original narrative, once Viserys had passed and she possessed the terrifying weapon of dragons, that seed of ambition would ignite into an uncontrollable inferno. With a hint of curiosity, Daenerys looked up at Viserys, who continued, "Illyrio knows a call from the Dothraki, named Drogo. We intend to forge an alliance with Khal Drogo to gain the support of his 40,000 horsemen." Gazing intently into Daenerys' eyes, Viserys said, "Dany, you have been in Essos long enough to understand the valor of the Dothraki. They live on horseback from a young age, capable of wielding blades as soon as they are able true-born warriors. Khal Drogo, without a doubt, stands among the finest, having never tasted defeat in battle since his rise." As Viserys spoke of an alliance with the Dothraki, an ominous premonition settled over Daenerys, and his next words plunged her into despair. "My beloved sister, Dany, I wish for you to marry Drogo in exchange for the support of his thousands of riders." Hearing Viserys' demand for her to wed Drogo filled Daenerys with indignation. Yet she found herself lacking the courage to refute him. Since childhood, Viserys had often invoked the concept of the dragon's wrath to exert control over her. Thus, despite her inner turmoil, she could only weakly protest, "I do not wish to marry a Dothraki, especially not a stranger I have yet to meet. I want to go home." Although in the original tale, Daenerys and Drogo shared a harmonious relationship post-marriage, the fear of the unknown loomed large in her heart before their encounter. The notorious reputation of the Dothraki on the continent of Essos was enough to silence the cries of children. Chapter 49. Deterrence. The surrounding warriors were utterly astounded upon witnessing the emergence of such a multitude of colossal titans. Upon hearing the words of the High Nun, any inclination to refute her was silenced, leaving them at a loss for words. Although they had grown accustomed to the existence of giants, the sight of the colossal titans, towering at 60 meters and appearing in a group, could only be attributed to divine miracles. Many warriors, moved by the High Nun's words, began to kneel spontaneously, offering prayers to the divine in hopes of receiving blessings. This act of reverence prompted others in the vicinity to exchange glances and join in kneeling. For if this were indeed a miracle, failing to partake in the act of worship would be a sign of disrespect towards the divine, potentially incurring divine wrath. Yet, some individuals, while bowing in reverence, also observed the colossal titans. Despite the awe inspired by their presence, they understood that their king was the son of the gods, a divine emissary on earth, ensuring that the colossal titans would not pose any threat to them. Thus, beyond their initial astonishment, many were filled with curiosity about these titans. After all, with such immense forms before them, how could they not feel intrigued, especially knowing they were safe? Curiosity is, after all, a fundamental aspect of human nature. As the warriors continued their scrutiny, several among them noticed two particularly peculiar titans among the colossal ones. While ordinary colossal titans bore exposed red muscle with minimal skin coverage, emanating steam and heat indicative of mass production, these two giants were strikingly different. Their appearances set them apart from the typical colossal titans, presenting an oddity that drew attention. One of the giants featured a pronounced angularity extending from the center of its head towards the back, with two egg-shaped eyes adorning its face. A strange circular object rested at its chest, from which red muscle fibers radiated outward in intricate patterns. The other titan was entirely encased in armor, its body exhibiting sharp, defined lines, crowned by a V-shaped emblem, exuding a distinctly metallic aura. Although the warriors could not fathom the reason behind the peculiarities of these two titans, they sensed an underlying ferocity in them that surpassed that of the ordinary titans with exposed red muscle. In truth, the titans designed by Aaron were indeed more formidable than the standard colossal titans, as their bodies were enveloped in hardened armor, enhancing their defense and strength. Conversely, the Ultraman Titan, while not granted the power of hardening, boasted extensive skin coverage, yet its combat prowess was comparable to that of an ordinary Colossal Titan. Aaron's creation of these two titans was not intended for battle. Rather, it was a manifestation of a dream from his past life. A nostalgic yearning to transform into Ultraman and pilot a Gundam, a dream cherished by many in their youth. While the High Nun continued to extol the deeds of the divine, Aaron maneuvered the Colossal Titans toward the vicinity of the captive encampment. In order to prevent the verdant flora of the Dothraki grasslands from being incinerated by the steam and heat emitted by the Colossal Titans, Aaron meticulously regulated their output to the bare minimum. Henceforth, the Dothraki grasslands would serve as Aaron's dedicated equestrian and pastoral sanctuary. To ravage these lands would require considerable time for restoration. A battalion of 150 Colossal Titans advanced towards the prisoner camp, their approach generating a commotion far more profound than that of Aaron's cavalry, numbering in the hundreds of thousands, charging forth. Within the confines of the prisoner camp, the captives had begun to stir in agitation at the sight of the immense columns of light that heralded the Titans' arrival. Many, upon witnessing the celestial beams piercing the heavens, were bewildered, presuming it to be divine retribution upon the detestable Dothraki. The transformation of individuals into Colossal Titans had occurred in a clearing to the west of the military encampment, which extended for an impressive 20 miles, while the prisoner camp was situated to the east. Thus, although the prisoners glimpsed the towering columns of light, their distance precluded them from discerning the Titans themselves. However, as Aaron directed the Colossal Titans closer to the prisoner camp, the ground tremors intensified, and the sound of their colossal footsteps grew ever louder. The captives, as the earth quaked beneath them, first caught sight of the heads of the Colossal Titans emerging from the distant horizon. As these giants approached, their forms loomed larger within the prisoners' line of sight until they were fully visible. The Colossal Titans encircled the entire prisoner camp with their immense bodies, yet, due to the expansive area of the camp, they could only stand somewhat dispersed, still delivering an overwhelming shock to the captives. Tragically, the sheer size of the Titans resulted in the unfortunate demise of several hapless individuals who could not retreat in time. The towering height of the Titans, reaching 60 meters, instilled a profound sense of despair among the captives, with many succumbing to their knees, beseeching forgiveness from the heavens, while others wept and cried for their mothers. Among those at the periphery of the camp was Jess, who, having frequently convened at the camp's edge, had established a presence there to facilitate discussions regarding enemy movements. However, their proximity to the Titans amplified their terror, as they were closest to the advancing giants. From their vantage point, they could clearly observe the exposed musculature of the Colossal Titans, a sight both grotesque and fearsome, as steam intermittently billowed from their bodies, complemented by the Titans' vacant gaze that fixated upon them. The rebels, led by Jess, felt their hair stand on end, overwhelmed by a chilling dread, particularly after witnessing the tragic fate of a slow-moving individual crushed underfoot by one of the Titans. The scene evoked memories of their childhood, reminiscent of the moments spent crushing insects in the grass, leaving them frozen in a state of terror. When Daenerys heard her servant mention the fierce approach of the Dothraki, her thoughts instinctively drifted to Drogo, the Khal with whom she had hoped to unite. However, upon hearing the mention of giants, her curiosity prompted her to inquire, which is more formidable, the giant or the dragon? The servant, upon hearing Daenerys' frivolous question, felt a wave of exasperation. In such dire circumstances, she was still preoccupied with the comparison of giants and dragons. They needed to hastily prepare for the refuge, as the intentions of the approaching Dothraki remained shrouded in uncertainty. Daenerys was aware that her question was rather trivial. Given that dragons were now thought to be extinct and the true might of giants was unknown, her inquiry was little more than a jest. As Daenerys pondered these thoughts, Viserys hurriedly approached. Dany, come quickly. Dothraki are poised to attack outside the city. Damn it, just as I was about to reach out to Drogo. These Dothraki come to assault us. Is this fate conspiring against me? Viserys grasped Daenerys' hand and urged her to flee, intending to escape to the port and sail away. He believed that the refuge within the city was at risk of being breached, making the boat an ostensibly safer option. This was not due to Viserys' lack of faith in the military strength of Pentos. Rather, it was the inherent weakness of Pentos' forces that concerned him. Once, due to war, Pentos had been bound by a peace treaty with Braavos, which restricted them to possessing no more than 20 warships, forbade the hiring of mercenaries, and prohibited any contracts with free companies or maintaining forces beyond the city guards. Despite its formidable walls, Pentos was still regarded as the most vulnerable among the free trading city-states. Hence, Viserys' decision to flee with Daenerys was born from this apprehension. Meanwhile, outside the city, Aegon had led an army that completely encircled Pentos, leaving no avenue for escape. The sole exit was the port. Yet Aegon intended to attack the port before any other location. He had commanded all the colossal giants he brought to block the harbor, sealing off the sea route and preventing any ships from escaping. In a frenzied bid to thwart any attempts at swimming to safety, Aegon ruthlessly directed the giants to utilize their hardening abilities, erecting a wall upon the waters just beyond the port. As the Targaryen siblings reached the harbor, they beheld the titanic giants emerging on the surface of the sea, marveling at the miraculous sight of the wall they had constructed. Ah! Ah! The siblings could only stand there, mouths agape in disbelief at the spectacle before them. Meanwhile, the civilians gathered at the port had already succumbed to despair the moment the giants appeared. Realizing that their hopes of escape had been utterly extinguished and that the Dothraki were intent on their annihilation, many fell to their knees, praying to the divine for salvation. "Oh God, forgive me. It is over. We are all destined to perish." Chapter 50, Positioning. Jace, after listening to the words of the crowd, expressed his despair, exclaiming, "We cannot win, we cannot win. How can we possibly defeat such an enemy?" The surrounding individuals, upon hearing his words, were engulfed by sorrow. The intimidation imposed by the colossal giants made them feel as though their only fate was to languish in this filthy, wretched prisoner camp. "Mother, I wish to return home. God, please forgive me. Ha ha ha. This is all a farce. Ha ha." The camp was soon filled with cries of anguish and pleas for divine forgiveness, with some individuals reduced to madness by terror. Witnessing the terrifying colossal giants, everyone felt as though their futures had been irrevocably stolen. Meanwhile, after positioning the colossal giants, Aaron informed all the guards of the prisoner camp to center their watch around these towering beings. Aaron also issued commands to the colossal giants via coordinates. Standing at a staggering height of 60 meters and remaining vigilant at all hours, these giants were instructed to oversee the camp. Should anyone venture beyond a designated perimeter, they would be crushed beneath the giants' feet. Furthermore, those unable to keep pace with the marching unit would be transformed into fertilizer for the earth under Aaron's control. To prevent accidental harm from Dothraki soldiers patrolling or delivering meals, Aaron mandated that soldiers don standardized uniforms and traverse preordained routes, thus allowing the colossal giants to grant passage to those in uniform following the established pathways. If individuals were unrecognizable, they would be distinguished by their attire and adherence to the planned routes. Those who stepped outside these parameters would face the grim fate of being reduced to pulp beneath the giants' feet. As they had not yet reached Pentos, Aaron intended for the colossal giants to serve as a line of defense for the prisoner camp. Upon arrival in Pentos, he planned to arrange these giants in a circle, forming the foundational walls of the inner city. The 15-meter crawling giants were brought back to the camp, liberating the humanoid giants to serve as laborers for transporting supplies. The number of humanoid giants had increased to approximately 600 due to the slave masters' various battles. Aaron transformed the severely wounded, who were not yet dead but would not survive until the next day, into mindless giants. Although some of these individuals were gravely injured, they still had the potential for recovery. Aaron chose not to transform them, valuing their lives as contributors to the population and enhancing the birth rate, which was a significant contribution. Aaron also prepared to designate 100 mindless giants to specifically guard the vicinity of the giant church, serving to protect it and act as a facade of divine miracles. The remaining untainted giants were assigned by Aaron to patrol around his tent and the vicinity of the chosen harem. To avoid any suspicion, Aaron appointed female Dothraki warriors as guards for his tent and the surrounding harem. Even Marden, who had previously been stationed near Aaron, was relocated to a more remote area, distanced from both Aaron's tent and the harem. After all, with such a large harem, even if Aaron could not equally share his attention, he could not allow anyone to undermine his position. 3 days later, during this period, Aaron's 4 great generals complied with his orders, dispersing the warriors captured from Drogo's Khalasar into their respective legions. Among those later captured by Aaron from Drogo's Khalasar were the elderly, women, and children. Given that the Dothraki culture embraced the notion of universal military service, the majority of the captives were indeed children, with the remaining being aged warriors and abducted women. The elderly warriors, having survived the battlefield, possessed invaluable combat experience, and Aaron instructed them to remain and impart their martial knowledge to the children. The children were gathered and trained alongside the youth of his empire, instilling in them a sense of patriotism at such a tender age. ensuring that they would come to see themselves as integral members of the empire. As they matured, these children would serve as the backbone of the Dothraki Empire. The older women and children, along with the abducted females, were assigned to assist within the church. Alan directed the head nun to instill the faith of the Titan God in these individuals during their daily interactions and to frequently take them to the captive camps for missionary work, deepening their beliefs and subtly transforming them into adherents of the new faith. After a year, as their faith solidified, those among them who wished to remain and excel during training would have the opportunity to become nuns. With the establishment of the Dothraki Empire and the expansion of its territories, there would inevitably be a growing need for more nuns and missionaries to spread the faith. Moreover, Alan envisioned that every city within the Dothraki Empire would house a church dedicated to the Titan God, while the worship of other deities would be systematically abolished. However, the eradication of the old gods' beliefs, such as those of the Lightbringer, the Frost God, and the Drowning God who had clear manifestations, would need to be approached with caution. After all, while his power was still on the rise, Alan preferred to avoid conflicts with them until he could decisively confront them. Viserys cursed under his breath, his heart ablaze with fury, yet powerless to alter the dire situation before him. With no other recourse, he resolved to seek refuge. For he could not perish without avenging himself. He had yet to exact retribution for the usurper Robert, dragging Daenerys through the throngs of people. He desperately sought a sanctuary from the Dothraki. However, the entirety of Pentos was suffocated by the dread brought forth by the Dothraki, compelling everyone to hide, resulting in a chaotic mass of humanity devoid of any safe haven. As the siblings scoured for a place to conceal themselves, a squadron led by a captain from Jon's ranks approached the port. Jon's forces were the second to enter the city, and the areas close to the walls had been ravaged by the earlier entrant Flock army, leaving them no choice but to scour the port, which lay somewhat farther from the initial chaos. Upon their arrival, they commenced a brutal spree of arson and pillage, mercilessly slaying any opulently dressed nobleman they encountered, stripping them of their adornments with ruthless efficiency. During this marauding, the captain caught sight of the fleeing Targaryen siblings, though at a distance. He could only discern their silver hair, unable to ascertain if their eyes were indeed violet. Nonetheless, adhering to the adage of better to apprehend the wrong than to slay the innocent, he swiftly charged with his men towards them, encircling the pair. Daenerys, witnessing the encroaching cavalry, clutched Viserys' arm in terror, her face a portrait of despair. In response to their encirclement, Viserys brandished his sword defiantly, spinning to direct its point at the Dothraki warriors. Chapter 65. Capture. With his right hand gripping the sword and Daenerys at his side, the siblings found themselves ensnared by the cavalry. Viserys raised his blade, addressing the Dothraki with fury. "I am the true dragon, the king of the Seven Kingdoms. You wretches, retreat at once." To the ears of the Dothraki, however, his impassioned words sounded akin to the cawing of a fowl, for they understood not the common tongue. The Dothraki captain, observing the silver-haired man speaking incomprehensible words, could not grasp the meaning but recognized from Viserys' furious demeanor that it was no benign utterance. Hence, he raised his whip and struck Viserys across the face. The blow sent Viserys crashing to the ground, a vivid mark appearing upon his left cheek, blood seeping from the wound as he cried out in agony. "Ah! No! How dare you strike me with a whip? Do you not know who I am?" Viserys bellowed in a frenzy, his torment eliciting fear in Daenerys, who, seeing her brother in such a wretched state, could only advance to support him, with no escape in sight. Chapter 51. The journey begins the following day. Alan awoke from his warm slumber. As he donned his attire, he called out towards the entrance of the tent, "Guard." Upon hearing Alan's command, the female guard stationed outside promptly entered the tent, approached the central hall, saluted Alan, and respectfully stated, "Your Majesty, how may I assist you?" Without lifting his gaze, Alan replied, "Immediately dispatch a messenger to notify the troops that we shall embark in 2 hours. Prepare for departure." The female guard responded affirmatively and exited the tent to relay Alan's orders to the messenger. Upon receiving Alan's command, the messenger wasted no time and swiftly mounted his steed to inform the various divisions. 2 hours later, as the resonant sound of the horn echoed across the plains, a vast procession commenced its advance towards the west. With the mobilization of the army, clouds of dust rose from the pounding hoofs, enveloping the entire steppe. At the rear of this grand assembly, 150 colossal titans stood in 2 rows, with 75 following suit as they marched alongside the troops. For the time being, Alan had suspended their steam emission ability. Following the titans was a contingent of over 10,000 Dothraki cavalry, approximately 1 kilometer ahead of the Titans. The captives were being herded along. Those among them who were frail and lagged behind risked being trampled into oblivion by the approaching Titans. Even if some managed to survive the initial onslaught, the looming Dothraki cavalry would raise their blades, casting a glimmering light of doom upon them. This morning, the captives had been driven out early to accompany the Empire in its relocation. Although many attempted to slacken their pace, the terrifying sight of the Titans looming behind compelled them to hasten their steps. They did not wish to be crushed into a pulp. Fortunately, most of the captives were robust adults, as the frail had perished on the arduous journey prior. The remaining children were either held by their guardians or carried due to their tender age, thereby increasing their chances of survival under the watchful care of their elders. Alan had already envisioned a future for these children, with the training instructors of the Innocents prepared explicitly for their benefit. Ahead of the advancing column, a Titan resembling a colossal vehicle, known as the Pure Titan, crawled on all fours, leading the way. This Titan bore a small fortress upon its back. Measuring approximately 15 meters in length, its height was reduced to about 5 meters while in this position. The entire fortress was directly formed from the Titan's hardened structure, appearing as though it had sprouted from its back. Not only was it remarkably fortified, but its overall architecture was exceptionally stable, allowing for a smooth experience for those moving within, unaffected by the Titan's crawling motion. The fortress, resembling a carriage, features a main entrance and 2 windows, all obscured by a swath of crimson silk, rendering the interior invisible to outsiders. Inside, Alan has thoughtfully arranged a large bed and a dining table, facilitating his daily life and rest. This innovative human-powered carriage has been crafted specifically for his travels over the past few days. Currently, Alan lies upon the bed within. Yet after spending some time enclosed, he has discerned a flaw in this fortress. Constructed from hardened crystallized material, it gleams excessively under the sunlight during the day, making it too bright. Alan silently resolved to paint the surrounding walls black in order to avoid sleeplessness caused by the glaring light. A month later, after an arduous journey, Alan and his army have approached the outskirts of the Qohor forest, drawing perilously close to the city of Qohor. Qohor, one of the 9 free trade city-states on the eastern continent, is an inland free city situated along the tributary Qin River. Nestled at the edge of the expansive Qohor forest, east of Novos and north of Volantis, a road connects Qohor to the ruined city-state of Ulno, a once great city of the Loinar, located inland in Essos, near the banks of the Coan River. To its northeast lies Qohor and to the southwest, Dagger Lake. Ulno was destroyed during the invasion of the Loinar, ravaged by dragons commanded by the Valyrian freehold. The craftsmen of Qohor are renowned worldwide. Their blacksmiths possess the skill to infuse color into metal, with some claiming to have the ability to reforge Valyrian steel. Qohor is also known for producing intricately woven textiles, more affordable than similar products from Mir, making it a vital stop on the route to the east. Qohor is fortified by 6 stone walls, and since successfully repelling the Dothraki invasion 400 years ago, its garrison is composed entirely of unsullied, each bearing a spear adorned with a braid of human hair. However, Alan's intention upon arriving here is not to launch a direct assault, but rather to engage in trade. He harbors concerns that news of Qohor's downfall might provoke a reaction from Pentos, potentially alarming the descendants of House Targaryen, which could disrupt his plans. Thus, he aims to proceed with caution to avoid alarming the proverbial snake. Alan plans to enter the city of Qohor with a portion of his forces for trading, while the remainder will be stationed in the forest to rest. He instructs Flock and Link to diligently guard the camp and to keep its location discreet. If necessary, Alan wishes to conceal some of his strength to avoid drawing attention. He intends to make substantial purchases, as he has yet to find a use for the golden jewelry and dragon coins seized from the slave bay. At that moment, he happened to witness an enormous giant appearing at the harbor, using its immense power to blockade Pentos with a towering wall. Staring in disbelief at this miraculous scene, he was not alone. The guards surrounding him were equally thunderstruck. While they were momentarily paralyzed by the spectacle, the Dothraki, well acquainted with the existence of giants, sprang into action, brutally attacking the dazed guards. No! When Illyrio and the remaining soldiers regained their senses upon hearing the anguished cries, they beheld the frontline guards lying lifeless in a pool of blood. The soldiers in the rear, witnessing the grim fate of their comrades, gripped their swords and shields tightly, realizing that the true threat to their lives was not the giant but the bloodthirsty Dothraki. All the soldiers formed a protective circle around Illyrio, warily eyeing the surrounding Dothraki warriors. Seeing the dire situation before him, Illyrio understood that he was left with only two choices: to fight to the bitter end or to surrender. The thought of breaking through was beyond imagination, given the circumstances. Despite the fury boiling within him, Illyrio managed to force a faint smile as he asked, "Rollo, would you accept our surrender?" Rollo, gazing at Illyrio before him, reminisced about his days under Drogo's command. In his youth, upon his first arrival in Pentos, he had been awestruck by the opulent lifestyles of the governors and the vast wealth they possessed. At that moment, he conceived a desire to seize their riches and enslave them, imagining the expressions that would grace their faces. Merely envisioning such a scene brought him immense satisfaction. Now, this opportunity had presented itself to him. Looking at the simpering Illyrio, he replied, "Governor, we certainly can accept your surrender." Upon hearing Rollo's words, Illyrio felt a flicker of relief. However, Rollo's next statement sent his heart plummeting once more. "But..." Rollo paused. "But what?" Illyrio hastily inquired, a sense of dread creeping into his mind. Indeed, Rollo's next words plunged his spirits into an abyss. "Governor, you must be aware of our Dothraki customs. For those who surrender to us, there is but one fate: becoming slaves." As Illyrio absorbed Rollo's proclamation, despair engulfed him. He had long known the grim reality: those who submitted to the Dothraki were doomed to enslavement and sold for profit. This harsh truth, which he had subconsciously evaded, now resurfaced with Rollo as a reminder. In Illyrio's eyes, the prospect of becoming a slave at his advanced age seemed devoid of any hope for escape. I surrender. Chapter 52. Kor. In the heart of Kor, one of the 9 free trade city-states of the Essos continent, there stood a resplendent mansion. The opulent hall was adorned with pillars crafted from gold, embodying a distinctly Western architectural style. The space was filled with elegantly attired nobles, all residents of Kor. Following the cataclysmic destruction of Valyria, this city-state seized the opportunity to liberate itself from Valyrian dominion. And now the governance of Kor was jointly held by the local aristocracy and the religious priesthood. As enchanting music filled the air, a number of beautifully clad dancers, donning revealing attire, gracefully twirled in the center of the ballroom. The nobles seated on either side of the hall watched with rapt attention, sipping their drinks while admiring the dancers' mesmerizing performances. Occasionally, a noble would smile appreciatively at the dancers, while others engaged in lively conversation with their companions. "Yuri, thank you for your hospitality," exclaimed a man clad in priestly garb, raising his goblet towards the individual seated at the prominent position in the hall. "Ha ha! No need for such formality, Rick. Your presence alone brings me joy. Please, indulge yourself," Yuri replied, lifting his goblet in return. After clinking their cups together across the distance, he tilted his head back and drank the exquisite wine. "Ah, splendid. Rick, since you're at my home, feel free to relax and enjoy. If any of the dancers catch your eye, do not hesitate to take them with you." After finishing his drink, Yuri beckoned a nearby serving maid for another cup and addressed Rick once more. Upon hearing Yuri's words, Rick unabashedly responded, "In that case, Yuri, I shall not hold back." He raised his goblet once more in a toast to Yuri. After both had finished their drinks, they exchanged glances, both unable to suppress their delighted smiles. As the revelry continued, a man clad in armor suddenly burst into the hall. With a serious demeanor, he pushed open the grand doors, disregarding the sight of the dancers, and approached Yuri. Leaning closer, he whispered, "My lord, I have just received a report from the city guard that a band of Dothraki has appeared outside the city, numbering approximately 10,000. Yuri was taken aback by the man's words. The goblet he held trembled in his hand, spilling a significant amount of wine. "Have you identified which Khal's forces have arrived? Is it Ziko's people?" Yuri inquired directly. Ziko was a Khal of the Dothraki, known for leading his khalasar to the outskirts of Kor every 3 or 4 years. In order to see him depart, the people of Kor would routinely offer him tributes of gold. The nobles of Kor were well acquainted with Ziko, as it seemed a mere expenditure of gold could easily dismiss him, making it a most profitable arrangement. Despite Kor's past successes in repelling Dothraki incursions with the use of Unsolid, they had first encountered the Dothraki horsemen when a khalasar led by Temekeo advanced upon Kor, leaving a trail of destruction in their wake. The Kohorans fortified their city walls, doubled their soldiers, and hired 2 mercenary companies, the Bright Banner and the Sons of the Second. They also procured 3,000 Unsolid. The cavalry of Kor confronted the enemy but suffered a severe defeat. The mercenaries, sensing danger, fled. Fortunately, the Unsolid arrived just in time, holding their ground beneath the walls, ultimately driving back the Dothraki, thus sparing Khor from disaster. Although Khor had previously relied on the Unsullied for protection, the costs associated with acquiring them were exorbitant, and their training period was excessively lengthy. The entire continent of Essos was experiencing a shortage, making it more economically viable for the nobles within the city to offer gold tributes instead, as matters solvable by wealth are hardly seen as substantial issues. Recently, news had emerged from the Slavers' Bay that numerous merchants intending to purchase slaves found the entire area utterly devastated. The locations once occupied by the city-states of Yunkai, Mirin, and Astapor lay in charred ruins. Some individuals even organized efforts to dig through the ashes in search of survivors, yet regrettably, nothing was found. However, they did discover numerous hoofprints outside the city, leading many to speculate that the Dothraki were responsible. Yet, immediate counterarguments arose, asserting that while the Dothraki were fierce warriors, they lacked the power to obliterate an entire city-state from the map. It was as if the cities had been struck by meteors. The destruction of Slavers' Bay has since spread across the continent of Essos, with many drawing parallels to the doom of Valyria, albeit on a smaller scale. My lord, one man reported, upon careful observation, I can confirm that these are not the forces of Skoko. During my time by your side, I encountered Skoko, and it is evident that this is not him. I discerned from the wall that this is another khalasar. Upon hearing the man's words, Yuri lowered his head in contemplation for a moment before rising from his seat and addressing the assembly. Esteemed guests, I apologize, but I have just received word from the city guard that a new khalasar approaches, and it appears to be quite formidable. Our gathering must conclude here for today. I will arrange another meeting soon. For now, I request the heads of each family to accompany me and the high priest to the walls to assess the situation. The attendees, initially anticipating a new development when Yuri stood, were instead met with this alarming news. The arrival of a new khalasar was no trivial matter and required urgent discussion of strategies. Rick, upon hearing Yuri's statement, rose to respond. Yuri, have you confirmed? Are you certain that the newcomers are not Skoko and that a new khal leads his khalasar? Listening to Rick's inquiry, Yuri gestured towards the armored man standing beside him. This is Leon, whom you all know. He was once my bodyguard. Due to his valor in protecting me, I appointed him as the commander of the city guard. He has encountered many khalasars alongside me and is certain that the one approaching is not Skoko, but indeed another khal. With that, Yuri signaled to Leon to step forward and provide further details. Moreover, we currently possess an excess of captives, and it is imperative that we set them to work promptly to prevent the unnecessary depletion of our provisions. Upon hearing Alan's words, Flock comprehended his intent. This group of captives must not be allowed to feast idly. Speaking of slaves, we now have hundreds of thousands of captives, hailing from various professions. It would be prudent to compile a list of their previous trades, particularly masons and blacksmiths, while also considering those skilled in agriculture, as our supplies, though sufficient for the time being, cannot sustain a long-term idle consumption. We should select those who can cultivate the land and assign them to reclaim the wasteland surrounding Pentos. In the vast expanse of western Essos, the 9 free city-states occupy only a minuscule portion. The remainder consists of ruins or desolation, all of which Alan perceives as potential resources ripe for development. After articulating his thoughts, Alan glanced at the translator Lydia and suddenly recalled something. Gather all individuals proficient in translation. When we inquire about the captives' professions, they will be responsible for interpreting. Furthermore, from this point onward, everyone, including the captives, must learn the Dothraki language. Those who are unfamiliar may receive instruction. This is a long-term endeavor, and I will assign you, John, to oversee it. After John acknowledged his responsibility, Alan continued, asking about the status of his earlier directive to locate all individuals with silver hair and purple eyes. Since Mordu had not accompanied them, he was unaware of the matter and appeared somewhat bewildered. The remaining 3 exchanged glances, and Flock produced a document, stating, Your Majesty, following our entry into the city, our respective armies have scoured different regions, and each has apprehended individuals exhibiting silver hair. Once the conflict subsides, we will meticulously identify those with purple eyes. Here is the compiled list for your review. Flock handed the list to Alan, who, upon a cursory glance, noted the presence of approximately 1 to 200 names. While this figure seemed trivial in comparison to the entire population of Pentos, Alan regarded it as a commendable number of individuals possessing Valyrian heritage. Although the Valyrians are renowned for their noble bloodlines and ability to command dragons, the cataclysm that befell Valyria left only a handful of pure-blooded Valyrians in Essos. after intermingling with other ethnic groups. The fact that Pentos retains such a significant number of individuals with pure Valyrian lineage is quite remarkable, particularly considering the rarity of those who maintain the Targaryen tradition of close kin marriages. Moreover, it is widely acknowledged that the Valyrian bloodline is not particularly strong and is easily diluted by other families. For instance, the ancestors of House Baratheon are said to be the illegitimate brothers of Aegon, yet regardless of their intermarriages, they have consistently retained their dark hair. In contrast, the children of Prince Rhaegar, born to Viserys and Daenerys Targaryen, did not inherit the characteristic silver hair and purple eyes of their Valyrian ancestry. Chapter 53. Negotiation please, everyone. Step aside. Yuri gestured for the dancers in the center of the ballroom to withdraw. The dancers bowed gracefully before exiting one by one. He then instructed the servants to tidy up the hall. Once we depart, rearrange the hall. We may have new guests arriving shortly. Yes, my lord, the servant replied respectfully, bowing his head. If all went well, the enigmatic Colossal skull would accept their goodwill and take their gold, allowing for an invitation to a renewed banquet to celebrate their burgeoning friendship. After all, for matters that could be resolved with gold, it was preferable to do so, provided the price was right. Otherwise, should war erupt, the losses would extend beyond mere finances. They would also entail the military might of their respective families, the very foundation upon which their influence in Kor rested. Once war commenced, even in victory, the toll on their forces could lead to their family's decline, an outcome they could not countenance. After issuing further instructions, Yuri, along with Rick and the other nobles, proceeded to the eastern gate of Kor City. Meanwhile, Alan, mounted and accompanied by a considerable army, approached the walls of Kor. This time, he had chosen not to assault the city, thus, he did not bring the unsullied giants. Only a contingent of 10,000 soldiers alongside Madden and John. To avoid alarming the defenders, Alan maintained a respectful distance, refraining from provoking the garrison unnecessarily. He rode back and forth outside the range of the city's archers, observing the soldiers atop the walls. Notably, many bore spiked helmets, likely remnants of the unsullied previously purchased by Kor. Although Astapor had been annihilated by Alan, there remained numerous buyers of the unsullied across the continent, and many still commanded significant numbers of these soldiers. Kor was particularly notable for its acquisition, having once repelled the Dothraki invaders with the help of the unsullied, earning the admiration and affection of its people towards them. After returning to his troops and waiting for a while, Alan observed a group of elegantly dressed nobles adorned with gold jewelry approaching, among them a hooded priest clad in white robes. Alan noticed one of the opulently dressed nobles conversing with a brown-haired man in armor. Following their exchange, the armored man promptly descended from the walls. Moments later, the creaking of the gates echoed, and Kor's city gates began to open slowly. Riding forth was the very armored man Alan had just seen. He approached to within 10 paces of Alan's army and called out loudly, "Who is your call, and what is your purpose?" "I come representing the nobles of Kor, with matters to convey to your call." After exchanging glances, Modun and John turned their attention to Alan. Upon hearing the man speak, Alan slowly urged his force forward and declared, "I am their call. Coincidentally, I wish to discuss matters with the nobles of Kor. You are unworthy. Return and send a representative from among your nobles to negotiate with me." The brown-haired man, noticing Alan's youthful demeanor, chuckled, "How can your call be just a child? You should hurry back and nurse. Ha ha ha." In response to the man's jest, Alan coldly retorted, "Though you are older, you too serve as a dog for others. Hurry back and relay my message to your master." The brown-haired man felt a flicker of anger at Alan's words but suppressed it. Knowing that this matter was beyond his authority, he was merely a messenger. With no other option, he begrudgingly raised his whip and struck his horse's flank, accompanied by a sharp crack, before riding back to the city. As the city gates creaked open, Yuri eagerly approached. Upon seeing Leon's return, he seized his shoulder and exclaimed, "Leon, you have returned. What did the call say?" Unable to escape Yuri's grasp, Leon reluctantly lowered his gaze and replied, "My lord, the call stated that I am not worthy and requested that you come out to discuss with him." Yuri smiled at Leon's words, finding the call rather amusing. It seemed that the call was not intent on a drawn-out confrontation with Cole. A bit of gold might suffice to send him away. "Take my token and gather the immaculates I purchased. We shall meet with the call together." Leon respectfully accepted the token, a whip adorned with golden threads, and promptly set off to assemble the immaculates at Yuri's estate, preparing to ensure Yuri's safety during negotiations with Alan. After waiting at the city gates for a while, Alan observed as they slowly creaked open, revealing a procession. Leading the way was a man adorned in opulent attire, embellished with golden jewelry, and sporting a tuft of reddish-brown hair, appearing to be around 30 years of age with an unremarkable appearance. Following him was a regiment of soldiers clad in spiked helmets, marching in perfect unison with a rhythmic thud. Alan noted with interest that there were approximately 300 Immaculates. He mused to himself, it seems the Immaculates are quite in demand on the Essos continent. Yuri rode forward to the front of Alan's forces, and Alan, too, emerged from the ranks. Surprised by the youthful visage of Alan, Yuri turned to glance at Leon, who understood and leaned closer to whisper, "My lord. This man is the call of the khalasar." Beside them, Daenerys empathized deeply. The unfortunate girl had been born into a world where the Targaryen dynasty had already fallen. Never experiencing a single day as a princess, yet relentlessly pursued by Robert's agents. Meanwhile, Viserys, drawn into memories by Alan's words, felt a surge of bitterness at the thought, wishing fervently to behead Robert and use his skull as a chamber pot. However, Viserys knew that in a confrontation with Robert, he would be the one to suffer defeat. His expression darkened with rage upon hearing Robert's name, and he gritted his teeth, muttering, "That detestable usurper Robert, I have not a single day without wishing for his demise." Daenerys nodded in agreement, although her inherently kind nature recoiled at the thought of anyone suffering before her, faced with Robert, the one who had sought her life since childhood. Her compassion would not bind her, she would wish for her enemy's utter destruction. Upon hearing Viserys' furious words, Alan chuckled lightly, "Prince Viserys, I can assist you in your campaign against Robert and grant you a realm to govern, but in return, you must acknowledge me as your king and submit to my authority." Initially, Viserys felt a flicker of joy at Alan's offer of assistance, but his spirits dampened upon hearing the demand for submission. Though angered, the prior threat from Alan kept him from expressing his fury openly. Clenching his fists in silence, Viserys seethed internally. Alan, noticing Viserys' silence, added salt to his wounds. "Prince Viserys, you must understand that without assistance, you will be hunted by Robert for the rest of your life. Before you lies an opportunity. If you submit to me, although your status will be far diminished, you will attain a life of comfort, far preferable to a life of wandering and evasion." Viserys recalled Illyrio's introduction to Drogo, and a spark of resolve ignited within him as he defiantly declared, "I have already betrothed my sister to Khal Drogo. I shall rely on him to give me power to reclaim Westeros." Upon hearing Drogo's name, Alan erupted into hearty laughter. The four commanders, though unable to comprehend the language, recognized the name Khal Drogo and deduced that Viserys' hope rested upon him, joining Alan in laughter. It appeared that Viserys and his companions had yet to receive word of Drogo's demise. Had they known that the very Drogo they awaited had been effortlessly crushed by Alan's forces, and that his army had fully submitted to Alan, their expressions would surely have reflected utter disbelief. Viserys, witnessing Alan's mirth alongside the four commanders, felt his fragile pride wounded, his face contorted with rage. "Are you mocking me? Mocking the great true dragon?" Alan responded with a smile, "No, no, no, Prince Viserys, you may not realize it, but Drogo is dead. I led the assault that claimed his life, and his khalasar has entirely submitted to me." At the revelation of Drogo's death, Viserys' expression morphed into one of sheer shock. Chapter 54. Negotiation. Upon hearing Alan's words, Yuri felt that the Dothraki were rather short-sighted and easy to appease. However, if the matter could be resolved with gold, then so be it. He boldly proposed, "What do you think of 200 pounds of gold? This is our offer to Zico Khal." Alan, incensed by Yuri's statement, retorted, "What is Zico standing to compare with mine? He commands merely 20,000 Dothraki warriors, and most of them are old. In contrast, I boast nearly 40,000 vigorous young Dothraki warriors. How could Zico possibly rival me?" After a moment's pause, Alan emphasized, "The price must be increased." Initially, Yuri perceived Alan's first statement as somewhat ungrateful. Yet, upon hearing the latter part, he sensed Alan's insatiable greed. Nonetheless, as long as the matter could still be resolved with gold, it was acceptable. Yet, Yuri felt that 500 pounds of gold was excessive and sought to negotiate. Thus, he directly stated, "Alan Khal, 500 pounds of gold is too much. Rather than provide you with such a sum, we might as well engage in battle and see who prevails." In response to Yuri's harsh words, Alan declared, "Then let it be 400 pounds of gold. Otherwise, we shall go to war." Yuri considered Alan's proposal and found 400 pounds of gold to be a reasonable compromise. Moreover, the outcome of a battle remained uncertain. And the financial burden would not fall solely on him, as the noblemen of Kor would contribute collectively. Therefore, he emphatically proclaimed, "It is decided." Upon hearing Yuri's words, Alan instinctively slapped his forehead, realizing he might have to settle for less. However, 400 pounds of gold was not a loss, as it was essentially a windfall. He intended to use this gold to procure supplies in the city of Kor, though he would need to draw from his own reserves for items such as grain and iron. Once his thoughts were settled, Alan addressed Yuri. "Then I shall await your arrival with the gold." Yuri replied, "Very well, Alan Cow, I shall return now." With that, he mounted his horse and departed, followed closely by the Unsullied, marching in unison. Upon returning to the city, Yuri made his way to the gathering of Rick and the nobles. Seeing Yuri's return, Rick hurriedly approached him, his face etched with urgency. "Yuri, how did it go?" Calmly smiling, Yuri reassured him, "Fear not, I have successfully negotiated with Cow. His name is Alan." Rick, relieved by Yuri's composure, soon found himself startled by what Yuri said next. However, Alan Cow demands 400 pounds of gold. Claiming this will avert war, Yuri stated. Rick, upon hearing this, erupted in anger. 400 pounds of gold? He might as well perish. The nearby nobles also deemed Alan to be rather audacious, vocally expressing their indignation. How could he demand such an exorbitant sum? Isn't he afraid of overreaching? Indeed. Does he possess such an insatiable appetite? Perhaps we should simply resort to warfare. Upon hearing the nobles' outcries, Yuri calmly interjected, although 400 pounds of gold is considerable. If each of our families contributes a modest share, supplemented by the church, there would be no pressure whatsoever. Yuri's suggestion for the surrounding nobles to collectively contribute was laced with ulterior motives. The nobility within Kor City was numerous, ranging from the grand to the modest, with his family standing as the most prosperous. However, several smaller families existed as well, and when the burden was distributed, the financial strain on his family would be minimal. Yet it would undoubtedly pinch the smaller houses. Recently, these smaller families had grown restless, constantly seeking to extend their influence within Kor City. By urging them to contribute, Yuri aimed to weaken their ambitions, compelling them to remain more subdued. Upon hearing Yuri's words, many nobles retorted vehemently, "Even if the burden were shared, it would still be too great for us. We cannot agree. Yes, we unequivocally refuse. Yes." Yuri, upon hearing their protests, bellowed, "Since you are unwilling, let you lead the armies against the adversary. I shall not accompany you." At this proclamation, the vehement dissenters fell silent, their bravado evaporating. While they had been vociferous in their complaints, the prospect of leading troops into battle was far less appealing. They were all acutely aware that Yuri's family commanded the largest faction within Kor City, overseeing a third of the military forces, while another third was under the aegis of the church led by Priest Rick. The remaining third was controlled by various smaller families, who rarely coordinated with one another. Thus, should they lose Yuri's support, their foray into battle would merely result in their own demise. They had no alternative but to acquiesce to Yuri's demands. Nevertheless, when it came to the distribution of gold, each family vigorously argued their case, seeking to minimize their contributions. "Our family as caravan was recently ambushed. We are in dire straits, might we not contribute a lesser amount? Don't speak of your plight. Our family as iron mine is nearly exhausted. We too are in a precarious situation. My family is similarly afflicted. I too." Yuri stood before them, quietly observing their performance. Was he unaware of the magnitude of their families? In the hidden chambers of his estate, intelligence regarding these families lay neatly arranged upon his desk. Aside from a few secretive matters, he had a comprehensive understanding of their circumstances. For instance, the family whose caravan was ambushed, he was the orchestrator of that very act. He commanded a specially trained mercenary group that often undertook various tasks, sometimes even executing missions to directly ambush other families' caravans. However, he conducted these operations with meticulous care, ensuring that no one suspected his involvement. Even though Westeros appears to bask in peace, Littlefinger will invariably contrive to stir the waters. Should everything remain tranquil and well, his ambitions and desires would be stillborn. Viserys, cradling his severed arm, turned to face his sister Daenerys. Despite his arrogance and inability to discern reality, he sensed the murderous intent conveyed in the last words spoken by Eileen. He understood that should he further provoke Eileen, his injuries would not be confined to his arm. Though relinquishing Daenerys filled him with resentment, he had originally intended to sell her, and in light of the current situation, his desires had become inconsequential. Should he wish it, he could become the Lord of Dragonstone. Should he not, his future would be naught but a handful of dust by the roadside. Thus, Viserys reluctantly addressed Daenerys, "My sister. Since you are to wed his majesty, you shall temporarily reside with Eileen." Upon hearing Viserys' intention to leave her with Eileen, Daenerys felt unprepared to remain there despite her promise to marry him. Fear etched across her face, her eyes brimmed with helplessness. Although Viserys often struck her, she remained profoundly dependent on him, for he was her last remaining kin and the one who had sheltered her throughout her childhood. The thought of departing from her brother in this unfamiliar place instilled a deep-seated fear within her. Overwhelmed with sorrow, tears welled in Daenerys' eyes. Yet she stifled her cries for fear of inciting Eileen's wrath. Observing her tearful, frightened visage, Eileen instructed Lydia to take her away and ensure her comfort. Following Eileen's command, Lydia approached the young girl, embracing her while soothing her, leading her to the tent reserved for Eileen as women. Though Daenerys now found herself in Eileen's possession, her tender age necessitated that Eileen nurture her for the time being, awaiting her maturation. Chapter 70, The Dragon Eggs with Daenerys taken care of by Lydia. The tent was left with Eileen, the 4 commanders, and Viserys. "Marden, since Prince Viserys has acquiesced to our demands, please take him below and see to his comfort," while arranging for a few of our Dothraki women to attend to him, serving as both companions and protectors. Upon hearing Eileen's directive, Marden rose from his seat and approached Viserys, gesturing for him to follow. "Prince Viserys, if you please." Viserys instinctively recoiled as Marden, the one who had incapacitated his arm, drew near. The humiliation of his involuntary retreat stung his pride, yet the lesson learned from his injury silenced any objections he might have raised. And he followed Marden out without a word. Eileen's intention in assigning Dothraki women to Viserys was not without purpose. He hoped the prince would serve as a stallion, siring offspring that would carry the bloodlines of both House Targaryen and the Giants. Though Viserys might be ineffectual, the blood coursing through his veins was undeniably that of the genuine Targaryen lineage, making him a suitable candidate for such a role. Chapter 55, Transactions. The crowd was momentarily taken aback by Yuri's words, left with no choice but to deliberate on how to divide the shares. The heads of various noble families were now red in the face, embroiled in heated arguments, each vying for a greater portion for their lineage. Meanwhile, Rick listened to their incessant bickering and pondered that if they squandered too much time, it could ultimately lead to conflict, which would not serve his interests. Thus, he took the initiative to speak up. "I represent the church and offer a share of 50 pounds of gold. Let us not waste any more time. Should the Dothraki grow impatient and attack, you shall be the first to face them." Upon hearing Rick's representation of the church, the crowd fell silent. Recognizing that the combined offerings of the 2 major factions amounted to 100 pounds of gold. If they continued to argue, they risked being the first casualties should a battle ensue. Reluctantly, the families pooled their resources, managing to gather the remaining 300 pounds of gold. Yuri and Rick, upon witnessing the reluctance of these miserly families to part with their wealth, felt a sense of relief. Yuri and Rick promptly instructed their servants to retrieve 50 pounds of gold from their respective treasuries. The representatives of the noble families also dispatched individuals to collect their shares. In no time, the gold was delivered, and Yuri ordered his subordinates to find several carts to load the riches. On the other hand, Alan, after a long wait, saw the city gates swing open once again. Yuri arrived at the forefront of his army, leading a convoy of carts, flanked by the Unsullied who were on guard. Alan, accompanied by Marden and Jon, approached. As soon as Yuri noticed Alan's approach, he exclaimed, "Alan Cal, I have brought the gold." Alan surveyed the procession of carts and exchanged a knowing glance with Marden, who promptly rode forward to inspect the contents. Marden meticulously examined each cart, occasionally testing the metal with his blade to ascertain its authenticity. After completing his inspection, he returned to Alan and reported, "Cal, it is all genuine gold." The title Cal was specifically designated by Alan, as he wished to keep his aspirations of nation-building and kinship under wraps to avoid alarming the 9 free cities. Once Marden confirmed the authenticity, Alan rode up to Yuri and stated, "Excellent, I acknowledge your department's sincerity. However, I have a few requests that I hope you will consider." Yuri, sensing Alan's additional demands, felt a twinge of indignation and retorted, "Alan Cal, do you not think that is somewhat excessive? We have already bestowed upon you 400 pounds of gold, and yet you still present further demands." Alan, amused by Yuri's reaction, replied, "Yuri, do not be hasty. Hear my requests first. Furthermore, I assure you that my demands will entail equitable exchanges for you." curious yet cautious. Yuri mused that as long as Alan's requests did not amount to further unreasonable demands, he would be willing to listen. Very well, Alan Call. What further requests do you have? Alan extended his finger and gestured, expressing his curiosity about the renowned craftsmen of Kor, who are said to possess the unparalleled skill of reworking Valyrian steel. He hoped that they could trade some of these artisans or share the secrets of this remarkable technique with him. Valyrian steel, infused with magic, boasts exceptional sharpness and was forged by the ancient Valyrians, possessing unique powers and properties. The craftsmanship involved in its creation, combined with the incantations employed, renders this steel extraordinary. The artisans of Valyria meticulously hammer the metal to balance and eliminate impurities, subsequently applying spells to imbue the steel with extraordinary attributes. Valyrian steel is not only lightweight and resilient but also sharper than any other alloy. Although Alan currently possesses the ability of hardening, which allows him to create weapons that rival those made of Valyrian steel, he remains intrigued by the magical techniques behind its forging. After the assault on Slave Bay, he acquired several Valyrian weapons, primarily daggers and broken blades, with only a few usable greatswords or longswords among them. Upon arriving at the blacksmith, Alan intended to melt down these daggers and fragments to forge new weapons. Moreover, he envisioned the possibility of combining the technique of Valyrian steel with his hardening ability, which further fueled his desire to recruit artisans, despite the fact that those capable of forging Valyrian steel were now scarce. Nevertheless, there are still blacksmiths available for reworking. And even if they lack the original forging skills, there is much to be learned from the reworking process. Upon hearing Alan's request, Yuri felt a sense of doubt. For Alan was the first KO to express interest in Kor's blacksmiths. Previous KO had only been captivated by gold, easily swayed by its allure. However, Yuri inquired, Alan KO, since you have heard of our Kor craftsmen, you must also understand their value. Although we have many blacksmiths, only 3 possess the ability to reforge Valyrian steel. Their decisions are not ours to control. If any of them willingly choose to accompany you, we will not object, but you may take only one. Alan recognized Yuri's predicament. Those who held such core techniques were indeed valuable assets wherever they went. Despite his status as a noble from Kor, he understood the necessity of not offending the few artisans capable of reworking Valyrian steel. Nevertheless, Alan was aware of what blacksmiths truly desired: the young to create unparalleled weapons and harbored deep interest in unknown ores and metals. He directly addressed Yuri, stating, I understand this well. I hope to be granted the opportunity to meet them and recruit them myself. I will personally persuade them. Yuri, upon hearing Alan's words, promptly replied, In that case, Alan Kale, please wait here for a moment while I fetch the blacksmith. He hurriedly prepared to leave, but as Yuri began to depart, Alan called out, Yuri, please do not go just yet. I have other requests. Alan gazed at the astute Rollo before him and nodded approvingly. He placed a hand on Rollo's shoulder, stating, I shall promote you to the rank of commander, still under Link's command, to reconstitute a unit based on your current troops. Any deficiencies can be filled when our Dothraki children come of age. Speaking of children, FLOK. The youngsters who have reached the appropriate age should be nearing the completion of their training, correct? Upon hearing Alan's inquiry, Flock hurried to the open space and replied, Your Majesty, the new recruits will be fully trained in about 2 months. Alan, upon hearing this, clapped his thigh and exclaimed, Excellent. Once this batch of recruits has completed their training, you shall seek out Flock to enlist additional personnel for your forces. Chapter 71, Statistics. The following morning, a cadre of fully armed Dothraki warriors stormed into the prisoner camp, rousing all the captives who were still resting. The inhabitants of Slavers Bay had grown accustomed to such a lifestyle, while the new captives from Pentos found themselves ill-prepared for this existence. Many of them, in their anger, attempted to resist. However, such defiance was typically met with a swift lash from the Dothraki, who would promptly teach them their place. All prisoners were herded into a clearing and divided into 4 major sectors, each overseen by a legion and further subdivided into smaller areas. Within these smaller sectors, individuals were interrogated regarding their previous occupations. Blacksmiths were grouped together, masons were gathered in another, and farmers who could till the land were consolidated as well. Those without any discernible skills, unfortunately, were informed that the mines were in dire need of laborers, and thus, they were relegated to menial work. As for the children, Alan collected all the boys aged 12 to 15 and entrusted them to the Unsolid instructors he had brought from Astapor. The Empire was predominantly cavalry, and there was a pressing need for infantry, with the Unsolid being among the finest foot soldiers on the continent. Each small sector was guarded by a cohort. which organized the prisoners into queues for registration. Blacksmiths were arranged together, as were masons. These skilled individuals, post-registration, were consolidated for future assignments. The empire was on the brink of constructing cities and infrastructure, and these individuals represented valuable manpower. After a fortnight of meticulous counting, all personnel were categorized. The combined total from Slavers Bay and Pentos amounted to approximately 700,000, all of whom were adult males. The eligible females had all been taken by Alan as rewards for his subordinates, while the children were also gathered. Those of suitable age would be trained as infantry, while the younger ones would be assigned to perform various tasks. As for those too young to comprehend, Alan would entrust them to the elders within the Dothraki encampment to instill in them a new worldview from an early age. Chapter 56. The blacksmith Yuri rode back to the ranks, leading the party into the city of Kor. Upon his return, the crowd eagerly inquired about his findings. Yuri conveyed Alan's various requests, leaving the listeners somewhat speechless. It was noteworthy that Alan, a rare Kael with interests beyond mere gold, not only sought blacksmiths but also weavers, an unusual fascination for a Dothraki, who typically showed little interest in such crafts. The assembly found Alan's broad interests quite remarkable. However, as discussions ensued, the mention of Alan's desire to purchase grain prompted someone to speculate whether he was running low on supplies. Yuri, one individual queried, "Do you think this Alan Kael is indeed short on provisions? If we were to engage him in battle, wouldn't our chances improve once his supplies run out?" Yuri, upon hearing this, promptly countered, "Do you possess the confidence to hold Kor until the Dothraki face starvation?" The man fell silent, realizing he lacked assurance. Although the Dothraki were predominantly cavalry, seemingly devoid of siege equipment, one could never underestimate their resourcefulness. The uncertainty of such a scenario led the assembly to prefer avoidance of conflict. The discourse continued, and the matter of grain emerged as a substantial opportunity for trade. Several families had recently divested their gold and were eager to recoup their losses, despite their internal reservations about Alan utilizing their gold to procure grain. They recognized the necessity of the transaction. Consequently, the prominent families consolidated their resources, pooling grain to sell to Alan. For the sheer volume required was beyond the capacity of a single household. Subsequently, Yuri dispatched his subordinates to summon the 3 master blacksmiths of Kor, the pinnacle of the city's smithing craft, possessing the knowledge to reforge Valyrian steel. Regarding the weavers, Yuri effortlessly summoned 2 from his own family to present to Alan. As the requirements for weavers were relatively modest compared to those of blacksmiths, and the number of weavers in Kor was substantial. Indeed, Kor's weaving was renowned throughout the Essos continent, and the city boasted a plethora of skilled weavers. The abundance of exports contributed significantly to the city's fame. Upon the arrival of the 3 master blacksmiths, Yuri escorted them to meet Alan, assuring them that Kor would not forsake them unless they chose to leave willingly. Yuri brought them just a short distance from the city wall, ensuring he could swiftly retreat if necessary, wary of Alan's potential to launch a sudden abduction. He dispatched an aide to explain the situation to Alan, who, upon learning of Yuri's hesitance to approach, felt that Yuri underestimated his credibility. Alan, accompanied by Maldan and John, led a small contingent forward, soon laying eyes on the 3 blacksmiths. Upon the arrival of Alan, Yuri fixed his gaze upon the 3 blacksmiths and proclaimed, "Alan Kael. These 3 are the master blacksmiths of Kor, each possessing the revered skill to reforge Valyrian steel." Alan surveyed the trio. One of the blacksmiths, venerably aged with graying temples and sparse hair, had clearly reached the twilight of his years. His presence here spoke volumes of his invaluable experience and expertise. The second and third blacksmiths were robust middle-aged men, their physiques sculpted by years of laborious forging, one bald and the other adorned with a thick braid of black hair. At that moment, Yuri continued his introduction. "Alan Kael, allow me to present them to you." He gestured towards the eldest blacksmith, stating, "This is Master Hat, our most seasoned craftsman, renowned for forging numerous extraordinary weapons. For instance, the sword at my waist, the Lament, is a creation of Master Hat from his youth." As he spoke, Yuri revealed the half-sword at his side. Its design was a familiar cross shape, with the pommel sculpted into the likeness of a woman singing. A red gemstone at the juncture of the hilt and blade, and the blade itself adorned with a rippling wave pattern, crafted from Valyrian steel. Alan nodded appreciatively at the Valyrian sword, acknowledging Master Hat's craftsmanship. Master Hat, in turn, rode forward slightly, nodding in acknowledgement to Alan. Yuri then gestured towards the bald middle-aged blacksmith. "This is Master Evans, a disciple of Master Hat, whose skills have been honed under the direct tutelage of his esteemed mentor." Alan was taken aback to learn that this bold master was indeed Head's apprentice, but soon realized that those few capable of the reforging art in core must share some bond, possibly as mentor and apprentice. Master Evans also rode forward, nodding in greeting to Alan. Lastly, Yuri pointed to the final master, distinguished by his braided black hair. This is Master Torwon. His teacher was also a legendary master in core, though he has long since passed. Now, Torwon oversees his late mentor's forge in core, and his artistry is equally exquisite, having crafted many unparalleled weapons for us. Torwon too nodded in respect towards Alan. As Yuri completed the introductions, Alan rode closer and addressed the masters, esteemed masters. Should any of you wish to join me, I offer you the role of Master Smith, dedicated to the forging of weapons. I understand that none of you are driven by the allure of power. However, I believe you all aspire to create the mightiest weapon in this world. After all, life is fleeting, and it is through the enduring creations that a blacksmith's greatness is measured. Thus, I present an opportunity for those willing to follow me to leave a mark upon the world, astonishing future generations. She seemed to perceive the subtle heartbeat of life pulsating within the dragon egg. I can feel the awakening life within this dragon egg, Daenerys exclaimed, her excitement palpable as she sensed the faint vibrations emanating from the egg in her hands. It was no wonder that Daenerys was so exhilarated. The Targaryens' yearning for dragons surpassed even their desire for the Iron Throne. It was the existence of dragons that enabled them to conquer the Seven Kingdoms and forge the Iron Throne. Dragons were the very essence of their lineage. Looking at the animated Daenerys, Aelin remarked, "It appears this is indeed a true dragon egg. Why not examine the other two?" Upon hearing Aelin's suggestion, Daenerys promptly set aside the deep black egg and turned to retrieve the pale ivory and deep green eggs from the brazier. Although the sensations from these two eggs were not as vigorous as those from the previously held black egg, Daenerys was still able to detect a hint of life within them, accompanied by a comforting warmth in her hands. With a nod of excitement, Daenerys informed Aelin, "The life force in these two eggs is not as strong as the previous one, but I can still sense the presence of life." Aelin, observing Daenerys' enthusiasm, stepped closer and declared, "Then I shall entrust these 3 dragon eggs to your care. You are the last true dragon. Perhaps they will indeed hatch in your presence." While the original tale had these eggs hatching, Aelin was uncertain if that would hold true now with his presence. He could only endeavor to recreate the circumstances of the dragon's emergence, attempting to restore all possible elements and individuals. However, the time was not yet ripe. He needed to await the appearance of the Red Comet. This also granted him the necessary time to seek out someone skilled in blood magic. "Lydia, arrange a separate tent for Daenerys, and place the collected dragon eggs in a chest. Let her assist us in discerning which among them are true dragon eggs." Lydia nodded in agreement and led Daenerys, along with the dragon eggs, out of the tent, leaving Aelin alone to ponder. Now, he needed to devise a means to seek out someone proficient in blood magic in the Shadowlands of Asshai. A task that must be entrusted to someone sharp-witted and trustworthy. Aelin contemplated this in silence, yet found no suitable candidates. Among the 4 commanders, Floke was the most astute, but his high position rendered him unsuitable for such covert endeavors. Who should he choose? Nordu. No, his intellect was ill-suited for this secretive task. Enough of this. I shall think on it later, Aelin thought, scratching his head in frustration. A month later, all the deceased in Pentos had been cremated, and the surrounding ruins were nearly cleared. A wide thoroughfare had been meticulously established near the port, connecting to a substantial open space of approximately 150,000 square meters at the city center. This area was circular, with a trench approximately 10 meters deep and 8 meters wide excavated around its perimeter. Chapter 57. Following, the 3 blacksmiths hurried forward to examine the crystal that remained unscathed beneath the strike of a Valyrian steel sword. Renowned for its sharpness throughout the realm of Westeros, they could scarcely fathom the existence of such an indomitable stone. The crystal towered approximately 2 meters in height and stretched about 3 meters in length, resembling an irregular rectangular form. The 3 blacksmiths, brimming with enthusiasm, eagerly touched and inspected the crystal, with Evans even hastily borrowing a lament from Yuri to strike the stone. This enigmatic material represented a marvel of discovery for the blacksmiths, who found themselves envisioning the extraordinary weapons they could forge from it. For a blacksmith, the pinnacle of achievement lies in crafting an unparalleled weapon, and the discovery of this stone might very well yield a blade worthy of legend, akin to the fabled Dawn of Hardening in Westeros. However, to Alan, this crystal was a manifestation of his hardening ability. In his quest to enhance its durability, he had continuously compressed it, achieving a hardness far surpassing that of ordinary crystallized formations. Observing the three master blacksmiths as they gazed at the crystal with the same awe reserved for breathtaking beauty, Alan inquired, "Masters, what do you make of this stone?" Startled back to reality by Alan's voice, the masters responded, with Head speaking first, "This crystal-like stone is indeed remarkably hard, enduring the strikes of a Valyrian steel sword without a scratch. If we could forge a weapon from this crystal, it could become a legendary artifact, passed down through the ages." At Head's words, his apprentices, Evans and Chovin, nodded in agreement, acknowledging that they had never encountered a material of such quality before. Should it be used to create weaponry, it might even surpass Valyrian steel. Upon hearing their responses, Alan shared with them, "To be candid, this stone hails from the Dothraki Sea. When we discovered it, there were many others surrounding it. But due to its hardness, we could only bring one back." He continued, "If any of you wish to accompany me, I will take you to the site of the discovery and assist you in comprehending the properties of this stone for weapon crafting. Should this endeavor succeed, it would rival the emergence of Valyrian steel swords, and one of your names would be forever associated with this achievement. Would that not be a tale worth telling?" The three men felt a surge of excitement at Alan's proposition. Indeed, a blacksmith's glory resides in the weapons he forges and the innovations he brings forth. Alan's words struck a chord deep within them. They bowed their heads in contemplation. Despite their eagerness to embark on this venture, practical considerations weighed heavily on their minds. Their homes lay in Kor, and particularly for Head, whose age rendered him ill-suited for a long journey with Alan, his physical condition could not withstand such an undertaking. The three pondered for an extended period, and ultimately, it was Evans who broke the silence, addressing Master Head, "Master, allow me to embark on this journey. Your age renders you unfit for such travels, and even if I were to forge an unparalleled weapon, future generations would remember me as your apprentice." Upon hearing Evans' words, Head felt a sense of resignation. He too recognized that his current frail condition made long journeys and blacksmithing impractical. He replied to Evans, "Then go forth. After your departure, this old body of mine can endure for a while longer, sufficient time to teach another disciple to inherit my legacy. You may depart with my blessing." As the master and apprentice shared this heartfelt moment, Thorvin, standing nearby, interjected, "I wish to accompany you, Alan Kale. In Kor City, I find myself utterly alone, without family or kin. The forge is only staffed by a handful of apprentices laboring alongside me. I am willing to join you, and if permissible, I would like to bring my apprentices along." Thorvin's declaration left the master and apprentice momentarily speechless. They had not anticipated such boldness from him. Packing up the entire forge along with its personnel, Evans had intended to go alone, leaving his family behind in Kor with thoughts of returning or someday bringing them along. He was taken aback by Thorvin's decision to take everything with him, seemingly resolved never to return. Alan regarded Thorvin's response with satisfaction, smiling as he said, "That is acceptable. As long as your apprentices are willing to accompany you, they are most welcome. Their families may also come." Upon hearing Alan's affirmation, Thorvin was overwhelmed with joy. Unlike Head and his apprentice, who were solely focused on the craft of weapon forging, Thorvin envisioned a future where he might acquire a measure of status by aligning himself with Alan. Though he was currently the premier blacksmith in Kor, his wealth was modest, and he did not need to worry about sustenance. In such circumstances, he naturally yearned to ascend a level, to become a noble. He had sensed Alan's regard for the three of them and believed that if he could forge an exceptional weapon for Alan, his status could be elevated, even amidst the Dothraki, where nobility was scarce. However, should Alan be pleased and bestow upon him gold and a measure of status, Thorvin could use Alan as a support to elevate his standing upon returning to Kor, perhaps even achieving nobility. In this world, a blacksmith, no matter how skilled, was merely a commoner. True elevation required nobility. Thorvin understood that while his own title might not be lofty, it could be passed down to his descendants, ensuring that, with diligence, their family status would gradually rise. Thorvin responded promptly, "As you wish, Alan Kale. I shall return to prepare the forge and inquire if any apprentices wish to accompany me." The master and apprentice finally regained their composure after Thorvin's words. And Evans quickly added, "Alan Kale, I too wish to accompany you. Please take me along, for I am deeply intrigued by this unknown endeavor." Then, calling upon the halted dancers to bring forth a scream, Alan concealed himself along with the two beauties beside him. Clearing his throat, he commanded, "Let him enter." Upon hearing Alan's directive, the female guard outside stepped aside, allowing John to enter. as John crossed the threshold into the tent. He instinctively lowered his head and avoided any sidelong glances, fully aware of the intense possessiveness of their sovereign. To avoid any semblance of impropriety, he felt compelled to bow his head. Approaching the screen, he knelt on one knee and reported, "Your Majesty. Scouts have informed us of numerous spies spotted in the Nophos Mountains. While we have eliminated many, a few have managed to escape. Additionally, personnel at the watchtower near the port have observed several vessels lingering near Pentos. I fear that our plans to assault Pentos may have been compromised, Your Majesty. Should we prepare accordingly?" Alan, upon hearing of the spies' presence, was not particularly taken aback. It had been nearly a month since Pentos fell, and it was only natural for other city-states to have received news by now. After all, Pentos was a bustling hub of trade, and the fact that the information had only just begun to circulate was a testament to their secrecy. Well, since it has been discovered, preparations are indeed warranted. Relay my orders, consolidate all camps as much as possible towards Pentos, avoiding excessive dispersion, and enhance surveillance and fortification of the prisoners, lest they attempt any unrest should war loom. Given our current situation, I am not overly concerned about enemies attacking from land, for we possess giants and the invincible Dothraki cavalry. However, we must remain vigilant against any naval threats. Our maritime forces are woefully inadequate, and the majority of our Dothraki are unskilled in aquatic combat. Therefore, I shall send all remaining giants to the port to assist in its defense. Once they are near the harbor, the foes will find their strength diminished, as the giants will rend their ships asunder. Yet, to err on the side of caution, instruct Link to assign a contingent of prisoners to construct several watchtowers near the port, thereby bolstering our defenses. Upon hearing Alan's arrangements, John felt a sense of relief and prepared to execute the defense strategy. At that moment, Alan added, "Should any enemies launch an attack from land, it must be a swift resolution. Though we currently possess ample supplies, we cannot afford to be delayed by the enemy. Additionally, urge Flock to expedite the efforts of the prisoners currently tilling the land to plant grains, ensuring our logistical support." "Yes, Your Majesty, I shall adhere to your commands." The allure of TikTok had ensnared me, causing me to lose track of time. Chapter 74. The Alliance. As Alan disowned the spies erecting fortifications, the scouts dispatched to gather intelligence returned to relay their findings. Observing that Pentos had been seized by a contingent of Dothraki, the people of Braavos relaxed their guard. It was well known that the Dothraki were not adept in maritime warfare, viewing the sea as a treacherous abyss. Braavos, built upon a network of islands, perceived the Dothraki's lack of naval prowess as negligible. However, the Dothraki's abrupt refusal to pay tribute in favor of outright siege was a clear breach of established norms, necessitating retribution. Chapter 58. Settling down. The moon hung high in the sky as Torvin returned to his blacksmith shop in Kor, where he found his apprentices bustling about. Suddenly, he clapped his hands and proclaimed, "Everyone, cease your tasks for a moment, I have something to share." Upon hearing his voice and recognizing Torvin's presence, the apprentices set aside their work and turned their attention to him. "I have received an invitation from a noble named Kau, who harbors grand ambitions. He has promised that if we work diligently, we may ascend to the ranks of the nobility in the future. Those who wish to accompany me, step forward now. Of course, I shall not compel those who prefer to remain. I intend to sell this forge, and a portion of the proceeds shall serve as your severance pay, a token of gratitude for your years of service." After Torvin finished speaking, the apprentices stirred with anticipation. Many felt a flicker of desire within them, for the prospect of becoming nobility was a cherished dream among commoners, while being a blacksmith was merely a means to secure a modest livelihood. The allure of nobility represented a lifelong aspiration. "Master, take me with you. I am an orphan, with no family to hold me back," one apprentice exclaimed. "Me too. I want to join you," another echoed. "Please, master, allow me to accompany you." Torvin observed several young men gathering at his side, though his forge was not particularly large. Nearly 10 apprentices toiled there. Now, 6 had expressed their willingness to follow him. 4 of them were orphans, having grown up in solitude, and Torvin had taken pity on them, providing them with work in his shop. The other 2, though they had once had parents, now found themselves bereft, left alone in the world. Only one apprentice was married, with a wife and children. These 6 were all quite young, the youngest merely 16 or 17, and the eldest only 23 or 24, all in the prime of their youth. As for the remaining 4 apprentices, Torvin could see the conflict in their eyes. I understand that you have families and responsibilities, he said gently. But Cal has assured me that he will take good care of your loved ones if you choose to join us. At this, one of the four hesitated, grappling with his decision, before ultimately steeling himself to join Torvin's side. The last three, however, remained resolute in their reluctance, and Torvin did not press them. Instead, he offered, upon my departure, I shall allocate a portion of the sale proceeds to you as a settlement. With that, Torvin instructed the apprentices who wished to accompany him to prepare their belongings and settle their families that night, as they would embark on their journey the following day. The next morning, after tidying up the forge, Torvin set off for the city, ready to sell his beloved blacksmith shop. Outside the city of Kor, Alan awoke from his tent. The previous day, he had issued a direct order to establish a camp in the vicinity of Kor. Once Torvin had completed his preparations and Yuri had delivered the provisions, Alan intended to lead them to the main army before embarking towards Pentos. By midday, the sound of the guards echoed outside the tent. Your Majesty, the nobles of Kor have arrived with provisions and blacksmiths. Upon hearing of Yuri and Torvin's arrival, Alan rose to adjust his attire and responded, please escort them to my tent. Yuri and Torvin awaited at the entrance of Alan's encampment with their convoy. Shortly after, Maodong emerged on horseback, looking down upon them, and declared, follow me, Cal wishes to see you. He then turned to one of his subordinates on the right and instructed, Mickey, take some men to inspect the provisions and report back to me. Upon receiving Maodong's command, Mickey led a few men to assess the supplies in the convoy. Meanwhile, Maodong guided Yuri and Torvin to Alan's tent. Yuri, having previously interacted with the Dothraki, held some understanding of their encampment and customs. In contrast, it was Torvin's first encounter with the Dothraki, and he was taken aback by the sight of robust warriors, many with bare torsos revealing scars, and others engaged in sparring, including some youths around 15 or 16 years old and muscular women. The fierce demeanor of the Dothraki left a profound impression on Torvin, having heard tales of their valor. He now realized the truth behind the legends. Upon arriving at Alan's tent, Maodong instructed the two to wait while he reported to the guards about their visitors. The guards promptly relayed Maodong's message to Alan, informing him of the guests. Once Maodong received permission for their entry, he escorted Yuri and Torvin into the tent. Upon entering, they found Alan languidly seated in a chair. After witnessing Maodong perform a peculiar gesture of respect towards Alan, they increasingly perceived him as an extraordinary Cal. Yuri stepped forward, slightly bowing in noble fashion before Alan, and said, Cal Alan, the provisions you requested have been assembled through various efforts from the city of Kor. And I am also personally gifting you 5 weavers to fortify our friendship. Alan, upon hearing Yuri's words, could not help but admire his astuteness and diplomatic finesse. He turned to Maodong and remarked, from the gold brought yesterday, please calculate the amount and convey it to our esteemed Lord Yuri. As for your generous offer, I shall consider the weavers as a purchase for 1 pound of gold. A pound of gold was no trivial sum, yet these weavers were merely slaves of Yuri's family. Weaving, unlike blacksmithing, could be produced in bulk with the right machinery or extensive training. Upon reviewing the information, Maodong immediately rose to express his eagerness to engage in battle. His previous stay in Pentos, where he was left to guard the home front, had stifled him, and he now yearned to indulge in the exhilaration that warfare and bloodshed could bring. So do I, your Majesty. If you entrust me with this task, I shall undoubtedly vanquish our foes, echoed the sentiments of others present, though all 4 expressed their desire to participate in the conflict. It was imperative to retain one individual to oversee the main camp, as well as dispatch another to the port to remain vigilant against any potential naval fleets. After a moment of contemplation, Alan directed Link, you shall be the one to fortify the port. Your primary responsibility remains the construction of the new city. And during this endeavor, you can also safeguard the harbor. Then, Alan turned to Flock and commanded, the duty of defending the main camp will fall to you. To preempt any possible flank attacks by the enemy as our forces mobilize, we must leave behind a wise giant to deter them. Finally, the task of leading the expedition against the enemy was entrusted to Maodong and John, while Alan would maintain command from the rear. Understood. Yes, indeed. The following day, Maodong and John set forth with a formidable force of 50,000 royal guards and 30,000 troops, totaling 80,000 soldiers, to confront the allied forces at Gedjul. Accompanying them were 10 colossal giants, clad in iron armor adorned with 50 long spikes. It was evident that a collision with one of these giants would be catastrophic, even for a small dragon. Meanwhile, the Allied forces at Gedrol received intelligence regarding the advance of the Dothraki. Paul slammed the intelligence report onto the table, seething with anger. These detestable Dothraki! We have yet to mount an offensive against them, and they dare to strike first. From the back, Lian interjected, unfortunately. Yesterday was our optimal moment to attack. Before the Dothraki could react, we could have achieved a decisive victory. Now, alas. Paul, hearing Lian's public remark, felt his face flush with anger. He recognized it as a jibe at his missed opportunity the previous day. Nonetheless, he remained resolute that their goal should be to confront the Dothraki, for the survivors of Pentos were innocent. We must now deliberate on how to counter this approaching Dothraki horde. Should we confront them directly or utilize the ruins of Gedrol for defensive purposes? Suggested Lian. I propose we rely on the ruins for our defense. The Dothraki excel in cavalry, and these structures will render their horsemen ineffective. Indeed, I share your thoughts, replied another. However, I intend to concentrate all cavalry from the Allied forces first. The defense of Gedrol should rely on infantry, and when the Dothraki grow weary, our cavalry can then charge forth, striking a significant blow to their morale. This strategy is sound, I concur, added another voice. So do I. Upon their arrival at Gedrol, Maldan and John observed that the ruins they had previously traversed had undergone considerable repairs. The gaps in the walls had been hastily mended with timber by the Allied forces. Yet this also exposed a weakness in their defenses. The soldiers of the Allied forces stationed atop the walls, upon witnessing the dark mass of Dothraki cavalry below, could not help but swallow nervously. Chapter 59. Delivery. Mordan escorted Torwin to the vicinity of his tent. Establishing their quarters around the encampment to prevent potential conflicts with unknown Dothraki. To ensure their safety, Mordan summoned his subordinates, assigning a tent to Torwin, his apprentices, and their families, guiding them to a tent adjacent to his own. Master Torwin, you shall reside here for the time being. It is well equipped for your needs. As for your tools and belongings, they may remain on the wagon for now. We shall be departing from this encampment by tomorrow, so it would be prudent to avoid the hassle of packing them up at the last moment. Upon hearing Mordan's words, Torwin acknowledged his understanding but expressed a desire to examine the enigmatic stone. May I, once settled, have the opportunity to inspect the crystal? I wish to analyze its specific composition. Noticing Torwin's eagerness, Mordan replied, There is no need for haste, master. Settle in here, and once I have reported to His Majesty, I shall escort you to see it. His Majesty? Are you referring to Elenko? Torwin inquired, taken aback by Mordan's title for Elenko. The notion that a Dothraki Khal harbored aspirations of kingship astonished him. A mixture of anticipation and trepidation filled Torwin's mind. Historically, no Khal had ever aspired to be king. Although a figure named Mongol Kale had once unified the Dothraki long ago, his title remained Khal, not king. For the Dothraki were a nomadic people, perpetually on the move without fixed abodes or cities. If Elenko sought to be king, he would need to establish his own territory or city, implying that the Khal Torwin followed must conquer a city-state or build one from scratch. Mordan, observing Torwin's astonishment, chuckled, Do you doubt our strength? Is it that you believe His Majesty cannot claim kingship? Torwin, regaining his composure in response to Mordan's laughter, replied, If your forces are but this small, then indeed, the ambition to establish a kingdom seems rather formidable. Mordan laughed heartily. Since you are now considered one of us, I can candidly inform you that we are indeed preparing to establish a kingdom. What you see before you is merely the tip of the iceberg regarding the might of the Dothraki Empire. We are but the vanguard. Once you reach the heart of the Dothraki Empire, I assure you, you will be astounded by our strength. Torwin found himself intrigued by Mordan's assertion of the Empire's formidable power, pondering, could it be that they have absorbed numerous khalasars, amassing a multitude of Dothraki screamers? If they possess hundreds of thousands of these warriors, it would indeed constitute a formidable force, and such confidence would be understandable. As Torwin envisioned the might of the Empire, he imagined merely a vast cavalry, unaware that upon arriving at the Empire's stronghold, his worldview would be irrevocably challenged and shattered. However, Torwin perceived this as an opportunity. A newly established nation, where should he achieve notable feats or gain the favor of His Majesty, an aristocratic title would be inevitable. Becoming a noble was Torwin's lifelong aspiration, and this might be his singular chance to transcend social classes. Meanwhile, as Maldan was accommodating Torwin along with the apprentices and their families inside the tent, Alan reviewed the supplies report presented by his subordinates and then turned to Yuri, who was waiting nearby. Yuri, your food reserves in Kor are impressive. You have quickly gathered all the provisions I require. Upon hearing Alan's words, Yuri smiled and replied, Alan, we in Kor boast the finest blacksmiths in the entirety of Essos, along with our unique textiles. Moreover, we frequently exchange captured populations or gold for essential goods, and by exporting weapons and garments, we have amassed considerable wealth, which we then utilize to procure food supplies from other city-states. It can be said that in terms of riches, Kor stands shoulder to shoulder with Bravos and Volantis among the 9 free trading cities. As Alan listened to Yuri's praises of Kor, he silently resolved to one day pillage Kor and seize the treasures of gold possessed by its people. Although Alan harbored covetous thoughts towards Kor, he maintained a smiling facade as he remarked, it seems Kor truly deserves its reputation as one of the 9 free trading cities. Its strength and wealth are indeed astonishing. When Alan emphasized the word wealth, he intended a double meaning, yet Yuri failed to grasp the underlying implication. Guard! Alan called out toward the entrance of the tent. A female guard, upon hearing Alan's summons, entered the tent. Take this order to John, and instruct him to prepare the equivalent amount of provisions from the gold tribute received from Kor for our esteemed friend Yuri. The female guard nodded in acknowledgement and accepted the document from Alan. Alan continued, Yuri, please accompany my guard. She will lead you to John, who will provide you with gold equivalent to the food supplies. Hearing this, Yuri could not conceal his joy. The Dothraki had finally been satiated, and he could now depart from their encampment. Upon his return, he believed this event would fortify his standing in Kor. Yuri followed the female guard, preparing to meet John. Alan, with a faint smile, watched Yuri's departing figure. Once Yuri was out of sight, the smile faded from Alan's face. Take good care of my gold. I must strive to earn even more in the future to reap greater rewards. Alan mused as he gazed at Yuri's retreating silhouette. The various treasures of Kor had already been earmarked by Alan, awaiting his future claim. Hurry! This deafening sound surely indicates trouble at the city gate. Quickly! Rally everyone for a counterattack. With fervor, Lian rushed out of his chamber, commanding his soldiers to prepare for a grand display of valor, drawing his sword and instructing his subordinates to form ranks. However, upon witnessing the colossal figure charging towards them, clad in iron armor and wreathed in flames, his expression shifted dramatically. He sheathed his sword and shouted hoarsely, Run! Run! Retreat! At that moment, Lian's mind was consumed by a singular thought, escape. He yearned to flee back to Kor, for he had no desire to perish here. Instantly, he mounted his steed alongside his loyal subordinates and hastened towards the rear gate, desperate to evade the impending doom. The troops accompanying him, seeing their commander flee, promptly followed suit, scattering in panic. The other generals of the city-states, observing Lian's flight, had no choice but to retreat alongside him. In an instant, the entire coalition of Gedhor was in full flight, terrified of being crushed to pulp underfoot by the giant or obliterated by its sheer force. Some fortunate souls narrowly escaped the giant's onslaught, only to be harvested by the oncoming Dothraki cavalry. Mutang, mounted and wielding his curved blade, swiftly beheaded a fleeing coalition soldier. It had been long since Mutang reveled in the thrill of galloping across the battlefield in human form, since acquiring the power of the giant. He typically fought in that formidable guise. This rare occasion, fighting as a human, rekindled the exhilarating sensation of dominating the battlefield, and he relished the delight of severing his enemies' heads with his blade. Ha! What a thrill! Upon reaching the rear gate of Gedhor, Lian was confronted with the Dothraki blocking his path, leaving him in a dilemma. He found himself trapped between a wolf and a tiger. Every direction led to peril. Left with no option, Lian resolved to confront the Dothraki cavalry ahead. Compared to the giant, facing fellow humans was a more manageable prospect. He conferred with the other generals, proposing that the infantry sacrifice their lives to create a diversion, allowing the cavalry to break through the encirclement. The other 2 generals found little merit in this plan. Brothers, we are now cornered by the enemy in Gedhor. If we do not devise a means of breaking free, death awaits us. I trust none of you desire to confront the giant, thus, we must launch an attack against the Dothraki cavalry outside the city. If we can break through their lines, we may yet find hope. Now, seize your weapons and advance. After delivering this rousing speech, Lian cunningly positioned himself behind the ranks of the other generals, allowing the soldiers to charge into battle. Meanwhile, outside the city, John observed as the gate slowly opened, revealing a line of soldiers charging towards them with lethal intent. Rather than leading his cavalry into a direct confrontation, John's mission was to block the enemy's escape route. Loose arrows. Chapter 60. Returning home the following day. Alan returned to the forest encampment with provisions acquired and individuals brought from Kor. Those who accompanied Alan to the Imperial stronghold were utterly astonished by the sheer scale of the camp. Such a vast encampment must house at least 200,000 souls. Indeed, and among the Dothraki, a considerable number are warriors. This immense encampment could muster at least 100,000 troops. It appears we have underestimated His Majesty's might. No wonder he possesses the confidence to declare himself king and establish a nation. Torvin and his apprentices were equally mesmerized by the enormity of the camp. Whispering among themselves in hushed tones, "Ha ha ha, Master Torvin, this encampment is merely our Dothraki garrison," Mutang remarked, laughing heartily at their astonishment. Upon hearing Mutang's words, Torvin seized on a crucial point and inquired, "The Dothraki garrison? Are there other garrisons as well?" Mutang, addressing Torvin's query, elucidated. "You must have heard the news of the destruction of Slaver's Bay. It was under His Majesty's leadership that we achieved this. We breached their cities, set their homes ablaze, and captured them as slaves." Torvin felt a shiver run down his spine as he listened to their laughter recounting the demise of Slaver's Bay. Though aware of the Dothraki's brutality, the confirmation of Slaver's Bay's ruin at their hands evoked a sense of melancholy within him. Despite now being allied with them, he couldn't help but mourn for a place he had cherished since childhood. He feared that one day, Kor might meet the same fate as Slaver's Bay. Alan, overhearing Mutang's boastful remarks, sought to reassure Torvin, saying, "Rest assured, Torvin, I shall not bring ruin to Kor. It will be my territory, and I will protect it rather than destroy it." Torvin, upon hearing Alan's words, felt a sense of relief wash over him. He resolved to dedicate himself to serving His Majesty diligently, aspiring to attain a significant position under Alan's command in the future. As Torvin's thoughts wandered, the ground began to tremble, snapping him back to reality. All eyes from those hailing from Kor were drawn to the source of the commotion, and to their astonishment, 3 colossal giants, each towering several meters high, emerged from the encampment. These giants not only possessed immense stature but also exhibited extraordinary musculature, diligently transporting various items. These formidable beings were none other than the mindless giants under Alan's command. While the Dothraki had grown accustomed to the presence of giants, the newcomers from Kor beheld such creatures for the first time. The overwhelming disparity in size evoked a terror greater than any threat imaginable. "Gods, what is this? A giant? What in the world is this place? You possess giants, and you have tamed them." Torvin and his companions gaped in astonishment, their mouths agape. For they had never encountered such beings in their lives. They believed that beings of giant stature were solely the fabric of legends, akin to the formidable dragons. At this juncture, Mutang elucidated, "Our sovereign is the vicar of the divine, the offspring of the gods, the fabled cows, possessing powers beyond the imagination of mere mortals. These giants are manifestations of the miracles wrought by our Lord." Upon hearing Mutang's words, Torvin was suddenly reminded of the rumors surrounding the devastation of the Slave Bay. It was said that the Slave Bay had incurred the wrath of the divine, with the 3 city-states completely razed to the ground. The ruins of those cities resembled the aftermath of a meteor strike. Could this destruction truly be the result of our Lord's might? Mutang nodded affirmatively, confirming Torvin's suspicions. The affirmation left Torvin with a sense of disorientation. Although Mutang attributed the annihilation of the Slave Bay to Alan's power, he could scarcely fathom what such power entailed. As Alan and his entourage passed by the Church of Giants, Mutang first dispersed the soldiers, organizing the acquired gold and provisions. He then instructed Mutang to settle Torvin and the others near the church, allowing them to familiarize themselves with the current faith of the Dothraki. Meanwhile, Alan took 2 female weavers to his tent to take their measurements for garments. Torvin and his companions followed Mutang into the church's chapel, and upon lifting the tent's curtain, they were greeted by a statue crafted from that elusive metal which had long occupied Torvin's thoughts. The statue was sculpted in the likeness of Alan transformed into a giant, depicting the action of the giant hurling a javelin. Mutang pointed to the statue and proclaimed, "Behold the divine form revealed by our Lord." Torvin, astonished by the statue's material, exclaimed, "Was it not said that this crystal is exceedingly difficult to cut, and that it can only be found on the Dothraki plains?" Mutang chuckled and replied, "Master Torvin, this crystal is not a natural formation. Our Lord's previous remarks were merely to confound those from Kor. This crystal embodies the divine power of our Lord, a product of His creation. Since you have joined our empire, I shall kindly divulge the true purpose of our Lord regarding you blacksmiths. His intention is not for you to forge weapons from this stone. As you can see, This crystal is immensely hard and cannot be worked or carved. Torvan, perplexed, inquired. If the crystal cannot be forged, how was the statue sculpted? At that moment, the chief nun, upon noticing the visitors, approached with the other nuns and responded to Torvan's question. This crystal was directly created by our Lord. When he conjured it, he was able to shape its appearance. As Alan commanded the Titan with the finesse of a gamer controlling a character, he sought out remnants of buildings and towering structures to wreak havoc upon. With no acceptance of surrender, the entire city of Godolph transformed into a veritable hell on earth. Those who were not crushed by the Titans would meet their demise at the hands of the Dothraki. Thus concluded the Battle of Godolph. Upon perceiving through the coordinates that the conflict had ceased, Alan withdrew, immersing himself in moments of joy. He gathered the corpses and severed limbs for cremation, to prevent the outbreak of plague, while also collecting the supplies and weaponry brought by the army to return to the main camp. Mounted on his steed, Mordo surveyed the battlefield littered with bodies and issued commands to his subordinates. At that moment, Jon approached on horseback, exclaiming, "Fortunately, this rebel did not separate their encampments, otherwise, a swift resolution would have been elusive." Ha. They believed by selecting the ruins of Godolph as their stronghold, they could engage us in a war of attrition. Yet they failed to grasp that for us, who wield Titans, there is nothing more advantageous than cutting off their retreat. Indeed, the Titans had ushered in profound changes for us Dothraki. Who could fathom the existence of such terrifying creatures without witnessing them firsthand? I must strive to earn His Majesty's favor and be bestowed with the power of the Titan. Chapter 77, The Child. Chapter 78, The Child. A year later. Within an expansive castle encircled by crystalline walls standing 50 meters high, the golden rays of sunlight gradually illuminated an opulently adorned chamber, warming the atmosphere within. Alan reclined on a grand bed approximately 5 meters wide, surrounded by several alluring maidens. The scattered garments suggested that the previous night had been one of wild revelry. As the sunlight streamed in, Alan slowly opened his eyes, momentarily entranced by the lavish ceiling above, murmuring, "I still have yet to become acquainted with this ceiling." Indeed, he had taken residence in this magnificent castle only a week prior and was still acclimating to the sumptuous surroundings. At that moment, the maidens, roused by Alan's movements, hastily prepared to rise from the bed and attend to him. "No need to rush, the weather is splendid, and it would be a shame not to indulge in a little more slumber." With that, Alan pulled one of the maidens into his embrace, treating her as a soft pillow, relishing her warm foam against him. Over the course of the year, the castle had been erected under Mordo's vigilant supervision, with all requisite materials prioritized for its construction. Initially, Alan intended to cover the crystalline walls with a layer of ordinary stone bricks, but he reconsidered. After all, he had pledged that the untainted Titans would ascend to the Hall of Heroes after 2 or 3 years of service. In the realm of political intrigue, there exists no greater sin than breaking an oath. Those who do so often meet a grim fate. Chapter 61, The Departure. After ensuring that Torwon was settled, Maldan, accompanied by 3 others, proceeded to Alan's tent. "Our objectives in Kohol have been accomplished. It is time to set forth. Upon returning, inform your respective subordinates to prepare for our journey tomorrow." The 4 of them acknowledged Alan's command with understanding. "Jon, safeguard the procured provisions meticulously. These supplies are not for the captives but for our warriors. Alongside the livestock we tend, distribute the meat and grains daily according to a specified ratio to the various units." Jon nodded in affirmation, saying, "Your Majesty, I shall see to it." "Flock, it is your unit that oversees the captives. Ensure their rations are not overly generous. They need merely to survive without perishing from hunger. Those supplies nearing spoilage or slightly compromised can be allocated to them." Flock contemplated Alan's words and replied, "Your Majesty, such measures may incite rebellion among the captives. I request your permission to exercise certain powers." Alan responded directly, "Granted. Should any insurrection arise, you are permitted to transform into a giant and administer retribution." Upon receiving Alan's consent, Flock exclaimed, "I shall not disappoint your Majesty. Ma'aldan, I entrust the care of Torwon to you. You may make decisions pertaining to any forging matters. Remember to ensure Torwon's safety." Alan turned back to Maldan. "Yes, your Majesty, I will look after them diligently. As for you, Link, after our departure tomorrow, your unit will trail behind, positioned at the rear of the Colossal Giant, to prevent any captives from escaping amidst its strides." Link, upon receiving Alan's orders, assured him, "Rest assured, your Majesty, not even a fly shall escape from the giant's footsteps." "Excellent. Do you have any further reports? If not, You may withdraw to prepare for tomorrow's journey. The four exchanged glances, shook their heads, and collectively responded, Your Majesty, we shall take our leave. Once they departed, Alan reclined upon his bed. All was in readiness, with only the journey to Pentos remaining, where the Targaryens awaited capture. Meanwhile, Yuri, having returned to Colossal, was listening to his subordinate's report. My lord, only one of the scouts we dispatched has returned, and he survived by being far from Colossal. Yuri sighed at the news. Lamenting, I intended to send several scouts to trace their movements, but it seems Alan Cow is exceedingly vigilant. Very well, once they have departed, we shall inspect the surroundings of Colossal to examine the traces they left behind and ascertain the scale of this Colossal. The following morning, after breakfast, Alan and the Empire commenced their westward journey towards Pentos. The Imperial Army would traverse a segment of the Valyrian road before scaling the Nophos Mountains. Proceeding along the narrow path leading to Pentos, the Valyrian road, broad and stone-paved, was constructed during the rule of the Valyrian freehold over Essos. The roads are straight, designed for the swift transportation of goods, typically connecting economic hubs. One such route stretches across the vast expanse of land between the free trade city-state of Novos and Kor. However, this time Alan does not intend to venture to Novos, thus, he must forego the convenient Valyriana Avenue and prepare to traverse the Novos Mountains directly to Pentos without alarming Novos. The commotion caused by the giants is considerable. And unlike the sparsely populated Slaver's Bay, the free city-state is bustling with trade caravans and a dense populace. The destruction of a city-state here would inevitably alert several others. As Alan leads the entire empire westward, the inhabitants of Kor witness the vastness of the empire for the first time. The empire, along with its captives, boasts a population exceeding 1 million. Previously, they had only glimpsed the imperial army's encampments, which had left them in awe. Now, witnessing the captive camp, with hundreds of thousands huddled together, they grasped the true magnitude of this nascent empire, coupled with the presence of colossal giants behind the captive camp. All those from Kor are struck with terror, although they had encountered some 15-meter-tall pure giants in the camp the day before. The emergence of these massive giants rendered the 15-meter beings almost endearing by comparison. During their journey, Alan dispatched scouts in all directions to ascertain the proximity of caravans or villages. Should any be discovered, to prevent the leakage of information, he would swiftly rob them and bring them to the captive camp. After Alan's departure, Kor sent out its own men to survey the traces left by Alan's army. Ultimately, they uncovered evidence of Alan's encampment in a forest approximately 10 kilometers northeast of Kor. The scouts, upon discovering this site, noted its extraordinary size, with an abundance of hoofprints densely scattered about. Moreover, just a kilometer from this encampment, they found an even larger one. After calculating, the scouts estimated that the combined populations of these two camps likely exceeded 1 million. Surrounding the encampments, they also found immense footprints, as if extraordinarily tall giants had once traversed this area. These footprints varied in size, with the smallest large enough for a person to lie within, while the larger ones dwarfed a person, rendering them almost insignificant, an indication of the terrifying nature of such beings. When they relayed this information to Yuri, his immediate reaction was incredulity. Are you telling me mythical tales? Giants, and footprints so vast that a person lying within them appears merely as a speck. Are you jesting? Are you certain you actually saw giants? Dear sir, please trust us. How could we dare to deceive you? There are indeed enormous footprints there, and their number is quite significant. We must prepare in advance to avert a potential crisis in the future. Yuri observed that his subordinates were not jesting, and unease began to stir within him. After all, he had never truly witnessed a giant and found it hard to believe that such towering beings existed in this world. He had previously heard tales of giants roaming beyond the north of Westeros, but those giants were only 4 or 5 meters tall. Now, hearing his men speak of a footprint belonging to a giant of such extraordinary height, he remained skeptical. He suspected this might be a ruse by the Dothraki to instill fear, compelling him to offer tribute in submission. Aside from the giants, how vast was their encampment? And how many signs of life were there? Yuri's mind raced, but he was most eager to ascertain the size of the khalasar on the island and the number of Dothraki warriors. My lord, after surveying the camp, I discovered 2 encampments. One appeared to accommodate approximately 200,000 to 300,000 people, with an abundance of hoofprints indicative of a military camp. The other was rather chaotic, littered with discarded refuse, predominantly human footprints, likely belonging to the elderly, women, and children of the khalasar, yet it was astonishingly large, housing at least 500,000. Upon hearing this seemingly outrageous report, Yuri felt a wave of frustration wash over him. By my calculations, that amounts to at least 700,000. Are you certain your reconnaissance was accurate? How can the Dothraki possibly possess such a vast army and an enormous khalasar? This must be a deceptive ploy by the Dothraki to showcase their power. I shall not be fooled. Yuri exclaimed in frustration, but after regaining his composure, he thought, however. The effort invested in such deception, while perhaps not as exaggerated as it seems, should not be underestimated. Their cavalry must number around 40,000. It seems prudent to prepare in advance. Based solely on the troop count, the expense was not in vain. With 40,000 Dothraki warriors, if conflict were to erupt, we would likely find ourselves at a disadvantage. After coming to this realization, Yuri rubbed his throbbing forehead and withdrew some gold coins from his pocket, scattering them onto the ground before the kneeling scout. Very well, you may leave now. This is your reward. The scout, upon hearing this, silently gathered the scattered coins and retreated. Chapter 62. Arrival in Pentos. Within the grand estate of Governor Illyrio in the city of Pentos, Viserys exuberantly burst into Daenerys' chamber. His enthusiasm palpable as he exclaimed, "My dear sister, how does it feel to be in Pentos?" Since their arrival a month prior, accompanied by Illyrio, the quality of life for Daenerys and Viserys had improved significantly. At least during their stay with Illyrio, who sought to either exploit or support Viserys. He maintained a facade of politeness towards the siblings. Here, no one openly or covertly referred to Viserys as the beggar king. Every servant treated them with utmost respect. And Illyrio had even provided them with several handmaidens to cater to their needs, which assuaged Viserys' pride. Daenerys, witnessing her brother's restored confidence, experienced a long-awaited tranquility. As Daenerys gazed out the window, lost in thought, she remained indifferent to Viserys' call. Noticing her disregard, Viserys felt a flicker of irritation but managed to maintain a smile as he urged, "My dear sister, your beloved brother has arrived. Will you not rise and embrace me?" Hearing the mild annoyance in his voice, Daenerys slowly turned to face him. Upon catching her gaze, Viserys opened his arms wide, and in response, Daenerys, seeing her brother's welcoming gesture, reciprocated with an embrace. He kissed her forehead gently, cupping her face in his hands, and remarked, "My good sister, have you, in your recent comfort, forgotten what the wrath of the dragon feels like?" A flicker of fear crossed Daenerys' eyes at Viserys' words, and she could only shake her head in silence. Observing her trepidation, Viserys continued with a smile, "Today, Illyrio and I discussed a matter of great importance, how we might seize the Iron Throne." Curiosity piqued within Daenerys at her brother's declaration. Although she had been born into a world where the Targaryen dynasty had already fallen, and she found herself adrift in Essos, the teachings of Viserys and the tales instilled in her by the young Ser Willem regarding the supremacy of the Iron Throne, along with the legendary conquests of their ancestor Aegon the Conqueror, ignited a fervent desire within her that rivaled Viserys' own. Yet, as her brother still lived and stood ahead of her in the line of succession, she harbored merely a seed of longing in her heart. According to the original narrative, once her brother Viserys had departed from this world, and she possessed the formidable power of dragons, that seed of desire for the Iron Throne would undoubtedly ignite into an uncontrollable blaze. Daenerys lifted her head, curiosity glimmering in her eyes as she gazed at Viserys. He continued, his eyes fixed upon her. "Illyrio knows a call from the Dothraki, named Drogo. We aim to secure the support of his 40,000 horsemen through an alliance with Khal Drogo." Viserys stared directly into Daenerys' eyes, stating plainly, "Dear sister, Daenerys, having spent so much time in Essos, you must be aware of the Dothraki's formidable prowess in battle. They are born upon horseback, becoming adept with a blade at a tender age, veritable natural-born killers, and Drogo is undoubtedly among the finest. It is said he has never known defeat in combat." A sense of foreboding washed over Daenerys at the mention of an alliance with the Dothraki, but Viserys' next words plunged her into icy despair. "I wish for you to marry Drogo, in exchange for his warrior's allegiance." Anger surged within Daenerys at the thought of being wed to Drogo, a stranger she had yet to meet, but she lacked the courage to voice her dissent to Viserys. Since her childhood, he had wielded the threat of the sleeping dragon's wrath to intimidate her. Though fury boiled within her, she could only meekly utter, "I do not wish to marry a Dothraki, especially not an unfamiliar man. I want to go home." In the world she hailed from, Drogo and Daenerys' union blossomed harmoniously after their marriage, yet the unknown loomed ominously in her heart. The Dothraki's notorious reputation in Essos cast a long shadow. They were feared for their ruthless pillaging, viewing all as prey, slaughtering men, abducting their women, and selling children into slavery. Thus, Daenerys felt a profound aversion towards the proposed alliance with Drogo. Moreover, due to the Targaryen family's tradition of intermarriage, she had always envisioned marrying her brother to preserve the purity of their bloodline. It was a bitter revelation that her brother sought to barter her to a savage for the sake of regaining the Iron Throne. Seeing Daenerys' rejection, Viserys gripped her shoulders tightly, causing her to gasp in pain. "Ah, it hurts," she cried. Viserys, his expression twisted with malice, retorted, "My dear Daenerys, I too long to return home, but our home has been seized by the odious usurper Robert. I must possess my own army to reclaim the Iron Throne. Even if it means you must yield to Drogo in order to secure his cavalry as support, it is imperative for me to regain what is rightfully ours." Viserys' menacing demeanor frightened Daenerys into silence, and she bowed her head, silently acquiescing to her fate. Satisfied with her silence, Viserys patted her shoulder, knowing that her compliance signified acceptance of his demands. "Oh, how radiant this light is, warming the very heart. Divine powers, bless our empire." On this momentous occasion, Alan has deliberately manipulated time during his transformation, prolonging the dazzling phenomenon. This serves both to intimidate captives and to manifest divine might, harvesting faith and rendering today as establishment of the nation and coronation all the more sacred. As the light dissipates, a formidable figure emerges atop the towering walls. Standing at 50 meters in height, this figure possesses long, flowing black hair, elongated pointed ears, and eyes that glimmer with an emerald hue. Clad in thick armor that unmistakably signifies astounding defensive prowess. With the appearance of this figure, unrest stirs among the onlookers below, particularly among the survivors of Pentos, who, having witnessed the giant's emergence, comprehend why the denizens of Slaver's Bay have been so unhinged. Below, on a lavish dais situated within the ranks of the Dothraki, specifically constructed for the Empire's officials and future dignitaries, stands Viserys. Today, he has received news of the Dothraki's intent to establish a nation, a development prompted by Daenerys. Alan has shown him a modicum of favor, positioning him among the imperial officials, and according to Alan's terms, Viserys is destined to be ennobled as the Duke of Dragonstone, thus becoming a vassal of Alan. Viserys gazes in astonishment at the towering giant, reflecting on the past year during which he has been well cared for. Shielded by Alan's arrangements, his days, once fraught with peril, have transformed into a life of indulgence, punctuated only by the occasional bloodletting. As a result, he has remained blissfully ignorant of the world outside, indulging in pleasures and fathering numerous offspring with the Dothraki women. Thus, invited to witness this historic moment, Viserys remains unaware that the giant is a transformed man. He has always assumed giants, like men, simply engaged in copulation to reproduce. Snapping back to reality, Viserys excitedly seizes the arm of the nearby Marden, exclaiming, "Behold, my future brother-in-law has transformed into a giant. Ha! This spells disaster for that wretched Robert." The sight of Alan in his transformed state ignites within Viserys a fervent desire for vengeance against those who orchestrated the downfall of House Targaryen. He is eager to see Robert's head severed from his body. Meanwhile, within the castle's lofty chambers, Daenerys, Lithia, and Alan's harem are struck speechless, overwhelmed with excitement and astonishment at the sight of Alan's transformation. Though they have been by his side for quite some time, this is their first encounter with his metamorphosis. Despite having heard tales of Alan's ability to become a giant, witnessing it firsthand is an awe-inspiring revelation. At this moment, through the perspective of the giant, Alan addresses the crowd below. "I am Alan Yeager. My people, today we fulfill the promise I made long ago. We, the Dothraki, shall establish our nation here, and it shall be known as the Titan Empire. I will be the first king of the Titan Empire. Warriors, this glory is to be shared with you. Without your valiant efforts, this empire would not exist." However, Chapter 63, The Outbreak of War. The following day, the sound of the assembly call resonated through the imperial barracks, prompting every Dothraki warrior to immediately grasp their weapons and mount their steeds, preparing to heed the king's summons and launch an assault on Pentos. 4 legions, under the command of their respective generals, lined up in orderly formation, awaiting the signal to advance. Standing atop the colossal head of a titan, Alan gazed down upon the throng of soldiers below, an overwhelming sense of exhilaration surging within him. The sensation of commanding an army, issuing a single order, and witnessing his subordinates rush forth in unwavering loyalty was incomparable to anything from his past life. The beauty of power was indeed intoxicating, Alan mused. He transmitted a command to Maldan through coordinates, instructing him to lead the royal guard in safeguarding the encampment. In previous conflicts, Due to the royal guard being his personal protectors, Alan had shown them particular favor, prioritizing their replenishment and selection of spoils before addressing the other free legions. Thus, for this campaign, he intended to send the other free legions into battle while retaining the royal guard to secure the main camp and oversee the captives. Alan planned to deploy all the Colossal Titans for this war, leaving the pure Titans behind to manage the logistics. Upon receiving Alan's directive, Maldan signaled, and the royal guard stepped forward from the main army to assume the critical responsibilities of defense and captive oversight. Once Alan observed that the remaining legions were prepared, he gestured forward with the Titan's right hand. Simultaneously, a voice echoed in the minds of the soldiers from the three legions. Advance, set forth, destination Pentos. Alan, leading the Titan at the forefront, was closely followed by the three legions, while the Colossal Titans encircling the captive camp also began their march towards Pentos. After their departure, Maldan dispatched personnel to surround the captive camp, preventing any escape. In an instant, the earth began to tremble. The combined might of the three legions, approximately 100,000 strong, alongside the thunderous steps of the Titans, created a seismic uproar, as if the ground itself were quaking. The booming sounds reverberated across the vast expanse. Meanwhile, in the Illyrio residence of Pentos, Daenerys had just risen from her slumber. The previous day's revelation from Viserys about her impending marriage to Khal Drogo filled the young girl with reluctance, robbing her of restful sleep. With dark circles under her eyes, she appeared weary and dispirited. As Daenerys contemplated rising to quench her thirst, she sensed a subtle tremor beneath her feet. Alarmed, she feared an earthquake was imminent and hastily fled her chamber. Upon exiting her room, she was greeted by a flurry of frantic servants. Grabbing hold of one, she urgently inquired, "Why the panic? Is it an earthquake?" As the servant prepared to return to his quarters to gather his belongings for the refuge, he suddenly felt a hand grasping his arm. Upon turning, he recognized it was Daenerys, the guest brought by the Illyrian. He kindly explained, "My lady, this is not an earthquake. Earlier today, a caravan reported that a horde of Dothraki, numbering around 100,000, is advancing towards Pentos, armed and seemingly intent on conquest. Moreover, it is said that these Dothraki have giants aiding them. Those giants appear as monumental as distant hills." Upon hearing the servant's account of the Dothraki's formidable approach, Daenerys instinctively recalled her connection with Khal Drogo. However, upon learning of the giants, her curiosity prompted her to inquire, "Which is mightier, the giant or the dragon?" The servant, momentarily at a loss for words, thought it rather absurd that, in such dire circumstances, she would ponder the superiority of giants over dragons. "You ought to hasten your preparations for the refuge. We cannot yet ascertain the intentions of these Dothraki." Daenerys recognized the frivolity of her question. Understanding that dragons were now but a relic of the past, and the true capabilities of giants remained uncertain, her inquiry had devolved into mere jest. While Daenerys remained lost in thought, Viserys hurriedly approached. "Dany, come with me. Dothraki are poised to attack outside the city. Curse it! Just as I was about to contact Khal Drogo, they choose this moment to assault us. Are they deliberately thwarting my plans?" Viserys seized Daenerys' hand. Intent on fleeing towards the port, believing it safer to escape by sea rather than risk the refuge in the city, which could be breached. His lack of faith in Pentos' military strength was not unfounded. The city had previously entered into a peace treaty with Braavos that restricted them to no more than 20 warships, forbade the hiring of mercenaries, and prohibited any military force beyond the city guard. Despite its imposing walls, Pentos was often regarded as the most vulnerable among the free trading city-states. This was the rationale behind Viserys' haste to escape with Daenerys. Meanwhile, outside the city, Elrond had successfully encircled Pentos with his formidable army, leaving no avenue of escape. The only exit remained the port, but Elrond understood that to assault a port city, he must first seize control of the harbor. Accordingly, he commanded all his colossal giants to converge upon the port, blocking every vessel from fleeing. In a macabre display of control, Elrond even ordered the giants to utilize their hardening abilities to construct wall upon the very waters outside the harbor, preventing anyone from escaping by swimming. The city-states that received letters from Alan demanding regular tributes were left in a state of shock, their anger boiling over to the point where many were prepared to declare war on the spot. However, those with a clear mind understood that their military strength had significantly waned. The once formidable army they had raised was now decimated, having suffered total annihilation. Although they harbored intentions of waging war to expel Alan, the harsh reality struck them hard. While there remained a number of troops within the city, These forces were required to remain and defend the city walls, rendering any attempt to divert men for an offensive against Alan impossible. Unless they were willing to risk being caught off guard. With news from the Titan Empire arriving, in the distant city of King's Landing across the narrow sea, Varys, clutching a report from his network of spies on the continent of Essos, sought an audience with Robert. Upon reaching Robert's chambers, Varys encountered 2 Kingsguard standing sentinel outside the door, from within which the sound of women's laughter could be heard. Approaching the guards, Varys politely addressed Sir Barristan Selmy. One of the Kingsguard, Sir, I have urgent matters to discuss with His Majesty. Could you kindly inform him? Sir Barristan, looking at Varys, could only respond with a hint of resignation. The king has requested that any matters be postponed until he is finished. As for the reason, Barristan hesitated. But Varys understood the implication. Oh, this is maddening, Your Majesty. Oh, you little wench, you shall feel my wrath. The sultry voices of women within the chamber had now reached Varys, who felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. As a eunuch, he had never experienced the pleasures of intimacy, but recognized that this was not the time to disrupt Robert's indulgence. Very well, in that case. I shall seek Lord Jon Arryn first, Varys conceded. I will remind His Majesty once he is done, Barristan replied, now accustomed to Robert's peculiar proclivities. After politely nodding, Varys turned and made his way to the hand of the king, Jon Arryn, to report the situation. In the Hand's chambers, Jon Arryn was perusing documents handed to him by a steward. As Robert's hand, Jon was responsible for managing the affairs of the realm. A necessity given Robert's penchant for shirking his duties. Robert's trust in Jon stemmed from their shared history. Jon had once taken Eddard Stark and Robert Baratheon as his wards, the 2 boys becoming close friends who regarded Jon with paternal reverence. It was also after the cruel execution of Rickard Stark and his sons by Aerys, Her Targaryen, that Jon had refused to surrender them, igniting a rebellion. He could be seen as the architect of the Baratheon dynasty. Robert held him in fatherly esteem and trust, which allowed Robert to delegate all matters of state to Jon with ease. Chapter 64. Into the city outside the city of Pentos. The air was filled with anguished cries and howls as the Dothraki cavalry charged towards them. Amongst them loomed a giant, towering dozens of meters high, leading the assault. The guards atop the walls, gripped by terror, found their legs trembling uncontrollably. Many collapsed to the ground in a state of shock. It had been many years since Pentos had experienced the horrors of war, and the memories of its brutality had long faded. Now, confronted by the unexpected onslaught of the Dothraki, they were abruptly reminded of the devastation wrought by conflict and the dread of being dominated by the giant. Alan, commanding the colossal figure, took the lead, striding towards the city gates, effortlessly kicking them open along with the walls. The earth trembled with thunderous crashes, resonating throughout the expanse. The Dothraki heard the resounding explosion of the gates being shattered, accompanied by the scattering of debris. The stones, propelled by the giant's might, descended upon the heart of Pentos like a meteor shower. Many were struck down, reduced to mere flesh and bone, while the shockwave from the falling rubble caused buildings to collapse around them. Before the surviving citizens could recover from the chaos, a thick cloud of smoke erupted from the breached gates, mingling with the cacophony of screams. Hoofs thundered as the Dothraki, shrieking their war cries, surged into the city. Upon entering, they brandished their blades, slashing indiscriminately at anyone in sight. Panic ensued as the populace fled in all directions, desperately seeking refuge. Some rushed home, hastily locking their doors in a futile attempt to evade the slaughter, only to have the Dothraki kick down their doors, storming inside to seize their possessions and sever their heads. Please, do not kill me. The terrified cries of those who encountered the Dothraki echoed as they witnessed the bloodied scimitars. Many collapsed in fear, losing control of their bodily functions, their bodies trembling as they retreated, only to find the curved blades descending upon their necks, blood spraying and staining the interiors of their homes. On the streets, chaos reigned as people fled blindly, while the Dothraki remained steadfast in their king's orders. Those with silver hair were ensnared with ropes thrown from horseback, their fates to be determined later, as the slaughter continued unabated. The silver-haired individuals were deliberately gathered together, temporarily spared from the carnage. However, such traits were rare in Pentos. Those who lacked them were mercilessly killed, while the surviving men were captured as slaves, and the women were hoisted onto horsebacks by the Dothraki. Although Pentos, as one of the 9 free cities, is densely populated and exceedingly affluent, this has resulted in a plethora of mercenaries within its walls. These mercenaries, having been engaged in various tasks for prolonged periods, frequently encounter bandits and marauders, amassing a wealth of combat experience. They employ every conceivable tactic in battle, resorting to extreme measures to ensure victory, whether it be evading attacks or poisoning their weaponry. However, mercenaries are also deeply concerned for their own lives. They are reluctant to fight unless absolutely necessary. Thus, when the Dothraki invaded the city, many of these mercenaries initially contemplated fleeing. Yet, as their escape routes were blocked and the Dothraki commenced their slaughter, the only alternative to surrendering into slavery was to engage in combat. Some, driven by the instinct to survive and to avoid enslavement, launched attacks against the Dothraki, inflicting considerable damage. They strategically positioned themselves in hard-to-reach locations, employing ambush tactics with arrows or using poisoned weapons to slay numerous Dothraki warriors. In such dire circumstances, the number of brave souls willing to resist was scant. Many mercenaries, utilizing the terrain and their weaponry to their advantage, managed to kill a considerable number of Dothraki. But they were soon overwhelmed and met their demise at the hands of the remaining invaders. The few survivors were left with no choice but to kneel in surrender. While the Dothraki reveled in slaughter, they also delighted in capturing people from other cultures as slaves. Those who surrendered were swiftly bound together and, once the conflict concluded, taken back to the Dothraki camp as prisoners. Although the Dothraki cavalry faced some resistance upon entering the city, they swiftly overcame it, and their overwhelming numbers soon brought them to the vicinity of the port. Meanwhile, at the harbor, the Targaryen siblings were seized with astonishment at the sight of the massive wall formed by the giants. However, they quickly regained their composure. The port's exit had been sealed, and they found themselves trapped, unable to escape. Viserys, despite his yearning to flee, realized that such an escape was now futile, and he grappled internally with the idea of surrendering to the Dothraki. The Dothraki were infamous across the continent for their prowess in destruction and pillaging, their notorious reputation well known to all. Even if he wished to surrender, what if the Dothraki took offense at him and ended his life with a swift strike? Cursed be these Dothraki for their sudden assault on Pentos, and what of Illyrio? They were utterly inept, failing to discern the imminent Dothraki threat. Viserys muttered curses under his breath, his heart brimming with fury, yet he found himself powerless to alter the dire situation before him. With no other recourse, he resolved to seek a place to hide. I cannot perish yet. I have yet to exact my revenge and personally slay that usurper, Robert. Viserys pulled Dany's hand as they darted through the crowd, searching for a sanctuary from the Dothraki. Yet, the entire city of Pentos was enveloped in the terror brought by the Dothraki, and everyone sought refuge, resulting in a chaotic throng with no suitable hiding places available. Rob's unwavering trust in Jon Arryn stemmed from Jon's past decision to adopt Eddard Stark and Robert Baratheon as his own sons. The two boys became inseparable friends, holding Jon in the highest regard as a father figure. It was also after the brutal murder of Rickard Stark and his sons by Aerys, Harold Targaryen, that Jon defied the king's demand for the boys' surrender, subsequently raising the banner of rebellion. He could be regarded as the architect of the Baratheon dynasty, earning Robert's deep respect and trust, which is why Robert entrusted all matters of state to Jon without hesitation. In the original narrative, it was Jon Arryn's untimely demise that alerted Robert to the scarcity of trustworthy allies around him, compelling him to journey north to Winterfell in hopes of appointing Eddard Stark as his new hand of the king, thereby setting the stage for the unfolding drama of power. As Jon Arryn diligently reviewed documents, a knock echoed from the door, followed by the voice of a guard. "My lord, Lord Varys requests an audience on urgent matters." Without lifting his gaze, Jon replied, "Let him enter." Soon after, Varys entered the chamber, hands clasped within his sleeves, bowing slightly to Jon before stepping forward to present a document. "My lord, this is news from my little birds in Essos, reporting the rise of a new empire across the narrow sea." "Oh?" Jon inquired, momentarily pausing his writing to accept the document from Varys, scrutinizing its contents with increasing alarm. To his astonishment, he learned that a group of Dothraki had forsaken their nomadic lifestyle to establish a nation, a revelation that both intrigued and astonished him. Though he had never encountered the Dothraki, he had heard tales of their fierce traditions, wherein any transgression against their ancestral customs could result in death. The notion that a king could persuade the Dothraki to abandon their age-old ways was indeed unfathomable. Moreover, as he continued to delve into the document, Jon discovered that these Dothraki had advanced from Slavers' Bay to Pentos, leaving devastation in their wake. Even the coalition of free cities had been decimated, prompting the cities of Myr, Norvos, and Kor to urgently recruit soldiers in preparation for potential retaliation from the Dothraki. "Have you placed any of your little birds in this new realm?" Jon pondered with growing concern. although he was not particularly wary of the Dothraki threat, believing them to be a cavalry people ill-suited for naval warfare. As they regarded the sea as a treacherous expanse, the implications of their newfound ambitions weighed heavy upon him. Chapter 65. Capture. With a sword held aloft in his right hand and Daenerys at his side, Viserys found himself encircled by a throng of Dothraki cavalry. Enraged, he raised his blade toward the riders, bellowing, "I am the true dragon, the king of the seven kingdoms. You ruffians, stand down at once." Yet, to the Dothraki, his furious proclamation sounded merely like the crowing of a rooster, for the common tongue was utterly foreign to their ears. The captain of the Dothraki cavalry, observing the silver-haired man with violet eyes shouting incomprehensible words, discerned from Viserys' furious demeanor that his utterances were anything but cordial. Thus, he raised his whip and lashed it across Viserys' face. The blow sent Viserys crashing to the ground, leaving a painful mark upon his left cheek, from which blood began to seep. He cried out in anguish, "Oh, no! How dare you strike me with a whip? Do you know who I am?" As Viserys' frantic cries filled the air, Daenerys felt a surge of fear upon witnessing her brother's plight. However, with their escape routes blocked, she stepped forward to assist him. In a moment of prideful defiance, Viserys, upon seeing Daenerys approach, shoved her to the ground. After imparting a lesson to Viserys, the captain produced a length of rope and commanded his subordinate, "Corey, come with me to bind these two, preparing them for the king." The subordinate dismounted to assist the captain in securing the hands of the Targaryen siblings, intending to deliver them to Alan. "What are you doing? How dare you?" Viserys shrieked, struggling against his restraints, only to be silenced when the captain tore a strip of cloth from his garments and stuffed it into his mouth. Daenerys, more composed, resigned herself to their fate. Bound and helpless, she wept silently, contemplating the uncertain future that awaited them. The captain hoisted the Targaryen siblings onto the backs of horses, setting course for the gathering place of all silver-haired individuals within the city of Pentos. These silver-haired folk were captured Dothraki, following Alan's orders to secure their safety, but should they cause too much trouble, they would face dire consequences, much like Viserys had just endured. Upon their arrival, Viserys and Daenerys were handed over to the overseer, who recorded their presence before returning to the docks to continue his bloody work. The siblings were then escorted into a tent, wherein sat a slave, captured from the slave trade, fluent in various tongues. The overseer, seated at the head of the table, addressed them, name, age. The translating slave dutifully relayed the inquiry in their language. Viserys, upon hearing the translated words, declared with conviction, "I am the king of the Undos, the Ruiner, and the first man, the ruler of the seven kingdoms, the protector of the realm, and the true dragon. Release me at once." Although the overseer could not decipher Viserys' mutterings, the expression on his face revealed his insincerity. Consequently, the overseer rose abruptly from his seat and struck Viserys across the face with a resounding slap. He then placed a knife at his groin and addressed the translator, saying, "Now, compel him to divulge what I wish to know, or I shall sever his manhood and brew it into my drink." Upon hearing this, the translator hastily conveyed the message to Viserys. It was at that moment, as the blade pressed against him, that Viserys felt genuine fear and ceased his bravado, opting instead to comply. "I am Viserys Targaryen, the former king of the seven kingdoms. This is my sister, Daenerys Targaryen, and we are descendants of the once glorious Valyrian dragon lords." Daenerys observed Viserys transform from audacious to utterly terrified as he began to disclose their lineage, her expression remaining one of stoic silence. Having resigned herself to her fate as a captive, Daenerys, who had long been wandering alongside Viserys while evading assassins sent by Robert, had long since abandoned hope for a brighter future. The translator recounted the Targaryen siblings' heritage to the overseer, who, upon learning of their illustrious background, meticulously recorded it, highlighting the significance of such a noble lineage, which could very well be of interest to His Majesty. After marking the details, the overseer dispatched individuals to escort the two to an open space outside. Meanwhile, Alan stood atop the head of a towering giant, surveying the entirety of Pentos. His army had surged into the city, encountering sporadic resistance that was quickly overwhelmed beneath the weight of their numerous cavalry. The air was thick with smoke, and the opulent governor's mansion in the city center fell under the relentless assault of mounted warriors. Among them, a governor like Illyrio confronted the Dothraki cavalry in their own tongue. "Which cause army do you belong to? We have treaties with many of your khalasars, offering tribute. Do you not fear retribution from the others?" The governors protested against the looting Dothraki, and fate conspired to have Illyrio's residence invaded by a faction led by Rollo, former lieutenant of Khal Drogo, Khal Drogo is a dear friend of mine, and his khalasar is one of the largest among you Dothraki. Do you dare to openly attack Pentos without regard for Khal Drogo's standing?" As Illyrio rallied his guards in resistance while expressing his fury towards the Dothraki, a voice emerged from the crowd. "What a coincidence, Governor Illyrio. Do you remember me?" Rollo rode forth from the surrounding troops, addressing Illyrio with a knowing smile. After vanquishing Prince Rhaegar at the Battle of Ruby Ford, his animosity towards the Targaryen family did not wane with Rhaegar's demise. When Duke Tywin Lannister's forces ravaged King's Landing and slain King Aerys, along with Rhaegar's wife, Elia Martell, and his children, Aegon and Rhaenys, Robert found a twisted satisfaction in these events. Nevertheless, Robert's hatred for the remnants of the Targaryen lineage persisted, compelling him to dispatch assassins to Essos in pursuit of Rhaegar's siblings. "How many times must I remind you, Robert? That affair belongs to the past. It is time to let it go. You are now a king, and the remaining Targaryens pose no real threat. My father, I can never forgive Rhaegar, nor the Targaryens. Lyanna was the love of my life. I shall never forget her." Robert lamented, recalling Lyanna with profound sorrow. Old Jon, witnessing Robert's desolation, could only sigh in resignation. Jon understood that Robert's continual reminiscence of Lyanna stemmed from his failed marriage. He had always believed that marrying Lyanna would lead to her acceptance of him and, ultimately, to his happiness. Yet, it was not just Jon who recognized this truth. Even Lyanna's brother, Ned Stark, understood that given Lyanna's temperament, a union with Robert might lead to greater discontent. Lyanna, inheriting the fierce spirit of House Stark, was headstrong, courageous, and fiery. Moreover, she was acutely aware that even if Robert wed her, he would likely succumb to his restlessness and seek solace elsewhere. Across the narrow sea, in the castle of Free Cities, Alan gazed upon chests brimming with gold and silver, contemplating the situation. It appears these city-states have little resistance left. They can only send tribute to seek peace. Clearly, the nobles of Norvos, Ko'ur, and Myr were incensed upon receiving Alan's missive. Yet they understood that following the annihilation of the allied forces, their military strength rendered them incapable of continuing the fight against the Dothraki. They could only send gold in hopes of stabilizing relations, hoping to utilize the time gained for rapid development. Alan was well aware of their intentions, however. The Empire was currently preoccupied with various construction projects, leaving them little room to attend to these matters. His next course of action was to rebuild Giscari. The strategic location of Giscari would effectively curb Norval's expansion, and with the Empire's population densely concentrated in a single city, it was impractical for development and management. Dispatching some individuals to establish another city would alleviate the pressure significantly. Chapter 83, The Giant of Beasts Bring Link to Me. Upon concluding his thoughts, Alan resolved to assign this task to Link, who had previously excelled in overseeing the construction of the new city. During the founding of the city, he had transformed into a giant and observed the progress. The city was structured with remarkable order, and most importantly, every road was constructed with immense width, perfectly aligning with Alan's envisioned objectives. Chapter 66, The Curtain Falls. Illyrio found it utterly inconceivable that any force could have led to the downfall and demise of Drogo. Just then, however, he beheld a colossal giant at the harbor, employing its powers to block off Pentos with a wall. Awestruck by this miraculous sight, he stood frozen, as did the guards stationed beside him. While they were momentarily paralyzed by shock, the Dothraki, who were accustomed to the presence of giants, did not hesitate. They swiftly charged at the bewildered guards with their blades. "Ah! No!" Upon hearing the cries of despair, Illyrio and the remaining soldiers snapped back to reality, only to witness the front line of guards lying in a pool of blood. The soldiers in the rear, upon seeing the grim fate of their comrades, gripped their swords and shields tighter, realizing that the true threat was not the giant, but rather the ferocious Dothraki warriors. Encircling Illyrio, the guards formed a protective ring, cautiously observing the Dothraki fighters around them. In the midst of this dire situation, Illyrio recognized that he was faced with only two choices: to fight to the death or to surrender. The notion of breaking through their encirclement was far too audacious to entertain. Despite the fury boiling within him, he mustered a strained smile and inquired, "Rollo, would you accept our surrender?" Rollo, gazing at Illyrio, was transported back to his days under Drogo's command. In his youth, upon first arriving in Pentos and witnessing the opulent lifestyles of the governors, he was astounded by their wealth. It sparked a thought: what expressions would these individuals wear if stripped of their riches and turned into slaves? The mere imagination of such a scene brought him immense satisfaction. Now, that opportunity lay before him, and he responded to the grinning Illyrio, "Governor, we would certainly accept your surrender. Upon hearing Rollo's words, a wave of relief washed over Illyrio. However, the next statement from Rollo sent his heart plummeting once more. But what? Illyrio hastily interjected, a foreboding sensation creeping over him. Indeed, Rollo's subsequent words plunged his spirits into an abyss. Governor, you must be aware of our Dothraki customs. For those who surrender to us, there exists but one fate, to become slaves. Illyrio's heart sank at Rollo's proclamation. Deep down, he had always known this truth, that those who capitulated to the Dothraki would be enslaved and sold for profit. Yet, he had long suppressed this grim reality. It was only through Rollo's reminder that the harsh truth resurfaced. However, the prospect of becoming a slave was not what he had imagined. To Illyrio, given his advanced age, the likelihood of escaping such a fate seemed utterly hopeless. I surrender. Illyrio finally uttered the words of capitulation with great difficulty, having contemplated his decision. After all, it is better to live, even in disgrace, than to perish. He had toiled for half his life to attain his current status. How could he resign himself to death without having enjoyed a few more years of life? He must strive to survive, for as long as one lives, there remains hope. Rollo, gazing at the surrendering Illyrio, mockingly responded, No, I refuse to accept your surrender. I merely wished to relish the despair in your eyes. From the moment I first set foot in Pentos and beheld you arrogant governors, I fantasized about this very moment. Ha ha ha! Upon hearing Rollo's scornful words, Illyrio was rendered speechless, his finger trembling as he pointed at Rollo, exclaiming, You wretched scoundrel. I will fight you to the end. Rollo erupted into laughter at the sight of Illyrio's fury and gestured to the nearby Dothraki warriors, who surged forward in a frenzy. Instantly, the Dothraki and the guards protecting Illyrio clashed violently, the Dothraki's formidable strength overwhelming the guards. Witnessing their comrades being effortlessly slain by the Dothraki, many guards knelt in submission, believing that Rollo, who rejected Illyrio's surrender, would spare them as mere foot soldiers. As one guard surrendered, a chain reaction ensued, leading the others to follow suit. No one wished to embrace death. Even servitude was preferable to annihilation. Illyrio, in despair, watched as his protective guards capitulated, leaving him with no choice but to face death alone. Who could fathom such a feeling? Why could they choose surrender? While he faced the inevitable end, in his heart, Illyrio cried out in desperation, Why must I die while you all choose to submit? Consumed by despair, he seized a fallen weapon from a nearby guard and struck out at those around him. A few unfortunate souls were caught in his frenzied attack, falling lifelessly to the ground. The remaining guards, witnessing this chaos, had no choice but to converge upon Illyrio, overwhelming him with a flurry of blows. Rollo observed as Illyrio met his demise beneath the relentless assault and commanded, Everyone, scour Illyrio's estate thoroughly. Gather every treasure. Regardless of its nature, even the peculiar stones must not be overlooked. Bring it all to the camp. Yes. With Illyrio's fall, the character who had once graced the narrative and presented Daenerys with 3 dragon eggs was no more. Similar scenes unfolded throughout Pentos. It was not only Illyrio who faced misfortune. All governor estates and opulent residences were besieged by the Dothraki, and any rare treasures were seized and taken back to the camp. As time wore on, the Dothraki cavalry, having reaped a bountiful harvest, expelled all remaining inhabitants from the city, subsequently setting it ablaze. Illian, gazing at the inferno consuming the city before him, remained unmoved. As he spoke, Alan manipulated the individuals within the coordinates to create a model for Link. I must confess, I fell asleep while writing yesterday. Chapter 84, The First Transformation into a Beast Giant. Chapter 86, The First Transformation into a Beast Giant. After Alan withdrew from the coordinate space, he observed Link, who, after consuming the blood wine, was intently examining his own body for sensations. Alan remarked, Enough. After granting you the ability to transform into a giant, you will not perceive any significant changes in your body unless you inflict a wound upon yourself. Upon hearing Alan's words, Link set aside his curiosity. As for how to transform into a giant, I believe you have heard about it from Muden and Flock, correct? Indeed, Your Majesty. I have acquired knowledge regarding the process of transformation. Link responded with utmost respect. Very well, in that case, go seek out Muden and Flock. You should be aware of the dangers associated with your first transformation. Observe them closely to prevent any wanton destruction during your transformation. Yes, Your Majesty. I shall take my leave. Proceed. With a wave of his hand, Alan dismissed Link, who bowed respectfully before exiting the throne hall. As Link departed, the throne hall fell into silence once more, leaving only Alan and the nearby Lisha. Today is devoid of pressing matters, Lisha. Summon some musicians and dancers. Yes, Your Majesty. Alan, reflecting on the lack of affairs for the day, instructed Lisha to gather individuals in preparation for indulging in a life of decadence. Before long, Lisha entered with a group of beautiful maidens, each adorned in silk veils, specially crafted for them at Alan's behest. In a modern context, they were attired in uniforms and whimsical garments. Come, take your places, and let the music commence. As enchanting melodies filled the air, the entire throne hall was enveloped in harmony, and Alan, smiling, reveled in the life of a king. Meanwhile, Link, having just exited the castle, could no longer conceal the exuberance within his heart, and his steps involuntarily transformed into a joyful dance. Humming merrily, Link leaped as he walked. And upon reaching the castle walls, a few guards stationed outside exchanged glances at his evident delight. Pray tell, why is the commander in such high spirits? Has His Majesty bestowed an honor upon him? Undoubtedly. Otherwise, how could the commander be so elated? What do you suppose the king has rewarded him with? I have a feeling it involves a beautiful maiden. Nonsense. The commander has encountered beauty before. Would that alone elicit such joy? Then what do you suggest it might be? I haven't the slightest idea. As the guards engaged in their speculation, Link approached them, unable to contain his joy, and proclaimed, Today, I am in high spirits. Each of you shall receive 10 gold coins. One guard, curious about Link's jubilance, inquired, Might I ask, my lord, what brings you such happiness today? Upon hearing the subordinate's question, Link playfully smacked him on the head and admonished, Do not ask what you should not. After receiving the playful reprimand, the guard quickly responded, I would not dare. I would not dare. Chapter 67, The List. As night fell, Alan returned to the camp accompanied by his army and the survivors of Pentos. Early the next morning, he summoned the 4 great generals along with Lydia to deliberate on the establishment of a new nation atop the ruins of Pentos. Lydia, having frequently accompanied Alan, had caught his attention with her remarkable talents. A slave like her, capable of mastering several languages, was a testament to her innate intelligence. Such individuals, requiring only slight cultivation, could alleviate many of Alan's burdens. Naturally, Lydia's esteemed position as Alan's confidant and beloved granted her the trust and responsibilities she held. Seated at the head of the table, Alan observed his entourage. Despite the large number of soldiers, they were largely unrefined and lacked education. While they possessed ample experience and talent in warfare, their understanding of governance was severely lacking, as the Dothraki had previously known only a life of violence. Now that they had conquered Pentos, it was time to contemplate nation-building. Alan proposed to raise Pentos completely before commencing reconstruction. As he spoke, he gestured for Lydia to present the map of Pentos, directing his finger towards a specific location. He selected a site east of the harbor to construct a grand castle spanning 100,000 square meters. Surrounding the castle, he envisioned imposing walls fashioned by colossal giants, a testament to the empire's might. Upon hearing Alan's plan, Flock inquired, Your Majesty, since you intend to flatten Pentos, do you plan to employ your great power to obliterate it in one fell swoop? Alan promptly clarified, No. While that would swiftly level Pentos, it would also obliterate the various structures and resources within. Having just seized Pentos, there remains much that has yet to be harvested. I intend to mobilize the slaves brought from the slave bay and Pentos to clear the area, dismantling the buildings to salvage wood and stone for future use, while transporting military supplies outside the city for reconstruction. Flock, understanding the implications of Alan's strategy, suggested, Your Majesty, this approach may be time-consuming. Relying on manpower to dismantle and transport all of Pentos' resources could take 1 to 2 months. Alan acknowledged Flock's concerns, stating, I comprehend your apprehension, Flock, indeed. Relying solely on manpower will be lengthy. However, what we possess in abundance is time. We can afford to develop steadily in Pentos over the next 3 to 5 years, barring any external threats. Furthermore, with the vast number of captives we have, it is imperative that they are put to work rather than waste our provisions. Flock grasped Alan's intent. The captives must contribute rather than consume resources idly. Regarding the topic of slaves, we currently possess hundreds of thousands of captives, encompassing individuals from various professions. It would be prudent to compile a comprehensive list of their former occupations, particularly focusing on masons and blacksmiths, while also considering those skilled in agriculture. Presently, our provisions are adequate. However, Relying solely on our existing supplies is not a sustainable strategy. We must select those captives with agricultural expertise and assign them the task of cultivating the surrounding lands of Pentos, in the vast western expanse of the Essos continent. The 9 free city-states occupy only a minuscule portion, with the remainder consisting of ruins or wastelands. In Alan's view, these areas represent untapped resources ripe for development. After articulating his thoughts, Alan glanced at Lydia, who possessed translation skills, and suddenly recalled something important. Gather all individuals proficient in translation. They will be essential when inquiring about the captives' professions. Furthermore, starting from now, it is imperative that everyone, including the captives, learns the Dothraki language. This will be a long-term endeavor, and John, I entrust you with its management. Upon John's affirmative nod, Alan continued, asking, before we resume hostilities. I previously instructed you to locate all individuals exhibiting silver hair and purple eyes. What progress has been made? Mordu, who had not accompanied them, appeared oblivious to the situation, wearing a puzzled expression. The other 3 exchanged glances. Then Flock produced a document and spoke. Your Majesty, since entering the city, our respective armies have scoured different areas, and each has apprehended individuals displaying traits of silver hair. Once the conflict concludes, we will diligently identify those with purple eyes. Here is the consolidated list we have prepared for your review. Flock handed the list to Alan, who noted the numerous names contained within. A cursory glance revealed approximately 1 to 200 individuals. While this number may seem insignificant compared to the entirety of Pentos, the existence of such a substantial population exhibiting Valyrian characteristics is commendable in Alan's eyes. Although the Valyrians are renowned for their noble lineage and dragon-riding capabilities, following the destruction of Valyria, only a handful of pure-blooded Valyrians remain in Essos. These individuals, through intermarriage with other ethnic groups on the continent, have resulted in a notable number of pure-blooded descendants in Pentos alone. After all, the remaining Valyrians are few, and few maintain the close kin marriage traditions like the Targaryen family. Moreover, it is widely acknowledged that Valyrian bloodlines are not particularly strong and are easily diluted by other families. For instance, it is said that the ancestors of House Baratheon were the illegitimate brothers of Aegon, yet regardless of intermarriage with various ethnicities, they have consistently retained their dark hair. In contrast, the children of Prince Rhaegar, born to Viserys and Daenerys, did not inherit the Valyrian traits of silver hair and purple eyes. As Alan perused the list, he finally discovered the names of the Targaryen siblings, and he could not help but erupt into joyous laughter. Maldan, upon witnessing the emergence of the centaur giant, was immediately seized by the thought of whether he could perch upon its back. Taming wild steeds was one of the few passions of the Dothraki, and encountering such a colossal horse for the first time ignited within him an insatiable desire to ride. With a resounding thud, the centaur giant began to leap about, attempting to dislodge Maldan from its back. Yet, Maldan, embodying the spirit of a true Dothraki, clung fiercely to its mane, adjusting his grip with each bound in a bid to tame the beast. I apologize, dear Link, he thought, though I am aware of your transformation. I cannot resist the urge to ride. Surely, it would be a disgrace to our Dothraki pride to let such a magnificent creature go unmounted. As Maldan mentally expressed his contrition to Link, the centaur grew increasingly agitated, even attempting to turn and bite him. However, Maldan deftly evaded the attack, and in frustration, the centaur swung its arms back in a futile attempt to dislodge him. Ha! You cannot reach me, Maldan taunted, skillfully dodging the giant's strikes. Meanwhile, Flock, witnessing Maldan riding the centaur, could hardly contain his own desire to join the fray. After all, which Dothraki does not revel in the presence of a grand steed? He resolved that once Maldan could no longer hold on, he would seize his chance. Despite Maldan's evasive maneuvers, he eventually fell victim to a powerful blow from the centaur. As he tumbled to the ground, the centaur swiftly turned its head, preparing to bite down on him. In that critical moment, Flock leapt onto the creature's back, grasping its mane and pulling its head away from Maldan. With its prey evading capture, the centaur's fury intensified, and it began to leap wildly, seeking anything to throw Flock off. Meanwhile, the fallen Maldan clutched the creature's tail, seeking to restrain it. In the midst of this chaotic struggle, Link, utterly drained of energy, reverted to his original form and collapsed. Observing this, Maldan and Flock also relinquished their transformations, assisting Link back to their tent. On their way, they exchanged knowing smiles, both relishing the thrill of the day's events. What an exhilarating experience! Tomorrow we shall continue. It has been far too long since we've had the opportunity to tame such a spirited beast. Now, while Link is still unfamiliar with it. We must take full advantage, for once he becomes accustomed, there is no way he would allow us to ride upon his back. As they contemplated their next adventure, Mao Dong called out, "Is anyone interested in joining the group? If over 200 respond, I shall create one." Chapter 85, The Land of Shadows. The following day, Link awoke to the familiar ceiling above him. He felt as though he had galloped across the vast Dothraki plains, transformed into a magnificent steed in his dreams. The exhilarating sensation of unrestrained speed lingered in his mind. However, as his drowsiness faded, he became acutely aware of his own physical exhaustion. As if he had battled for days on end, accompanied by an overwhelming hunger. He thought to himself that if a cow were placed before him at that moment, he would surely devour it whole. Chapter 68, The audience. As Alan gazed upon the Targaryen siblings brought into his tent, he noted their unmistakable Valyrian features. Their silver hair shimmering with a golden hue, which seemed to exude an air of nobility surpassing that of their fellow Valyrians. Both siblings possessed strikingly beautiful visages. Yet the ravages of war had left their garments soiled with dust and mud, rendering them more akin to destitute wanderers than members of royalty. The lash marks adorning Viserys' face further marred his overall appearance. At merely 11 years of age, Daenerys appeared diminutive and, startled by the sudden onset of war, timidly concealed herself behind her brother Viserys. Upon entering the tent, Viserys, having endured a thorough beating in the prisoner camp, was considerably subdued and refrained from making grandiose claims. However, upon discovering that this vast khalasar was led by a mere boy of 12 or 13, he felt a mix of astonishment and envy, begrudgingly acknowledging that Alan, at such a tender age, commanded an army of his own. In contrast, since fleeing King's Landing, he had been living a life of incessant turmoil, which inevitably bruised his already fragile spirit. From her brother's shadow, Daenerys too looked upon Alan with envious admiration, marveling at his accomplishments at an age comparable to her own, and coveting the authority he wielded to command his subordinates with impunity. After observing the siblings, Alan smiled warmly and addressed them, "Welcome, heirs of House Targaryen, to my empire." Viserys regarded Alan, who introduced himself with an innocent smile, and despite having been chastised, he retorted in a tone laced with defiance, "What do you Dothraki intend? Knowing we are Targaryens, you should recognize that we are true dragons. Release us at once." As Viserys' words hung in the air, the four generals nearby, though unfamiliar with the common tongue of Westeros, discerned from his tone that he was not offering pleasantries. Before their ire could be provoked, Lysha, standing beside Alan, boldly interjected, "How dare you? Before you sits the divine emissary, the Son of God, the King of Giants, the Pope of the Church of Giants, the legendary Khal, the conqueror of the Great Plains, the King of Dothraki, and the destroyer of Slaver's Bay, His Majesty Alan Yeager. You would dare show disrespect to your future king?" At Lysha's proclamation, both Viserys and Daenerys were rendered speechless, taken aback by Alan's impressive titles. In this age, lacking even a single title would be a source of embarrassment for anyone claiming to navigate the treacherous waters of society. While it might be acceptable to address the rough-hewn Dothraki in such a manner, the gravity of a well-articulated array of titles held significant weight in the presence of those like Viserys and Daenerys, who bore royal or noble lineage. Much like Jon Snow's initial encounter with Daenerys in the original narrative, he found himself rendered speechless by the torrent of her titles. Only for the Onion Knight to break the tension by interjecting that this was the king in the north, alleviating the awkwardness. Alan, observing the stunned siblings, rose from his seat and approached them, intending to pat Viserys on the shoulder. However, upon realizing he was shorter than Viserys, he withdrew his hand and circled around the pair before addressing them directly in the common tongue of Westeros. Prince Viserys, your naivety as a newcomer is understandable, yet." With this, Alan deliberately lowered his tone and cast a sharp gaze toward Viserys. The latter, intimidated by Alan's penetrating stare, instinctively took a step back and swallowed hard. Noticing Viserys' cowardice, Alan restored his smile and patted Viserys on the back, saying, "Next time, you may not be so fortunate." Prince Viserys. Daenerys watched her brother being intimidated by Alan, feeling a twinge of fear towards Alan and an unacknowledged hint of disdain. After having intimidated Viserys, Alan returned to his seat and stated plainly, "Prince Viserys, Princess Daenerys, let us not dally. You two must have endured considerable hardship these past years, constantly on guard against assassins sent by the usurper Robert, while also worrying about the finances necessary for survival. Life must be quite arduous." Viserys, upon hearing Alan's words, was thrust back to that fateful night following the fall of King's Landing. It was from that night onward that he transformed from a mere prince into a wandering dog, living in constant fear of the assassins dispatched by Robert, who sought his life. Daenerys, standing beside him, empathized deeply. The poor girl had been born into a world where the Targaryen dynasty had already crumbled, never having experienced a day of royal privilege, yet hunted by Robert's agents. Meanwhile, Viserys, engulfed in memory stirred by Alan's words, clenched his teeth in anger, wishing he could sever Robert's head and use it as a chamber pot. However, he could only fantasize. In a true confrontation, he knew he would be no match for Robert. The mere mention of Robert ignited fury within him. As he gritted his teeth and exclaimed, "That detestable usurper Robert, not a day goes by that I do not long for his demise." Daenerys nodded in agreement. Although inherently kind-hearted and unable to bear the sight of suffering, she would not be restrained by her compassion when facing Robert, who had sought her life since childhood. She wished for the complete annihilation of her enemy. Alan, amused by Viserys' wrathful declarations, chuckled, "Prince Viserys, I can assist you in waging war against Robert and grant you a domain to rule. In return, I require your fealty, your acknowledgement of me as king." Initially, Viserys felt a flicker of joy at the prospect of Alan's assistance against Robert. However, upon hearing Alan's demand for submission, he was filled with indignation. Yet, due to Alan's earlier intimidation, he dared not express his anger openly. Consequently, Viserys could only clench his fists and remain silent, seething with resentment. Alas, indeed. In this contemporary era, blood magic proves to be more easily wielded than other forms of sorcery. With sufficient blood sacrifices, one can acquire formidable power. I find myself contemplating whether I might seek someone to learn the ways of blood magic. Chapter 85, Inquiring for Information. As 007 listened to the conversations around him, he discreetly pricked up his ears, sipping his drink while surveying his surroundings. The speaker was clad in a crimson robe, his face obscured by an iron mask, and his bald head gleamed under the light. From his exposed scalp and attire, he appeared to be a red-robed monk. Engaging him in conversation was another figure, shrouded in a black cloak with a hood, rendering his features indistinguishable, though his voice and the outline of his garments suggested he was a man. At the table behind 007 sat another individual, similarly concealed beneath a hood, yet draped in a red robe. This person, who merely dined in silence, could be disowned as a woman by her form. The proprietor of the establishment, stationed at the counter, also donned a crimson robe and a mask. Throughout the realm of Asshai, individuals in red robes were not a rarity. Most of those in red were devotees serving the Lightbringer, Ruler. Unlike the seven gods predominantly worshipped in Westeros, the veneration of the Lightbringer had become a widespread tradition across Essos. In comparison to other deities, Ruler's faith was the prevailing belief. Asshai was a significant stronghold for the worship of Ruler, a fact attributed to ancient prophecies inscribed in the tomes of Asshai, which foretold the resurrection of a savior named Azor Ahai, who would wield a flaming sword known as the Lightbringer, also referred to as the hero's red sword, and awaken dragons from stone to bring an end to eternal strife. As 007 absorbed the discussions surrounding him, being a newcomer to Asshai, he was unfamiliar with its intricacies and had no knowledge regarding blood magic. Thus, upon overhearing a conversation about blood magic, he seized the opportunity during their animated discourse to rise, glass in hand, and approached them, softly inquiring, "Greetings, friends, as this is my first visit to Asshai. I wish to ask you about the recent incident involving blood magic and murder. I harbor a deep curiosity regarding this matter." While speaking, 007 discreetly slipped a few gold coins before them, lowering his voice to add, "Consider this a token to buy you drinks." The two, noticing the generosity of this newcomer, readily divulged all they knew. This event was no secret in Asshai, and with someone treating them, they felt no need to withhold information. "Ah, my friend. You have come to the right person. By sheer coincidence, I happened to pass by the scene that day. The unfortunate soul met a gruesome fate. His chest was brutally opened, and his heart was taken." One continued, "Indeed, a male witch was present at the scene, and he remarked that the heart had likely been sacrificed." Upon hearing this, 007 furrowed his brow and asked, "Do you know who that male witch is and where he typically resides?" Chapter 69, Within Reach. No, it cannot be. How could Khal Drogo, commanding over 40,000 fierce Dothraki warriors, possibly be dead? Viserys could scarcely fathom this grim reality. Observing Viserys' disbelief, Aelin replied bluntly, "How can it be impossible? Did you not witness how I vanquished Drogo? Those giants obey my every command, just as you Valyrians can tame dragons. I too can master giants. Viserys recalled the sight of colossal giants at the harbor, their ability to erect walls of hardened material akin to divine intervention. Indeed, how could Aelin, with such formidable allies, possibly falter against Drogo? However, the news of Drogo's demise struck Viserys like a thunderclap, extinguishing his hopes of reclaiming the Iron Throne. Unbeknownst to him, even if Drogo had lived, his marriage of Daenerys to Drogo would have shielded no military assistance in his quest for the throne. Rather, he would have ultimately met his end at Drogo's hands. In truth, Aelin had spared Viserys from the fate of dying at Drogo's hands. Provided he refrained from making grave errors in the future, Aelin promised him a life of luxury and wealth. Now, with Drogo vanquished, Viserys found himself grappling with Aelin's proposition. One that felt like a surrender of his aspirations for the Iron Throne. Accepting Aelin's terms would mean relinquishing his claim to the throne, reducing him to mere nobility. Viserys had long dreamt of returning to King's Landing to reclaim the Iron Throne that rightfully belonged to House Targaryen, to be crowned as the King of the Seven Kingdoms. He stood there, lost in thought, feeling a profound sense of loss. Aelin, observing Viserys' stunned silence, merely smiled before shifting his gaze to Daenerys, revealing his intentions without preamble. Daenerys, still reveling in the joy of Drogo's death and her liberation from the marriage, was blindsided by Aelin's next words, which extinguished her elation in an instant. Prince Viserys, you previously mentioned marrying your sister to Drogo. Why not instead betroth her to me? I can assure you that within 5 years, I shall conquer Dragonstone and present it to you, appointing you as the Duke of Dragonstone. How does that sound? As far as I know, Dragonstone has been a fief of your Targaryen family since the days of Valyria, and after the conquest of the Seven Kingdoms, it was bestowed upon the king's heir, thus making it of paramount importance to your lineage, second only to dragons themselves. With the giants at my side, you must recognize that this is no mere fantasy. Though Aelin had little interest in the modest island of Dragonstone, save for its rich deposits of Dragonstone, he knew the island held little else of value. Even the Dragonstone itself, while capable of crafting sharp weapons, was prone to fragility, proving useful only in battles against the White Walkers. Yet, Viserys remained insatiable, yearning not only for Aelin's formidable army, but also for the giants that served him. In this era, where the dragon is no longer present, the giant stands as the world's nuclear weapon. To possess a giant is akin to the Targaryen family acquiring dragons. However, this giant refers to a colossal being, not some mere dozen-meter-tall creature. Thus, Viserys boldly proposed to Aelin, if you wish to marry my sister, you must use your army to help me seize the Iron Throne. And I also demand your giant. Aelin, gazing at the foolish Viserys before him, could not help but cover his forehead in disbelief, utterly astonished that such a short-sighted individual existed in this world. He signaled to Maldon, who promptly understood and moved behind Viserys, seizing his arm. Realizing the dire situation, Viserys screamed, "What are you doing? No, no, no. Ah!" With a sharp crack, Maldon forcibly broke Viserys' right arm. "Ah! My hand! I am the true dragon. How dare you treat me this way?" Viserys lamented, clutching his shattered arm in agony, while Daenerys, witnessing her brother's plight, stood frozen in terror. Aelin, observing Viserys' unrelenting cries, spoke coldly, "Prince Viserys, consider this a lesson. I hope you come to your senses, or you may find yourself as a meal for the giant. Now, would you care to reconsider my earlier proposal?" Viserys, writhing in pain, realized the gravity of his predicament. Refusing Aelin could very well lead to his demise. With tears welling in his eyes, he repeatedly nodded, pleading, "I will marry Daenerys to you. Please forgive me." Daenerys, witnessing her brother's state, could only acquiesce with a nod. Upon receiving Viserys' agreement, Aelin clapped his hands. At the sound, a guard entered from outside. "Your Majesty, how may I serve you?" The guard bowed respectfully. "Fetch someone skilled in bone setting to tend to our guest's injuries," Aelin commanded. At once, the guard promptly departed to summon assistance. After the guard left, Aelin turned to the siblings and stated, "Since you have decided to marry your sister to me, I shall present the heads of Eddard Stark, Jon Arryn, and Robert Baratheon as a bride price. These three are the instigators of the War of the Usurpers and your foremost enemies. Offering their heads as a dowry reflects my sincerity. Prince Viserys, I trust you would prefer not to meet your end before witnessing their demise." "Very well, Your Majesty, I am willing to accept your terms," Viserys responded. This condition was quite manageable for Aelin. Even with his presence causing ripples, others would still act on his behalf to fulfill this test. Subsequently, Ling Lingqin commenced his performance. proclaiming that he had once been a blood-bound sentinel of Khal. Due to certain circumstances, Khal fell victim to the clutches of blood magic, which unveiled the overwhelming potency of magic to him, thus igniting his pursuit of its power. Of course, Viserion was no fool. She did not wholly trust him but was merely intrigued as to why this Sogol sought magical strength, not getting overly entangled in trivial matters. Viserion explained to 007, the essence of magic is manifold, and in this present age, as the tide of magic wanes, the magical forces of the entire world are diminishing. Only Osha retains a semblance of magical power. Furthermore, the magic of our Church of the Light King has also been adversely affected by the decline of the magical tide. Its potency not what it once was. Nevertheless, even in this era of magical decline, the magical prowess of our church remains one of the rarest in existence. 007 attentively absorbed Viserion's words, acknowledging that the Church of the Light King was indeed a formidable dominion on the continent of Essos. The fact that they still possessed some magical power was entirely credible. In that case, Lady Viserion, what must I offer if I wish to learn your magic? 007 inquired earnestly, believing that if he could master magic to serve the sovereign, his abilities would undoubtedly be valued. Although the option of bringing someone skilled in magic back with him lingered, he regarded it as a last resort. Upon hearing Lin Lingqi's inquiry, Viserion merely smiled with a hint of amusement, offering no words in response. Noticing her enigmatic smile, 007 felt a surge of impatience and hastily asked, Lady Viserion, is there some concern? Is it a matter of finances? To this, Viserion shook her head and replied, learning our church's magic is remarkably simple, and it requires no monetary payment. All that is needed is your faith in my deity. Only through sincere devotion to my God will the divine respond to your prayers and bestow upon you the power of magic. As Lin Lingqi listened, a sense of familiarity washed over him, and suddenly, a realization struck him. This was precisely the rhetoric often espoused by their giant church. However, upon hearing that the magic of the Church of the Light King could only be wielded through faith in the Light King, a pang of trepidation gripped his heart. After all, he had already pledged his life to the great Titan giant. If he were to shift his allegiance, the divine blessing he had recently received, the power of giants, would surely be rescinded. To him, the force of magic paled in comparison to the might of the giants. Moreover, was not the power of giants a form of magic in itself, albeit one accessible to a select few, as the Titan giant's standards were exceedingly high? Viserion, observing 007's prolonged silence after she finished speaking, impatiently pressed, what are your thoughts? Will you not embrace the faith of the great Light King? Awakened from his reverie by her voice, 007 hastily waved his hands and replied, though your church possesses formidable strength, we Dothraki worship but one God. So please allow me to take my leave. With that, 007 rose and took his leave. Chapter 70, Dragon X. As Daenerys was escorted and settled by Lydia, only Alan, the four great commanders, and Viserys remained in the tent. Mutang, since Prince Viserys has consented to our request, please take him downstairs and ensure he is properly accommodated. Additionally, arrange for several of our Dothraki women to attend to him, serving as both caretakers and guards. Upon hearing Alan's directive, Mutang rose from his seat and approached Viserys, gesturing politely. Prince Viserys, please. Upon seeing Mutang, who had once injured his arm, approach him, Viserys instinctively recoiled. This involuntary retreat ignited feelings of humiliation within the arrogant prince. However, mindful of the lesson taught by his injury, he refrained from voicing any objections and silently followed Mutang outside. Alan's intention in having Mutang arrange for Dothraki women to attend to Viserys was straightforward. He hoped the prince would serve as a stud, producing offspring that would possess the bloodlines of both House Targaryen and the giants. Although Viserys was of little worth, the blood coursing through his veins was undeniably that of the genuine Targaryen lineage, making him a suitable candidate for this purpose. While there were indeed numerous descendants of Valyria in Essos, none could rival the purity of Targaryen blood. Once Viserys was led away, Alan dismissed him from his mind, for his significance paled in comparison to that of Daenerys. Speaking of Daenerys, one could not help but mention dragons. Flock, what extraordinary treasures have we acquired from this battle in Pentos? Upon receiving Alan's command, Flock retrieved a list from his garments, detailing the peculiar items pillaged from Pentos. Alan took the list, noting the presence of Valyrian steel swords and various jewels. However, these did not pique his interest. As he continued to read, he discovered that several dragon eggs had indeed been unearthed. The quantity was considerable, over 20x, but a high number did not necessarily indicate quality. In Essos, due to the historical presence of the Valyrians, dragon eggs had always held immense collectible value, even as dragons themselves gradually faded into obscurity post-Valyria's downfall. Yet, with demand came the inevitable rise of forgeries, compounded by the long-lost knowledge of hatching dragons. This rendered it nearly impossible to discern genuine eggs from counterfeit ones. Only those with pure Valyrian blood, like Daenerys, could identify authenticity. For others, the eggs remained as enigmatic as Schardinger's cat. One could not ascertain their truth without breaking them open, a process that would render them useless. Where were these dragon eggs sourced from? Was there a governor named Illyrio among them? Your Majesty, these were all discovered within the residences of various governors. The troops were unable to determine their authenticity and could only present them collectively. As for Illyrio, Flock hesitated, casting a glance toward Link. Upon receiving Flock's look, Link rose from his seat. Your Majesty, there is a governor named Illyrio, who was slain by Rollo and his men. Oh, then bring Rollo in, along with all the dragon eggs plundered from Pentos. Alan instructed Link to bring Rollo in so he could identify which free dragon eggs were retrieved from Illyrio's estate. At the very least, it is established that these free eggs hatched into Drogon, Viserion, and Rhaegal. Before long, Link entered the tent with Rollo and a contingent of soldiers carrying boxes. Upon seeing Alan, everyone immediately bowed in respect. Rollo, identify which of these dragon eggs are the three you recovered from Illyrio's estate. Yes, Your Majesty, Rollo replied, eagerly rummaging through the boxes. Fortunately, when his men had previously retrieved the eggs from the estate, he had meticulously examined them by hand. The three dragon eggs were distinctively colored, deep black, dark green, and pale milky white. Rollo diligently searched through the boxes, comparing the tactile sensations of the eggs he had previously touched with their colors for identification. Soon enough, he extracted the three dragon eggs from the boxes, presenting them on a plate before Alan, bowing slightly to allow him a closer inspection. As Alan gazed at the three dragon eggs before him, he noted that their colors indeed matched those described in the texts. Excitedly, he reached out to grasp the deep black egg, feeling its cool surface. The dragon scale-like texture was surprisingly rough, and the material was remarkably hard. Enchanted, Alan toyed with the egg, placing it down only to inspect the others. He had now gathered the most essential elements for hatching the dragon. Currently, Alan possessed both dragon eggs and Daenerys, yet relying solely on Daenerys might not guarantee the successful hatching of a dragon. He intended to replicate the scene from the texts to bring forth the dragon, but he still lacked one crucial element, blood magic. In Alan's view, the successful hatching of dragons in the narrative was due to several key factors. Firstly, the eggs must indeed be true dragon eggs. Secondly, the presence of a Valyrian dragonlord might be necessary. It remains uncertain whether the bloodline catalyzes the process or if there is a mutual resonance. But possessing a high purity of Valyrian blood is essential, which Daenerys certainly fulfills. Thirdly, dragons breathe fire. This is not merely a manifestation of the Targaryen bloodline, but also suggests that dragons were catalyzed by blood magic from ancient Valyrian sorcerers, indicating that the power of dragons is rooted in fire and blood, as the narrative describes that the dragon eggs were born from flames. Lastly, blood magic is pivotal. In the story, 3 dragons hatched, coinciding with Daenerys burning 3 individuals, namely the deceased Khal Drogo, her child Rhaegal, and the sorceress Mirri Maz Duur. This strongly suggests that blood magic is a form of magic that requires the sacrifice of lives. Thus, life must exchange for life, allowing the sacrifice of 3 to bring forth 3 dragons. In this present age, the Empire finds itself in dire need of development in numerous areas, particularly at a time when the labor force is critically lacking. Alan envisions the construction of a trade route that will interlink all territories under his dominion. His ultimate ambition is to unify the entire world, ensuring that all blood flows with his essence, wielding the power of coordinates to forge a truly egalitarian society. However, prior to realizing this vision, all those who do not possess his blood are deemed adversaries, unless they are willing to marry a Dothraki or take a Dothraki woman as their bride. Your Majesty, I am here, a beautiful woman whispered seductively into Alan's ear. Oh, got you now. This time, there's no escaping, he. Captivated by her alluring voice, Alan turned to embrace her, occasionally uttering indecipherable sounds. Report! Suddenly, a voice called from outside. Alan's gaze fell upon the military report delivered by Link, and his mood soured immediately. After perusing the document, he flung it away with a sweeping motion. To his astonishment, There were still individuals daring enough to plot against the Empire. Very well, how audacious. Alan gritted his teeth, unable to believe that amidst the devastation surrounding him, there were still forces willing to assail the Empire. Though a mere 10,000 troops seemed insignificant to Alan, he would not tolerate anyone challenging the authority of the newly established Empire. Such provocation warranted a severe response, a demonstration to deter others. Link, handle this matter personally. Annihilate this batch of foes without leaving a single survivor. I now possess the strength of giants and command an army of 30,000. If they cannot contend, let them depart swiftly. I have more pleasurable pursuits with my beloveds to attend to. At your command, your majesty. The guards, sensing Alan's fury, hastily retreated. How infuriating. Come here. Upon uttering these words, Alan gestured for the women to approach, pulling them into his embrace. I am brimming with pent-up frustration and require your assistance. Prepare yourselves for my righteous chastisement. Meanwhile, on the other side, Link's second army's commander, Anago, was leading his men in reconnaissance at the forest entrance outside Gedril City. Commander, that group is hiding within the forest, evading our cavalry and rendering them ineffective. Anago surveyed the surroundings. It appeared that the enemies were well aware of the prowess of their cavalry, strategically establishing their camp in the forest to nullify their strength. However, their concealment in the woods does not render us powerless. Summon the men. Anago commanded. At your service. Gather all the oil, flint, and fabric. I intend to set the entire forest ablaze, ensuring that none may escape, forcing them to perish in the inferno. Yes. With the issuance of military orders, the entire 3rd Regiment sprang into action. Soldiers bound arrows with oil-soaked fabric and ignited bonfires along the forest's perimeter. Chapter 71, Statistics. At the break of dawn the following day, a battalion of fully armed Dothraki warriors stormed into the prisoner camp, rousing all those who were still slumbering. The inhabitants of Slaver's Bay had grown accustomed to such an existence, while the newly captured from Pentos struggled to adapt, with many expressing their indignation and attempting to resist. Such defiance, however, was swiftly met with a lash from the Dothraki, a lesson in submission. All prisoners were herded into an open space, divided into 4 distinct zones, each overseen by a legion and further subdivided into smaller sections. Individuals within these smaller areas were interrogated regarding their previous occupations, with blacksmiths gathered together, masons grouped accordingly, and farmers who trod the land collected in another cluster. Those lacking any discernible skills were regrettably directed to the mines, where laborers were in dire need. As for the children, Aelin assembled the young boys aged 12 to 15 and entrusted them to the Unsullied instructors brought from Astapor. The Empire, predominantly cavalry, was in urgent need of infantry, and the Unsullied were among the finest foot soldiers on the continent. Each small section was guarded by a regiment, which organized the prisoners into orderly lines for registration. Blacksmiths were assigned to one group, masons to another, and those with specific skills were subsequently housed together, awaiting further arrangements. The Empire was on the verge of constructing cities and infrastructure, and these individuals represented a valuable labor force. After a fortnight of meticulous cataloging, all individuals were finally segregated. The total population from Slaver's Bay and Pentos amounted to approximately 700,000, all of whom were adult males. All eligible females had been taken by Aelin as rewards for his subordinates, while children were also collected, with those of suitable age being trained as infantry. The younger ones were assigned menial tasks, and those who were still too young to understand were placed under the care of the elder Dothraki in the camp, tasked with instilling new values from an early age. Among the captured, approximately 10,000 had experience as blacksmiths, the majority of whom were apprentices, while several hundred were masters proficient in casting. Many of these artisans possessed skills that rivaled those of Thorwin in the crafting of ordinary weaponry, though Thorwin held the advantage in the art of reforging Valyrian steel. Aelin assigned these blacksmiths to Thorwin's oversight, drawing upon a regiment from the royal guard to ensure their protection. In contrast, the number of farmers was significantly greater, exceeding 200,000. Plans were set to employ them in the fields that once belonged to Pentos, as well as to cultivate previously unutilized land for grain production. Given the current population, the arable land of Pentos was insufficient, necessitating the reclamation of new territories. The artisans skilled in the creation of bricks and tiles were fewer, numbering only around 50. 000 to 60 000. These craftsmen not only produced bricks but were also adept in construction. As for the remaining individuals, they are left with no choice but to toil laboriously. Among them are former nobles, merchants, mercenaries, surrendered soldiers, and workers from various other professions. However, at present, Alan has no need for them. He intends to redistribute their roles once the city is constructed. This group constitutes the largest population base, and Alan plans to dispatch them to the desolate ruins of Pentos to commence the cleanup. In the ruins of Essos Pentos, many individuals labor under the relentless sun, tirelessly extracting the decaying corpses that have begun to emit a foul odor, transporting them to nearby gathering points for incineration. To prevent the outbreak of disease among those tasked with this grim duty, Alan has provided them with rudimentary masks and arranged for their solitary habitation to avoid cross-contamination. Nearby, Dothraki cavalry patrols on horseback, ensuring that no one attempts to escape. Others are engaged in clearing the collapsed structures, continuously removing shattered stones and tiles to load onto carts. These stones will be sent to the masons' camp outside the city for further processing and future use. Of course, even while working, these captives remain shackled, organized into groups of 10, emerging at fixed times to heed the call to return to camp. Adjacent to the masons' camp lies the blacksmith forge, managed by Torvin, who tirelessly forges weapons. Although the Dothraki are formidable warriors, their arsenal is an assortment of diverse weapons lacking standardization, many of which have seen extensive use. It is time for an upgrade. Previously constrained by circumstances, Alan had allowed them to utilize what they had. Now, having settled in and with an abundance of blacksmiths at their disposal, it would be a waste not to engage in extensive weapon forging. Once the weapons are crafted, Alan also intends to forge armor and prepare to equip some of the Unsullied with it. Outside the camp of Pentos, Alan stands beside Lydia and Daenerys, both gazing at a blazing brazier before them, which cradles 3 dragon eggs. For the past fortnight, Alan has kept these eggs in the fire, believing that the strength of dragons emanates from the flames. Thus, he seeks to enhance the development of the eggs through this heat. Over the course of these 2 weeks, Daenerys, having acclimated to life in Alan's camp, has gradually shed her inhibitions. Alan has not imposed any demands upon her, providing her daily with food and clothing, while assigning Lydia to converse and share moments with her. Today, Alan has instructed Lydia to bring Daenerys over, curious to discover if she shares any connection with the dragon eggs. Dany stepped forward and lifted these eggs to examine them. Upon hearing Alan's words, Daenerys hesitantly approaches the brazier, a hint of fear etched on her face as she stammers, "Why you mean, directly, take them out from the brazier?" Daenerys gazes at the fire with trepidation, her voice shaky. "Indeed, you are the blood of dragons. True dragons fear not the flames. Indeed, how could one so readily surrender?" The soldiers, inspired by Susie's words, felt their courage rekindle, a courage born from the yearning to reunite with their families. Observing the palpable shift in atmosphere, Susie unsheathed his sword and declared, "From this moment forth, I shall charge alongside you, driven solely by our hope of returning home. Should I fall, do not look back, stay close to the ranks and press forward. Advance! Slay! Slay!" The soldiers echoed Susie's rallying cry, and he felt a profound sense of relief witnessing their revival of spirit. He pointed his sword forward and commanded, "All personnel, charge! Slay! Slay!" In Chapter 89, Surrender, Susie led the charge at the forefront. In such a dire situation, if he, as the general, did not set an example by leading from the front, how would the soldiers perceive it? The morale, freshly kindled, would surely wane. Susie plunged into the inferno, the thick smoke from the burning tree stinging his eyes. This only reinforced his conviction that leading his troops through this fiery tempest was the right choice. If they lingered too long, they would succumb to the flames or be choked by the smoke. Along the path of fire, branches and trees ablaze frequently fell, crushing several unfortunate soldiers beneath them, their agonizing cries echoing through the chaos. "Ah! Help me! Ah! Help me! Ah! Save me! I can't hold on much longer. Who will assist me?" Susie, witnessing the soldiers pinned down by the flaming debris, averted his gaze in sorrow. Yet, he understood that even in his anguish, he could not hope to rescue them. Every second wasted meant more lives lost. He bellowed to those preparing to assist, "Do not look back. No one is to rescue anyone. Everyone, advance!" After his furious command, he was met with the sight of a burning tree hurtling toward him. In that critical moment, a loyal soldier violently pushed him aside, only to be struck by the tree, leaving his fate uncertain. Susie, witnessing this tragic event, felt his heart begin to fracture, but he swallowed his tears and shouted, "All personnel, charge!" Outside the forest, Aguna commanded his archers to release 5 volleys of fire arrows before ordering a ceasefire. The primary objective had been to ignite the forest, which had been accomplished, and there was no need to waste more arrows. With his years of combat experience, he knew that in such an environment, the enemy would either await their demise or fight desperately to break free from the encirclement. Thus, he needed to conserve some arrows for any potential foes who might dare to emerge. "Captain, with such a raging inferno, surely those inside have perished?" inquired one of the captains standing beside Aguna. "Perhaps, but there is also the chance they may fight their way out, after all. Being burned alive is hardly a pleasant fate," Aguna explained. Just as Aguna concluded his statement, the forest, now a blazing sea of flames, echoed with sporadic cries of battle. Chapter 72. Ready before long, Lydia entered, carrying a basin of steaming hot water. "Place the basin over here," Alan directed, pointing to the side of the fire pit. After setting down the basin, the female guard bowed her head and exited the tent. Alan gazed at the steaming water and approached the basin, saying to Daenerys beside him, "Dip your hand in and feel the warmth." Daenerys, hesitating, slowly extended her petite hand towards the basin filled with swirling steam. As her fingertips neared, she instinctively withdrew her hand upon contact. However, after that brief touch, she realized the water was not as scalding as she had anticipated. This time, with newfound courage, Daenerys boldly plunged her hand into the basin, discovering that the seemingly boiling water felt as gentle as lukewarm. As she withdrew her hand from the water, Daenerys stared in astonishment at her open palms, which appeared crystalline and immaculate, starkly contrasting with the notion of having emerged from hot water. Observing her bewilderment, Alan stepped closer, placing his hands on her shoulders, and gazed intently into her eyes, saying earnestly, "Dany, you are a true dragon, unafraid of fire. You possess an unimaginable power. Now, place your hands upon the dragon egg, it will resonate with you." Listening to Alan's words, Daenerys snapped back to reality, only to find that he had already guided her hands above the fire pit. Alan released her hands, and she beheld the flickering flames and the dragon egg within. Summoning her courage, she embraced a deep black dragon egg. Upon touching it, she felt no heat, only a comforting warmth. It was as if she could sense the heartbeat of life within the egg, gently stirring to awaken. "I can feel the life within this dragon egg stirring to life," Daenerys exclaimed, her excitement palpable. It was impossible for her not to feel exhilarated. The Targaryens' yearning for dragons transcended even the Iron Throne itself. It was the existence of dragons that enabled them to conquer the 7 kingdoms and forge the Iron Throne. Dragons were the essence of their lineage. Alan, observing her enthusiasm, remarked, "It appears this is indeed a true dragon egg. Now, why not explore the other 2? At his suggestion, Daenerys promptly set down the deep black egg and turned to retrieve the pale cream and deep green dragon eggs from the fire pit. Though the sensations emanating from these 2 eggs lacked the vigorous pulse of life that the black egg possessed, Daenerys could still faintly perceive the presence of life within them, accompanied by the comforting warmth they exuded. With a nod of excitement toward Alan, Daenerys declared, "The life within these 2 eggs may not resonate as strongly as the first. Yet I can still sense the existence of life within." As Alan gazed at the fervent Daenerys, he approached her and said, "Then I shall entrust these 3 dragon eggs to your care. You are the last true dragon, and perhaps these eggs will indeed hatch in your presence." Although the original narrative depicted the hatching of these 3 eggs, Alan, due to his unforeseen arrival, was uncertain of their fate. He could only endeavor to recreate the scenarios in which dragons emerged, striving to restore all possible elements, both animate and inanimate, to their original state. However, the timing was not yet ripe. He needed to await the arrival of the Red Comet. This was fortuitous, as he also required time to seek out someone skilled in blood magic. "Lydia, please arrange for Daenerys to have a private tent and place the collected dragon eggs into a box, allowing her to assist us in discerning which among them are true dragon eggs." Lydia nodded in agreement, then led Daenerys, along with the dragon eggs, out of the tent. Alan was left alone, lost in contemplation within the confines of the tent. He needed to devise a method to venture into the Shadowlands of Asshai in search of someone adept in blood magic. And this task must be entrusted to a clever and trustworthy individual. Alan pondered silently, yet found no suitable candidate. Among the 4 commanders, Flock was the most astute, but his high-ranking position rendered him unsuitable for such a covert mission. Who should he choose? Marden? No, his intellect was ill-suited for this clandestine work. Enough of this. I shall think on it later, Alan thought, scratching his head in frustration. A month later, All the deceased in Pentos had been cremated, and the surrounding ruins had been largely cleared away. A wide thoroughfare had been specially constructed near the port. This road connected to an expansive 150,000 square meter clearing at the heart of the city. The space was circular, with a trench dug around its perimeter, 10 meters deep and approximately 8 meters wide. The captives who excavated this trench believed they were creating a moat for the city center. Alan stood upon the shoulders of a giant, surveying the now pristine Pentos. He promptly dismantled the massive wall formed by the hardened abilities of the colossal giants at the port. He then directed these giants to move towards the clearing at the city center. The path cleared near the port was specifically designed for their passage. One by one, the colossal giants descended into the trench, each placing their lower legs within it to serve as a foundation for the future wall. Ultimately, Alan commanded 138 colossal giants to join hands, encircling the entire clearing, and utilized their hardened abilities to raise a crystalline wall from the ground. The outline of the future power center of the Empire, the King's Castle, was thus nearly complete. The subsequent task would involve masons constructing several layers of ordinary stone walls atop the crystalline structure, concealing it within. In the now vacant square of the city center, all the enslaved individuals were gathered, watching a gallows before them. Approximately 100 individuals knelt in a row upon the platform, while the remaining captives awaited their turn below, destined to be executed in batches. "You brought us here to kill us, didn't you?" whispered Jin Hu, to which another retorted, "Silence your ominous words." The murmurs among the crowd intensified, while Link stepped forward to the forefront, proclaiming loudly, "Today, we shall execute the enemies of the Empire. Let it be known that this is the fate that befalls those who oppose the Empire." With a swift motion of his right hand, the heads of all captives on the platform fell in an instant, and blood flowed profusely from the gallows. The sight rendered all the enslaved individuals speechless with terror. Undoubtedly, they would work even harder from this day forth. Link descended from the platform, yet the slaughter continued unabated. The Empire had sufficient slaves. The additional captives were neither a gain nor loss, serving instead as a grim warning to others. Meanwhile, in the dungeon, Shields was abruptly awakened by a bucket of cold water splashed upon him. Bound to a cross, he found himself shackled with iron chains on his hands and feet, a rack stuffed in his mouth. Awakening to a chilling sensation coursing through his body and the fiery pain of his wounds, he realized with horror that the Dothraki had dusted him with salt water and excruciating torment. Shields struggled relentlessly, yet the chains were too tight for him to escape, leaving him to glare in fury at those before him. Link observed the battered Shields. Although he wished to interrogate him first, he sensed that this man might be resilient. Thus, he commanded a nearby guard to administer punishment with a whip. The crack of the whip echoed as Shields was lashed mercilessly, his flesh torn open. After several strokes, Link gestured for the guard to cease and remove the rat from Shields' mouth. As the rat was pulled away, Shields did not unleash a torrent of curses, for the pain from the lashes had left him gasping. "Now, can you tell me where you hail from?" inquired the translator, observing Shields' grimace in agony. Despite the intense pain, Shields held firm, unwilling to betray his loved ones. His family was at stake, and revealing his origins would endanger them. Link, witnessing the silence of Shields, shook his head in disappointment. "Alas, I must resort to harsher measures," he thought to himself. He summoned the guard closer and whispered instructions into his ear. The guard soon returned with a small assortment of tools, laying them on the table a collection of pliers, clamps, scissors, and small knives. With a sinister smile, the guard approached Shields, who was still groaning in pain. Chapter 73, The Gathering Storm during the construction process. It is imperative to ensure that all roads within the city are widened sufficiently to allow unimpeded passage for our giants. Priority should be given to the establishment of a blacksmith forge, a weaving workshop, and a hospital, all of which ought to be constructed around the castle to facilitate the future necessities of life within its walls. Furthermore, there is no immediate need to erect fortifications. Rather, we should focus on expanding residential areas, building accommodations for a population of 1 million. Should you complete the task of constructing the city efficiently and expeditiously, I shall consider bestowing upon you the strength of a giant. Upon hearing of Alan's intention to grant him such power, Link immediately responded, "Rest assured, Your Majesty. The task you have entrusted to me will be executed with the utmost speed and highest standards." Alan, patting Link on the shoulder, replied with a sense of reassurance. "Very well, do not disappoint me." As Pentos prepared to embark on its ambitious construction endeavors, the other 9 free city-states of Essos had already received the alarming news of Pentos' destruction. Within the palace of Braavos, the Sea Lord, seething with rage, exclaimed, "Why has it taken so long for news of Pentos' demise to reach us? What is the intelligence department doing?" He hurled the information aside. For despite the tenuous relationship between Braavos and Pentos marked by previous conflicts that forced Pentos into signing various treaties, the latter remained one of the 9 free city-states. The silent obliteration of such a place instilled a sense of urgency within the Sea Lord. Immediately, dispatch someone to ascertain the precise situation in Pentos. I demand to know. Yes, my lord. The soldiers awaiting orders swiftly retreated, eager to avoid the wrath of the incensed Sea Lord. A similar scene unfolded throughout the other city-states as well. Close to Pentos, the city of Nophos also sensed the recent disturbances. Established as a theocratic city-state, Nophos was governed by bearded monks who claimed to receive divine mandates from deep within their temple fortress. Only the most devout followers were permitted entry into the sanctum of the temple, residing within its hallowed walls. Nophos possessed a governor's council, yet its members were chosen through the monks by divine will. Within the temple of Nophos, a richly adorned monk with a full beard and a balding head scrutinized the reports submitted by his fellow monks. You say there have been no caravans arriving from Pentos recently, and even those that departed from us have not returned? Indeed, my lord, it is absolutely true. Moreover, not only have the caravans failed to return, but the villages near Pentos have been left as mere scorched earth. I suspect an unknown force has invaded Pentos. The bearded monk furrowed his brow at the words of his subordinate, a sense of unease beginning to take root in his heart. After all, Nophos was not far from Pentos, and if Pentos had indeed fallen, how could they hope to remain unscathed? Hasten to dispatch a contingent of soldiers to assess the situation, ensuring that the unknown forces remain undisturbed. Once the reconnaissance is complete, they must return promptly to report. Yes. The subordinates immediately took their leave to arrange personnel, preparing to investigate the current state of Pentos. Meanwhile, in the encampment outside the city, Alan occupied the principal seat, indulging in wine while gazing at the dancers twirling gracefully in the pool below. Flanking the dance floor were beautiful musicians, skillfully playing their instruments. To either side of Alan, he held a voluptuous maiden, whose hands roamed unabashedly, eliciting occasional peculiar laughter from his lips. The 2 enchanting women, enduring the restless hands upon them, took turns sipping from their goblets, one leaning in to kiss Alan, while the other playfully offered him grapes from her mouth. Alan, delighting in their offerings, savored the wine and grapes while reveling in the spectacle of the dancers and the melodious music surrounding him, pure bliss. Just as he was immersed in pleasure, hurried footsteps echoed outside the tent. Soon, a voice called out, "Your Majesty, General John requests an audience." Upon hearing the guard's announcement, Alan did not respond immediately. Instead, he waved his hand, instructing the musicians to cease their performance and the dancers to pause and step aside. He then summoned the halted dancers to bring forth a screen, shielding himself and the 2 maidens beside him. Clearing his throat, Alan finally commanded, "Let him enter." Upon receiving the order, the female guard stepped aside, allowing John to enter. As John crossed the threshold, he instinctively lowered his gaze, avoiding any sidelong glances, fully aware of the depth of their Majesty's possessiveness. Kneeling before the screen, John spoke earnestly. "Your Majesty, scouts report that numerous spies have been spotted in the Nophos Mountains. Although we have eliminated many, some scattered personnel managed to escape. Additionally, sentries at the harbor have observed several ships lingering near Pentos. I fear our intention to assault Pentos may have been compromised. Should we prepare accordingly, Your Majesty?" Upon hearing of the spies' presence, Alan was not particularly taken aback. It had been nearly a month since Pentos fell, and other city-states were likely to have received word by now. After all, Pentos was a bustling trade hub, and for the news to circulate only now was commendable in terms of secrecy. Well, since the discovery has been made, preparations are indeed in order. Relay my commands to consolidate all camps towards the direction of Pentos, ensuring we do not become too dispersed. Heighten surveillance and guarding of the captives, in case hostilities arise and they begin to stir. In the current situation, I am not overly concerned about an enemy assault from land, for we possess the giants and the invincible Dothraki cavalry. However, we must remain vigilant against threats from the sea, as our naval strength is woefully inadequate, and most Dothraki are not adept in maritime combat. Your Majesty, Volantis has gone too far. Please allow me to lead the troops and teach them a lesson. Indeed, Your Majesty, I also wish to go to Volantis. Ah, why trouble the 2 esteemed generals for such a trivial matter as Volantis? Allow me to take charge. The three of them were bickering over who would venture to Volantis. Hearing their increasingly loud arguments, Alan rubbed his forehead and, with a hint of exasperation, said, "Let us postpone the matter of Volantis for now. Our immediate priority is to focus on the construction of the Empire and the development of our population. Currently, the number of Dothraki is still rather insufficient. I intend to send one of you to the Dothraki Sea to seek out the remaining khalasars, to absorb them and bolster our Empire's population." Initially, the three felt disheartened upon hearing Alan's decision not to take military action against Volantis. But their spirits were rekindled with what he said next. They had long been without battle and were eager for combat, their Dothraki instincts urging them to fight. Their curved swords itching to taste blood. "Your Majesty, let me go." "Ah, it should be me. I've been itching for this." "What are you saying?" "It should be my turn." The three of them again clamored to volunteer, yet Alan had already made his decision. "This task shall be entrusted to you, Flock. With your giant strength, engaging in battle will be more effortless for you." The reason for selecting Flock was due to his ability to swiftly conquer the remaining khalasars. And Alan felt reassured by Flock's quick wit. As for Maldon and John, while Maldon also possessed giant strength, he was part of the royal guard, with his primary duty being the protection of Alan. John, on the other hand, had yet to receive the giant strength. Sending him to conquer the remaining khalasars would result in significant casualties and slow progress. After careful consideration, Flock emerged as the most suitable candidate. "Maldon, your task is to protect the free castle. That is your responsibility. And John, do not lament, for I have another assignment for you. Volantis has been harboring certain thoughts towards us, and I wish to construct another city at the end of the inland sea. This task shall be entrusted to you. And should you succeed commendably, I shall consider granting you the giant strength." Chapter 92, Chapter 95, Bring forth the map. Alan commanded the guards to present the newly crafted map. This map, approximately 5 meters long and 3 meters high, was an amalgamation of the maps Alan had procured from Pentos and Slavers Bay along with current reconnaissance. The entire map primarily details the continent of Essos, with the 9 free cities of West Essos depicted most intricately. The eastern map from Slavers Bay lacks such detail, providing only a rough outline of several locations. As for the map of Westeros, it is still in the making. Currently, the focus remains on the maps of Essos. "John, you are to construct a new city at this location, of a scale comparable to that of the capital, with a castle of similar dimensions to that of the free castle at its center." Chapter 74, The Alliance. As Alan's side discovered that the scouts were erecting defensive fortifications, the spies dispatched to gather intelligence promptly relayed their findings back home. The people of Braavos, upon learning that Pentos had fallen to a horde of Dothraki warriors, felt a sense of relief. It is common knowledge that the Dothraki are not adept in naval warfare, viewing the sea as a treacherous expanse. Braavos, a city-state built upon a cluster of islands, perceived the Dothraki, who lacked maritime skills, as negligible threats. However, the Dothraki's audacious decision to forego tribute and directly assault the city broke established conventions, necessitating retribution. In contrast, the nearby city of Norvos, upon hearing of the Dothraki's conquest of Pentos, was gripped by trepidation. Unlike Braavos, which enjoyed natural defenses, Norvos shared land with the Dothraki, who, having attacked Pentos, would inevitably turn their gaze towards them. After all, Norvos was the closest city to Pentos, unlike others such as Volantis and Lys, which felt little sense of urgency due to their relative distance or island status. Cities like Norvos, Kor, and Mir, being in proximity, sensed the looming threat and convened in secrecy to devise a strategy, preparing to form an alliance to test the mettle of the Dothraki. In the city of Kor, Uri, upon receiving news of Pentos' destruction, immediately sent out scouts to investigate. The reports confirmed that a band of Dothraki had laid waste to Pentos, prompting Uri to recall the striking figure of Alan, the call he found so memorable. The timing and direction of the Dothraki's movements aligned with Alan's previous actions in Karth. Consequently, Uri could no longer remain passive. Initially, he assumed Alan's intentions in other city-states were merely to extort some coin. But he was astonished to learn that Alan had directly obliterated Pentos, an act that undeniably crossed their threshold of tolerance. Uri reached out to Norvos and Mir, the cities closest to Pentos, seeking to forge an alliance and deliberate on how to address this situation. Half a month later, Uri, accompanied by Rick, convened with the leaders of Norvos and Mir to discuss the response to Alan's actions. Ultimately, they resolved to mobilize forces to eliminate the Dothraki. as their destruction of Pentos represented a grave violation of their limits. Thus, an alliance of the 3 city-states was formed, and they communicated the stakes to the remaining 6 city-states, hoping for their support. Upon receiving this news, Braavos and Volantis scoffed at the notion. Being the farthest from Pentos, and bolstered by one of the most formidable naval fleets and military powers in Essos, they preferred to watch the conflict unfold, anticipating that the struggle between the two sides would yield opportunities for them. The only exception was the great lord of Tyrash, who dispatched 2,000 troops merely to lend a token gesture of support, believing that the 3 city-states could manage the call on their own. The remaining factions, such as Loreis and Lyris, were decidedly weak, lacking any significant military prowess. Being situated on a small island, they had little awareness of the events concerning the 3 major city-states. However, Lyris took this opportunity to sell their prized alchemical products, including poisons, to the 3 city-states. In the span of half a month, the 3 city-states, along with 2,000 troops from Colossal, gathered approximately 100,000 soldiers at Gudwahal. The geographical position of Gudwahal was unique, and being an abandoned city, it required only slight repairs to serve as a formidable base from which to launch an assault on Pentos. Within a meticulously restored building in Gudwahal, generals from the 4 city-states convened to deliberate their strategy for the impending attack. Among them, the forces dispatched by Norphos were the most numerous and formidable. Thus the command of this coalition was entrusted to Norphos. The commander from Norphos, a monk named Paul, distinguished by his shiny bald head and bushy beard, solemnly studied the map alongside the other generals. He reported, "The scouts have relayed information that they observed a vast encampment outside Pentos, though their distance made precise assessment challenging. It appears there are at least 1 million individuals active within that camp. I suspect many survivors from Pentos have been enslaved. And the camp is fortified with numerous watchtowers and bunkers. The expanse of the encampment is so extensive that the scouts have yet to locate the main base of the Dothraki. Therefore, we must ascertain its location, otherwise we shall have to lure them into action. I propose we avoid unnecessary complications," General Leon from Corps interjected. "I have brought a substantial number of firestone rockets. We could launch a nighttime assault on the Dothraki, achieving victory in one decisive blow." Paul countered with concern. While a surprise attack under the cover of darkness may indeed sow chaos among the enemy, it could also result in a tragic loss of life, particularly among the Pentos survivors. Leon dismissively replied, "They are merely a rebel. If they perish, so be it. Besides, once we have vanquished the Dothraki, you can assist the Pentos in rebuilding their towns or escort them back to their city. Indeed, let us hasten this endeavor so I may return to my beloved," chimed in a general from Colossal, who merely sought to be counted among the ranks without a desire for excessive bloodshed, eager instead to return home to his sweetheart. Paul, incensed by the remarks of these two, found himself momentarily speechless. Meanwhile, as the coalition debated their strategy, Alan received word that a contingent of troops had arrived at Gudwahal, numbering around 100,000. He felt no alarm, a month prior, upon hearing of scouts approaching. He had anticipated that the other city-states would not allow him, the destroyer of Pentos, to continue unchallenged. In the past, city-states would offer tribute to the call of the Dothraki to ensure their safety. The call would graciously accept these gifts and subsequently withdraw. However, the emergence of a call-like alien from Pentos, who refuses tributes and instead annihilates, naturally compels others to exert every effort to extinguish this threat. After all, no one desires their city-state to become the next lamb to the slaughter. Over the course of the past months, he has not been idle. He instructed Link to allocate a portion of manpower to construct numerous watchtowers and fortifications around the encampment, as well as to dig several traps in preparation for the impending assault. Chapter 75, The Battle of Gedor, Part 1. Alan meticulously relayed the intelligence gathered by the scouts to the 4 commanding generals. "Your Majesty, I did not participate in the last siege of Pentos. Permit me to join this time, and I shall ensure they regret it." Upon reviewing the information, Maldan promptly rose to express his eagerness to engage in battle. Previously, he had remained behind to guard his home, a decision that had stifled him. Now he yearned to indulge in the exhilaration that warfare and bloodshed provided. "I too, Your Majesty, entrust me with the task, and I shall vanquish our foes," echoed John. "So shall I," chimed in Flock. Despite their fervent declarations to partake in the conflict, it was essential to appoint someone to oversee the main camp, as well as dispatch an individual to the port to remain vigilant against any potential naval fleet. After a moment of contemplation, Alan issued orders to Link. You shall proceed to the port to establish defenses. Your primary objective remains the construction of the new city. And in the course of this endeavor, you can safeguard the harbor. He then turned to Flock, commanding, the responsibility of securing the main camp falls to you. To deter any possible ambush by the enemy while our forces are mobilizing, we must retain a wise giant for protection. Ultimately, the task of leading the expedition against the enemy was entrusted to Maldan and John, while he would remain stationed in the rear. Yes, Your Majesty, they affirmed. The following day, Maldan and John set forth with an army of 80,000 men, comprising 50,000 elite guards and 30,000 from the 3 legions, to confront the coalition at Gedda. Accompanying them were 10 colossal giants clad in iron armor, adorned with spikes measuring 50 centimeters in length. A sight foreboding enough to intimidate even the mightiest of adversaries. Simultaneously, the coalition at Gedda received word of the Dothraki's advance. Paul slammed the report onto the table in a fit of rage, exclaiming, "These vile Dothraki! We have yet to launch our assault, and they dare to strike us." From below, Lian interjected, "Alas, yesterday presented our optimal opportunity for attack. Had we acted while the Dothraki were unprepared, we could have achieved decisive victory. Now, alas." Paul, incensed by Lian's public mockery of his failure to seize the moment, felt his face flush. Yet, he remained resolute in his belief that their focus should be on defeating the Dothraki, deeming the survivors of Pentos innocent victims. Now, we must deliberate on how to counter this advancing Dothraki horde. Shall we confront them directly outside Gedda, or rely on the ruins of Gedda for our defense? "I propose we fortify ourselves amidst the ruins," suggested Lian. "The Dothraki excel in cavalry. Utilizing the structures will render their horsemen ineffective." "Indeed, I concur," Paul replied. "However, I intend to concentrate all cavalry forces from the coalition. We shall rely on infantry for the initial defense of Gedda, and when the Dothraki grow weary, our cavalry can emerge to shatter their morale." "This strategy is sound. I support it," Lian declared. "So do I," echoed the others. After Maldan and John arrived at Jido, they observed that the ruins they had previously passed were considerably restored. The gaps in the city walls had been hastily patched by the allied forces using timber, yet this only served to expose a weakness in their defenses. The soldiers stationed atop the walls, upon sighting the ominous mass of Dothraki cavalry below, could not help but swallow nervously. The 9 free cities had not experienced war for an extended period, and witnessing such fierce riders sent shivers of fear through these unseasoned soldiers. Maldan and John conferred at the city S base, strategizing to encircle Jido completely. Maldan intended to launch a frontal assault with the royal guard and giants, while John would take command of the rear, preventing any enemy escape. Alan ordered that the allied forces must be obliterated here, thereby rendering the 3 major city-states incapable of mounting an offensive against Alan for years to come. On the walls, the allied soldiers noticed a portion of the Dothraki diverting towards their rear and hurried to report to Paul. Upon receiving the intelligence, Paul immediately summoned the remaining generals to the battlements. Observing Jido encircled, he mistakenly deduced the enemy's strategy, believing they sought to entrap them and force a surrender. However, Paul remained unperturbed. Their expedition was well supplied with provisions for 100,000 troops for 3 months. He was confident that through a steadfast defense, they could diminish the morale of the Dothraki, ultimately compelling them to retreat, after which they would pursue relentlessly. Yet, while Paul entertained these thoughts, Maldan was not inclined to allow him the luxury of time. He raised his hand, signaling his troops to part, as 10 titanic figures clad entirely in iron armor approached from the distance. With each advancing step, the ground trembled slightly. Upon witnessing these armored behemoths, Paul was jolted from his reverie. "What on earth are those? Are they even human?" the allied forces murmured among themselves, suddenly realizing that the hastily constructed fortifications they had erected were dwarfed by these giants. As Paul beheld the giants, he recognized the exquisite craftsmanship of their armor. If these armored colossi charged the walls, the quality of their construction would likely spell disaster for the defenders. He promptly ordered the preparation of firestone rockets and flammable clay pots, determined to prevent the giants from drawing near. Given the giants' formidable armor, their arrows would be ineffective. They could only resort to igniting the clay pots and hurling them at the giants, hoping to incinerate them. "Fire!" With Paul's command, the makeshift catapults launched the flaming clay pots toward the giants. Upon impact, the pots shattered, dousing the giants in the flammable liquid, which ignited, engulfing them in flames. "Splendid!" Upon witnessing this scene, Paul atop the city wall erupted in jubilant cheers, his enthusiasm igniting the spirits of the allied soldiers, who raised their weapons in unison, joining in the celebration. However, their elation was short-lived as they soon realized that the flaming giants continued their relentless advance towards them. Initially, they believed the giants were merely resistant to the flames, but as the towering figures drew nearer without faltering, their expressions shifted from exuberance to sheer terror. Meanwhile, far away in the encampment, Alan, through the perspective of the mindless giant, observed the burgeoning chaos among the allied forces. It was as if he were controlling a character in a video game, directing the giant to charge towards the city wall. Chapter 75, The Battle of Gedor, Part 2. As 10 colossal giants clad in iron armor charged towards the walls of Gedor, engulfed in flames, Paul was thrown into a frenzy, shouting urgently for archers to fire and to launch firepots. The soldiers, despite their trembling legs, mastered their courage and aimed their weapons at the giants. The clatter of arrows and firepots echoed as they struck the giants, igniting additional flames upon their bodies but failing to impede their advance. In the face of this alarming sight, panic ensued among both the soldiers and Paul. Some soldiers, overwhelmed by fear, discarded their weapons and fled from the walls. The remaining soldiers, witnessing this chaos, followed suit, creating a chain reaction as they rushed downwards. The walls became a mass of bodies, with many soldiers tumbling over the edge as Paul, realizing the futility of their efforts against the giants, abandoned his post and led the retreat. As the giants drew closer, the frantic soldiers grew increasingly desperate, some resorting to curses. "Move, you fools! The giants are upon us! You're blocking the way! Get out of my path, or I swear I'll cut you down!" Amidst their quarrels, the giants, ablaze, collided with the dilapidated walls, which had been hastily repaired with wood. The impact shattered them, sending soldiers sprawling through the air, many succumbing to the force of the shockwave. Reduced to mere remnants scattered across Gedor, unfazed by the destruction, the giants continued their relentless charge, propelled by some unseen force, leaving the ground beneath them churned as if plowed anew. Upon witnessing the collapse of the walls, Maldan raised his arm in triumph, declaring, "Sound the horns, advance upon Gedor." With his command, the somber resonance of horns filled the air, and Maldan let out a fierce battle cry, leading the charge. The royal guard followed suit, screaming as they surged into the city through the path carved by the giants. The remaining soldiers within Gedor, having narrowly escaped the devastation wrought by the northern giants, found themselves swiftly dispatched by the approaching Dothraki, their throats slit mercilessly, heads severed for trophies to claim upon return. Meanwhile, Paul, the one to flee first, was swiftly pursued by the giants, meeting a grim fate as he was crushed beneath their feet. In the command room, Leon and the other generals, startled by the thunderous crash of the walls, hastily emerged, ready to rally their forces for defense. Quickly, this sound must indicate a breach at the gates. Organize everyone for a counterattack at once. Leon, filled with fervor, burst forth from the chamber, commanding his soldiers to prepare for a display of valor. He unsheathed his sword, instructing his subordinates to form ranks. However, upon witnessing the colossal figure barreling towards him, clad in iron armor and enveloped in an unstoppable blaze, his countenance shifted drastically. He swiftly sheathed his sword and, with a voice hoarse from urgency, shouted, "Run! Run! Retreat!" At that moment, the singular thought in Lian's mind was to flee. His only desire was to escape back to Cole. He had no intention of perishing here. Without hesitation, Lian mounted his steed, urging his closest aides to follow him towards the rear exit, consumed by the need to escape. Observing their commander in flight, the soldiers under his command promptly followed suit, scattering in haste. The other generals from the allied city-states, upon seeing Lian's retreat, had no choice but to join the exodus. In an instant, the entire coalition of Dido was in full flight, terrified of being crushed beneath the giants' feet or obliterated in a collision. Some fortunate souls evaded the giants' onslaught, only to be subsequently harvested by the charging Dothraki cavalry. Maldan, mounted and wielding his curved sword, swiftly beheaded fleeing coalition soldiers. It had been a long time since he had relished the thrill of riding into battle as a human, since acquiring the power of the giant. He usually fought in that formidable form. This return to human combat allowed him to once again relish the exhilarating sensation of galloping across the battlefield, reveling in the delight of severing foes' heads with his blade. Ha ha ha, how glorious! Upon reaching the rear gates of Dido, Lian was met with the daunting sight of Dothraki blocking their escape, leaving him in a precarious predicament caught between a wolf and a tiger. Every direction led to certain death. With no other option, he resolved to confront the Dothraki cavalry ahead, finding it preferable to face fellow humans rather than the giant. Lian conferred with the other generals, proposing that the infantry sacrifice themselves as a diversion, allowing the cavalry to break free afterwards. The two remaining generals found little merit in this plan. Brothers, we are cornered by the enemy in Dido. If we do not devise a strategy to break through, only death awaits us. I trust none of you wish to confront the giant, so we must launch an assault on the Dothraki cavalry outside the city. If we can break free, hope remains. After delivering this rallying speech to bolster morale, Lian cunningly positioned himself at the rear of the formation, allowing the soldiers to charge into the fray. Outside the city, John observed the gate slowly opening as a battalion of soldiers initiated their deadly charge towards them, rather than leading his cavalry into a direct confrontation. John's current objective was to block the enemy's escape route. Fire! With a swift motion of his hand, John unleashed a torrent of arrows that fell upon the enemy like a relentless downpour, transforming many soldiers of the allied forces into mere pincushions. Observing this grim spectacle, Leon could only continue to dispatch troops to charge forward, as it was their sole glimmer of hope. He could only assemble a disciplinary unit from the forces he had brought from Koho, urging the warriors from the other city-states to advance. Any sign of retreat would be met with immediate execution. Wave after wave of allied soldiers surged towards John, yet each attempt was thwarted by the deluge of arrows. Witnessing such devastation, the soldiers were increasingly reluctant to continue their assault. Their only desire was to retreat. The disciplinary unit sought to instill fear by threatening the soldiers, yet found themselves powerless to compel them to advance. Some soldiers, in a fit of defiance, even turned their weapons toward the enforcers, declaring, "I will not go any further. Whether I charge or not, death awaits. Why should you stand back and watch us suffer? Why must only we bear the brunt of the assault?" Chapter 76, The Battle of Gethdohor, Part 2. As the pent-up grievances among the coalition soldiers erupted, a fierce internal strife ensued. The frontline soldiers were predominantly monks from Nophus, and with their commander Paul slain, it was only natural that the generals from the other city-states would send these Nophus warriors to their demise first. The Nophus monks, understandably reluctant, were provoked when the disciplinary squad executed several of their comrades as a warning. Witnessing their brethren fall at the hands of the disciplinary squad ignited their fury, and they launched an assault against the enforcers. "Brothers, eliminate these cowards from Kor, Rhys, and Telasai. Do you not value your lives, daring to strike at allies?" This was the roar from the disciplinary squad. "To hell with your allies. You call them allies while we bear the brunt of the charge. To hell with you. Brothers, since we are destined to die, let us take these cowards down with us. Kill! Kill! Kill!" The generals, including Lin, who witnessed this chaotic scene, were taken aback. They had not anticipated the fierce resolve of the Nophus monks. Lin, desperate to quell the unrest, rode forward and called out, "Nophus warriors, I am General Lin of Kor. We were in the wrong before, but this is not the time for infighting. I will lead the charge alongside you. The giants are about to descend upon us. We must act swiftly." Lin shouted from his mount, hoping to persuade the Nophus monks to join him in the charge. "Go to hell. Why did you not say this earlier? I do not believe you. Indeed, we no longer trust you." One of the Nophus monks, after hurling a curse, cast his spear at Lin. In the chaos of the battlefield, Lin failed to react, and the spear struck him with tremendous force, pinning him to the ground. Lin perished, never imagining that he would die not by the giant's feet but rather by the hand of his own coalition. General Lin is dead. General Lin is dead. With Lin's demise, the other two generals were startled and swiftly retreated to their respective troops, no longer wishing to be the scapegoats. Upon witnessing the death of their general, the soldiers of Kor were consumed by rage and turned their fury against the Nophus monks, plunging the scene into utter chaos. Meanwhile, the giants surged forward with unrelenting speed, causing the ground to tremble violently beneath them. As the coalition struggled with their internal conflict, they glanced toward the source of the tremors and saw the giants charging. Instantly, they dropped their weapons and fled toward the city gates, though the Nophus monks had previously declared that they would all die regardless of the manner. Instinctively, they felt fear upon seeing the flaming giants rush toward them. They suddenly realized, to be crushed by a giant, what a dreadful fate. As the colossal giants drew nearer, panic swept through the crowd. The two generals, along with the cavalrymen astride their steeds, could no longer contain their inner dread. They raised their whips and urged their horses towards the city gates, heedless of whether they were allies or foes, indiscriminately trampling anyone who obstructed their path. In an instant, the area around the gates descended into chaos. The impact of the horses could only knock down a few individuals before they were unseated by others on the ground, who then scrambled to seize the vacant mounts. The scene at the gates became a tumultuous mass of bodies and horses, with shouts of frustration echoing, "Stop pushing! We can't move! Clear the way!" In the frenzy, many resorted to wielding weapons against those in front of them, desperately hoping to escape the impending doom. Through the perspective of the giants, Aaron observed this unfolding chaos. He noted how, when faced with the specter of death, humanity often turns selfish. Yet, he remained unmoved. He commanded the giants to charge into the throng at the gates. The tremors from their advance intensified, causing the already panicked coalition soldiers to jostle even more frantically. "Hurry! The giants are coming! Mother! I want to go home! Oh, divine forces! I do not wish to die!" In these moments of impending death, the madness escalated. As if some wished for their parents to have bestowed them with additional limbs to escape. Seeing the giants barreling towards the gates, those trapped in the middle yearned to retreat, while those at the back pushed forward with all their might. Each individual fought for their own survival. But reality is often merciless. With a thunderous crash, the gates and surrounding walls succumbed to the might of the giants, collapsing in ruins. Those who had been caught in the throng were either reduced to mere puddles of flesh or shattered by the shockwave. A fortunate few, who had sought refuge in nearby buildings rather than crowding the gates, narrowly avoided the giants' onslaught. However, they still faced the Grim Reaper's blade. Those who managed to break free from the gates were met with a rain of arrows from Jon. And even those who evaded the arrows only found themselves swiftly dispatched by the Dothraki warriors. As the Dothraki swept through the city, the once formidable Dohar could no longer muster a coherent defense. Aaron, manipulating the giants as though he were controlling characters in a video game, sought out remnants of buildings or towers to demolish. This time, surrender was not an option. Dohar was transformed into a hell on earth. Those who survived the giants' assault would face the Dothraki's blades. Thus, the Battle of Dohar came to a close. After witnessing the cessation of hostilities through the coordinates, Aaron withdrew and resumed his moments of joy. He ordered the gathering and cremation of the corpses and severed limbs to prevent the outbreak of disease, while also collecting the supplies and weaponry brought by the defeated army to return to the main camp. Mounted atop his horse, Malden surveyed the field strewn with bodies and commanded his subordinates. At this moment, Jon rode over and remarked, "Fortunately, this group did not separate their camp, otherwise it would have been impossible to settle the outcome in a single battle. Ha ha ha, they believe that by choosing this desolate ruin of Gulduwa as their stronghold, they can engage us in a war of attrition. Little do they realize that for those of us who possess giants, we relish such tactics. As once we block their retreat, they shall have no escape. Indeed, the giants have brought about profound changes for us Dothraki. Who could have imagined that such terrifying creatures existed in the world, if not witnessed firsthand? I must strive to earn His Majesty's favor and be bestowed with the power of the giants." Chapter 77, The Child. Chapter 78, The Child. A year later, in a sprawling castle encircled by crystalline walls towering 50 meters high, the golden rays of sunlight gradually illuminated an opulent chamber, causing the temperature within to rise gently. Alan reclined on a grand bed approximately 5 meters wide, surrounded by several enchanting women. The scattered garments around indicated that the previous night had been one of wild revelry. As the sunlight warmed his face, Alan slowly awakened. Staring vacantly at the lavish ceiling above, murmuring to himself, "I still have yet to become accustomed to the presence of this ceiling." Indeed, he had recently taken residence in this magnificent castle, having moved in just a week prior, and was still acclimating to the extravagant surroundings. At that moment, the women beside him stirred awake, responding to his movements by preparing to rise and assist him in dressing. "Do not rush," Alan interjected. "Such splendid weather warrants a delightful return to slumber." With that, he drew one of the maidens into his embrace, treating her as a soft pillow, relishing the warmth of her delicate form. Throughout the past year, the castle had been constructed under the swift supervision of Marden, with all necessary building materials prioritized for its completion. Initially, Alan had intended to cover the crystalline walls with a layer of ordinary stone bricks. However, he reconsidered. He had promised that the innocent giants would ascend to the halls of the honored after only 2 or 3 years of service. In the world of power struggles, breaking oaths is a perilous endeavor, often leading to dire consequences. Therefore, Alan decided to make do with the crystalline walls for the time being, awaiting the implementation of the law that would condemn the guilty to eternal servitude before reconstructing the fortress. On the very day the castle was completed, Alan welcomed his entire harem into its luxurious confines. He named this stronghold the Castle of Freedom. Over the course of the year, The aftermath of the Battle of Gordor, wherein the Dothraki emerged victorious, had left the city-states of Norvos, Kor, and Myr in disarray, rendering them temporarily incapable of launching an offensive against Alan. Though Tyrosh had sent forth the fewest troops, their forces had been entirely decimated by the coalition, leaving them too stunned to provoke conflict. Thus, the Empire experienced a relatively stable period of development. Upon learning of the coalition's annihilation, Braavos and Volantis acknowledged the formidable strength of the Dothraki. Volantis, being a land-based city-state despite possessing one of the preeminent naval fleets, harbored animosity towards the Dothraki, perceiving them as a threat to their dominion. As Alan regained his composure, the women on either side of him inquired, "Your Majesty, do you wish to visit the princes today?" Indeed, through relentless effort, Alan had finally succeeded in ensuring that the women of his harem were with child.